This is the 30-day Excel challenge. No matter who you are, whether you're new to Excel or you've used Excel for years and you just need to refresh the basics, this challenge is for you. For 30 days straight, we'll be covering the key skills in Excel you actually need. So by the time you reach the end, you're going to learn how to clean data, build charts, automate tasks with Power Query and macros, and how to use lookup functions. And listen, learn something new every single day, even if it's something small. You're going to be more confident with Excel by the time you reach day 30. You're not alone. You're doing this with me. So let's begin. This is day 1, and we're going to get started with some of the basics of Excel. So, why does Excel even matter? Why do we care about it? And why do so many companies rely on Excel? And why are they looking for people who are great at using it? It's actually simple. It's because of clean data. When you have clean data, you can make smarter decisions. And when your data is clean, you can do 3 things. So the first thing is you can understand what's happening in your business. So you begin to spot patterns like when your busy seasons are, or how different teams impact each other. You could even see which customers need more attention, or where profits are being driven, or which products are driving the profits. So the second thing you will notice is clean data helps you spot problems. Data helps you catch issues early before they become bigger ones. So maybe inventory is running low, or costs are quietly rising in one department. With clean data, you can catch it early and fix it before it becomes a bigger problem that's harder to fix. And you can also predict the future. So the more clean data you have, the more accurate guesses you can make about the future. You can even figure out what customers would need before they even ask. Or you can schedule an equipment to be fixed before it even breaks. So basically, you can plan ahead with confidence. Once you have these insights, it becomes easier to guide your team and spot different opportunities, and then just make smarter decisions together. But here's the catch. Real data is messy. It's structured in a way that's hard for many of us to work with. So you're going to catch things like errors or gaps or inconsistent formats between different columns. And that's why Excel is great, because it allows you to convert raw data into usable data. So it helps us turn this unstructured data into a format that's easy for ourselves and our stakeholders to analyze. So what I'm going to do is I'll show you an example that you can relate to. So let's say I own a supermarket and I sell fresh fruits, hot meals, and snacks. I record all my sales into this notebook. So as you can see, I've got the month, I've got my sales and the expenses. And after every single month, I calculate the profits. So at first, this method is easy and it's fine to use. I don't have any real problems calculating everything through a notebook or a notepad. However, as the business scales over time, I'm going to run into a few problems. So first of all, I may actually end up miscalculating some of the profits because I have to go line by line and make sure each calculation is correct. It's going to make it harder for me to manage all of these finances. And I could make a decision based on the wrong figures. So already, this is a problem. But with Excel, I can actually do everything within a single table. So as you can see, I've still got the exact same finances here, but everything is maintained inside a simple table. So I've got my sales, I've got my expenses, and if I want to calculate my profit now, so all I need to do is just add a new column and then just deduct the expenses from the sales, and there we have it. And if I want to drag it down, all I need to do is just drag the fill handle, so that little rectangle over there, and it's calculated all the profit for me. So if I have more months that I need to add to the bottom of this, I can easily just do that. And this will simply calculate my profits on my behalf. So I no longer need to go into each of these and manually calculate the profits anymore, because Excel does it for me. And I've only done it once, and I've just dragged down the formula. So that's one of the reasons why it's very popular for companies to use Excel, because analyzing the data and creating these calculations, it's easy. And that's all done through a couple of clicks. So if I actually want to filter the data to a specific month, it's very simple. I just have a few clicks let's say I want to analyze March financials, and I've got it right there. So it's eliminated all the other months and it's filtered just to March. And if I want to include more months, let's say I want to include January and just compare the two, I can do just that. That's just done with a few clicks. Let me actually break down what Excel is made of. I'm going to walk you through the interface itself and just run you through some of the basics. If you notice here on the left, you're going to see all these numbers. These are rows. So a row in Excel is represented by a number. So each of these numbers on the left. So if I want to click on row 2, I just click on the number 2. If I want to click on row 5, I just click on that. If I want to go all the way down to, let's say, row 50, I just click that. Now, the maximum amount of rows you can have in an Excel sheet is just over 1 million. So if I scroll all the way to the bottom, you're going to notice this is just over 1 million. You can't go beyond that. And if you notice, right at the top, you're going to see letters. Each of these letters is a column. So here's column A, here's column D. And if I want to go to column H, I just click on H. And if I want to go all the way to the right, you're going to notice it stops right here. So the maximum amount of columns you can have in an Excel sheet is 16,000. You can't go beyond that. A cell is just where a column and a row meet. So if I click on this cell here, this is D9 because the column letter is D and the row number is 9. So if I was to click on this one here, this is B3 because the column is B and the row number is 3. This entire document is called a workbook. So a workbook is made up of worksheets, and a worksheet is just a tab inside your notebook. So if you notice here, this worksheet is called sheet 1. If I want to create another worksheet, I just click the plus sign here, and then it's now called sheet 2. So I can actually name it anything I want. So all I do is just double click on sheet 2 and then give it any name I want. So let's call it test worksheet. Or I can even call it, this is a temporary name for worksheet. So you can name it anything you want, basically. So I'm just gonna take it back. I'll name it test worksheet for now. So if you want to navigate between the worksheets, you can just simply click between them. You can also use Control and page up and down to navigate between the worksheets. So if you want to go to the next sheet, if I want to go to test worksheet from where I am right now, I just hit Control and page down, and I go to the next one. Inside each worksheet, you can enter your data, you can do calculations with it, like I showed you just earlier, and you can even build visuals. So the choice is up to you. Each workbook contains multiple sheets, and each worksheet contains multiple cells. If you see this at the top, you're going to notice that this is the ribbon. The ribbon contains all the tools that we need to format our data, to create visuals and formulas, and to do some interesting things that help us analyze our data. I would actually recommend you spending a few moments. If you haven't used Excel before, I recommend you spending a few moments just playing around with some of the features available in the ribbon. But some of the key tabs that I recommend you look into is the Home tab. So the Home tab will contain all your main formatting operations. The Insert tab allows you to insert things like shapes, visuals, or pivot tables. You can see slices as well. You can add a text box, word arts, and even equations and symbols. The other one, there's page format, of course, so you can edit your page however you like. You can create a nice setup, a nice format or structure for each page in your workbook. And the formulas tab. So this is where you can handle all sorts of interesting formulas. For those of you that may have some complex financial or mathematical use cases, you can play around with the formulas tab. And of course, you've got the data tab, for, cleaning data or for transforming data. All your needs have been met here. So the sort and filter operations are there. If you want to convert text to columns, you have that. If you want to remove duplicates, that's available. If you want to group your data, create aggregates, all that's available there. And even pulling data from different data sources, all that's available under the data tab. So you have interesting things like pulling from an Excel file or Excel workbook. You can pull from a text or CSV file, JSON files, PDFs, and you can even pull from databases, so from SQL Server databases. And in future videos, I will be going through these type of use cases. So if you are interested in that, let me know in the comment section. So at the top left, you're going to see the name box. So this is actually the name of the cell you're in, or the table you've selected, or even the column that you've named. So for example, if I select this cell here, we know this is D6 without looking at the name box. But if you want to look at the name box, you'll notice that it's got D6 there. If I select this entire column, if you notice, it's actually selected C1 because C1 is the first cell within the C column. But if I was to go and say expenses, I can actually name this expenses field, let's say. So now, every time I select this, it's actually going to return expenses field. It's no longer going to return C1 because I've now named it the expense field. And if I actually select this entire data set, I can give it a name. So I can call it supermarket finances. So every single time I select this, you're going to notice it changes to that, to supermarket finances. And we have the formula bar. So if I select this cell, it's going to show the contents inside it. So I'm going to select A1. The name box will show the name of the cell, but the formula bar will show the content within the cell. So in this case, I've got month. If I select this one here, it's now going to show 6,000. So remember, the name box will show the name of the cell, and the formula bar will show the content inside the cell. And if I select, let's select this. So name box says this is cell C5, but the formula bar says the content is 3,400 or 3,400. Now, if I select this one here, you'll notice the name of the cell is D2, but the content inside D2 is actually 2,000, but it's showing this. And this is actually the formula that we created, or the calculation we created. So this is sales minus expenses, which is also showing as cell B2 minus C2. Just keep that in mind. If you're inside a formula, it's actually going to show you the formula because Excel actually looks at the formula as opposed to just the data inside the cell. So if I was to go into, let's say, E2 and do equals 2000, we can see that the content inside the cell is 2000, but Excel reads it as equals D2. In cases where the data is seen, it will show the data. But in cases where the formula exists or the formula is available inside a cell, it's only going to show the formula itself that's being used. So that's a wrap for day one. Remember, I'm not trying to overwhelm you with too much information today. Today is just about getting to know the basics of why we use Excel and what the Excel interface looks like. In the coming days, we're going to go deeper into it, but we want to progress slowly. And we don't want to overwhelm you guys with too much information too soon. So if you feel like you can progress much more faster, feel free to skip to the more advanced lessons. But for those of you that are just beginning or you're just trying to refresh yourself with some of the basics, then feel free to take your time with each lesson. And I hope you learn a lot and I hope you stay blessed. So this is day 2, and today is about formatting data in Excel. So a big part of working with data isn't just about getting the numbers right. It's about helping people understand what those numbers mean. And that's where formatting comes in. So let me show you why. So let's say I'm running a store and I'm tracking my monthly performance. So here are the sales data in 2 different tables. Your eyes probably spent more time on this table. But why? That's because, first of all, you probably noticed that the values in the profit column are highlighted green. You probably also noticed that the sales and expenses values had the dollar currency. And maybe, if you're eagle-eyed, you probably noticed that these figures are actually aligned to the center. So, without being told anything, your eyes are guided to certain parts of the spreadsheet. Let's look at another pair of tables. If you were to compare these 2 tables, this time you would have probably noticed the table on the left And this time it's because the formatting is actually not good. The header names and the values in the month field are not capitalized consistently. And some of these numbers have commas in it or thousand separators, but others don't. And there's no clear visual structure, meaning that everything's just blended together. And there's no color or emphasis to show what matters the most. If you've ever had to present data to someone, whether that's your manager or team or clients, you want to make sure that everyone can follow what you're presenting. Because if your data is messy, then it's going to be hard to read or easy to misinterpret. But if you format it correctly, then it helps make your message clear. Your insights become easier to understand. So when your data is aligned well and you're using styling correctly, then your audience spends less time guessing and more time learning what they need to learn or what they need to know. And you're also drawing attention to what matters. So you can use color, you can use bold text to highlight what matters most in the data, like green for profit or red for losses. So this helps your audience zero in on what they should take away from the data you present them faster. And you also build trust. So one thing you need to remember that it's not just about making things pretty. It's actually about making data easier for your audience to understand. And that's what great analysts do. So let's dive into a few examples. So let's format this data to make it easy for our audience to analyze. Let's imagine we're analyzing project spend and returns for 5 client campaigns. So this is the data before any formatting. So even though it's technically correct, there are a few problems that make it hard to analyze. So first of all, the client names are inconsistent. So some are caps and some are lowercase. And also, the spend and return columns are not in any currency. So we don't know whether these are pounds or euros or yen or any other currency. So we're not too certain on that. And also, the ROI column isn't shown as percentages. And the status field is also inconsistent. And the column widths are messy. So as you can see, some of these values are actually pouring into the other columns. If you see the client names and the status columns. So it's actually cutting off the text. So let's fix this step by step. So first, what I do is I copy this and actually paste it into another sheet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to standardize the client names. So that means I'm going to make sure that the first letter of each name is a capital letter and the other letters inside it are small letters. So I'm going to do this by using the proper function. So the proper function allows us to standardize each of the client names. It will capitalize the first letter of each month. So what I do is I'm going to show you again. I'm going to use the equal sign and then type in proper. And then I just select the cell with the name in it and then close that with a bracket and then hit enter. And as you can see, the first letter is capitalized and the letters after it are in lowercase. So if I just drag the fill handle, which is this tiny little square, green square at the bottom right of the cell, if I just drag that all the way to the bottom and then let go, as you can see, all the names are now standardized. And I'm just going to do Control C, which will copy all of these names. And then I'm going to enter this cell here and then right click it and then go to paste options and then click on values. And would you look at that? Now the names are all standardized. I've cleaned up the client names. So Tim, Jessica, Ryan, Sam, and Ashley are now showing the correct case. And actually, I can do the same thing with the status column. So if you notice, these are also inconsistent. So if I just go into this column, the next one, and just do proper, and then I just click on the first one, and then just close that with a bracket, and then hit enter. And then I do the same thing. I drag the fill handle down, and then I copy this, enter the first approved value, and then just hit that. And then there we go. So we've pasted this in. So the client names and the status for each of the records have now been formatted correctly. So next, what we want to do is we want to convert these, or rather, we want to add currencies to each of these columns so that we know which currency we're dealing with. So you can actually select columns B and C and then go to the numbers section under the Home tab. And then if I just click the arrow down here, I get the option of choosing which currency I want to convert this to. So for now, I'm going to convert this to the US dollars. And as you can see, it's now just done that. If you want to try a shortcut, what you can do is I'm going to undo this. And then I'm actually going to hit Control, Shift, and then $sign. And it actually adds a currency to each value in the spend and return column. But what you can do is, if you're not happy with the currency that's currently there, then you can actually right click this, go to Format Cells, and then you can also select the currency of your choice. So if I was to just scroll all the way to the bottom until I can find. So I'll just scroll and click on United States. And that will give us US dollar currency once again. Now all the spend and return values have the US dollar currency. So now let's convert the ROI column into percentage. So once again, highlight the column and then you're going to click on the percentage sign right here. And if I just click that, everything turns to a percentage. And also, if you noticed, while I hovered over the percentage sign, you're going to notice that it's showing us the shortcut to also doing the same thing. So I'm just going to hit Control Shift and then percentage sign. All the ROI values now have a percentage sign. And that makes it easier for us to understand the ROI generated from the spend and the return. And also, if you noticed before, some of the text was actually cut off. So for instance, some of the client names you couldn't actually see, and some of the statuses were actually pouring into the next column. So if you actually want to auto fit that, what you can do is select all the columns, or rather select the entire data set, and then hit Alt HOI. And that's going to auto fit all of the values automatically so that you can see all the values inside. So now the table looks clean and spaced. Now let's also format the headers to make it stand out. So all I need to do is just select all the header names and then click on bold right here. Or I can also hit Control B and that will highlight all of the header names in bold. And then I can also add a border. So I'll add a border to the bottom so that it distinguishes the header names from the records. So what I'll do is I'll hit Alt HBA, and that's going to create borders around all of the headers. Now, if you don't like that one, you can undo that. Just go to this box here and then hit the drop down arrow. And then just select a border of your choice. So I'm going to hit bottom border. And there you have it. Now, the headers are easier to spot. Now, let me take this to the next level. So let's call out any ROI that's below 10% in red, because these are the weak performing projects. So let's select the ROI column, or let's even select the values inside it, right? And then go to conditional formatting, then highlight cell rules, and then go to less than. Now, we're going to mark this as 10%. So any values that are less than 10% will be filled with light red fill, and then click OK. So as you can see, one project is actually less than 10%. So this is a weak performing project. But let's also highlight the projects that are greater than 20%. For us, that's what we consider the strong performing projects. So once again, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and then greater than this time. And then I'm just going to add 20%. And then we're going to mark this in green and then click OK. You can see that Tim's project is returning 25%. So the ROI is 20%. So this is a high performing project. So if I was to look away and then look back at it, my eyes gravitate towards the green and the red figures. And then I can pay more attention to these two. And then we can make a decision from that. So now the output looks better. So what I'm going to do is let me just name this after formatting. example. And as you can see, if you compare it to the old table, this actually looks much better. I can actually get rid of this as well. So that's before and that's after. And that's how you format data in Excel. So if you want to actually practice more formatting in Excel, then check out the GitHub link in the description for a workbook you can try out. And what you want to do is you want to try to experiment with colors that guide attention and try to use different font styles as well to distinguish the headers from the actual records. Okay. And play around with number formats to make data easier to scan. So you can try different formats that you can find available here. You can try different styles, add 1,000 separators. So I challenge you to play around with it and then show somebody else your workbook and then see if they're able to actually understand your data very quickly. If they are, then there's a strong chance that you're actually formatting correctly. If they're not, have conversations with them. Tell them what's difficult for them to understand, what's confusing them about the data set, and then iterate and learn from it. Here are the key takeaways from this, right? So, good formatting guides your audience, but bad formatting confuses them. If your spreadsheet makes it easy for someone to spot the key numbers and understand the message, then you've done it right. And that, everyone, is formatting with Excel. This is day 3 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today, we're diving into formulas and functions. So, if you've ever had to calculate anything in Excel, you would probably type something like 2 plus 2 or 3 plus 5 or even 50 divided by 10. So that's fine. But when you're working with actual data, it's no longer that simple. If you don't know how to use formulas and functions, you're going to waste a lot of time calculating numbers manually, and you're more likely to make mistakes. So let me break it down a little further. So in Excel, a formula is any calculation you can write into a cell. So let's imagine we're working in a bakery, and this is a weekly summary of all the cookies we've baked and sold. If we want to calculate how many batches we didn't sell, we're going to have to subtract the batches sold from the batches made. So if I was to just type batches not sold, and then if we actually want to calculate that, I enter D2 and then type equals B2 minus cell C2. And that's going to give us the total number of batches we didn't sell on Monday. So if I was to actually drag this down to fill the rest of the week, we'll get the total batches not sold for the whole week. Now, a function is a tool that's built into Excel that helps us do the calculation. So they're great because it means we don't actually have to write everything ourselves. If we want to find out how many batches we've made in total, we could do this. So I do equals, I type in equals, and then type this plus B3 plus B4 plus B5 plus B6. And that's going to give me a total of 265 batches made. So I could do that, or I can simply use the sum function like this. So I just delete that and use equals sum, and then just select all these cells, add the close bracket, and then hit enter, and I get the same thing. So this is much more cleaner than the first one we did, and it's more efficient to use when you're working with larger data sets. But let's look at a few useful functions in Excel. So there's the sum function. The sum function helps us add values together, like we've just seen. The average function calculates the average value in an array of numbers. And then there's min, which finds the lowest value. And there's max, which helps us find the highest value. So let's apply each of them to our cookies dataset. So let me just delete that for a second. And what I can do is I can zoom out. So let's start by using the sum function. So I'm going to type in total cookies baked. We want to find out how many cookies we've actually baked. And I'm going to type in equals sum to use the sum function. And then I'm going to select all the batches within the column B. And then add close bracket, hit enter. And that's how many cookies we've baked for the whole week. If I want to find out how many cookies I've sold per day on average, in other words, the average cookies sold per day, then I'll show you just how we're going to do that. So let me just add average cookies sold per day. Now, I use the average function. And then I'm going to select all the cookies within C2. So I'm going to select all the values in C2 rather. And then close that. So on average, I've sold about, let's say 51 cookies. We'll round it up to the nearest whole number. So we've sold on average around 51 cookies on average. Next, I want to find out my best and worst baking days. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to type in best, what should we call this? Best baking day. And then I'm going to use the max function. And then I'm going to select the values inside B2. I'm going to select the values inside the column B rather. And then add a close bracket, 70. So my best baking day was 70. And that was done on Friday. So Friday was my best baking day. Now, what's my worst baking day? So which day did I bake the least amount of cookies? I'm going to use the min function to help me answer that. And then do the same thing. We select all the values in B2. And that's 40. So my worst baking day was actually on Monday. And as you can see, we've managed to use all 4 of the functions we mentioned earlier to help us answer specific questions about how we performed in our bakery. So we know how many cookies we baked in total. We know the average number of cookies we sold each day. We know our best baking day, and we know our worst baking day. Now let's talk about references in Excel. So let's move on to our second example. So a reference tells a formula where to find the data it should use. So it can either be relative or absolute. And that will depend on how you want Excel to behave when you copy or drag a formula down to another cell. So a relative reference, let's start with that. So when you write a formula in Excel, it adjusts which cell it points to if you move or copy the formula to a new location. So this means the formula updates to match its position. So let's say we have our supermarket data set, and if we want to calculate profits in D2, once again, if I just remove all that, we can simply say B2 minus C2. But when we drag it down, Excel automatically updates it. As you can see, so it's updated it for February, March, April, and May. And that's because the formula follows the same pattern or number of steps away. So sometimes we don't want Excel to change the reference when we copy down a formula to other cells. Let's say we have 10% tax rate. And if we want to calculate tax in column E, we need to keep H1 fixed. So how we're going to do that is we're going to first equal that to B2. And then we're going to multiply this by the tax rate. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to highlight H1, and then we're going to click on cell, we're going to click on F4. And if you notice, there's a dollar sign before H and a dollar sign before the number 1 for cell H1. So I'm going to hit enter, and then I'm going to drag this down. So what happens when we drag it down? What's going to happen here? If I let go, you're going to notice something. The dollar sign actually locks the reference to H1. That means the tax rate stays the exact same for all the rows. If you want to add a dollar sign, you need to press F4 on your keyboard. So look what happens if I just keep pressing it. You're going to notice there are dollar signs that are added, and then it's just being moved about. So if we add the dollar sign before the column number, just like this, then Excel will lock the column. That means the column stays the same when the formula is copied, but the row is allowed to change. If we add the $ before the row number, Excel locks the row. That means the row stays the same, but the column can change. Now, if we add the $ before the column letter and the row number, Excel only refers to that exact cell. So let's apply what we've learned about relative and absolute references with two quick exercises. So imagine we're running a promo and we're giving a 15% discount on all sales this month. We want to calculate the discount amount in a new column. So let me just add the new column. So let's call it discount. If we want to calculate it, we do B2 times 0.15, which is 15%. And then we drag this down. So what's happening here? This is a relative reference, and Excel is adjusting the formula for each row automatically. So as we drag the formula down, it follows the same pattern and updates each row number as it goes. So that's what makes it relative. Now let's quickly look at absolute reference. So if I just paste this example here, then just expand this out a bit. Now let's say each product and category in our store has a different tax rate. Let's calculate the tax amount in column E. So I'm going to click on E2 and then I'm going to type equals C2 times D2. And then I'm going to hit enter and then I'm going to drag it down. So this actually works fine because each row has its own tax rate in column D. But what if the tax rate was the same for everyone and stored in just one cell? Now we have to use absolute references. So let's move to another example. So let's say the global tax rate is now 8% and we store this in, let's say, H1. So I'm just going to do 8%. Let's call it global tax rate. So let's click on cell D2 and then we're going to enter B2 times C2. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to add, I'm going to manually add a $ before C and before 2. And then I'm going to hit enter. Then I'm going to drag it down. So the C2, the C2 with the $ before the C and 2 is the absolute reference. So this tells Excel to always use that cell in the formula, no matter where you drag it. So when you copy down these, the same value changes row by row, but the tax rate stays the same. So when you copy down the formula from this cell into the cells below it, the same value changes row by row, but the tax rate stays locked on the one cell. And that's absolute references. Once again, if you guys actually want me to dive deeper into this, let me know in the comments below. And in a future video, I'll explain this in a way that makes more sense to you. So I'm just going to name this absolute reference exercise. So I've also added, so what I've done is I've also added a workbook you can practice everything we've gone through. So check the GitHub link below in the description if you want it. We've learned how to write formulas manually, how to use some useful functions like sum, average, min, max, and we've also learned what relative reference and absolute references are. So the key takeaway from all of this is to use more formulas and functions and to use less manual calculations. The whole idea is that Excel has many tools you can use to actually help you work faster and make less mistakes. So learn some of the techniques that we've mentioned inside this lesson and play around with them so that you can get more comfortable with them. And that, everyone, is formulas and functions in Excel. Today is day 4 of the 30-day Excel challenge, and we're covering how to sort and filter data in Excel. So if you have a long list of records, one thing you don't want to do is waste time scrolling through so many rows to find the data you actually want. You just want to quickly find what matters to you. So let's bring out our workbook and let's talk about sorting data. So when you sort data, it means you're reordering them based on the values in one or more columns. So imagine we're running a smoothie stand and we're tracking our monthly stats. If we want to find the best performing month, we need to sort our sales from highest to lowest. So one way to do that is by clicking on any value in the sales column. And then under the home tab, you're going to go to sort and filter, and you're going to find it all the way here. Then you click it, and then you're going to sort the values from largest to smallest. And now Excel is going to rearrange the rows so that the highest sales value appears first and the lowest value appears last. May is our highest performing month in terms of sales, with $7,000 made. There is actually another way to do the exact same thing. So I'm going to first do Control Z to undo everything, and then click on any value in the sales column. And then I'm actually going to go to the Data tab this time. And then I'm going to go all the way to Sort. Now, you can either sort from smallest to largest or from largest to smallest. I'm going to obviously click the largest to smallest one, and then it orders it. And also, if I undo that, if I actually click on sort right here, I can click on this drop down and then click on sales. And then I click on largest to smallest and then click OK. And once again, I've sorted my values from largest to smallest. So May being the best performing month, April being the second best performing month, and then January being the least in terms of sales. You can also sort data by multiple columns. Now let's sort first by profit from highest to lowest. And if two rows have the same profit, we'll sort by month alphabetically. So we're going to select the entire data set, and then we'll go to home, and then we're going to click sort and filter, and then we're going to click custom sorts. In sort by, I'm going to select profit, and then I'm going to leave it as largest to smallest, and then I'm going to click add level, and I'm going to select the month column this time. And of course, I want it from A to Z. So I'm just going to leave it as it is, and then click OK. And now my dataset has been sorted by profits and then the month. So the profits that's highest is showing, which is April, followed by May, and then the record with the least profit is January. There are some shortcuts you can actually try as well. So I'm going to undo everything, and it's all in month order once again. If you actually want to sort a column from smallest to largest, what you can do is hit Alt and then H, S, S. Now, if you want to sort that same column from largest to smallest, hit Alt and then H, S, O. And as you can see, it's ordered it from largest to smallest. So those are two useful shortcuts in case you don't want to do too much clicking. So let me undo all that. And let's talk about filtering data. So filtering data is showing only the data you need for analysis. So in other words, it hides the data that doesn't meet your condition and only keeps the one that matters to you. So let's say we just want to see the months where sales were greater than 6,000. So what we need to do is we need to select the data set, and then we go to sort and filter, and then we're going to click on filter. As you can see, there are drop-down menus or drop-down buttons for each of the header names. As you can see, it's just at the bottom right of each of the cells. So for us, we're going to click on the sales one, and then we're going to click on number filters, and then we're going to click on greater than. Then we're going to add 6,000, and then we're going to click OK. Now our dataset has been filtered to only the records that have sales greater than 6,000, which is April and May. Now let's show the records with profits between $2,500 and $3,000. So I'm just going to undo all that. I'm going to clear filters from sales. And then I'm going to click on the drop down menu for the profit column. And then I'm going to go to number filters. And then I'm going to click on between. So in the first field, I'm going to type 2,500. And in the second one, I'm going to type 3,000. And then I'm going to click OK. And as you can see, we have two records that have a profit between 2,500 and $3,000, which is both February and May. So here's a pro tip as well. So let me just come out of that. I'm going to clear the filter for profits. So if you want to add the filters through a keyboard shortcut, what you can do is you can hit Control, Shift, and L. And what that's going to do is it's going to toggle the filters on and off without having to go through the ribbon button. So once again, if I just undo that, I hit Control, Shift, and L. And as you can see, we've now added the filters to each of the headers. So if I want to filter the data again, I can just go to number filters greater than, let's say 6,200. And as you can see, the filters work. So if you want to practice filtering and sorting data, I've actually made a workbook you can find in the description below. One of the things that you need to understand is you don't actually have to scroll through so many rows to find what you actually want. We can use the sort and filter operations in Excel. Use sort to order your data. So sort your data to rank it from highest to lowest or vice versa. And use filter to focus on records that are relevant to your research. So filter the data to focus on only the records that matter to you. And that is sorting and filtering data in Excel. This is day 5 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And this will be part 1 of data visualization in Excel. So, you've probably heard this before. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Your brain understands pictures faster than tables. The whole purpose of a data visualization is to reduce how much brain power you need to extract the meaning from the data. So when you're working with raw numbers, it can take some time to spot patterns or make sense of what's happening in the data. But if you have the right visual, your message becomes obvious. In fact, it becomes so obvious, you actually don't need to explain much. People just get it. So great visualization helps you tell stories that numbers alone can't, guide your audience to what matters most, and make faster decisions without digging through all your data. So I'm going to show you what I mean. Imagine you're running a small cafe and you're reviewing last week's sales. So at first glance, it looks fine. But if I had to find out which sold the most, I'd have to scan and compare the rows for my answer. But if I turn this into a simple chart, just like so, and now you're going to see that orange juice is the top performer. And you're also going to see veggie wrap is the least favorite. Then we now say to ourselves, perhaps the veggie wraps are selling the least because not many people know that we sell them. Now we can respond by increasing the marketing behind it or stick to what is selling best and stock more of that instead. So now let's look at another example. So this time, let's see how much the cafe is spending on ingredients last month. Let's say we're trying to visualize the data, but we've made a few poor design decisions in the process. So we've used a 3D pie chart. There are too many distracting colors. There's no title, and there's a weird use of shadows and gradients that aren't really telling us anything about the data. So this looks more like a decoration instead of an insight. So your audience will be looking at this and be asking themselves, what is the takeaway here? What do you want me to see here? So in other words, even though the data is visualized, it's made us more confused instead of helping us understand what the key message is here. So let's actually compare that to a clean bar chart. And now this time, what you're going to notice is this has a clear title, and the title tells us what this is about. And the bars are in descending order. So it starts from highest to lowest. And the color highlights the most expensive item. So as you can see, juice fruits is in dark brown or dark orange. And the other bars are in a lighter shade, just to reduce the noise and focus on them. So now you don't actually need to put too much effort explaining what the chart is saying because it's telling the story for you. And that's what a good data visual does. So how do you choose the right charts? What I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through some of the ones that you actually need to know. So the first one is column charts. So use column charts when you want to compare at least two different categories next to each other. So for example, if you want to compare sales for 1 month against another month, I'm going to show you how to create a column chart. So we're going to select the range A1 to B6 or the entire data set. And then we're going to go into insert. And then you're going to go into insert column or bar chart over here. And then you're going to click on clustered column chart. So I'm just going to zoom out a bit. I'm just going to drag this here. Now, under chart design and under add chart element, click on axis titles. So I'm going to start with the horizontal one, which will be the X axis. And then I'm just going to name this months. And then I go to add chart element again, and then axis titles, and then primary vertical for the Y axis. And then what I'm going to do is name this sales by $. And that way I can actually change the title to monthly sales. And now you can compare the different sales for each month against each other. Bar charts are like column charts, but turned sideways. So use them if you want to rank your categories. The longest bar will be at the top if you sort your data from the largest to the smallest. So this is going to make it easy to spot the highest performer or spotting the categories that performed the poorest. For example, if I want to see which food products sold the most, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the entire range of the data set, and then I'll go into insert. And then once again, I'm going to insert column or bar chart. And this time, I'm going to go to clustered bar and then just click that. So I'm just going to zoom out again, then just drag this somewhere here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the title to comparing product sales, or you can call it product sales comparison. Then go to add chart elements, and then you're going to add an axis title. So let's start with the horizontal. So of course, this is your sales in dollars. And then we'll add chart element again, axis titles, and then primary vertical. And this time, we're going to type products. And if you want to take it to the next level, you can actually highlight the highest performer in green, which I'm going to do right now. And then you can do light gray for, let's say, the lower performers. So by looking at this chart, we can see that the hot meals are selling the most at $7,500. And the snacks are the lowest performer. And these are selling around $3,000. So once again, that may be a marketing problem, or perhaps the customers simply just don't like the snacks we're offering. Use a line chart when you want to see how something changes over a period of time. So if we want to track how much profit we made each month, we can just look at these numbers. But the problem is, it's not always easy to tell if we're doing better or worse by just looking at the numbers. So once we turn this data into a chart, the answer becomes a little clearer and we start to see the trend behind the data. So a trend is just the direction something is moving in. So if it goes up, that's an upward trend. If it goes down, then that's a downward trend. If it's not really changing, then that's a flat trend. So you don't actually have to guess whether things are improving or not. A trend just shows you the direction your data is heading. Anyways, enough talk. Let's get into the chart building. So I'm going to select our data set, and then I'm going to go to insert, and then I'm going to click on insert line or area chart. And then I'm just going to click on line, and then I'm just going to zoom out a little bit, then just drag this here. And then I'm just going to rename the title profit over time, let's call it. And then I'm going to add chart elements and then axis titles. So I'll start with the primary horizontal. And then I'm just going to call this month. for the months on the x-axis. And then once again, go to axis titles and then primary vertical for the y-axis. And then I'm going to name this profit in dollars. I suppose if I've got dollars in the y-axis title, then I don't need it for the title here. It's redundant. And then we can just observe what the chart is telling us. In fact, let's actually add data labels. Let's add it above the numbers. And then we'll delete, well, actually, yeah, we'll delete the y-axis. So we no longer need it. So if you notice, so the profit starts at $2,000 in January. And then it jumps to 2,800 in February. And then it drops again in March to 2,400. And then it goes up again in April to $3,100 or $3,100. And then it settles a bit lower in May at $3,000. Even though the numbers go up and down month by month, the overall direction is positive. That's actually a good segue to talking about trend lines. So, what's a trend line? So, a trend line is a straight line that Excel adds to your chart to show the overall direction your data is heading. So, it actually doesn't follow exact data points per se. All it's doing is it shows you the general movement over time. Let me actually show you how to add one. So, under chart designs, you go to add chart element, and then you're going to see trend line here. And then just click on linear. Can you see this line, this dotted line that's moving from January to May? That's the trend line there. If you notice, the trend line is actually sloping upwards. So that means the profit is increasing over time. So yes, even though March had a dip and May didn't really beat April, the overall direction of the business is still positive, and that's what matters most. This line makes one thing clear: our profit is actually rising over time. And that's the kind of insight a good line chart can help you uncover in seconds without us actually needing to compare each number manually. Use a pie chart to show how smaller parts can make up a whole. So instead of listing how much we spent in each area, we can use a pie chart to show how each expense compares to the others in a single glance. Let me show you how to actually introduce a pie chart to see which of the expenses takes up the biggest slice of the pie. Go to insert, and then you're going to now go to this icon here, insert pie or donut chart. So click on the drop down, and then you're going to click on pie. Now I'm going to zoom out once again, then just drag this perhaps here. So now the data is a pie chart, but we're still going to need to format this so that we can clearly show the insight that's hiding inside our data. So at the moment, our audience will still need to guess what each slice represents or what each slice means. So let's fix that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to chart elements, and then I'm going to go to data labels, and then I'm going to click on best fits. And then I'm just going to right click on any of the data labels, and then I'm going to click on format data labels. And then I'm going to click category name and percentage. And then let me just drag that out, just space it out a little bit. Now the viewers can actually see what each slice stands for and how big a portion is. So now let's highlight the largest slice in red and then tone down the rest so that they don't distract us. So I'm just going to click on, in fact, what I'm going to do is, let me click out, and then I'm just going to click on this again. And I'm just going to turn everything to light gray. And then I'm going to click on the big slice and then just turn that to red. It's quite a bright red. Let me see if I can actually tone this down a bit. So what I've done is, in case you didn't see that, I've just clicked out of the slice, clicked into the largest slice, and then I went to color, and then went to more colors, and then I'm just gonna see which one makes the most sense. You want it to stand out, but at the same time, you want it to maintain a good shade. I'll see if I can. Yeah, Okay, I like this one. So now the salary slice is in red. The second largest one is rent. So let's actually color this as well. I'm going to give this, let's give it the color blue. So basically, one of the reasons why I've highlighted the largest slice red and rent blue is because we're visually telling our audience, hey, this is the slice you should care about. Ignore the other slices. It's as simple as that. What we can do, so we can actually go one step further by pulling out the salaries slice. So I'm going to click on the salary slice, and then I'm just going to drag it slightly outwards, just like that. So now it stands out even more. So this is helpful if you want your viewers to walk away with just one main point. So in this case, that salaries are taking the biggest chunk of our expenses. And then, yeah, let me just rename the title. Let's call it expenses breakdown. And then we can expand it a little bit. You have the option of removing the legends because we have we have the data labels already. So the legends are redundant, you can say. But if you want, you can leave it on there. So salaries are the biggest expenses and it makes up nearly half of all our spending. And then rent comes second, and everything else like supplies, marketing, utilities are much smaller in comparison. So this chart makes it obvious where the money is going. And that's the power of a well-designed pie chart. Use a tree map when you want to compare categories that are grouped inside other categories, especially if you want to see how each subcategory contributes to the whole. So if we want to see sales by department and then sales by product inside each department, a tree map can actually help us with this. So select the data and then go to insert. And then you're going to go to this icon here. And then you're going to click on tree map. So I'm just going to drag this, maybe drag it there. And I'm going to expand this a little bit. So Excel is grouping the data by department, and it also fills each block or tile based on how big the sales are. So the tile with the most sales are bigger than the ones with the smallest sales. So just by looking at this alone, I know that pizza and pasta have bigger sales than snacks like chips or chocolate. It's just right in your face. And that's what I like about it. And so if you want to actually add some of the data labels, what you can do is you can go to add chart elements under chart design tab and then go to data labels and then click show. So at the moment it is showing, but in case yours don't show, then this is how you do make it show. And then what I can do is I can right click on one of the data labels and click on format data labels. And you have the choice of adding the value if you want. You can add the series name if you want. So for now, I think I'm happy with the category names only. I should mention, if you hover your mouse over any of the tiles, Excel will actually show you a tooltip with extra information. So in this case, it's showing me that this is pizza. I'm hovering over the pizza tile, and the value of that is 8,000. So the sales for pizza is 8,000. If I do the same for pasta, you see that's 3,500. If I do apples, then you can see it's 2,500, and so on and so forth. So what story does the chart tell us? One thing we do know is that hot meals are showing the most on the chart. So it's actually taking up the most real estate on the chart. And pizza alone, in fact, pizza and pasta alone make up a huge chunk of our total sales. And then you have fresh fruits like apples, bananas, oranges, and you have beverages which are performing okay. But snacks are visibly struggling. So they take up the smallest space in the chart. So that's a red flag that we cannot ignore. Maybe our snacks are not being promoted well, or maybe customers don't even know they're available. So let's have conversations with our marketing team and ask how we can get more visibility on snacks. Should we promote them near the checkout? Or should we create bundle deals or run ads online or set up different marketing campaigns? Those are conversations we can now have based on what we've seen in the tree map. And if we want to name the title, we can name the title Sales Breakdown by Departments and Products. So if you do want to practice yourself, I did create a workbook for practicing data visualization, and you can find the GitHub link in the description below. If there is one thing I want you to remember, it's this. Your visuals should make your message clearer, not harder to find. So this is what you need to do to keep this in mind. First of all, you need to keep it simple. If people need to think too hard to read your charts, it's not doing a good job. Use color and layout with purpose. So guide your viewers' eyes to the most important insights. Don't let styling become a distraction. And avoid fancy formatting. Don't use 3D charts, don't use shadows, and don't use gradients unless you really, really have to do so. They may look nice and pretty, but they will only distort the data and confuse your audience. So just remember that the best charts don't look good only. They help people understand the story you're trying to tell them within seconds. Keywords within seconds. And that right there is part one of data visualization in Excel completed. This is day 6 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today we're going to be talking about conditional formatting, part 1. You might have seen us use this on day 2, but today we're going to dig deeper. Now, what is conditional formatting? Conditional formatting is when a cell changes its appearance based on a condition. So conditional formatting is when Excel automatically changes what a cell looks like or the look of a cell based on the value that's inside it. That can mean if a number is too low, the cell can turn red. If a number hits a target, then it can turn green. Or if something is performing well or poorly, Excel can add icons or bars to show how good or bad it is. And the interesting part is you don't even need to do it yourself. Just give Excel the conditions, it should format the cells, and it'll do it for you. So conditional formatting is all about using visual cues correctly. And that actually leads us to talking about what is a visual cue. A visual cue is anything that captures your eye's attention without thinking. It's something your eyes notice without you having to read or sentence or doing any maths in your head. So a good example of this would be like going to a public toilet. All you see is green for vacant or red for occupied. You just see the color and you know what to do with it. It's the exact same thing with Excel. So visual cues can actually help your audience notice patterns and outliers in your data set quickly. So you can actually create visual cues using color fills or color scales, heat maps, icons like arrows, data bars. So things along those lines. But what we can do is let's actually explore an example. So here we've got a table full of online orders made by different customers. What we want to do is we want to highlight good and bad performance using basic rules. So we're going to be looking at basic conditional formatting first, and then we'll move on to more advanced examples. So first of all, let's see if we can highlight any orders that are below $150. So that would mean looking at column C. How this works is you're going to select all the values inside column C or order values. And then it'll go to conditional formatting. And this is under the home tab. And then just click that. And then you're going to click on highlight cell rules. And then you're going to click on less than. So remember, we're highlighting orders below $150. So we click on it. And then I'm just going to type in 150. And then make sure you choose light red field with dark red text. And then click OK. And there we have it. So each customer that's spending a low amount of money is now visible to us. Now let's highlight all the orders that were delivered in the shortest amount of time. So the ones with the shortest delivery delays. As you can see, delivery delays are established or presented in days. So we're looking for the ones that have same day deliveries. In other words, delivery days are 0. So what we're going to do is we're going to highlight all the values in column D and then go to conditional formatting and then highlight cell rules and then equal to, and then I'm just going to type 0 because we're looking for all the deliveries that were done on the same day. In other words, in 0 days. And then I'm going to change that to green fill and then click OK. And there we have it. So it looks like we just have one customer that we've delivered to on the same day.
And then we're going to highlight all the customers who gave us low ratings. So let's highlight all the customers who gave us, let's say, a rating of 3.5 and below. Now I'm going to go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules again, and then we're going to do, we're going to do less than, and then we're going to type 3.5 in, and then we're going to choose yellow field this time. And then we're going to click OK. Now we can see all the customers who actually didn't enjoy their experience with us. So what is the data telling us? So first of all, we notice that orders 1 and orders 3 are below the target. And then we notice that there's only one customer who had their delivery on the same day. And then finally, we noticed there were 2 customers who didn't enjoy their experience and gave the business a low rating. For the low orders, maybe what we need to do as a recommendation is we probably need to give them an incentive to make them spend a bit more. Whether we need to give them discounts, bundles to increase the average order value overall, we probably need to brainstorm on how we're going to go about doing that. For the same day delivery, we noticed that Bolu's the only one that had her delivery on the same day. I think what we probably need to do is we need to study or explore what the order delivery route looks like. Why was it so easy for us to deliver it on the same day? And why couldn't we have the same impact for other customers? How can we figure out how to make orders to other customers on the same day? Yeah, we probably need to do a bit more research into this because having Bolu have her order on the same day is great news for Bolu. And now we need to just figure out how we can repeat the same process or repeat the same experience for the other customers. So that's something that we need to brainstorm and have conversations around behind the scenes. Now, for the customers that didn't actually enjoy their experience and gave us low ratings, we'll probably need to have conversations with them. Let's see if we can get feedback from them. And the customers are Jimmy and Sam. So, what part of the experience were they not satisfied with? What can we do to fix that? Can we offer them a gift to say, sorry? Let's see if we can actually respond with a gift or a hamper, as well as get feedback so that we can improve whichever part of the experience they didn't enjoy. We'll figure out an avenue on how we can improve it. And that's basically how conditional formatting works, because the data points that we're interested in have been highlighted. And that means we can now make quicker decisions or recommendations on how we can actually fix or improve the customer experience or whichever part of the business you want to optimize. So now let's explore a more advanced example, and we're going to switch up the data set this time, guys. This is our performance of a sandwich shop we own. So as you can see, we have sales for sandwiches, we have sales for juice, and we have our total profits. So let's start by marking all the juice sales with data bars. So go to conditional formatting, and then you're going to go to data bars, and then under gradient fill, we'll go for the green data bar. And already you can see that month by month, you can see that there's a rise in the number of juice sales that we're making by the dollar. Or we'll jump onto the profits. Let's highlight these in traffic light. Let's use traffic lights to mark them. So we're going to go to, I'll just do that again. So I've selected all the values in total profit, and then we're going to go to conditional formatting. And then we're going to go to icon sets. And then under shapes, you're going to see this. So you can either select traffic lights unrimmed or traffic lights rimmed. I'm going to select traffic lights, 3 traffic lights unrimmed. And as you can see, you're going to get different traffic lights towards the left of each of the cells in the profits column. And then finally, we're going to go for sandwich sales. What we're going to do is we're going to select color scales for it. I'm going to go to conditional formatting. And then under color scales, you have all sorts of options. You can go for green, yellow, red. You can go for red, yellow, green. You can go for white, green color scales, and so on and so forth. It's completely up to you what you go with. I'm simply going to go with green, yellow, red. I believe that's what I just clicked on. Yes, so green, yellow, red. And then we now have the opportunity to explore the insights available. What can we learn from the data now? So, like I said before, juice sales are rising month by month, with May being the highest. From $2,500 in terms of sales in January, we've now increased gradually to $3,600 in May. So that looks good. And then what can we say about the profits? So if you can see, January and March have the lowest sales, and you can see they're marked with the red traffic light. February is okay. It's marked with an amber light or yellow. And April and May are actually doing well, which are both marked in green. And if you look at the sandwich sales, January and March, they look below average. So there may be concerns around there. February is once again okay. And April and March, of course, are the top performing months in terms of sandwich sales. So, how should we respond with the insights that are now available to us? Because juice sales are doing well, we should probably bundle the juices with sandwiches or any other snack that we have available on our menu. We'll see for the next 6 months how it goes. If it goes well, then we can keep it. If the revenues decline after doing that, then we can always return to just selling juices by themselves again. So we can also have the option for juices selling by themselves. And we can also have an option where we bundle the sandwiches with the juices and then see what happens from June all the way down to December. If it increases revenue, then we can always advance with that option. If it doesn't, then we can always revert. Now, for the profits, we need to observe what worked in April and May, because these two seem to be the ones that are marked green. So obviously there are things that have worked well in these 2 months that may have not worked in January and March. Yeah, we need to find out what's driving the profits for these 2 months and then just replicate what works into the slower months. The sandwich sales, what could be going wrong? It could be a seasonal problem where people are just not interested in buying sandwiches during those periods. Perhaps they prefer hot beverages or hotter meals instead of cold sandwiches. And maybe we're just prioritizing cold sandwiches. So we could look into that. But what we can do is we can see if we can try out promos during Jan and March. Maybe you can offer hot free beverages with each sandwich to encourage more customers to walk in. That may be worth exploring. That's basically how conditional formatting can help us make decisions faster. If it didn't exist, then we would have to be figuring out the different outliers and patterns from the data with our own eyes and cognition, which isn't very efficient considering that Excel is designed in such a way to make analyzing data easier for us. And guys, sometimes the formatting can become too visually noisy. Like these examples here. As you can see, we're using color scales here, we're using traffic lights here, and we're using data bars here. If you do want to remove formatting, you can actually select the cells you want to remove the formatting from, and then click conditional formatting, and then go to clear rules, and then you can clear rules from selected cells. And as you can see, the cells that I selected before have now had their formatting or their conditional formatting cleared. If you want to remove the formatting from the entire sheet, then simply, I'm just going to undo that. Then simply go back to conditional formatting and then go to clear rules. And then instead of this one, go to here, clear rules from entire sheets. And then all the formatting has disappeared. If you want to practice conditional formatting further, then check out the GitHub link in the description and you're going to see a workbook I created for it. So guys, one thing you need to remember is this. You need to use conditional formatting to highlight patterns and outliers. That's the most important thing here. And also, you need to avoid visual clutter. The power of visual cues is that they remove the need to think hard. You just see something or you see the data, you understand it, and you're able to act on it. The more effective the visual cues, the faster your users can act on it. Think of conditional formatting as an exercise on how to use visual cues the right way. So make sure you use it to guide your users in making the right choices faster. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings a close to conditional formatting in Excel part 1. This is day 7 of the 30-day Excel challenge, and it's our first practice day. So that means we're going to be building a project using some of the topics we've covered throughout the week. So we're going to build a simple expense report that's going to help each department stay within their budgets. But before we get into that, we need to talk about how to actually build a data project. So if you're not sure where to start or how to make a project that's useful for someone else, this part is for you. So there are two types of projects you're probably going to be building. One is going to involve real users. So your end users are real people. So that could be like a marketing team or finance lead or operations manager. And two, it will be simulated users. So that's where you're going to be building for an avatar or a persona you'd probably find in the real world. So you're basically building for an imaginary stakeholder or team that would actually find this useful. Any projects you build outside of this is likely just for your own personal development or practice, which is fine if you're trying to explore new tools or sharpen your skills. But if your goal is to solve real problems or build a portfolio that gets hiring managers excited, then you probably want to follow one of these frameworks. So the first framework is for real users. So if you're working in a company or you're volunteering for one and you're building a solution for actual people like marketing, HR, finance, this is a framework that I use myself. So number one is plan. Number two is develop. And number three is analyze. Number one is plan. So before you touch Excel, Power BI, or any other data tool, you first need to ask, what pain point does the user have? What's slowing them down or causing them stress? Or what does success look like to them? What are we trying to do better? Or what are they trying to do better, faster or cheaper? You need to talk to them. Watch how they do their work. Ask them what's frustrating you the most or what makes you feel most uncomfortable about your day to day. Because once you have that context, you're going to be able to now have ideas. You can generate ideas in your head. And once you do, sketch the ideas on paper or on a whiteboard. So, me personally, I normally write a lot of my ideas. I'm just going to wipe my board very quickly. I write a lot of my ideas on a whiteboard like this. You can do something similar, whether that's a whiteboard, a piece of paper, or even a notebook that you can find online, like Notion or OneNote. Just find something to sketch your ideas on. So one of the things you want to ask yourself is, what should the final thing be? Should it be a dashboard? Should it be a tracker, a report, a pipeline? And what KPIs would help them and why? What data do we need to calculate those KPIs? What format does it need to be in so they can use it without friction? What decisions can this help them make? But you need to remember, you're not just building a dashboard. You're actually building something that can help them save time, money, human effort. And number two on our framework is develop. So that means build a solution with your new blueprint. So at this point, you would have actually created like a user requirements document and you would have sketched like a prototype of what the solution would look like. Once you have that, begin developing. So enter your data, connect to the right data sources, add your formulas, apply formatting, use the right charts, and then test it. Once you've tested it, you need to let your users test it as well. If they can't make real clear decisions from it, then it's not good enough yet. So get feedback from them and keep improving it until it clicks for them. And the final step is analyze. So you need to step back, zoom out, and then ask yourself, what patterns or outliers do we see? What story is the data trying to tell us? What actions should we take based on what we now know? If the users can answer these questions clearly, then your solution is on the right track. So now let's move on to the second framework. And this is for simulated users. Okay, let's say you don't have a company, you don't have any real users, and you're using data sets that you found online, like Kaggle or an API or scraping a website. That's actually fine. That's actually completely fine. What you need to do is you need to simulate the kind of problem a business would actually care about. So here's how I'll do it. First is explore. The second is define. And the third is develop. So it's quite similar to the first one, except we now have explore and define as the second. We're still keeping the third step, or we're still keeping the develop step. So the first step is explore. So this part, this is where you actually need to get to know what your data set is about, even if you've never seen it before. So open your data set, whether that's a CSV file, a JSON file, open it, and then ask yourself, what is this data set about? What does each field contain? Are there any gaps? Are there duplicates? Are there weird patterns? Which metrics look the most interesting? What feels like it could be useful for a business? What feels like it could be useful to a business somewhere? No matter how small you think it is, write everything down because that's going to build understanding and you'll begin to spot problems or potential problems and even opportunities early. The next step is define. So now you need to define a problem. You need to ask questions a real business would ask. What would someone in marketing, operations, or HR want to know about this? What kind of question would they ask from this data? What real problem could this help them solve? For example, if I worked in Uber Eats, could I use this data to find out which cities had the slowest delivery times? Could I also find out what time of day it happens? Or if I worked in HR, could I use this data to spot which departments have the most employees leaving and why? Or if I was building a customer service dashboard, could I flag the complaints that we received the most or the longest call durations so that we can act on them quickly? The thing is, if you're stuck with asking good questions, what you need to do is you need to find out what people complain about online the most. You also need to look at gaps and patterns or weird patterns in the data set and dig at them further. So if you notice anything unusual in the data set, just explore, dig into it. Let your curiosity guide you. You can even find out which KPIs are often tracked in a dashboard. So things like cost or churn. And then finally, you need to design and develop the solution. So you need to make it feel like it's something that you can actually hand over to a manager or team, something they'll be able to use easily. So you want to make the experience as frictionless as possible. You don't want them struggling to use your solution, whether that's a dashboard or spreadsheet, tracker, no matter what it is. Once you're done, you can even write a one-page summary at the top of your workbook, let's say, and you can talk about what your report or dashboard is actually about. So maybe at the top somewhere, you can say, this dashboard helps marketing teams understand how many leads they're generating from this campaign. And this is going to help them do this or do that. So that's what makes it easy for the teams to use. So whichever framework you choose, it's still the same thing. You're going to take data, you're going to turn it into a solution, and then you're going to help someone make a decision easier or faster. Let's dive into today's project. So let's imagine that you've joined a company and your manager asks you, hey, listen, we're spending over our budget this quarter, and I need to know which departments are overspending. And I also want to know what we can do about it. So now you're tasked with building an expense report in Excel to help them spot who's overspending, see where the money's going, and make smarter budgeting decisions. So basically, you're going to track how each department is spending their budgets, and you're going to flag anything that exceeds that budget. Because this is under the category of real users, we're going to use the first framework that I went through, which is plan, develop, analyze. So step one is plan, and this is more of the thinking phase. Okay, so we're not touching Excel yet. We're just trying to understand the problem a little more. And then we can now sketch what the solution could look like. So one thing I like to do is I like to create documents and I like to record all the requirements of the project. Okay, so for us, we're going to record the details. I'll tell you what, let's open up we'll open up a page. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a document. I'll create a document. I'll show you guys what the process looks like. Okay, so let's call this user requirements doc. We'll say expense report or do it like this. Expense report, user requirements doc. Okay, so I'm just going to, so we're going to start with the objective and I'm just going to add a header for objective. And the objective of our assignment is to create an expense report that, okay, that spots departments, spot departments that overspend, let's say. Then we also want to track the movement, each department's expenses, and we also want to make budget decisions. Also make smarter budget decisions, should we say? Okay, so we can do that. So we'll start with the objective, and then we can now talk about like things about the user, the problems or the problem we're trying to solve. So let's actually list the problem, or rather, let's do it like this for now. And guys, you don't have to follow this format strictly. You don't have to do that. I'm just doing it for the sake of the video. In a real project, it's probably going to be a bit more detailed than this because you're dealing with a lot of moving parts. But for the sake of this lesson, we're just going to go through high level, simplified version of this. So what I want to do is on the first, okay, let's first define who the user is, right? So who's the user? And for now, we can say the manager because it's the manager that basically approached us with this assignment. Okay, so yeah, the manager. And also, guys, you don't have to. So what I'm doing, right? I'm using Notion. Notion is the tool I'm using to record these notes. Like I said before, you can use any note-taking tool of your choice. It's completely up to you. But the principles still remain the same. You just have to be clear about what problem you're solving. And once you have that clarity, then it's going to be easy for you to now build a solution that's valuable to your end users. So once again, who's the user? And the answer is our manager, because who's going to use this report or who's going to use the data solution we're building? And the answer in this case is our manager. Now, let's also ask, what should we ask? We want to ask the right questions as well. You don't want to just ask anything. So let's deal with the problem. So what are they struggling with? What are they struggling with? And one of the things that the manager has made clear to us is they haven't got a clear view on who is spending what. So let's write that down. They haven't got a clear view on who's spending what, right? So we can now create a solution directly tied to that. And they only notice problems after the money has already been spent. So yeah, um, let's they only notice the problems once the money has been spent. That's problem number 2. So they may, some can say there are overlaps between number 1 and number 2, but it's always nice to just brain dump once you have the opportunity to do so. So look at this more like a mental exercise for gaining clarity over what the main problem is. I know I sound like a broken record right now, but this is the part most data professionals get wrong. They assume they understand what the solution is, but they end up building something that's not tied to a real business problem. So if you're able to get as much clarity as possible on what the business problem is, then you actually spend less development time building something the users can actually use. Another thing that they want to do is they want to catch issues early and stay within budget. So they want to catch issues early and stay within their budgets. We'll say within budget. So we've now asked ourselves, who's the user and what are they struggling with? So now what we want to do is we want to understand what success looks like to them. So let's write that down. What does success look like to them? One thing about users, right? If you're going to talk to your users, one thing about them is that it's possible for you to get the answers from them, but don't assume whatever they tell you is what you must build straight away. There's a strong chance that they will tell you a problem that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, right? For example, let's imagine that you create mobile phones and the user says, I want dark mode. And that's the complaint that you see the most, or that's the feature request you see the most. I want dark mode. What they're actually saying is that I use my phone at night and the light from the phone strains my eyes. So that's what they actually mean. They don't actually want dark mode, but they're just complaining about them using their phones in the middle of the night. And the light from the phone is just straining their eyes. Perhaps you can introduce a feature that reduces how bright the phone is when they use it at night. You can add a night mode feature on the phone that automatically reduces the brightness, maybe after 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. What I'm trying to say is this, right? Even though you may have conversations with your users, you still want to actually understand what the problem is that they're not telling you about. They may be telling you about the symptom, but they may not be telling you what the actual problem is. You just want to keep that in mind as well. Okay. But I digress. Let's go back to the main let's go back to the project. Okay. So what does success look like to them? What do they want? They do want to have a list of departments. So they want the department names and they want how much each department is spending. So let's say they want a table showing departments and their spendings. So they want that, but what else do they want? They do want a flag that automatically alerts them if someone's overspent. So in Excel, that will probably be something like conditional formatting. So let's say uh, a flag that, or let's say a way to flag overspending automatically. Okay. So far, they want a table showing departments and their spending, and they want a way to flag overspending automatically. Okay, so we have two things in place. So I'm just thinking, what else would they want? What would make it easy for them to understand? They want they want a visual. Let's say a visual. So they're gonna want a visual that shows them where most of the money is going. A visual that helps them understand where most of the money is going. Now, what we need to ask ourselves is, what does the solution actually need to include? What are we actually going to build? How I like to start is I like to start with the table. We'll start with the table. Um, Let me just add that as well. So what will we build? So our table needs to include, so we need the names of each department. So we need the names of each department. We'll probably need to include what they're spending their budgets on as well, actually. So yeah, what they're spending their budgets on, and perhaps how much goes into each expense. Into each expense. So like something like categories, let's say. Category of each expense. So this will be amount. This will be department names. Actually, let me just correct that. This is how much goes into each expense. No, this will be its own thing. So the category of each expense. How much goes into each expense? Okay, let me just, I'll withhold that for now. So we need a flag to basically indicate when a department goes over their budget. So we need the flag to indicate departments, department, say exceeds the budget or not. So these are the list of things that our table will probably need. If I think of anything else, then I'll add to it later. But for now, I think we're good with that. Okay. So let's now start thinking about the table itself. So what are the table names going to be? What's going to be included in each table? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go one by one and just figure out whether that should be a field or not. So the names of each department. So yeah, that will be depart. We'll call it department. So I'll call this field names. Department, what they're spending their budgets on, how much goes into each expense. I think there are overlaps. Okay, what I'm gonna do is let's even say the budget amounts. I think that's what we should say. The budget amounts. And that's gonna be budget expressed in dollars, let's say. What they're spending their budgets on is going to be the expense in dollars. How much goes into each expense? Maybe we should remove that. How much goes into each expense? I think this is pretty much the same as this one. So what I'm gonna do is let's get rid of that. Category of each expense. Yeah, it's gonna be category, let's say. And the flag to indicate when a department exceeds the budget or not. We'll call this budget status. Okay, so I've pretty much supplied the field names already. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, here's how I'm going to position it, right? Department names will go first. And then let's say the category. The category is second. The expense will go third. Or should the budget go first? Third. Should the budget go third? Expense, because you would want to know how much was spent. And then you want to compare that to the budget. So, okay, we'll have the expenses third, the budget fourth. And then we'll have this one last. So let's do that. So category. Category. Expense in dollars. The budget in dollars. And the budget status. Okay. So in Notion, I can actually create a table. All I need to do is just hit /, then just type in table, then hit enter. So now I can now create just basically just a mock-up of what my table is going to look like in Excel. So I've already said department, and then we have category, and then we've got expense, and we're going to express that in dollars, and then we've got the budget. So what budget was assigned to each department in dollars, and then we've got budget status. So this is going to be our flag, right? So those are the header names, and then for the budget status in particular, because it's a flag, we can add conditional formatting. And it's going to highlight red if it exceeds our budget. And it's going to highlight green if we're on track, if the department is on track. We're going to include, let's say, we're going to include one visual for, we need to compare the expenses versus the actual budget. So, and that's going to be for each department, That sounds to me like a column chart. Yeah, it sounds like a clustered column chart, in fact, because we're including expenses against budget for each department. So there'll be 2 bars for each department. I'll show you what that looks like. And then we need to understand how the expenses are being spent. I did mention it earlier, but I took it off. So how are the expenses distributed? Expenses are distributed. We could use a pie chart, but for this example, we do have a lot of pieces. So we're going to use a tree map. So let's say 2 visuals. We'll also include 2 visuals. Let's do an ordered list. So that's number 1 and that's number 2. Okay, I think we are ready to start development. So that's the planning complete. So step 1 was planning. Now step 2 is going to be developing. So we're going to now develop our table and the visuals we've just mentioned. So I'm going to open up Excel, and this is a blank sheet. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the header names. So just like we did earlier. So department, then category, and then expenses in, I'll call it expense in dollars. So singular. The budget in dollars, expressed as dollars, and we've got the budget status. And that's going to be our flag. So let me just Control A, then Alt HOI, and that's going to auto fit those headers. Otherwise, if you notice, some of the headers are overlapping. So it's cropped some of the header names. So I'm just going to Control A, Alt HOI, and that's going to auto with that. So what I'm going to do, just for the purpose of this exercise, I'm going to actually paste the data that I've got. And then once I've done that, now I actually need to add a formula. Because we've got budget status column already, we now need to add the formula that basically looks at the expense and the budget and looks to see if this department has exceeded the budget allocated to them or that they're on track. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to use an if function. We're going to talk about if functions later on in the 30-day Excel challenge. There is a lesson dedicated to logical functions. So stay tuned for that. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the if function. And the first argument in my if function is the condition. So if this cell is greater than this cell, so if expenses is greater than budget, this is what I want you to return. I want you to return exceeds budget. Otherwise, return on track. So if I just hit enter, you're going to see that the marketing department have actually exceeded the budget. They spent more money on ads than the budget they were provided. So that's interesting. I'm just going to put this in bold. Or rather, I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm just going to copy the formatting for this to that. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to now drag this. In fact, I'm also going to show you guys the formula bar. So I'm going to go to view and then click on formula bar in case you can't see the formula. So now you can see it. So once again, the first condition, or rather the condition we're using is this one here. That's the first argument. And that I'm basically telling Excel, check to see if the expenses are greater than the budget. If the expenses are greater than the budget, return exceeds budget. Otherwise, return on track, which means that they're fine. They're actually spending within the threshold we've provided. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to drag the fill handle. So if you can't see it, it's a little square at the bottom right of the cell I'm currently in. I'm going to hold it and drag it all the way down until I reach here and then let go. And now the formula has actually been applied to all the cells below the first one I filled in. So now anybody that looks at this can tell which departments have exceeded their budgets and which ones are actually within their budgets. But the thing is, we want them to know faster. Otherwise, they still have to spend a few moments still reading through each of these cells. We want them to visually understand it without them having to think too much. So what we're going to do is we're going to use conditional formatting. And I'm actually going to select all of these cells we've just copied down. Okay. And then I'm going to go to home, the home tab, and then conditional formatting, and then highlight cell rules, and then equal to. And then here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to type exceeds budget. And any cell that has exceeded budget, I want it to be colored with light red field with dark red text. I'm going to click OK. And now you can actually see all the ones that have exceeded budget straight away. And if I want to do the same thing for on track, but with a different color, I follow a similar process. So I just repeat everything I've just done and then go to home, conditional formatting, highlight cell rules. And then if you want to be cheeky, you can actually go to text that contains. So that's a bit different. And then you can type on track. And then you're going to click on green fill with dark green text and then click OK. And there we have it. So now overspending stands out immediately in red. and everything on track is calm and it's in green. So let's create the visuals to help us spot patterns in our dataset. We're going to use the clustered column chart to compare each department's expenses versus budget. And we're going to do this side by side, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first select column A, column C, and column D because we need the department, the expense, and the budget columns. And then you're going to go to Insert tab, and then you're going to go to Insert column or bar chart. So click the drop down, and then you're going to go to Clustered column. And then let me just zoom out a little bit, and then just drag that. I'll drag it, let's say, here for a moment. So now I'm going to add the title. I'm going to say which. The thing is, you want to add a title that clearly describes what's going on in the graph. So which departments are over budget? And then let's add the X and Y axis. So you're going to go to add chart element and then axis titles. And then we're going to start with the X axis. So click on primary horizontal. And then I'm just going to name this departments. And then repeat the same process. So you go to add chart element, go to axis titles, and then primary vertical. And then this time, I'm just going to type amount. And this is expressed in dollars. And then I'm just going to click out. Let me see if I can just expand this a little bit. So if I just zoom out and then just drag that to the side, you can actually see the departments who have actually spent over. So now let's actually add the tree map as well. This is now going to help us show which categories take up most of the company's budget. So that means we're going to, if I just scroll to the left, we're going to need columns B and column C. And then, so select columns B and C, and then go to insert, and then go to insert hierarchy chart, and then click on tree map. And then I'm just going to drag this all the way to the bottom, just for some space. And then let's expand this a little bit. Yeah, that should be okay. Okay, and we now need to give it an appropriate title name, something that our end user is going to look at and they just understand, okay, this is what the chart's about. So let's say for now we'll use a question again. Where is our budget going? So where is our budget going? And if we want, we can actually click on one of the data labels and then just right click it and then click on format data labels. If you want, in terms of if you want to make it a bit more descriptive the moment someone looks at it, just click on value. That also adds a value amount to each of the expense categories. But that's completely your choice. You can actually untick it and you can actually hover your mouse over any of the tiles on the tree map. So you can also see the expense category and its corresponding value. But most importantly, you can actually see how much of each expense type contributes to the overall total cost. Thinking about it, we do know who's over budget, but it might be a good idea to also show by how much they're over budget too. So if someone's over budget by like $50, that's completely different from someone who's over budget by $5,000. The budget status, if we just look back at it, so this column, the budget status column, tells us what, but we need a new column that's also going to tell us how bad. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do is, let me just drag that, let's say all the way there. So we're going to create a new column and we're going to call this the difference in dollars. And then I'm just going to expand that a bit. And then in F2, I just do equals C2 minus D2. And then I'm just going to drag this all the way down. And then I'm just going to move that out of the way as well. So now, if someone's gone over budget, it's a positive number. If someone's gone under budget, it's a negative number. And if they've broken even, then it's simply zero. We can use conditional formatting for that too. So let me just, I'm going to highlight all the values. And then I'm going to go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules. greater than. So if it's greater than 0, it's not good. So highlight that in red. And then if it's below 0, then that's good. So we can highlight that in green. And if it's neutral, then we'll just leave it as it is. So we'll just leave it as white. Let's figure out who's basically gone over budget the most. So I'm going to actually add the filter. So if you want to do that, you just do Control-Shift-L. And then I'm going to click on, let's say, largest to smallest. So these are all the individuals who have spent the most or who have gone over budget the most. Let's actually we'll create a visual as well, actually. So we shall create, let's do a horizontal bar chart. Let's see what that looks like. So first of all, let me just select, I'm going to select columns A and columns F, and then go to insert. And then I am going to use clustered bar. So let's click that. And then let me just put that there for a second. I think we should probably flip it the other way around. So let's do it from smallest to largest, just for the sake of this visual. And then I'm just going to drag this all the way to the bottom. Let's do it right here. So I'm going to expand that a bit. Okay. You know what? I think what we probably need to do, this sheet is becoming too cluttered. We need to create a new sheet. Let's move all the visuals into another sheet. So I'm going to go to here. Let's name this expense dashboard. And then we can name this expense table. Right. I'm just going to cut it. So Control X, paste you right there. And then do the same for you. Control X, then just paste you right there. And then where's the other one? This one too. And then just paste you there. Probably should give this a better name. So how much has each department gone over budget by? So let's also, I'm just going to make this a bit more presentable. Expense dashboard. So I've typed that in. Let's actually expand the text. I think 48 should be fine. And then I'm just going to, let's merge and center. And then can we expand this a little bit? Perhaps we should do the same thing. Let's align this with that. Also align that with this. Expand that a bit. We want to make sure that it's easy for us to just scan across the different visuals and understand exactly what's going on at a quick glance. Now, I'm probably going to have to maybe let's expand this actually. Sometimes you just have to play around with things, guys. It doesn't have to be perfect the first time. You want to test things out. So as you can see, I'm sizing and resizing, which makes the most sense for now. Maybe. I think maybe we should move the tree map to the bottom and actually move that here. Could work. In the real world, what I would have done is I would have probably created a quick version and then send it out to the users and then ask them straight away what needs improving. How easy is it for you to use in your day job? For now, we're just going to work with what we have here. So yeah, I'm just going to expand that a little bit. Now it's not perfect, but we can work with it for now. So now this is step 3, and this is where we analyze our data or analyze the dashboard. First of all, what do we see? We need to actually step back and look back at what we've built. And it's now time to actually learn from it. So the first thing you want to ask yourself is, what catches your attention? What's the first thing you notice, right? So the first thing, if I'm zooming into, let's look at the first dashboard, or let's look at the first visual. The first thing I notice actually is that finance seems to have they have a budget of about $7,000 and they've got expenses of $7,000, meaning they've broke even. So they're not actually exceeding the budget. That's what we consider on track. So that's good. We're happy with finance. So if we start scanning through the others, so if we look at HR, you can see that the orange bar, which represents budget, is longer than the blue bar, which represents expense, which means the expenses do not exceed the budget. And that also means they're on track. So we're happy with HR. And if you see here again, it's a similar case for a different category. So that's good. And the same with sales for one category. Customer success, we're happy with them. IT have broken even. So we're happy. Same with customer success. Again, legal is good. Now, operations, it's a different story. If you see, the expenses have exceeded the budget because the blue bar is longer than the orange bar. So is it by much? It's by about $100. So we may not be too concerned about that, but we may still need to review it. Now, sales, if you notice earlier, they actually, in one category, sales actually spent less than the budget they were allocated. But in this category, they're spending more than the budget they've been allocated. So, it may raise eyebrows, but because it's only one category that they've overspent, perhaps we're not too concerned about that. However, marketing have exceeded their budget, the same with IT in a department, the same with facilities. In fact, facilities have exceeded their budget twice. So that's interesting. We need to investigate that. We need to understand what's going on there. It could be a logistics issue. It could be something to do with equipment. Who knows? We'll probably need to launch a review and figure out what challenges lie there. Marketing. Now they've exceeded their budget too. By how much though? How much have they exceeded it by? In fact, we can actually look at the other visual to answer some of these questions. So legal, operations, and marketing have exceeded their budgets in at least one category. Facilities have done it in two categories, as you can see here. IT have exceeded in one category. Okay, marketing have actually exceeded their budget in two different categories. So that's interesting. Sales have done it by one, and operations, once again, so they've done it twice. Straight away, there are two departments who have exceeded their budgets in two different categories. That's operations and marketing. We'll probably need to keep a close eye on what's going on in both departments. Do we need to launch an investigation? Are there any challenges that we're not aware of? That's interesting. But let's still explore. The tree map may give us a bit of context into what the challenges may be. So straight away, we understand that the question for this one is, where is our budget going? And as you can see, the single largest category is payroll. It's the largest tile on there, and it has a value of $7,000. Equipment comes second, and consulting comes third. And we have auditing in the middle, ads in the middle, but we're spending the least amounts of money around events, support tools, training, recruitment, supplies, subscriptions, etc. We're now done with the insights. We've explored what's going on the dashboard. So we actually need to make decisions that respond to each of the insights we've uncovered. So based on what we know, we do need to focus on certain departments, some more than others. There are two departments that raise some concerns with how they're spending their budget. We need to look into these the most. And the first on my list is operations. They've exceeded their budgets for both the equipment and the logistics. So if we go back to this one here, you can see operations here, and you can also see them here. So logistics and equipment is where they've exceeded their budgets. What actions should we take? I think first of all, what we need to do is we need to break down the logistics spend. So how much are we spending on logistics? Is it fuel costs, or could it be delay in deliveries? Or are we using third-party carriers to help us out? Because it's equipment that's one of the offenders, we just need to check if the equipment was a one-off purchase, a one-off investment, or is it part of a recurring issue that may need like a longer term solution to fix. So we definitely need to look into that. But for now, this is the verdict. We're going to pause any further purchases on all logistics until this has been reviewed. The other department that I did notice was marketing. The blue bar in marketing is longer or it's taller than the orange one. And that simply means that the expenses have exceeded the budget. So the question to us is why? Bear in mind, it's actually done it twice. So you see it here, you can also see it here. Where is this going to? Where have they actually exceeded the budget? So marketing here and marketing here. So it's for events and ads. So even though if you look here, ads is here and events is actually here. So they're not necessarily the largest expenses. However, we gave marketing a budget and they have exceeded it. So we need to ask, where's the ROI in the ads and the events? We're going to need some ROI reports. They need to explain what the marketing money is being spent on. So which channels or campaigns delivered results and which ones didn't? And we need to evaluate the ones that had a poor turnover or poor turnout and the ones with weak engagements. Because if the values are not converting, then we simply just need to reallocate how much we're spending towards the different channels. And we need to reallocate them into the campaigns with the higher returns. For now, we're going to have to freeze spends on any campaigns that are low performing. And we need to reallocate to channels and activities that are delivering good ROI for us. So that's the recommendation for marketing based on the insights we've looked at. But also, I did actually notice facilities. So the thing is, facilities the only other department that exceeded its budget. So the interesting insight I noticed about facilities is that it's actually the only other department that's exceeded their budgets in two different expense categories. So not just once, it's exceeded its budget twice. If you look at the table right here, you're going to see it's mentioned twice. They've exceeded their budgets for supplies, and I believe that's maintenance. The reason why we're not too concerned about that is because they've actually not exceeded by a lot. So the action we're going to take for now is we're simply just going to monitor their spending closely next month. We'll look at how they're spending their budgets next month. And if there are any concerns, then we'll monitor them a bit more closely. But for now, we're not bothered. So we can also what we can do is we can add a buffer alert, right? And what that buffer alert is going to do is it's going to tell us when they reach 90% of their budget. And once we get that alert, that's when we now step in and see if everything is okay. If there's a business justification for it, then we're more than happy to expand the budget. Otherwise, we can look and just help them manage the cost in a way that makes sense to all parties involved. But so far, all the other teams, all the other departments, we're actually happy with them. So when you're talking about teams like HR, you're talking about other teams like you're talking about HR, you're talking about customer success, finance here. So these are good examples of departments who are actually spending within the threshold we've supplied. So that's good. That's good. In other words, no action taken. They just need to keep it up. So what they can do actually, they can document some of the practices that they're applying to allow them to spend within the budget. And they can share the knowledge between the other teams. That way, everybody's learning together, everyone's trading, interesting practices that help them out. What I think you can also do, you can actually create a table that summarizes all the points we ran through, and then you can send it to all the key stakeholders who will find this valuable in your company. And that way they can stay on top of all the things you ran through. It can be a simple table like, let me just open this. It can be a simple table like this. And basically, you can add conditional formatting that will make it much more easy to understand. So for instance, let me just highlight all this and then go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and you can say text that contains hi. If it's high, fill with red. So color each one red. And then if it's medium, go to highlight cell rules, text that contains medium. Then you can click, let's even say custom format, perhaps orange. Then hit OK. And then if it's low, then conditional formatting equal to type low. Then we can say yellow. Say yellow for that. Click OK. And if it's none, you can either leave it neutral, you can leave it white, or you can say none, and then we fill it with green. So we'll call this, what should we call this? Let's call it summary table, right? So you have the department name. Did they overspend? Yes. Is there action needed? Yes. Or you can say like monitoring. You can say yes, review. So the choice is yours, but you can leave that there. Find out if your end users find it useful. If they do, then you can pretty much create summary tables to support some of the analysis that you've done. Otherwise, just delete it. But if you do want to have a look, I'm going to save this and I'm going to give you access to it. So if you want to have a look at it, go to the GitHub link in the description of this video and it's all yours. So what have we done? We've covered two frameworks for building data projects. So the first one is plan, develop, analyze. And that's for building projects that have real people involved. So if you're actually building a dashboard, a spreadsheet, and you are actually going to give it to another team or you're going to give it to another person, then the first framework is tailored for that. And the second framework is for building using public data. So data from the internet, from the web, whether that's an API, you're scraping from a website, or you found a zip file with several Parquet files. Whatever that is, basically, you want to use the explore, define, develop framework. And that will help you understand exactly what data you're working with and pick out the useful metrics from there and even prepare you for some data cleaning steps and then create those awesome insights that your users can enjoy. So in a nutshell, use the first one if you're dealing with real users and use the second one if you want to build a data project that serves simulated users. But the key thing is you're not actually going to get good by just watching the video. You're only going to get good if you practice. So don't find yourself passively watching this, you know? If you want to cement the things we've gone through, you have to do it yourself. And that brings our first practice day to a close. Today is day 8 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today, it's all about logical functions in Excel. As humans, we make decisions on something if certain conditions are met. So let's say, for example, you went on holiday with a friend of yours and you both see a swimming pool. So you might say, I'm entering the swimming pool if it's warm enough. And if it's not, I'm just going to relax in the sun. So you're only going in based on the condition being true. But what if your friend has more conditions than you? They now say, I'll enter the swimming pool if the water isn't too deep, or if I have the right swimwear, or there's not a lot of people in the pool, and so on and so forth. That's how logic works. And in Excel, we call this logical functions. So a logical function helps us make a decision if the conditions we give it are met. So with logical functions, we actually don't need to manually check each record in a data set before we make a decision anymore. We just define the rules once and Excel follows them every single time. So for example, if we stayed within the budget, return yes. If a product is out of stock, we can send an alert to restock the item. Or if we hit a sales target, we can calculate the bonus for it. So let's actually build some of these into real formulas and we'll explore them one by one. So we'll start with the if function. So the if function will look at a condition you give it, and if it's true, it's going to return a value. If it's false, it'll return something else. So if you want to see how it's constructed, I'm just going to click on this and then go to if. So the first argument is where you put your condition in. The second argument is the value that will be returned if it's true. And the third argument is the value that it returns if the condition is false. So in other words, if the condition is not met, return this value. So let's say we want to give a bonus to employees who have worked 40 hours or more each week. So any employee working less than 40 hours is not eligible for this bonus. So I'm just going to type in equals, then if. So the first argument, we're going to write our condition. So if B2 is greater than or equal to 40, then return eligible. So that means they're eligible for the bonus. Otherwise, return not eligible. And then I'm just going to close that. And then I'm just going to drag this down. So I'll just pull the fill handle, drag it down, and then release. And now we can see who qualifies for a bonus without manually checking every employee's work hours. So I no longer need to look into this because I can just look at this. So let's move on to the second function, which is the ifs function. So if we have multiple conditions, we don't need to write multiple if functions inside each other. Instead, we can use the ifs function. So if I just show you what that looks like, let's just type ifs and then just double click into that. So we can write multiple conditions into this. So the first argument will take in a condition. And then in the second argument, you're going to return the value if that condition is true. And then in the third argument, you can now add another condition. And in the fourth argument, that's what you return if the condition is true. And then in the final argument, that's what you return if the conditions are false. So I'm going to show you what this looks like. So right now we want to rate the performance of each of our employees. So if an employee has made sales above 10,000, we rate them as excellent. If they're between 7,000 and 10,000, we rate them as good. Anything below 7,000 should be rated as needs improvement. So I'm going to show you how to use the ifs function to do that. So I'm just going to type in equals, then ifs, and then this is going to be our first condition. So if this cell is greater than 10,000, mark as excellent. If that same cell is greater than or equal to 7,000, then mark it as good. However, if that same cell is below 7,000, then we're going to say that it needs improvement. Then just hit enter once we close the brackets. And then I'm just going to use shift and down arrow to the bottom cell and then control D to copy all of that. And then I'm just going to expand this a little bit. So now the manager can actually filter to the top performers or to the poor performers. And they can reward the top performers now without having to go through each of these values one by one. So I want to introduce you to the AND function and the OR function. So you can use these to check multiple conditions. The AND function returns true only if all conditions are met. The OR function returns true if any condition is met. So both the AND as well as the OR function are used to test multiple conditions. So when you write your conditions inside them, you can actually use these same functions as arguments inside an if function. So it's going to make more sense if I actually show you how this works. So let me just walk through this example with you. We have a data set of all our products, as well as how many stocks are left for each one, and the sales for last month. So I'm going to type in if, and then my add function. So remember, the AND function can actually be used to test multiple conditions. So if stock is less than 10 and sales are greater than 500, then return low stock. And then we're going to say, please restock. Otherwise, say sufficient stock. Then close that. And then just going to drag that down and then just copy all that. And there we have it. And now they're able to restock products that are both low and high in demand. Let's see how we can use the OR function this time. So instead of just looking at the sales demand, we also want to flag items that are running low irrespective of sales. So we just want to find out which items are low in stock right now. So if the stock are less than 5 or the item is perishable, so like fresh fruits and dairy products, then flag it as low stock. Otherwise, return stock okay. So let's do that. So I'm going to show you how to use the OR function this time. So we'll type in our if function, and inside the if function, we type in OR. So what we're going to do is we're going to say if the stock is less than 5 or the category is perishable, then return low stock alert. Let's say low stock alert. Let's say please restock immediately. Put emphasis there. Otherwise, return stock okay. Let me close that. And once again, we can drag that down. And there we have it. If you do want to take it to the next level, what you can actually do is you can actually copy this text and then select all the values in this column and then hit conditional formatting, go to highlight cell rules, go to equal to, and then just pasting the text there. So as you can see, now that visually stands out. So if anyone's looking at this, all they need to do now is open up the spreadsheet and immediately the eyes are guided to the stock that needs to be restocked. So they can now prioritize the perishable items and those that are low in stock. Let's combine everything that we've learned into a real exercise. So we have a logistics department and they need to track customer orders, but they also need to flag any delays, any incomplete orders, and all urgent deliveries. Instead of having to manually check every single order, let's automate the process using logical functions for them. So the first thing we want to do is flag any late deliveries using the if function. We're going to check if today's date is past the expected delivery date, but the order status says it's been shipped. So in simple words, if the order is late, return delayed. Otherwise, we're going to return on time. And so let's begin. I'm just going to enter this cell under delivery status, and then I'm just going to type equals if. So we're going to add the and function too. So if and, so this is the expected delivery date. Now, if it's before or less than today, and C2, and C2 is shipped, then we're going to mark this as delayed. Otherwise, we're going to mark it on time. Then we can drag this all the way to the bottom, and then let go. And there we have it. In other words, if the expected delivery date is less than today, let me just open that. So if the expected delivery date is less than today or before today's date, and the order status is marked as shipped or is flagged as shipped, that means the order has been delayed. So return delayed. Otherwise, just return on time. The next thing we need to do is deal with the urgency flag. So we now need to categorize every single shipment based on how urgent it is. So we want to mark it as urgent if the order is expected to be delivered today or the order is delayed. We'll flag it as normal only if the order is shipped and on time. And we'll mark it as pending if the order is still in pending status. So as you can see, some of these are actually marked as pending. So if that's the case, then the urgency flag will simply be pending. So in this case, we're going to use the ifs function. I'm going to combine it with our and function. So we type in ifs, and then we're going to type in and. So if E2 equals today, so that's today's date, and C2 is equal to shipped, then we're going to mark that as urgent because that is concerning. So if you want to break this into another line, just hit Alt and Enter. So that way it just looks a little bit cleaner. Just ignore that. So you want each condition to be in its own line. So hit comma, and then move on to the next one. If F2 is equal to delayed, then we're also going to mark that as urgent. Then let me just break that into a new line, and then just break into a new line again inside the cell. So if C2 equals pending, then return pending. If F2 equals on time, return normal. Then I'm just going to close that. So once again, I'm just going to break these into new lines, just so that it's easy for us to read. And then if you want, you can do the last bracket as well. And then hit enter. So I'm just going to drag this all the way down. Awesome. Let's highlight every single cell that's urgent in red. So let's go to conditional formatting and then go to highlight cell rules and then equal to, and then we're just going to type urgent. Hit enter. And then if it's marked as pending, let's mark that as yellow. So conditional formatting, highlight cell rules equal to, let's type in yellow. Oh, well, actually, let's type in pending and then we'll mark it as yellow. Then hit OK. And if it's marked as normal, then we can mark it as green. So once again, conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and then equal to normal. And then we're just going to mark that green. Click OK. And there you have it. And if you want to go a step further, what you can actually do is we're going to hit Control-Shift-L. It's going to add the filter button to each of the header names. And then click on the filter button. And then you can filter by color. And I'm just going to select this one here. So we've now filtered out all the pending and normal flags, and we only have the urgent ones showing. Perhaps senior leadership and management can now prioritize only the items that are urgent on this list. That's how you use logical functions on real data. So if you do want to practice yourself, I do actually have a workbook for you in the description of this video. So feel free to click the GitHub link in the description of this video and you can find a workbook that you can practice with. So what do I actually want you to remember from this lesson? Logical functions let Excel think for you. So our brains don't need to make every single decision under the sun. We can use logical functions to help us out. So when do you know when to use what? If you want to handle a single condition in one formula, use an if function. If you want to handle multiple conditions in one formula, use the ifs function. If all conditions have to be true, then use the and function. And if any condition is enough, then use the or function. And that's a wrap on logical functions. I hope you enjoy this one. This is day 9 of the 30-day Excel challenge. Today, we're going to walk through text functions. Data in the real world is messy. So as you progress in your career with Excel, you're going to work with data from so many different sources. And you're likely going to be working with a lot of string and text-based data. So things like customer names or like addresses or product codes. And you're going to find that they're going to be inconsistent. So customer names may be in different cases, or addresses may have missing characters, and product codes may have extra spaces hiding inside cells, even though you actually can't see them. So the beautiful thing is you don't have to manually fix them. We can use text functions to help clean them up for us. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to walk you through some of the most common text functions that you may find in Excel that will be super useful. We're going to start with the upper function. Now, the upper function, what does this do? This converts all letters inside a string into uppercase. I have Sarah likes pizza as my string. I'm going to type in equals and then upper. And then I'm just going to select that cell and then hit enter. And now you see that Sarah likes pizza is all in capital letters. The next function is the lower function. And what that does is, and this does the exact opposite of the upper function. So it's going to convert all letters in my string to lowercase. So before we have subscribe to see the 30-day SQL challenge, which if you want to see it, subscribe to the channel and it will come your way. Now we want to convert that into lower cases. So I'm just going to type in lower and then I'm going to click on the cell, close the bracket, and then hit enter. and it's all in lower cases. The proper function converts all letters in a string to proper case. So that simply means that the first letter is uppercase and all the other letters are lowercase. So let's show you what that looks like. I'm going to type in proper, and then I'm going to click Tom O'Connor. I'm going to close that and then hit enter. And as you can see, the first letter is T and it's in capital letter, and the rest of the letters inside the first name is in lower letters. And you see that pattern repeated for the surname. Now the trim function, what this does is it trims the leading and the trailing white space from a string. So it's useful if you want to remove spaces inside a cell that you might not even see. I've actually wrapped this in double quotes so that I can emphasize the leading space and the trailing space. So if I was to remove the quotes, you may not see it. So I'm going to hit enter anyways. And if I double click into that, you're going to see that there's space in the front of orange and there's space at the back of orange. Now let's remove that because in Excel, in fact, in a lot of data systems, when you're dealing with data cleaning, you're going to notice that we as humans, we read the word orange, but the system actually reads the word orange with the spaces as their own standalone characters, which means that you may bump into data problems, especially data quality issues, if you try visualizing your data or analyzing it, even processing it into another downstream system. In other words, it's not nice and you want to get rid of that space. So I'm just going to use the trim function and then just click on the cell and then hit enter. And there you can see it. So if you notice very carefully, you can actually see that the leading and trailing spaces are gone. If you want proof, so just copy that, right click into the cell, and then just hit paste values. And if you notice, there's no leading or trailing spaces there. Now, the left function extracts characters from the start of a string. So very simply, I'm just going to show you how that works. So I type my left function and then I click this cell here. So what do I want? I want the first three characters from this cell. Now, I'm expecting this to return the first double quote, A and 1. So let's just type 3 and then hit enter. And there we have it. So it's extracted the first three characters from this cell here. Now, the right function, what that's going to do is it's going to extract characters at the end of a string. So it operates in a similar fashion to left. I'm just going to use right, and then I'll select the cell I want. And I also want the last three characters. So I'm expecting Y, Z, and the last double quote used. So let me just type 3. And there we have it. So it's managed to extract the last three characters from that string. The mid function extracts text from the middle of a string. So the first argument, let me just show you how it works. The first argument is going to take the cell that you specify, and then the second argument is actually the position of the first character you want to extract. So in our case, I'm just going to type 2, and the third argument is how many characters you actually want to extract from the string. So I'll type, let's say 3, and then hit enter. And as you can see, it's managed to extract these characters here. Because if you look into this, the first argument is the cell. The second argument is the position of the first character that I want to extract, which is A. And A is in the second position in this cell. And the third character is how many characters I want extracted from there. So let's imagine I wanted, let's exit that. If I wanted all of these characters without the double quotes, how many characters will that be? So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so let's now type 8 because now I don't want the double quotes included. And there we have it. Now the double quotes are gone. The find function searches for the character's position in a string. So what I want to do, I want to find the space in between Jude Bellingham. So I want to find where the space occurs. What's the position of the space here inside this string? Now, what am I expecting it to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm expecting it to be 6. This is the 6th character. So let's confirm if that's true. So I'm going to use find, and then I'm going to type in the space, which is just double quotes with a space in the middle. And then I'm going to click on the cell where I want the search to take place in. And there we have it. It's 6 because the first space in that string appears in the 6th position. And then we have the len function. All it does is it returns the length of a text. So in other words, how many characters exist inside the string. So let me just show you how this works. So I'm going to type in len, and then I'm just simply going to click the cell, and it should return how many characters are inside this cell. And according to this, there are 7 characters inside this cell. And we can count ourselves if you want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. And this is useful, guys. If you want to check whether your cell has any white spaces in it or not, you can always use that. Now let's actually move on to some more text functions. So this is the concat function. And what it does is it combines multiple columns into one. So there is actually an older version of this function, and it's called concatenate. So concatenate function still works, but you're probably better off just using the concat function instead. So I'll show you like a simple example of how this works. So if I want to combine the values inside A and B to create a full name, I can use concat, and then I select first name, and then if I want space in between, just specify that, and then comma, and then click the last name, and then I close that. So that's a simple way of using it. The only problem with this function, in fact, to be honest with you, there are a few problems with using concats. So one of the first problems you'll find is that it doesn't actually ignore empty cells. So that means if you're joining fields where some of the cells are blank, it can actually add those extra spaces or the missing values when you actually don't want them there. So let me see if I can show you. I'll show you an example of what this means. So let's actually combine all of these values together, right? So equals concat, and then I select the first cell, and then I want space in between them. Oh, let's get rid of that. So let me just add space in between that, and then comma, and then I select B2, and then I add my comma, and then I'm going to add a hyphen, and comma, and then I'm going to add C2, then comma, and then I'd like to add a comma just to divide that. So we're dividing the city and the country by a comma. Then we select this. Okay. So now what I can do is I'm going to drag this down. So if you notice, let's look at this one, for example. There's actually blank cells here. And what you notice is concat didn't actually ignore that blank cell. It's actually included it into our operation here. And we don't want that because it actually doesn't look consistent. If we zoom in, you're going to notice that leading white space that's almost distracting to us. So we don't like that. And if you notice, I had to add the hyphens, the spaces, the commas. I basically had to add that myself. So concat doesn't actually do that for you. So that means if you want to separate values inside a string, you're going to need to do it yourself. So whether you want to add commas, the hyphens, or the spaces, all that's done by you. So it's quite tricky to join strings when they have complicated problems that involve that. As you can see, concat doesn't ignore empty cells. That's now added extra spaces in the dataset, and it's not what I want. So we're going to try text join instead. And text join is actually designed to solve some of these problems. It works just like concat, but it's a little bit better because it's more flexible. So one of the things that it allows you to do is it allows you to actually specify a separator only once. So I'll show you what that looks like. So text join, and then I just add space, and then I type true. And when I specify true, that means you're ignoring, I'm telling Excel to ignore empty cells it comes across. And then I'm going to specify A2, and then specify B2, and there we have it. So if I was to just drag that down, and if you notice, Miller doesn't include the empty cells, unlike concat. In fact, let me actually show you what it looks like. I'm going to actually create the equivalent of this inside here. So I'm going to try text join again, and then separate by space, of course. And then I'm going to type true. So I'm telling it to ignore empty cells. And then I simply just do A2, comma, B2, comma, and then add a hyphen, C2, comma. And there you have it. So as you can see, the empty cells have been ignored. And I'm going to drag it down. So as you can see, the extra spaces have been ignored. So if you look at something like Miller, for example, it's no longer including the extra space or the empty cell as part of what I want to concatenate, which is exactly what I want. So I just recommend using text join instead of concats when you can. So now let's move into the main exercise. So we have this data set, and basically this is a table of customer orders. And as you can see, it's quite messy. So what we need to do, we need to use our text functions to clean it up for our team to use it for analysis. So the first thing I think we should do is convert all the order IDs into uppercases. I'm just going to enter here. Right, so let me just zoom in a little bit. So now let's convert all the order IDs into uppercase. It's just so that they can be consistent. So I'm just going to type in upper into here, click on this cell, then hit enter. And then I'm just going to scroll all the way to the bottom. And then, in fact, if you want, you can just drag the fill handle all the way to the bottom. And then just let go. In fact, let me show you best practice. What you can do, if you're actually editing data, what you can do is you want to preserve the raw original data. So I would, in the real world as well, I would actually copy this. And then I'm just going to click on main exercise, create a copy. And then I'll just drag that here. So I'm going to call this main exercise raw. And then I'm going to call this one main exercise clean. And then I'm just going to copy this and then paste this into our orders. So now we've replaced all the order IDs with its uppercase version. And then I can simply get rid of that. We need to format the customer names. So as you can see, the casing for the customer names are inconsistent. We need to make sure that we format it into a proper format. So let's use the proper function. And then I'm going to click on the first one and then hit enter. And then I'm just going to drag it down until the very last cell and then let go. And then I'm just going to copy this, click on this cell, and then I'm going to right click and then paste values. And then I'm just going to expand that a little bit. Now everything is following a proper format. So the first letters are in caps and every other letter inside the name is in lowercase. Now, one thing we want to do is we want to actually eliminate the risk of having any white spaces inside our customer names or product names. In fact, perhaps we should remove all the white spaces from all our text related columns. So what we can do is we'll use the trim function. And I'll start with the order ID. And then I'm just going to hit that because you never know. So I'm just going to drag that all the way to the bottom. What you can do is you can actually hold the shift key and the right arrow and do it twice. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Control R. So what that does is it copies the formula from here and pastes it to the right. So if you notice, if I click on this, it says trim B2, meaning the trim function has been applied to B2, even though I didn't actually type it in myself. And the same thing for Kiwi, which is in C2. Now, all I need to do is just double click on the fill handle and it's copied all of that down. Imagine if I didn't use any of that, I would have had to manually type it in. Now, I just copy this and then go into A2 and then right click and then I paste that in with my values and there we have it. So all of that has been pasted into my first three columns. And once again, I no longer need this. Now, we need to extract the numbers from the product code. If you notice how it's formatted, it starts off with PRD and a hyphen. And then after that, we have three numbers. And then it's followed by a letter. And it looks like it's a consistent format across all these ones. So every single product code follows that same format. So what we need to do is we need to extract the numbers from there. We're going to use the mid function. So we type mid, and then I'm going to click on this cell. Now, the starting number, let me just count the position of the number I want to begin at, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to type 5. We want to extract the 3 characters from there. That's what we want. So we're going to type 3. Then I'm just going to close bracket. There we have it. So I'm just going to drag this all the way down. Let's see if that worked. And there we have it. So what I can do is I can type this in and perhaps I can paste it. In fact, let me just move it. I'll just move it there. And then type product number or product code. Just type numbers or number. There we have it. Now let's extract the first name from each of our customers because we want to now personalize our communication with them. I'm going to first insert a first name column. In fact, maybe I should actually, I'll insert the column here and then just extract that, paste it here. And then because I need to extract the first couple of characters, I'm going to use the left function. And then I'm going to type the cell I want, and then I'm going to use the find operation because I want to find where the first space appears inside the customer name. If I'm able to find that, then I'm able to extract all the characters to the left of that space. And then I just select B2, which I'll close the bracket. And then I'm going to use -1. Then I'm just going to hit that. So let me just see what that looks like in the next cell. There we go. So don't worry about that, guys. Part of the reason why it's doing that is because actually it doesn't actually have a space, which means that there is no surname. If you remember, we used the trim function a moment ago to remove all the white spaces from the front and the back of each value in each cell within the first 3 columns. Now, there isn't any space here, which is why there's an error here, but it's fine. We actually expect that. Now, what I need to do is I need to just drag that all the way down until I get to the bottom. There we have it. So it's managed to extract all the first names for those that actually have a first and last name. So if their full name is present in the customer name, then it's able to extract their first name. Otherwise, it's going to return an error. We can send this back to the team that sent us this data set so that they can put a data validation check in place to make sure that you can only process orders where the customer has provided their first and their last name. Now, the final thing I think we should do is we need to find the length of each of the product names. The reason why we want to do that is because we want to know how consistent they are, or if there are any product names that contain issues that we need to be aware of, like extra spaces or weird characters or even misspellings. So I'm going to create a new column right at the end. And I'm going to name this product. I'm going to name this product name length. Now, this is simple. All I need to use is the length function and then click on the product name and then hit enter and then just drag that all the way to the bottom. Just going to drag that in and then let go. I think what we should also do, we need to make this consistent. As you can see, the product names are all over the place. It's not following a consistent format. So let's just quickly use the proper function for that. Then just click on Kiwi and then drag that all the way to the bottom. And then I'm just going to copy that. Then click into the first name in the product name column and then right click it, paste the values in, and there you have it. I can get rid of that column. So we've cleaned the data and we've managed to format it now. So one thing you can do is you can actually select this entire data set and then hit Control T. What that's going to do is it's going to turn this into a table. And as you can see, now our table looks professional. Now, if you want to practice text functions further, you can actually check the GitHub link in the description below for a workbook you can practice with yourself. Now, if there's anything to take away from this, it's this. If you want to fix capitalization issues, use the upper, lower, and proper functions. If you want to remove spaces from a string, use the trim function. If you want to extract text from a string, use the left, right, and mid functions. If you want to locate where a character is positioned, use the find function. If you want to measure how many characters are in a string, use the len function. And if you want to combine text, use the concat or text join functions. And text join is the recommended choice. And I showed you earlier why that is. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings a wrap to text functions. I hope you enjoyed that one. This is day 10 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today we're going to cover aggregate functions. Now, what is an aggregate function? So the word aggregate can be used in two ways. So number one, as a noun, and number two, as a verb. So let's go through the noun first. And basically, as a noun, aggregate functions simply mean a collection of smaller items that combine into a whole. So that means they're formed to make part of a total, but not the total itself. So let me show you an example, just to bring it home a little more. So let's say you're hosting a birthday party, right? And the total cost of the birthday party is $200. But if you want to group them by category, you can aggregate them like this. The cake and snacks are grouped into food and drinks, and decorations and bouncy castle are grouped into what I've called vibes. So like this, the total still remains at $200. But what you have now is what we call grouped insights. So in other words, we can now see where the money is going based on what each expense relates to. So even though the total cost is 200, we can now see that the aggregated cost for food and drinks is actually just $35. So we can now decide whether we need to spend more on drinks or less on decorations or even increase the entire budget. But what we can see now is that the aggregate cost is the total sum of a certain group of expenses, which is only a part of the total expenses, while the total cost remains the cost of every expense involved here. So now let's talk about the verb. So as a verb, it means to group similar items together to form a category. So in simple words, it just means to form or group into a class, which is what we did in the previous example I just showed you. But let me bring it home a little more. So for example, you can aggregate a bunch of books by genre, where you have all fiction books together and all the non-fiction books in another section. Or think about YouTube when it aggregates your data based on your watch history so that they can recommend videos that are similar to what you've just watched. So how about aggregate functions? So an aggregate function helps you quickly combine data together to summarize it for you. So in Excel, aggregate functions are actually already built into it. So you actually don't need to manually aggregate the data yourself. Some of the most common ones you can find is the sum function, the count function, the average function, the min function, and the max function. What I want to do is I want to actually go through a few examples with you so that you understand exactly how each of those functions work. So we have this data set and it has a list of sales for different months as well as different regions. So let's start with the sum function. So this function adds up all the numbers together. So I'm just going to type in the sum function. And then all I need to do is just select the column with all the numbers in it, and then just hit enter. And there you have it. So my total sales is $82,000. And now I know my total sales across all months. The sum if function adds the values that meet a condition. So if I want to find the total sales only for the West region, what I need to do is I need to bring in my sum if function, and then I need to select all the regions. I could either select my column or I can simply just select all the values within it. And then I'm going to type comma, and then I'm just going to type West because we only want the sales that are within the West region. Now I want the range of numbers that need to be added up. And it's only going to add the numbers that meet my condition. Hit enter. So 14,500 is the total sales for the West region. The count function helps us count how many cells inside a range that contain numbers. So what we can do is we can actually use the count function to check how many values within the sales column are actually numbers. And there are no secret texts, or there are no hidden dates inside it, or empty cells. So we expect there to be 12 because there are 12 months that are listed here. So if I hit enter, and there we go, we have the number 12. Now the count A function is different from the normal count function. So what this one does is it actually counts all the cells that are not empty. So if a cell contains text, number, or even white space, then this function actually includes it in the count. So if a cell is empty, it's not included in the count. So let's check how many months are listed in our data set. So I'll just do count A. And now I'm going to select all the cells that are here. And then if I just close that, hit enter, and that's count A. The count if function counts the values that meet a condition. So use this if you want to count how many months have sales greater than 6,000. So let's type that in. So we're going to use count if, and then I'm going to select all the values within B2. And then I want sales that are greater than 6,000 only. So according to this, there are 10 months that have sales that are greater than 6,000. Now the count ifs function, what this one does, it counts the values that meet multiple conditions. So we can do the first one we just did, and we can add another condition to it. So we count how many months have sales greater than $6,000, and it happened in the West region. So let's type in count ifs, and then we select all the values within the sales column. And we're going to say so our first condition is we want the months with sales that are greater than 6,000. Our next condition is we want only the ones that are within the West region. So let's copy that. We'll add the range in, and we're going to type West. And then we close that. So there are only 2 months that actually meet this condition. And also, guys, if you want, you can actually check for yourself. So according to our count ifs function, there are only 2 months that have, number 1, sales greater than 6,000, and number 2 are within the West region. So let's check out for ourselves. So the first one we did was sales greater than 6,000. So go to number filters. So I'm just going to type in 6,000. And then our next filter would be we can actually do it here. So let me just deselect that and then select the West region. And there you have it. So there are only 2 months that have sales greater than 6,000 and are within the West region, and that's May and November. So the count ifs function that we used is correct. The average function is going to find the average value based on the numbers inside an array. So if you want to calculate the average monthly sales, all we have to do is just add in the average function and then just add in our list of numbers and then hit enter. And there we have it. So it's just under $7,000. The min and max functions will help you find the lowest and highest values inside a range of numbers, where the min function helps you find the lowest and the max function helps you find the highest. So let's find the lowest sales inside our data set. So I'm just going to select the sales again, and that's 5,000. Now let's select the max, and that is 7,700. So that's basically how you use aggregate functions. They're actually quite simple to use. All you need to do is just practice with them. So today, you've learned what aggregate functions are, why they're useful, and how to use them. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through a quick TLDR with you on when to use what aggregate function. So if you want to add values together, use the sum function. If you want to add values that meet a condition, use the sum if function. If you want to count how many numbers are in a range, use the count function. So for example, like you want to count the number of transactions have been recorded. The count function is good for that. If you want to count how many cells that are not empty, use the count A function. So this is useful for checking which cells are filled versus which ones are blank. If you want to count cells that meet a condition, use the countif function. So for example, count all the months with over $100,000 in sales. If you want to count cells that meet multiple conditions, use countifs function. So in a situation like where you want to count all the months with over $100,000 in sales and they're all from the UK, the count ifs function is super useful for that. If you want to find the mean value, use the average function. So something like average sales. If you want to find the lowest and highest values, use the min and max functions. So for example, the cheapest and most expensive items purchased. So here's the key takeaway for day 10. Use aggregate functions to summarize data. So it sounds simple because it really is. Aggregate functions are actually simple to use. But what makes them so powerful is how many interesting patterns and outliers that can come from it. You can actually learn so much more from your data if you learn how to use these functions well. So you probably will be using aggregate functions more than you expect. So make sure you practice with them and learn how to use them under different circumstances. The more comfortable you are with them, the more powerful insights you can actually generate. And that's a wrap. So that's day 10, aggregate functions completed. This is day 11 of the 30-day Excel challenge. So let's talk about pivot tables today. And this is actually one of the skills that can make you look like an Excel genius in your workplace. If you understand pivot tables, then your team will look at you as the Excel expert. That's how important pivot tables are. So a pivot table takes a data set and organizes it into a clean summary. So it does this by aggregating or grouping data together so that you can easily see things like the total sum inside each group, how many items are in each category, and the lowest and highest values inside a group, and so on and so forth. So let me walk you through an example. Let's imagine you've invited your friends to watch a movie, and each one of them have to vote for a movie under the genre they like most. So all your friends have voted, but when you look at it, it's not immediately obvious which genre has the most votes. So if you turn this into a pivot table, what you're going to see is that we can actually summarize very quickly where the votes actually went to. If you notice, comedy actually got the most votes, and it got 5 compared to about 2 for action, 2 for drama, and 2 for sci-fi. And what makes pivot tables great is that it's actually not too hard to make. They're very simple to create. It only takes a few clicks to create a pivot table, and you can immediately see the totals or aggregates you want. So how do you create one? So let's say you have this data set. What we need to do is we need to summarize the total sales we've made by product, by category, and let's say by month. So we'll create the pivot table by selecting the entire data set, and then you're going to go to Insert tab. And then you're going to see pivot tables here. So if I was to click on the drop down here, you can click on table or range. And then just make sure that new worksheet is selected and then click OK. So now it actually creates a new page we can create our pivot table in. So let me just zoom in a little bit. So once you're in this sheet, you're going to notice that the pivot table fields are on this side here. So let me just walk you through what each of these do. So of course, the pivot table fields. So this has your list of columns from your data set. So if you notice, you see dates, you see product, category, sales, quantity sold. All of this is from our data set from our example. If you do have a lot of them, you can actually type the name of the field into the search bar. So let's say, for example, if I had sales, as you can see, it's showing the sales field. If I type quantity sold, it does that too. And if you notice at the bottom, we have 4 different boxes. So I'm actually going to look at the rows box first. This is used to display unique values as rows. So if I was to drag the products field into there, you're going to see that it's now listed all of the unique values inside the product field. I can actually do the same for category. So if I was to just drag that there, as you can see, we have all the unique values displayed for category, and it displays it vertically. If you want the values to be displayed horizontally, then you can drag any of the fields into the columns section. Now it's displayed horizontally. I could do the same for product if I want. There you have it. So what the values box does is it allows you to perform calculations on the fields that are inside here. So for example, let me drag product into rows. Then I'm going to drag sales into values. And that's going to show me the total sales for each product. I can also drag, let me just unselect these. I can drag the category into rows, then quantity sold into the values box. And then I'm going to change the calculation to average. Then click OK. And that's going to show me the average number of quantities for each category. If you want to change the calculation used, click on the drop-down icon of the field inside the values box. And then click on value field settings. And then you can scroll up and down to select the type of calculation you want to summarize by. So if I want sum, because it's quantity, let's select count. And then you can give it a custom name if you want. So if I say total quantities sold for each category, or I'll say per category. So you can also filter your data set by just dragging a field of your choice into the filters box. So I'm just going to drag the dates field into the filters box. And then let me just drag that up. And then I can now filter to any date I choose. So if I want to filter the data set to the 1st of Feb, it's doing that. If I want the 7th, it's doing that. Let's select the 9th this time. Or if I want to select multiple dates, so I go to the filter and then select multiple items. I make sure that's ticked. And then I can just select as many dates of my choice. And the data is filtered according to my selection. Let me just unfilter this. So let me remove the filter. Now, if you want to order the columns, what you can do is right-click into the value inside the pivot table and then go to sort. And then you have the option of sorting from smallest to largest or largest to smallest. So let's do largest to smallest. And as you can see, all the data is filtered from the highest to the lowest. And you can do vice versa as well. So just go to there. If you want to sort from smallest to largest, I have that option too. So what you can do, if you want to insert a slicer in, make sure you go to pivot table analyze. And then under the filter section, click on insert slicer. And let's select category for now. And then click OK. So now we have the option to filter our data based on the category we select. So if I select bakery, it's filtered the data set to bread only. If I select fruits, as you can see, apples, bananas, and oranges are now showing, and so on and so forth. And what you can do, if you want to visualize your data, you can actually create pivot charts. So click into your pivot table and then go to insert. And then you can see pivot chart here. So just click on that. And you have the option to select any visual you want. I think for this, let's try the clustered bar chart or the horizontal bar chart. And then I'm just going to, I'll drag it there. And then, in fact, let's order this from, let's say, smallest to largest. And there you have it. So now let's go through an exercise and actually put this to the test. Let's imagine that we've been hired by a gym, right? And they want to understand their members more. They want to see the revenue patterns across their 5 gym locations. We need to create pivot tables that answer some of the key questions that they have for us. And if we're able to answer those questions, one of the things that leadership can do is they can actually create promotions that are tailored by the different types of memberships they have available. And they can also understand the different age groups that are most active in their gyms. And what else they can do is they can track the different engagement that's taking place within each of their classes based on the location they're in. This will help them a lot. So let's begin creating the pivot tables. So what I'm going to do is to create the first one, I'm just going to select my entire data set and then go to insert and then pivot table. In fact, guys, there is a shortcut for it. Let me show you the shortcut as well. So you select your whole data set and then you hit Alt NVT and then it brings you to the same thing. So Alt NVT. And then once you specify where you want the pivot table to be created, just click OK. And then we're in. So I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. So the first question we want to ask is, which location brings in the most monthly revenue? So what we want to do is we want to list each location. In fact, let's actually type location with highest monthly revenue, just so that we remember. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to list the different locations we have available. We also want to include the total revenue for each of those locations. So we want to drag location to rows and then the monthly fees field into the values. And then because we're looking for the highest, what we want to do is we want to sort from largest to smallest. And there you have it. So Uptown is the location with the highest monthly revenue. We can highlight it in green. And it's followed by downtown, which we can highlight in yellow. And then perhaps we can drag this here. And then we say, we'll say question 1. So which location has the highest monthly revenue? And then we can also merge and center. There we have it. So the next thing we need to find out is which membership type is the most popular. Okay, so what that's going to do is it's going to tell us the membership type that our members prefer. So once again, let's create our pivot table. Then we're just going to zoom into that. And then we'll type our question in. Which membership type which membership type is the most popular? Then we'll just merge and center. So what we need to do is we need to drag the membership type into rows, and that's going to list all of our membership types. And then we'll drag the member ID into the values, because that's going to count each of the members and it's going to list them under the membership type that they've signed up for. Then the membership type that's the most popular seems to be the basic option, and that's followed by premium. And standard is actually not too far off. But the answer to this question is the basic membership type. So let's name this question 2. So question number 3, which sign-up source is bringing the most members? So let's create our pivot table once again. Then I'll just zoom in a little bit. Now, sign-up source will be dragged into rows and member ID will be dragged into values. So similar process to the other one. So let me just type in the question here. Which sign-up source is bringing in the most members? And then I just merge and center. And then I'm just going to sort this so that it's obvious which is the largest. And our answer is online. So whether that's through websites or social media platforms or other third-party apps, the online method is the most common and it's followed by referrals. So it looks like we need to invest more in winning more members through our online routes. And that's question 3 complete. So question number 4, which age group attends the most classes? So first of all, I'll need to list all the unique age groups that we have available. So that means drag in the age group into the rows section, and then I need to drag the classes attended by month into the values box. And according to this, it looks like, well, actually, let's sort it by largest to smallest once again. According to our data, the 25 to 34 age group are the ones who attend our classes the most, followed by the 18 to 24-year-old age groups or age group. Now, if you want to take this to the next level, you can actually create a chart. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to Insert, and then I can click on Pivot Charts, and then I have the option of choosing between, let's use, we'll say a cluster chart. Then we'll name this age group, or rather, let's name this most classes attended by age group. Then let me just zoom out a little bit. We can have it right there. So let's just get rid of that. And there we have it. That's question number 4. Question number 5. How many premium members are there in each location? So what we now need to do is it's going to be a little bit different this time. So, of course, we want to find out the unique locations for each of the members. So we'll start with locations, and then we're going to want membership type as the columns so that we have all of the unique membership types across our table. And then finally, we're going to want the count of each of the members. So we want them grouped by location and the membership type. So we're going to drag the member ID column into the values box. And our answers lie right here. So if you want to find out how many premium members are there in each location, this is our answer. So we have, in fact, let's sort this from largest to smallest. So we have 6 in Uptown, 5 in Downtown, and in City Center, we have 4, and in Suburb West, 3, and we have 1 in Suburb East. We have a total of 19 members using our premium membership. And if you want to only filter to premium because you don't care about the other memberships, you can just click on the filter under column labels and then simply just select premium and click OK. And there you have it. So that's pretty much part 1 of pivot tables. And the thing I want you to take away is you want to use pivot tables to summarize large data sets quickly. Even though you can use aggregate functions to summarize your data, sometimes it's just easier for you to just use pivot tables and you can actually show effective insights from your summaries. On top of that, you can add slices to filter your data. You can add pivot charts to visualize some of the pivot tables results and so on and so forth. But in tomorrow's lesson, what we're going to do is we're going to explore more things we can do with the pivot table. So that brings a wrap to pivot tables part 1. I hope you enjoyed that. Stay blessed. This is day 12 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today, this is pivot tables part 2. So yesterday, we learned how to build pivot tables from scratch. But today, we're going to learn some more useful pivot table features that will help us answer deeper business questions. So we're going to be touching on things like calculated fields, group data, drill down analysis, and some other stuff. So we're going to go straight into it. So let's imagine we're working for a tech research firm. And what we do is we track mobile apps used across different platforms. And that includes iOS and Android. So our manager actually wants to know a few things. So she wants to know things like which app is the most entertaining, where our revenue's coming from, which categories drive the longest sessions, and which users spend more, iOS users or Android users. So things like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this data set to explore some of the features that you can use to answer deeper business questions. And then we're going to move into an exercise where we're actually answering specific business questions given to us by the business. So what we're going to do is we're going to first create a pivot table. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut. So that's Alt NVT. And then I'm going to click OK because we have app usage table selected and we are going to place this in our new worksheet. So I'm going to click OK. And then I'll just zoom in a little bit. So first of all, what we need is we need a column that's going to help us compare how efficiently each app turns a user's time into dollars. And how we're going to do that is by using what we call a calculated field. So that's simply a new column that's created by calculating different columns with each other. So we're going to create one called revenue per minute. I'm going to show you how to do that. The first thing I'm going to do is I am going to drag app name into rows. And as you can see, I've got each unique value inside the app name column. So these are the different apps that we have available. And then next, I'm going to drag average session duration in minutes. And I'm going to drag that into the values box. And I'm also going to drag in-app revenue in dollars. And I'm going to drag that into the values box. Both of them are set to sum. So next, I go to the pivot table analyze tab, and then I go to fields, items, and sets. I click the drop down, and then I'm going to click on calculated field. Then just drag this somewhere there. So I'm going to name this revenue, per minute. And how this is going to be calculated is I'm going to select the in-app revenue, and then I'm going to insert the field. And that's going to be divided by the average session duration in minutes. And then I'm going to click OK. And there we have it. So now we can compare the different apps based on the revenue per minute, or if you want money per minute. So what if we actually want to track the usage and engagement over time? How do we go about doing that? I'm going to go back to the data set, and then we're going to create another pivot table. So Alt NVT, and then hit OK. So we want to track the usage and engagement over time. So what we're going to do first is we're going to drag the dates into the rows box. And as you can see, we have the different dates. If I expand it, you're going to see different dates. Let me just close them back. Then we're going to drag the sessions field into the values box. But if we expand the months, you're still going to see each of these months. And to be honest with you, right now it's a bit too much. So what I need to do is I need to right click any of the months, and then I need to go to group. And then as you can see, you see days and months selected, and they're showing inside the data set. So I'm just going to deselect days and leave months selected. And then I'm going to click OK. And as you can see, the data set is now grouped by month, and we can actually track the user sessions over time. So now we need to compare iOS and Android in terms of revenue. So we're going to create another pivot table. So we need to compare it because it's going to help leadership find out which platform brings in more revenue. So by doing that, what we need to do is we need to drag the platform field into rows, and then we need to drag the in-app revenue into the values box. And the calculation is set to sum, so I'm confident that this is calculating the total revenue for each platform. And if you want to take it to the next level, insert a pivot chart. So go to the Insert tab, click on Pivot Chart, and then just click on the clustered column chart there. Yeah, I think that's actually the best choice for this anyways. So I'm going to zoom this out. Let me just expand it a little bit more. Let me just expand it a little bit more. And then we can name this. Let's call this which platform has the most revenue, let's say. Or should we say who has the most revenue? Okay, no, we'll say platform. iOS or Android. What we also need to see is we need to see how user engagement changes across different app categories, because that's going to show us whether users spend more time on certain apps more than others. So do they spend more time on a productivity app over a wellness app? We don't know right now. So we would like to find out. So it's pivot table time. Now we're going to drag category into rows. Then we'll drag average session duration by minutes into values. And then we'll probably need to set that to average because we need to understand the average session duration. And then we need to right click on a value. And then we're going to go to show value as, then go to difference from. And in fact, let me just show you what that does. If I just hover over it, the difference from, so what the tooltip says is it displays a value as the difference from the value of the base item in the base field. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. I'm going to drag this here. So what we need to do is leave the base field as category, and then we're going to change the base item to previous. That's what's actually creating the comparison. So I'm going to click OK. So now you can see how each category is performing compared to the one before it. So finance is blank because obviously there's nothing before finance, but healthcare compared to finance is showing that. If you want more information on some of the numbers that make up what we see, we can actually drill down into some of the values in the pivot table. So all you have to do is just double click on any value of your choice, and then it's going to show you the raw records that make up that number. So let's even go back to a pivot table that we've created before. So if I want to see the raw numbers behind this value, all I do is just double click into it. And there we go. These are all the raw numbers that make it up. And that could give you more context into the values that you're analyzing. And all that's happening is Excel is opening up a new sheet. and all the records are basically stored into that. You can also create timelines to toggle your entire report by month as well. So a timeline is a visual filter. If you actually followed us in part 1 of pivot tables, you'll notice that we added a slicer into some of our pivot tables. What this one does is a timeline is also like a slicer, but it allows you to filter your data by dates. So we're talking about filtering by days or months or years, etc. So if you want to create one, what you need to do is go to pivot table. So make sure you're clicked into your pivot table and then go to pivot table analyze tab. And then under the filter section, you're going to see insert timeline. Just click on that and then select dates and then click OK. And now you can filter by dates. In this case, you can filter by month. So if you want, click the drop down next to months and then just click on day. And you have the option to filter by day as well. So let me just go back to months. If I want the numbers for January, I just click on January. If I want March, I click on March. If I want February and March, I just drag until February and March are selected. And my data is filtered according to that. We're now moving on to the main exercise, and we have a data set here full of different tickets, and they have different statuses, time to resolutions, and basically, we've now moved to a new tech company, and we're working for customer support and leadership. They need our help reviewing the performance of the service the team is currently giving. So what they've done is they've actually given us a list of questions to go through. And we're going to actually help them answer each question using the pivot tables we create. Before we dive into any pivot table, you need to always remember why we're doing this, because it's not it's not about the tools we use. It's always about helping people take better action. So part of the reason why I walk you through my thought process behind each question is because I want you to be able to help your end users think clearly into creating solutions that actually help them out. So my goal is actually to build your intuition. And that's because I want you to actually turn all of this data into something a user can actually respond to with action. And it doesn't matter the context of the data you're working with, it applies in any scenario where there's data involved. So, enough of that. Let's actually move on to question number 1. So, what I'm going to do is I'll copy this and then I'll create a pivot table. And then I'll just paste that question on top. Okay, let me just get back. Let me just get that data again. I'm going to name this support ticket dataset, just so I remember. Okay, so let me just copy that again, and then paste that on top. Okay, so let me just merge and center. So the first question is, which issue types are reported most often? So leadership want to find out what problems users are facing the most. And that's going to help them decide on whether to invest their time on either fixing the product itself or creating guides and tutorials that can help them out. So in other words, if we know the top issue being reported, then we can now focus on the ones affecting people the most. So what we can do is we can count how often each issue type appears in the pivot table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag the issue type into rows. So now we can see each of the unique issue types that appear in our dataset. And then we're going to drag the ticket ID into values. And what we want is the count of each ticket ID. And that's what's happening right now. But in case it doesn't do that, what you can do is you can click on the drop down, click on value field settings, and then simply click on count and then click OK. If you want to turn this into a visual, click on the insert tab and then click on pivot charts. And then it's recommending that we click on the clustered column chart. And I actually agree with this in this scenario because we want to compare the different issue types next to each other. And then we can change the title to, what should we name this as? We can say issue type reported the most. So let's sort this from the largest to the smallest. So just name that issue types. So let's just name this question 1. And that's question 1 completed. So question 2, which platform generates the most support tickets? So let's create our pivot table and then click OK. So the reason why we're asking this question is because we need to know where the most problems are happening. Is it with Android, iOS, the web, because if one platform is generating more issues, then we might need more support staff, or we may need more engineering resources to reduce the load that it currently has. So what we're going to do first is we're going to drag the platform into rows, and then we're going to drag the ticket ID into values. And then we're going to sort from largest to smallest. And as you can see, Android has the most support tickets. So it seems that the most issues are occurring with Android. And if we drill down, we have all the different issue types for it as well. If we want to further analyze this, we can actually convert this into its own pivot table if we wanted to. And then just hit OK. And then what we can do is we can drag issue types into rows and then ticket IDs into columns, because we already know that this is for Android. So we can say Android analysis, which, or rather, let's phrase this as which issue is occurring the most for Android. Then we can also merge and center that. And then we can sort from largest to smallest. So as you can see, it seems to be payment error that's occurring the most. So there are issues with the payment error in Android. So we may need to investigate that further. And then we can name this Android analysis or Android issue analysis. And that's question 2 complete. So question 3 is, what's the average resolution time by priority level? So in other words, how quickly does it normally take to resolve issues based on how urgent they are? The thing is, if lower priority tickets are being resolved faster than the urgent ones, then something is wrong with how we're prioritizing tickets. So let's create our pivot table, and then I'm going to drag the priority column into the rows, and then I'm going to drag time to resolution in hours into the values box. So let's turn this from sum into average. So go to your drop down in the values box and then go to value field settings. And then you're going to click on average and then click OK. And then we're going to sort this from largest to smallest. On average, it takes us less time to resolve low priority tickets than high priority tickets. But in fairness, we actually solve the urgent tickets the fastest on average. Perhaps that's not a completely bad thing, but we definitely need to look at resolving the high priority tickets quicker as well. Because we don't mind the low priority tickets not being resolved that fast. We just need to make sure that the average time to resolution is reduced. That's question 3 complete. Let's move on to question 4. Which ticket category has the lowest user rating? So we don't like any low ratings, okay? But they're good to have because it shows us what bad experiences our users are having with us as the support team. So we need to work out which support categories are making our users unhappy so that we can improve the overall experience where possible. So once again, we're going to create our pivot table, and then we're going to go back, copy our question. Let's paste the values and then merge and center. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to drag our category into rows and then drag our user ratings to the values box. We need to set this to average. So let's go to value field settings and then average. And what we're going to do is we're going to sort this from the smallest to the largest because we want to see the lowest rated categories first. And according to this, it's the billing category. In fact, let's highlight this we'll highlight these values. Let's go to conditional formatting, and then we're going to go to color scales. So let's try the white red color scale. So straight away, we can see that billing has received the lowest ratings out of all the categories here. So we need to investigate what may be causing these low ratings. So if we were to double click that, we're going to be able to see this more. So what we can do is we can send leadership a copy of the drill down over here, and we can actually perform further analysis behind closed doors so that we can work on improving the experience around any tickets around billing. And that's question 4 done. So the final question is, how do ticket counts trend month by month? So we need to see how busy our support team is as time goes by. Because if the volume of tickets is rising, we may actually need to bring in more staff, or we may have to think about adding training to reduce how many tickets are being created in the first place. So we'll create our pivot table, copy our question once again, and then paste it in. And then we're just going to merge and center that. And then we're going to drag the date submitted field into the rows box. Then we're going to drag the ticket ID into the values box. And then we're going to right click any of the dates. And then we're going to click on group. We're going to deselect the days and leave months selected. And then we're going to click OK. And that's going to group it by month. In all honesty, it doesn't really look like there's any serious spike in tickets because in January it dips from 37 to 31 and then it picks back up to 32. So it's relatively okay. There's no cause for concern and it doesn't look like the support team are suffering in terms of volumes. So they're okay. So let me just type in question 5. That's question 5 completed. We've answered all 5 questions from leadership. So we can actually go back with each of these and sit down and have a conversation with them on recommended steps or next actions that they can take. And it's going to be all based on the pivot tables we've created. And that's about it. So what do I actually want you to remember from this? Use pivot tables to answer questions from the business. It seems simple, but what you actually want to do is you want to get a clear set of questions that the business may not understand. So whether that's leadership or executives or your line manager or even your teammates, what you want to do is you want to understand the problems they're experiencing and see if you can use the data available to you to answer the questions for them. And that's how you become a strategic person that uses data instead of just being a technician that's able to play around with tools. Try to make that cosmic shift from being somebody that just uses tools to someone that uses tools to answer questions correctly. And that's how you become a valuable asset to your team and to the rest of the company that you work in. And that pretty much rounds up Pivot Tables Part 2. So I hope you enjoy that one and I hope you stay blessed. This is day 13 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today we're going to be looking at data validation. Let's imagine it's a hot day and you walk into a shop asking for a glass of water. So they hand it to you and it looks refreshing, but then you notice dirt floating around it. Are you still going to drink it? You're probably going to send it back. They apologize to you and then they give you another glass. But this time you see oil floating in the water. Would you drink that one? At this point, you're frustrated, you're tired, and would rather walk into the heat to another store than risk drinking contaminated water again. Why on earth would you go through all that trouble? Because once trust is broken, especially when it comes to what you're putting inside your own body, it's very hard to get it back. The same thing happens between data teams and decision makers. If your dashboard or report or data contains errors, even small ones, it can actually break trust. And then you're going to start hearing things like, this doesn't look right, or can we double check that number? Or, you know what? I'll just wait till next month's version. So stakeholders stop relying on your reports and then they start creating their own. Or they may ask a different team to help out. That's what we call data silos. And that's the ultimate proof that they don't trust you. So data validation is like a filter for your data. Just like a water filter removes dirt before you drink water, data validation blocks bad data before it enters your system. So for example, on a login page, if you type the wrong password, then the system is going to stop and then it returns an error message. So that's data validation right there. So we can use data validation to control what our users enter into the data. But what I want to do is I want to actually explore this with an example. So let me just open up Excel. So let's imagine we started a company in 2020 and we need to record all the employees that joined since then. So what could actually go wrong? So if there's no validation, I can be a user and I'd simply just enter 300 as my age, or I can enter a salary of $50,000. And that's not in a format that's consistent with these ones here. And I can even enter a start date that doesn't even exist. So I enter 32/15/2023. And as you can see, it's fine because nothing's telling me that this is wrong. So to stop any of this from happening, we need to add data validation rules. So the first thing we want to do is we want to restrict the age column to a valid range. So for the sake of this example, let's say we only want ages that are between 18 and 65 years old. You can select the age column and then go to the data tab. And then you're going to go all the way here to data validation. You can click the drop down and then click on data validation again. And then in the allow drop down, click on whole number and then set the minimum to 18 and then the maximum to 65. And then we're going to click OK. So moving forward, only ages between 18 and 65 are allowed in this. So if I just hover over here and then click this, as you can see, the value in this cell is invalid or missing. So our data validation is already working. So if I try to add, let's say 250, we get this error message returned to us. And that simply means that this age is not consistent with the data validation rule we've just put in place. So that now means that users can't enter any age that are outside this range. So that means it works. The next thing we need to do is we need to restrict salary to only numbers. So as you can see, we entered a text version of our salary, but that's not allowed. We need to select the entire salary column and then go to data, the data tab, and then go to data validation. And then in allow, we're going to choose decimal. And then we're going to set the minimum to 20,000. And then the maximum is going to be 200,000. And then we'll click OK. So already you can see that there's a green triangle at the top left of this cell. And that means Excel is not happy with this entry. And then if you click on the hazard sign, it shows that this is a data validation error. So if I try to enter, let's say, $40,000, it returns an error message saying I'm not allowed to do that. And that means our data validation works. So what if I try to enter a negative value? So let's say I try to enter minus 20,000. I'm not allowed to do that. So what if I enter 30,000? That's allowed because that's within the range that we've given Excel. But what if I want to add, let's say, 15,000? You see, so that's not allowed because we've told Excel we only want values that are between 20,000 and 200,000. Anything that's not within that range or anything that's not a value will not be accepted. So any user that enters a negative salary or a text or any values that are not within the range we've specified or even unrealistic values, that's not going to be accepted with Excel anymore because we specified the range we wanted to accept. So what if we want to restrict our start date to valid dates only? So we select our start date column and then we go to the data tab and then click on data validation. And then for the allow drop-down option, click date. So we're going to select the start date as the 1st of January, 2020, because remember, that's when our company started. And then we're going to enter the end date as equals today. And what that's going to do is that's going to make sure that our users don't enter any future dates. So the final date that's allowed is today's date. And then we're going to click OK. So if I try to enter, let's say the 6th of August 2021, it's accepted that. But what if I type in the 31st of December 2019? It's not going to accept that because that's not within the range we've specified. Because if I've entered any date before 2020, an error is always going to be returned because we couldn't possibly have hired anyone before the company started. So that can't be accepted. And also, we can't add any date that's after today. So if I try to type in, let's say, the 21st of February 2085, that's not possible because that's after today. So it's clearly not going to accept that. So with data validation, you can actually validate different types of data. So let me show you the different options you have available. So I'm going to click on data validation again. And under allow, you can see that we have all these options. So whole number, so you're talking about ages or order IDs. You have decimal, so you're talking about prices, salaries. And if you're talking about lists, you're talking about drop downs for, let's say, department names or different types of devices, dates, of course. So valid transaction dates, for example. And then you've got time. So shift start times, shift end times, and so on and so forth. You have text length and you've also got custom. So I recommend having a play around with it and getting to know each option as it is. So if you don't want to keep retyping the same options into a cell, then you might actually want to create a drop-down list. So for example, we have different departments, and each time you add, let's say, a new name. So let's say you've got John Smith, and then he works in sales, and then you enter all the right data. Let's say, then you have another one. Let's say Bill Washington. And then he works in finance. So you don't want to keep typing each of the departments every single time you fill this in. So what you can do is you can actually create a drop-down list. And how to do that is select the entire department column and then go to data validation. And then under allow, click on list. And then in source, type all the values that you want included in your dropdown. So in our case, we want HR, we want IT, we want sales, we want finance, and we want marketing. And then click OK. So every single time you want to add a new name in, so let's say Sam Burgerton. Now you can see that there's a little drop down icon right there. So I can select any of these options and I don't have to keep on typing it manually. So if I add, let's say Felix White, I just click on the drop down and then I select marketing, for example. And if I go type in Connor Bradley, I can also do the same thing, HR, and so on and so forth. So a drop-down list helps you select any of the predefined options that you've added to the data validation. So if you do try typing an option that's not part of the list, then it can return an error. So let's say I type in data. The reason why this is not accepted is because it's not part of the list that we gave Excel. But that's a good thing. That means that what goes into the system is restricted now and it's controlled so that users don't enter the wrong departments by accident. And we only allow the departments that have been approved. So let me show you another way of doing the same thing, which I personally prefer. So first of all, if you want to learn how to clear a data validation rule, what you can do is select the entire column and then go to data validation and then click on clear all and then click OK. And that's now cleared the rules. Now, like I said, I'm going to show you a new method. So what you can do is copy all the values inside department and then paste it somewhere like here. Just paste the values. And then click on remove duplicates so that only the unique values remain. And then you're going to click OK. And then what you're going to do is you're going to select the entire department column and then go to data validation. And then you're going to click on list. And then for the source, select all these cells here. And then click OK. And it pretty much does the same thing. You can even select this column and then hide it. Or alternatively, I personally prefer cutting all this and then pasting it into another sheet. And then I'll name this list of departments. And now I can add new employee records without having to type the departments from scratch every single time. So if I type a department like accounts payable, it's going to return an error because it's not a part of the list of departments we specified. You can even check if it's actually pointing to the list of departments if you want. You can click data validation. And as you can see, the source is list of departments. Now, not many people know this, but we can also add instructions that pop up when a user clicks on a cell. So for example, let's say I want to create a custom message for the age column. So first of all, I select the age column and then go to the data tab and then data validation, and then go to the input message tab. And then for the title, I can type something like age restriction. And then for my input message, I can type, please enter ages between 18 and 65. I could put an exclamation mark, then click OK. So now when they enter a cell that's inside the age column, they're going to see a simple, helpful message that tells them exactly what numbers to put in. So that's going to stop them from guessing or adding the wrong ages into the cell. So we can also create our own error messages if someone enters invalid data. So at the moment, Excel normally shows a generic error message. And what we want to do is we want to make it more user friendly. So what we need to do is we need to create custom messages that are easier for our users to understand. Let's see if we can create a custom message for the salary column this time. So select your salary column and then go to data validation. And then you're going to go to the error alert tab. So in the title, we'll type invalid salary. And then in the error message, let's say salary must be a number between 20,000 and 200,000. Then let's click OK. So if we try entering a number that's not within that range, now we get the custom error message. Salary must be a number between 20,000 and 200,000. If we click retry, let's try a new number. Let's try minus 10,000. And we get the same error message. So let's retry again. So let's try 70,000. And it accepts it. So if a user enters an invalid salary, they know exactly where it went wrong and they can correct it quite quickly. The examples we're using are simple, but in the real world, it can get quite complicated understanding where the problems are occurring. So having a helpful message like this does definitely guide the user to how to solve it quicker. So let's imagine that we're working for an e-commerce company. And our job is to make sure that the data entered into the system is clean and it's accurate. This is so that the customers can receive the correct orders and the finance team can process the correct payments. And also so that the warehouse can also pack and ship the right products. So we need to add data validation rules so that there are no incorrect entries in the data. So the first thing we want to do is to make sure that the order IDs accept only whole numbers, because order IDs should be unique numbers. So how we go about doing this is we're going to select the entire order ID column. Under the data tab, click on data validation, of course, and then we go to settings tab. And then in the allow, we're going to choose whole number. And for our data, the minimum is going to be 1,000 and the maximum is going to be 9,999. So we'll keep it within 4 digits and then we click OK. So now only whole numbers in this range can be entered. So the next thing we want to do is restrict how many orders each customer can make. So each customer can only order between 1 and 10 units per order. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the quantity column this time. And then we're going to go to data validation. So under allow, click on whole number and then set minimum to 1 and then maximum to 10 and then click OK. So now users cannot order less than 1 and order more than 10 items. So the next thing we want to do is to make sure that the order dates are not in the future. So select the order date column and then go to data validation. And then under allow, we're going to click dates. So for start date, we're going to enter the 1st of January 2010, let's say. And then the end date is going to be today. So we're telling Excel to not allow any dates that are before 2010 and after today. And we click OK. So users can only enter past or current order dates and nothing outside of that. The delivery date must always be after the order date because it's not possible for you to have a delivery before your order date. You first need to order and then your delivery follows after. So go to data validation and then in allow, choose date. So in this case, we're going to select E2 and then we're going to type +1 because the earliest date we can accept into this is 1 day after the order was made. It must be at least 1 day after the order was made. And for the end date, that can be 30 days after the order date. We need to sort out the price column. So we need to only allow values between $50 and $5,000. So to avoid any errors with the pricing, we're going to need to set a valid range. So let's select our price column and then go to data validation and then click on allow drop down. And then we're going to select decimal. And then we're going to, for our minimum, we're going to add $50. And then for the maximum, we're going to add $5,000 and then click OK. So that's going to avoid any incorrect prices from being added to this list. Now, it's been reported that there's a lot of spelling errors that usually happen when users enter the product column. To avoid any spelling mistakes, let's create a drop-down list for the products. So let's try our little technique that we tried earlier. So we're going to copy all of these values and then create a new sheet, and then we're going to paste the values. And then we're going to remove duplicates and then click OK. We're going to rename this as list of products. Then we'll go back to the main exercise tab, and then we'll select the entire product column and then click data validation. And then we're going to click on list. And then for source, we're going to go back to our list of products, then select all of them, and then we'll click OK. So now if we want to add any more new items to this list, so let's say we want to add headphones, we can do that. If I want to add laptop, we can do that. If I want to add, let's say, my phone, I can also do that. But if I want to add a glass of water, I'm not allowed to do that because it's not a part of the list of products. So if I retry and I say, okay, I'm sorry, so let me add my mouse. It allows me to do just that. If we want to add a useful message so that users know that they shouldn't enter the wrong thing into this column, so let's select the column and then go to data validation and then go to input message, and then we can title this invalid product. Please enter the products. Please enter a valid product from the list of products sheet. So we can enter that. So if we're trying to enter a new product in, that message keeps on appearing, almost in annoying fashion, but that just means that we're not going to avoid the message. But if we want to add a custom error alert to make sure that we don't add the wrong, let's say, order ID, let's select the order ID column and then go to data validation. And then we're going to go to error alerts. And then we're going to type in, let's say, invalid order ID. Please enter. So we'll add a message. Please enter a valid number order ID 1000 and 9,999. Then click OK. So if we try to add any value outside of that range, let's say 80, our custom error message gets returned. So if I try entering, let's say 200,000, that doesn't work either. So what's the thing I want you to remember after today's lesson? Use data validation to stop bad data from entering the system. So if you want to create high quality data that your users can be confident to use, you need data validation in place because it's going to stop errors before they can even happen. Just add in simple input messages that tell users what data needs to be added to a cell, or even add in error messages that tell users what they did wrong. These are simple things you can put in place to make sure that bad data doesn't enter your system. Otherwise, what's going to happen is you're going to spend more time and effort fixing problems that shouldn't have happened in the first place. So try to get to understand how data validation works, and it's going to save you a lot of headache down the line. And that wraps up day 13, data validation. I hope you enjoyed it. Today is day 14 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And now it's time for another data project. So what we're going to do is we're going to combine everything we've covered in week 2 into this project. So let's get straight into it. So what are we going to be working on today? Today, we're going to build an event attendance tracker. So let me just lay down the scenario for you. So imagine you work for a company that runs live events throughout the year. And some of these events will include keynotes from around the world, regional meetups, webinars, so online conferences, and workshops. So that will be in-person training sessions. Now, each event brings together different types of attendees. So you have normal attendees, you have guest speakers, sponsors, and VIPs. And for every person, what the team wants us to do is they want to track where they're traveling from, what sessions they're attending, and what seats they've been assigned. So one of the other things they need to do is they need to now create special tags depending on the type of role that's attending. So they want to create tags for VIPs, they want to create separate tags for sponsors and other tags for speakers. And they also want to find out their food preferences, their allergies, so that they can prepare the food for each of the attendees in advance. The spreadsheet is actually a mess. You also have columns that haven't been completed. So, for example, the countries or the food preferences and some of the arrival times in the data set are not in a consistent format. So you have some that are 24-hour formats and you have others that are 12-hour formats. What we need to do is we need to combine some of the tools we've learned throughout the week to now help them prepare this data so that it's usable and we can create a dashboard out of it. Let's move on to some of the things that we need to do to make this work. For the project we did on day 7, we actually went through a couple of frameworks. If you remember one of them, we said the first thing to do is to plan, the second thing to do is to develop, and the third thing we need to do is analyze. So we're going to start with planning. So what we need to do is we first need to figure out what the user wants and what format they want it in. So some of you may ask, why? We do this to set the direction of the project. What we don't want to do is we don't want to move fast in the wrong direction. The last thing we have time for is building something that a team actually doesn't want. We need to focus on what matters to the events team. So first you ask, what does success look like to the events planning team? And then you ask, how do we deliver this to them? So how you go about doing this in the real world is you first write down what the team needs based on the brief we were given before. And then you open up the data set. Then you highlight any columns that are critical to delivering this. So we're going to start by exploring what data we're working with. So I'm just going to open up the data set as we speak. So what we need to do is we need to work out what columns we're working with. And we also need to highlight the ones that have issues so that we know what to prioritize and what to fix. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to duplicate this sheet. So I'm going to right click on it and then click on move or copy. And then I'm going to click on create a copy. And I'm going to click OK. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want to preserve the original data set. So if we need to validate anything later on, we have the option to do that. So I'll just drag that there. And then I'm going to, let's call this the active. Let me just get rid of the 2. So I'm going to call this the active event attendance data. We can apply our transformations to this. I can see that there are a few missing values. So we need to create a helper column to highlight that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to convert this into a table. Then I'm actually going to start. In fact, let me just change the styling so that we can see what we are working with. Also, let me just rename the table to events attendance table. And then I'll change the styling to something that's a bit more friendly on the eyes. What I'm going to do first is I'm actually going to highlight all the duplicates in the data set. And I'm going to do this using a temporary column. So I'm going to name this, let's call this temp ID. And here's how I'm going to do it. I'm actually going to combine each of the cells inside the row I'm in so that I'm creating a unique identifier, almost like a fingerprint, right? I'm creating a fingerprint for each record in this table. So as you can see, I'm actually just combining each of the cells in this record. And I'm using the and sign. So I go into a cell and then hit the and sign. And then I just keep on doing until I reach the end. So I'm just going to hit OK. So as you can see, it's created all these funny looking strings. This is not for us. We don't care about the content per se. We're only doing this so that we can uniquely identify each record. So if I just highlight the entire column and click on conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and then duplicate values. And if I click OK, once duplicate values is selected, you're going to find out that there are some records that are actually repeating themselves. Remember how I said this is a fingerprint. So it's similar to how we humans have fingerprints. We've now simulated something similar to each record here. We want to count all this. We don't actually want to make any edits, right? This is us just exploring the data and getting to know what problems exist before we actually make any changes to it. And then what I'm going to do next is I'm going to now add a duplicate flag because we want to count how many times duplicates appear in the dataset. I'm going to create a new column and I'm going to call this duplicate check. We're going to use the if function, and the if function is going to determine whether the cell that we've selected is a duplicate or not. We're also going to use the count if function to help us with that. The count if function is going to count every single time it sees a duplicate in the range we give it. So the range we're going to give it is all our fingerprints or the temporary IDs. And then the active cell we want it to look at first is going to be I2, so cell I2. And then we're going to say greater than 1. So what that simply means is if you see this specific fingerprint or this specific ID more than once, then return duplicate. Otherwise, return unique, because that means it's a unique value. So in other words, this ID only appears once, so it's unique. So does this one. But this one is appearing more than once. So if we just filter this very quickly, just to confirm if this is accurate, you can see that this and this are the same. In fact, let me clear the filter. So let me just copy this and then just check for myself. If I just filter that, as you can see, this ID appears more than once. So it truly is a duplicate. So if I was to select something that it's declared as unique, let's confirm if that's true. And lo and behold, this is a unique value. Our if statement actually does work. Now, we also need to count how many missing values exist in the data set itself. What we don't want to do is we don't want to assume anything and start filling in some of the empty values ourselves. We don't want to be going in and assuming that Chris Hall wants to attend the Future of Data Summit or keynote. And we don't want to assume that Drew Allen is a vegetarian when he probably isn't. Or if an attendee is allergic to nuts and they forgot to add it in, we should not, under any circumstances, put anything down because we don't have any proof that we truly know that. So that will be something that the events team needs to handle. What we can do is we can help them by highlighting how many empty cells exist in the data, and they can follow up with the attendees themselves. Let's even create, we'll create like a summary table of some kind, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do, I'll say data quality summary. And then I'll just merge and center it. Let me just do that. And then what we can do is we can actually start populating some of the findings we have into this summary. So I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to type in total records. And then I'm going to calculate that by using the count A operation. And then I'm going to select all of the names because they represent how many records exist in our data set. And our answer is 550. While we're at it, we can actually continue finding out how many missing records exist. So total blank, we'll say cells, total blank cells. And then we're going to use the count blank function. Now I'm going to select our entire data set, excluding the helper function we created. And then I hit OK. And our answer is 199. We've just conducted a duplicate check. So I'm going to also say total duplicates found. Then I'm going to say count if. And then I'm going to give it the range as the first argument. And I only want you to count every single cell inside this range that contains the word duplicates. So that's what we're telling it. And perhaps we should find out how many unique values exist in the dataset. So we'll say total unique records. And this will simply be the total number of records minus the total number of duplicates. So according to this, there are 350 unique records. Okay, so let's wrap this with borders, and then we can fill the cells with the numbers inside with, let's go with, let's say silver. And then we'll just, let's align in the center. And this is our data quality summary. So this is everything we found during the exploration phase, right? So we've identified there are 199 cells that have no data inside, and there are about 200 duplicated records. So that's something that we can actually deliver to the events team. So what we can actually do, we can say, let's call this, we'll call it data quality scan. We can actually create pivot tables as well so that we can understand things like how many roles exist, or how many roles are attending the events, or what's the most popular session, or how many countries are also attending. So we can actually create pivot tables around that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the entire data set. Then I'm going to do Alt NVT so that we create a pivot table. And then we're going to make sure new worksheet is selected, and then we click OK. Now, if I want to find out how many roles are attending the event, what I can do is I can drag the role field into the rows box. Let's just zoom in a little bit. And I'll just make myself a little smaller so that you can see what's going on. Then I can drag the temporary ID column into the values. And that will give us an idea of which roles are attending the event. So how many VIPs we've got attending, how many normal attendees we've got, how many speakers we have, and things like that. Let's call this EDA events attendance. We can call this who's attending by role. Okay, so we can also, so let me just create a new one, a new pivot table, and we're going to click on existing worksheet, right? And I'm going to click on EDA event attendance. I'm going to select maybe just there, and then I'm going to click OK. And this time, I am going to drag country into rows, and then temporary ID into values. So this gives us an idea of which countries are attending. So if I was to just filter out all the blanks, now we can see who's attending by country this time. And if we want to find out, oops, let's actually, let me actually go back into that. So what we can do is we want to do it inside the existing sheets. So let's just do it, let's say there, and then click OK. Now, if I want to see what sessions, if I want to see what the most popular session is, then I can just do that. And we can see all the sessions available to our attendees. So these are the sessions that they've registered for. So I'm going to type in sessions. Let's call this sessions registered by attendees. Okay. And once again, this is the exploratory data analysis part. So we're just getting a feel of what data's inside, which ones can help us answer the questions from the events team, and how we can organize the data cleaning process and the dashboard building process. So what we need to do is we need to ask ourselves, what questions do our users want answers to? What visuals should the answers be presented through? And how do we organize these visuals in a dashboard? So some of the main questions that they have would include, let's just type it here. So number one, how many people are attending? So they want to get a feel of the number of people that are attending so that they can plan resources around that. And then the second question is, which countries are guests traveling from? So through our EDA, we've pretty much covered it really. So what we need to now do is we just need to visualize it. Question 3 is which session has the highest attendance? So they want to know which sessions are the most popular so that if they're planning future sessions, future keynotes, future workshops, they know which sessions to bring back and which ones they'll probably need to be sunsetted. Number 4, how many VIPs, sponsors, and speakers are attending? And once again, we've pretty much answered it through this pivot table. So that's going to make the process of building the visuals for them easier. And question 5 is how many missing values are in the data? So the events team wants us to also include this inside the dashboard so that the moment they see the dashboard, they can see if there are any issues from the source data. And if there are, they can address that straight away. So what we need to do is, because technically we've answered some of these questions through our EDA, what we now need to do is figure out which visuals will best represent the answers to each of these questions. So how many people are attending? If the example of an answer to this is like 250 people, we can actually represent this with a scorecard. I can even type visuals there. Let's turn this into a little table. So we can represent this with a scorecard. So the scorecard can contain the number in the middle, and we can make it big and bold so that it catches their attention straight away. And we can also have the label underneath it. And that could be labeled number of attendees or people attending right below it. And then which countries are guests traveling from? So we can list the countries and the number of attendees from each of them as a horizontal bar chart. So we can rank the countries with the highest attendance from highest to lowest. We can also use a table, but I think for this example, a horizontal bar chart will be more appropriate, at least visually. Which session has the highest attendance? So once again, a horizontal bar chart will probably be best. So we'll be able to list all the sessions on one side and the number of attendees on another side. How many VIPs, sponsors, and speakers are attending? So we can use a donut chart for this one. And what that's going to help us do is it's going to help us see how the roles are distributed between the people that are attending the events. So one slice can be the VIPs, another slice can be sponsors, and the last one for speakers. How many missing values are in the data? This is simple. We can actually create another scorecard, and that's going to display how many blank records exist in the data. And once again, once the team can see that, they'll know exactly what to do with it. Now that you have this can actually be a guide in creating the visual layout that you want for it. So you can actually create a wireframe that represents how you want each of the visuals organized, right? And you want a clear visual hierarchy, right? So that you ask yourself, what do users want to see first? What do they want to see second? What do they want to see last? And then you can now organize the scanning pattern. Okay, so in other words, how are the users going to scan across the dashboard? How are they going to be viewing each visual naturally? You want to make sure that they're scanning the dashboard in a way that follows a natural flow, right? You don't want them bouncing from one side to another and twisting their necks in trying to figure out what your visuals are telling them. Whether you follow like a Z-like pattern or an F-like pattern, you just want to make sure that they're scanning your visuals in a way that is just natural for them to do. Now, I've actually created a wireframe inside Draw.io. So I'm going to show you what this looks like. So as you can see, this is the wireframe that I created. The first thing you see is the scorecard we discussed, and that's going to show the number of people attending the event. And the second visual is going to be the top countries by attendees. The third one is going to be the top session by attendees. The fourth one is going to be the roles breakdown, of course. And the fifth one is going to represent the data quality. So the scorecard on the top left answering question number 1, the visual on the top right answering question number 2, the middle visual answers question number 3, the bottom left will answer question number 4, and the bottom right will answer question number 5. So that's the hope, and that's what we want to build. So I think we are in a good position to start cleaning and preparing the data so that we can use it to create the dashboard. So I'm going to open up Excel once again, and then we'll simply just go back to our raw data, and then I'm going to now copy this, and then we're going to start cleaning this data. So for now, I'm just going to name this just bunch of random X's. We need to remember the team told us to clean as much as we can, except for the missing values. So if there are missing values, all we need to do is just create flags for them, and the team will handle that themselves. So in fact, let's even address that straight away so that we don't forget. Let's catch all the fields that have not been filled in completely. I'm going to create a new column. In fact, let me turn this into, I probably should actually go back into, I believe it's this one. Let's call this, I'm going to rename this table so that we can steal the name that it's using. So I'm going to name this, let's call this data quality, or rather, let's just call this EDA, exploratory data analysis for events data table. We'll just call it that. But we don't need it anymore, so it doesn't really matter. Now let's go back to this. I'm going to convert this into a table, hit Control T, hit OK, and then I've officially stolen the name. Event attendance table, right? And we can actually check the table names by hitting Control F3. So as you can see, let me just expand this a bit. That's the table we just named a few moments ago. And this is the new table that we're now working with right now. Okay. As you can see, this is where it's pointing to, and these are the values inside the data set. Okay, but let's get into it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a flag that highlights all the missing cells. So I'm going to call this empty cells check. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the if function once again, and I'm going to combine this with the or function. So in a nutshell, what we're trying to do is we're just trying to highlight if any of the following cells are blank, right? So I'm going to use the isBlank function as well. And I'm going to check every single cell in the row I'm currently in. So if that cell is blank, or in fact, let me just call this blank and then do that. And then I do is blank again. And then if countries is blank. Now, if sessions is blank, if arrival time is blank. So yeah, it does take a bit of time to get through it, but once you're in it, it's going to mean a lot. Let me just check that again. Right, let me just do that one again. Is blank. I don't know if I saw the syntax highlighting. That's why I did that again. But anyways, let's continue. Is food preference. You want to be careful, guys. You want to make sure that you're definitely selecting each cell. It's easy to lose focus when you're doing things like this. So if any of these cells are blank, what I want you to do is return the word missing. Otherwise, return the word okay, which means it's fine. I've entered too few arguments. I need to close the or function. So let me do that. That's just going to be before I use the word missing or enter the word missing. So now I've closed the or function. So I believe we are good. Okay, I think, some of these or functions I haven't actually closed. So let me close the one for email, I believe. The one for country. Okay, okay. Awesome. Okay, I think that worked. So let me just confirm. So this one is highlighting okay because none of these cells are empty. Now, let me just confirm this one works. Interesting. If you notice, this one's quite interesting because this is blank, but as far as it's concerned, it's actually registering a white space as a character. So this is one of the dangers of using something like this. How interesting is that? So this one is legitimately this one legitimately contains missing values. And this one also has missing values. However, there's extra space in it. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to trim the extra spaces inside each of the columns. So I'm going to create clean emails. Then I'm going to do the same for countries. I'm going to create clean country. I'm going to do clean session. I'm also going to do, I'm going to leave arrival time for a moment. But I'm also going to do clean seat and clean food preference. So let me just spend all of that. Okay, so we're going to use the trim function to actually clean this data. So I want to remove all the extra spaces in between each of them, right? So let me just do that. So that's clean emails. Then I'm going to do the same for clean country. So I'm going to use the trim function once again. And then I'm just going to go all the way down, go all the way up. Clean session. I'm going to do the same thing. So this is officially the data cleaning step. So we just want to make sure our data is clean and reliable so that when we do the checks, we can trust the checks we're creating. So that was interesting. Sometimes you have extra spaces inside your data. And if you depended blindly on this, it's possible for you to miss that out. So now what we need to do is we need to copy all these values. And then we need to paste them into the columns. So if I go to the email column, paste all these values in. And then in fact, let's do the same for these ones. So I'm going to go into country, right click, then click paste value. And then I'm going to do the same for this. So paste into the seat. So all the missing values inside our data set have been highlighted. So that's good. What I'm going to do is clear all of these because we don't need them anymore. The next thing we need to do is we need to standardize the arrival times. So some of the times that are used are 12-hour formats. And then you can see some of these are 24-hour formats. So we're going to just keep everything in 12-hour formats for now. I'm going to create a new column. I'm just going to call this clean arrival time. And what we're going to do is we are going to use the text function. And then we are going to select one of the dates as our first argument. And then for the second argument, we're going to enter hours, minutes, and we want this to be either AM or PM. So that's the time format we're going to go with. And then I'm just going to copy all the way. I'm going to copy this all the way down. I'm going to copy all of these. And then I'm going to paste values. So if you want to paste values, the shortcut for that as well is Alt-H V V, and that will save you mouse clicks. We're going to create the temporary column to highlight all the duplicates inside our data set. So we're going to concatenate each cell inside the row currently in, and that's going to create a unique ID that's not human readable, but it helps us highlight all of the unique values in our data set. So all we're doing is we're just combining all of the cells inside the record we are in. Okay, we don't need that one. Then we'll now create a new column that checks for the duplicates. So we're going to use the if function, and then we're going to use the countif function to highlight all of the cells inside our temporary ID column. And then we're going to look at the ID of the record we are currently in. And then we close that, and then we're going to say greater than 1. So if you see this ID more than once, then return duplicate. Otherwise, return unique, because that means it's appearing in our dataset only once. Okay, now go to the data tab, go to remove duplicates, and then we're going to make sure all the duplicates are removed. So I'm going to unselect everything, and I'm going to select the temporary ID. So it's only going to keep the first appearance of the IDs we have here. There we have it. What we also want to do is we want to create helper columns, and this is going to be useful for our analysis. So one of the things that we want to do is we want to count how many VIPs we have attending, how many speakers we've got attending, how many sponsors, how many normal attendees, etc. I'm going to create a helper column, and I'm going to call this is VIP. So we'll start with the VIPs. And how do we find out how many VIPs we've got? We are going to use the if function. And I'm going to say if the role is equal to VIP, then I want you to give me 1. So 1 can represent true. And if it doesn't, then I want you to mark it as 0. So in data, 1 can mean true, it can mean yes, it can mean correct. So in our case, is this a VIP? And the answer for the first row is yes. So it's returning a 1. And for the second one, is that person a VIP? And the answer is no. So it's going to return 0. And then we basically repeat the same logic for the others. So if I say is speaker, I can hit Control R while I'm in is speaker. And then it's going to copy what was inside is VIP. So all I need to do is just double click into this cell or press F2. What I'm going to do is I change VIP into speaker, and then I hit enter. So now this column is finding out if the person that's currently inside this record is a speaker or not. So is this person a speaker? And the answer is no, they're actually a VIP. What about the second person? And the answer is yes, they are a speaker. And then we're just going to repeat the same for the others. So I am going to change this to is a sponsor. Then I can do this one as attendee. I can say normal attendee. So is this person a sponsor? Let's change that. Sponsor. Is this person a normal attendee? There we go. So this person is a normal attendee, and this person is a normal sponsor. Okay, so that works. And I think it helps if I change the temporary ID column to, let's call it temporary record key. We'll just call it that. So now I think we're ready to build the dashboard. So we've prepared the data, and the data is now ready for us to convert into a dashboard. So I'm going to rename this cleaned events attendance data. So let me just organize all of this. And if you want, okay. And I can just drag that there. We'll create another sheet. So this is going to be our events attendance. In fact, let's just events attendance dashboard. So we're going to start with the title banner, and we're going to name this events attendance dashboard. And I would like this to take up a bit of the first row. So I'm going to merge and center, and then I'm going to expand the text so that it's nice and bold. I'm also going to change the text to Calibri. I like using Calibri because it's nice, it's calm, it's smooth and professional. Of course, you can change it to any font of your choice. Now, if you remember, the first thing, let me just open up the wireframe very quickly. If you remember what we have here, the first visual is going to be our scorecard, and that's going to have the number of people attending, so total attendees. So that's going to be the first thing people lay their eyes on. Now, let's go to our Excel spreadsheet. To get the total number of people attending, we're going to actually use the count A function. And we're going to go back to our data. And I'm going to go back to the first column and then select all the values in the first column and then hit enter. And that's how many people are attending the events we have available. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, it may actually make sense if I just expand this out a little more, right? So let me just merge and center from cell B to cell L. So I'm actually selecting all of these cells and I'm going to make this nice. I'm going to let it take up a lot of space and you're going to see why. So I've merged and centered this figure into all of these cells and I'm actually going to increase the font size. So I'm making it nice and bold and big. I'm changing this to Calibri as well. And then I'm going to type underneath this, people attending. And then this is also going to be taking up quite a bit of space as well. So I'm just experimenting here, guys. I want to see what this looks like. And then if you want, you can click merge and center here, but I like using the shortcut. So I use Alt HMC. So if I just zoom out very quickly, as you can see, it's all the way at the bottom. So I want it positioned all the way at the top. So I'm going to select top align. And it does just that. Okay, so I feel like I feel like we've actually absorbed lots of cells. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to select less. And I think I'll be fine with this. That's what that looks like. Okay, yeah, we'll take that. And then we can actually make that smaller if we want. Okay. Just trying to make sure that it looks just about right. Now I'm going to add a border across the entire scorecard. So I'm typing Alt HBS. There we have it. Now, the second visual that we need to include is the top countries by attendees. So how we're going to create that is we're going to use a horizontal bar chart. Okay, we could actually use the EDA data that we have here. We could actually borrow this. So what we can do is we can convert this into our chart. So I'm going to go into insert. I'm going to find a horizontal bar chart. And what I want to do is I'm going to right click into the data and I'm going to sort from smallest to largest. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the legend. I'm going to remove the grid lines. I'm also going to remove the axis and I'm also going to rename this to who's attending, or rather, let's call this countries attending. Yeah, we'll call it that. Next thing I want to do is, in fact, let's copy this and go back into our dashboard. So what I also want to do is I want to remove these buttons. I don't want to see them. So I'm going to go to the pivot chart analyze and then click on field buttons. And then I'm going to click on hide all. And now we know which countries are attending. And perhaps what I also need to do is add data labels. So I'm going to go into design and then add charts elements and then data labels. And then I'm going to click outside end. I'm also going to direct attention to the country with the most attendees, which is India. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all the bars. Let me just zoom in a bit. And then I'm going to right click. And then on fill, I'm going to use a light shade of blue. So I'm wondering which one would I want? Okay, let's use this one. And then I'm going to click on India. And then I'm going to click on fill. And then I'm going to just select a dark fill. You can see straight away the attention is now focused on India. And if I want, I right click and then I'm going to click on format data series. And then I'm going to reduce the gap width so that we make the bars a little larger. So the lower we go, the larger the bars become because it's reducing the gap width in between each of the bars. So if I just come out of that, what does that look like? Okay, it's looking okay. Okay, there we have it. Let me just give the events attendance dashboard a border. See what that looks like. Okay, then if I just close the gap between the scorecard and the visual, I suppose for consistency, let's see if we can give this dark border. So I click on the chart and then I go to chart options and then I go to color and then I click black and that's good. So the next thing we need to do is add our middle visual. So that's going to be the top sessions by attendees. So in other words, which session is the most popular? That's what we need to focus on. So if I go back to our EDA events attendance, I can actually use the existing pivot table we created. So I'm going to convert this into a horizontal bar chart. And then I'm going to sort this from smallest to largest. And then I'm actually going to drag this, or I'm going to copy this into our data here. So if I just zoom up so that I can just align this, even that, let me just align that. Right. So now I'm just going to zoom into this and then I'm going to get rid of the legend. I'm also going to get rid of the axis. I'm going to also get rid of the grid lines. All of these are pixels that are fighting for our attention. And we don't want the user to focus on the irrelevant pixels that are not adding value to the insights. I'm also going to remove these buttons. So I'm going to go into the pivot chart and analyze tab. And then under field buttons, click on hide all. So I'm going to name this sessions attendees registered for. And then it becomes obvious which one is the most popular. I'm actually going to also follow the same formatting we applied to the other one. So I'm going to right click on fill, and then I'm going to go for this one here. And then the most popular session will be highlighted the darkest. So if I just zoom out a bit, straight away, I can tell the webinar for AI ethics is the most popular. And that's followed by the panel for women in tech. And the least popular is the Excel mastery workshop. So our dashboard is starting to come together, which is great. Now, the next one we need to do is the roles breakdown. So in other words, who is attending our session? And we're going to distribute this by roles. And we're going to use the help of our donut chart. So let's get straight into that. What we are going to do is we're going to go back into our EDA events attendance. So we've actually answered this question through this pivot table. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the insert tab and then we're going to click on donut chart. And then I'm going to copy this and go into the events attendance dashboard. I'm going to paste that in. So I'm going to right click on add data labels, and then I'm going to click on add data callouts. And then I'm just going to drag these on the outside. So I'm just going to drag this here. I'm going to drag this here. And let's drag this just a bit to here. And I'm going to drag this here. And then we can say, who's attending? So as you can see, it looks like almost 90% of the people attending are just normal attendees. and less than 10% are sponsors. So the events team will probably need to look into that. If they need more revenue coming in, a larger ROI from the event, they probably need to reach out to more sponsors. And if the speakers are just 3% of the attendees, how interesting will these sessions actually be? Would you like more speakers to attend? Would you like more sponsors to attend? So that's going to be up to the events team to decide. So what we can do is we can actually remove these buttons from this as well. So we'll go to pivot chart, analyze, field buttons, and we're going to hide everything. And we don't need this because we have the callouts to do that. So we can just do that. Let me just drag that away from the title. And then we can drag maybe this into more white space. And then let's say who's attending by role. Because we've already defined who's attending by country. So let's just make that distinction. And then I'm just going to zoom out so that I can align it with the other visuals at top. Okay. Now, the final thing we need to do is we need to now include the data quality scorecard. So we need to know how many blank cells are inside our data set because that's a specific request from the events team. So how are we going to do that? A very similar process to how we built this one. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the if function, and then we are going to go into our clean data set. If I go all the way to the top and just scroll to the right, in fact, let's forget that. Let's go into here and we're going to create a missing flag. I think this is going to be easier. So once again, we're going to use the if function, but we're going to go into the empty cells check column. And what we're going to look for is whether this cell contains the word missing. If it does, mark it as 1. If it doesn't, mark it as 0. And then, let me just expand that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go back into this. And then we're now going to calculate the sum of all of those entries. So as you can see, we have about 271 cells that are currently empty in our data set. Now that is a lot. And then below that, we're going to type in missing values. So I'm going to now drag all of these cells, and then I'm going to click Merge and Center. And then I'm going to change the font to Calibri. I'm going to expand this. In fact, what I can do as well, I can just simply click on the first scorecard, click on Format Painter, and then click into this one. And I can follow the same process for the bottom half of the scorecard. And there we have it. Okay, let me just undo that very quickly. What I need to do is I need to first merge and center this. In fact, let's do that all again. I want to move this into, let's say, here. And then I'm going to undo the merge and center. And this, I want it to be more dominant. I'm going to just merge and center there. So we're just playing around with this. We're just trying to see what this looks like. And then this, I want it to be topped aligned. So let's try that one more time. So I click on the first half of the first scorecard, and then I click Format Painter, apply it to that, and then I'm going to apply the same to the second half of this. Let me just remove the, I'm actually going to remove all the borders. So I'm going to do Alt, then H, B, N. And that should remove all the borders. Then merge and center it again. Okay. And then I now, let me just confirm if it's aligned with the others. Okay, so what I want to do, I'm just going to, because I want it to just absorb all of that, I'm just going to make sure that merge and center it. Okay, so what I want to do, let's actually take this back a bit. And I want this to actually take up this space. So I'm actually going to remove the merge and center. Then I want it to take up all of that. That's what I want. Okay. And then I want it to take up all of this. Okay. The final thing I want to do is wrap it with borders. And I don't want that as a number with decimal places. So let's remove that. And there we go. So that's the second scorecard completed. Now I just want to wrap this with dark outline. So I'm just going to click on that, make sure it's on chart options. I do that and I apply the same to this. Okay, our dashboard is actually looking quite good. The final thing I want to do is I want to remove the grid lines from this. So I'm going to click on the view tab, click on grid lines or uncheck it. And then I'm also going to uncheck the formula bar so that we have enough space to see what it looks like right now. And I'm just going to align this with our scorecard. So if I was to just go back into this, and if I was to just, let's tidy this up a bit as well. So in fact, we don't need any of these. If I just copy these questions, if I just paste this here, have we answered each of these questions? So how many people are attending? Our first visual, which is the scorecard, aims to answer this question. So have we answered this question? The answer is yes. Which countries are guests traveling from? That's the countries attending visual, which is a horizontal bar chart. So we can check that off. Which session has the highest attendance? So this is the visual in the middle. Has it answered that question? The answer is yes. How many VIPs, sponsors, and speakers are attending? So who's attending by role aims to answer that. Because it's asking how many, we can actually also include this inside our callouts. So let's right click that, click format data labels, and then we can include the value. So straight away, the events team can understand how many people are attending by role. They can find, so this answers how many VIPs exist, how many speakers exist in our data, how many attendees also exist. And then if we just say yes to that, the final one is how many missing values are in the data. There are 271 missing values. Our last scorecard answers that. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally completed our dashboard. So now we can officially send this off to the events team and they can now handle it however they see fit. If you followed along, this was quite an exercise and I'm super happy for you. You're going to find this entire workbook in the link to the description of this video. If you want to have a look, it's completely available to you. I hope you enjoyed this one and I hope to see you next time. This is day 15 of the 30-day Excel challenge. So today we're going to do conditional formatting part 2. So on day 6, we covered part 1 and we saw how conditional formatting helps you visually guide attention with colors, bars, and icons. So today we're going to explore a few more scenarios where we can do the same thing so that we can visually separate what matters from what doesn't. Because at the end of the day, data is only useful if someone notices the right data points. And formatting is what makes that happen. So let's begin. Throughout today's lesson, we're going to be dealing with 3 different data sets with a list of orders made by customers. What we need to do is we need to help the managers outline the data points that are important to them. So the first thing we need to do is highlight entire rows based on their order status. So as you can see, we have different order statuses. If I just click this, you're going to see that we have different order statuses. We have cancelled, completed, pending. We can highlight the cancelled orders in red and the pending orders in yellow. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight the entire data set. I'm going to click on conditional formatting and then go to new rule and then click on use a formula to determine which cells to format. And then I'm going to enter this field and then I'm going to type equals $ E1 equals cancelled. That way, all the records that have an order status of cancelled are highlighted in red. So now to highlight that in red, I'm going to click on format and then more colors. And then I'm going to just select red of my choice. So I think this is good. So click OK and then click OK again and then click OK one more time. And now all the cancelled orders are highlighted in red. So the next thing I need to do is I need to repeat the same steps, but this time I need to make sure that all the records that are pending are highlighted in yellow. So once again, I select my entire data set, then go to conditional formatting, new rule, and then click on use a formula to determine which cells to format. And then inside this cell, I type in equals $ E1 equals pending this time. And then I go to format, and then I'm going to give this a color of, let's say, let's use this color. And then I'm going to click OK, and then click OK again. And now all the pending orders are highlighted in yellow. So now we can easily see the most critical rows in this table. The next thing we need to do is highlight any orders placed on the weekend. So if any orders were made on a Saturday or Sunday, we need to color it in. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So first, select the purchase date column and then go to conditional formatting and then go to new rule and then click on use a formula to determine which cells to format and then click into the field. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to use the OR function so that I can determine whether the active cell I'm in is either a Saturday or a Sunday. So I'll just type in OR. And then I'm going to use the weekday function. And what the weekday function does is that it checks what day of the week a date is. But the number it returns depends on the type that you actually use. So for us, the first argument is going to be the date. And in our case, we're simply just going to type the cell that the date value is in. And then the second argument is what controls how Excel numbers each day of the week. So if I type in 2, this allows Excel to number Monday as 1, Tuesday as 2, all the way to Sunday as 7. So I'm just going to close that bracket and then equals 6. And then I'm just going to do the same thing for Sunday. So weekday, C2, and then I'm going to add 2. Then I'm just going to close the bracket. And then I'm going to click on format. And then I'm just going to click on, I'll say yellow, click OK, click OK. Now all the weekend orders are flagged in yellow, as you can see. And if you want to have a look at your rule, the rule you've just created, just click on conditional formatting, manage rules, and then you can see that this rule has been applied to the purchase date column. So we're going to move on to conditional formatting with pivot tables. So we're now moving on to a new data set just to demonstrate that. There is actually another example of this on day 12, pivot tables part 2. So have a look at that if you want to see it. We're first going to convert this to a pivot table. So Alt NVT is the keyboard shortcut. And then I'm just going to click on OK. So what we want to do is we want to highlight the top 10% of products that are generating the highest revenue for us. So I'm going to drag the product name field into the rows box, and then we'll drag the total spend field into values. And then what we can do is we can highlight all the cells here, and then click on Home tab, and then conditional formatting, and then go to top bottom rules. And then you're going to go to top 10%. Then I'm going to click that. And then I'm going to choose the green fill for this. So green fill with dark green text. And then click OK. And now you can see the product that's performing the best in our pivot table. And if you want, you can actually remove this blank field because we don't need it. So what I can do is I can just go to the filter button and then just uncheck that and then click OK. And that's a pivot table that's showing the top performing product. And if you want, you can sort this from largest to smallest so that it stands out even more. And now we've got the product that's generating the most revenue for us. How about highlighting the bottom 10%? So the lowest performing one. So make sure you highlight your data and then go to conditional formatting and then go to top bottom rules and then bottom 10%. And then make sure this is highlighted in light red fill. Click OK. And there you have it. So the lowest performing product is highlighted and the highest performing product is also highlighted. And if you want, you can actually add color scale to this. So if I was to highlight all of the cells once again, I can go to conditional formatting and go to color scales. If I want to use, let's say, green, white, red fill, you can see that the colors are actually fading into another color. So the green is for the top performing products, and then it fades into white, and then it fades into red. It's actually gradually increasing the intensity of the red. So the lowest performing product is in a stronger and more intense shade of red compared to the ones in the middle. And the best performing product is in a stronger shade of green compared to the others in the middle. So that emphasizes which ones are the best performing products and which ones are the lowest performing products. So we're now back on our data set. And what we want to do is we want to focus on profit margins this time. So let's use icons to classify the different profit margins we can see. And basically, we'll visually identify which ones are high, which ones are medium, and which ones are low. So we can use the red, green, and yellow icons for that. So let's go back to our data set. And this time we're going to focus on profit margins. So some of our orders are actually profitable, but some of them are not even scraping it. So what we want to do is we want to use icons to group the different profit margins in our data so that we have the green ones as high margins, the yellow ones for medium margins, and the red ones for low margins. So what we're going to do is we're going to select all the values inside the profit margin column, and then we'll go to conditional formatting, and then we'll go to icon sets. And then we're going to click on more rules. And now what we can do is we can go to this section here. So I'm going to type in 40% because what I'm going to tell Excel is I want the profit margins that are greater than or equal to 40% to have green circles next to them. Now, in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change this drop down to number. And I'm going to do the same thing for this one, because Excel reads them as numerical values, even though we understand that they're percentages. So for this, I'm going to type 40 again. And once again, we're telling Excel that we want to add green circles next to any value that's greater than or equal to 40%. And then we want to add yellow circles where the profit margin is between 15% and 40%. And then we want to add red circles where the profit margin is below 15%. So have a look at this. So green circles when value is greater than or equal to 40%, yellow circle when it's less than 40% and greater than or equal to 15%, which is just a long-winded way of saying between 15 and 40%. And add a red circle when it's less than 15%. I'm going to click OK. And as you can see, we now have yellow circles where the profit margin is between 15 and 40%. We've got red circles where it's below 15%, and we have the green circles where it's greater than 40%. So now profitability can be seen instantly. So let's move on to the next example. And what we want to do now is we want to now flag all late orders that should have been completed by now. So any order that was made and it's over 30 days old should be highlighted so that we can attend to them urgently. So what we're going to do is we're going to highlight all the values in the purchase date column. And then we're going to go to the Home tab and then Conditional Formatting. And then we're going to click on New Rule. And then we're going to click on Use a Formula to determine which cells to format. And then we click inside the empty field. So we're going to use the AND function. And the reason why we're using this is because we want two things to be true. So we want to highlight records that, number one, are older than 30 days old. And number two, that haven't been completed yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the today function to find out what today's date is. And then we're going to subtract that by D2. So that's going to be the first cell in the purchase date column. And then we're saying whether that's greater than 30. So with this section, what we're telling it to do is it's going to calculate how many days have passed since the order was made. And we're checking if that result is greater than 30. So basically, this entire section, all we're asking is, has it been more than 30 days since the order was placed? And if yes, then this first part is true. So now we need to add the second part. So for the second part, we're looking at the F column. So what we're going to do is we're going to type in $F2. I'm going to say it's not equals to completed. Completed. And then we close bracket. So basically, this is looking at the order status column. And we're looking for the order status for that row. And we're saying that it should not equal completed because we're checking if the order was not completed. So basically, for this second section, what we're asking is this order not marked as completed? If yes, then the second part is true. And if that's the case, that means the first section and the second section are both true, which means we need to mark this as red. So I click on format, and then I go to more colors, and then I'm just going to select a red, click OK, click OK again, and then I click OK one more time. So as you can see, any order that's older than 30 days and it's either pending or cancelled is highlighted, just like we want. Now, there is one more thing that we need to do, and we need to focus on profit margins again. We need to flag all the profit margin values that are extremely high. We want to highlight this because it's either telling us one of two things. Number one, there may be an error in the way that the profit margins are being calculated. Or number two, there could be an outlier in the pricing somewhere that we're not aware of. But either way, we need to highlight them so that we can investigate them further. So what we deem to be extremely high profit margins is basically 45%. So anything above 45% must be colored in. So what we're going to do first is highlight all the values in the profit margin column. And then we're going to go to home, and then we'll go to conditional formatting, and then highlight cell rules. And then we click on greater than. I'm going to type in 45%. I'm going to choose a bright yellow field this time, or yellow field with dark yellow text. And then click OK. So now all the suspicious profit margins are now flagged, and it now leaves us room to investigate this further. So what do I want you to remember with conditional formatting in general? You need to use conditional formatting to focus on the important data points. So you want to use it to flag things like late orders or outliers or even errors. Because what you need to remember is we're trying to turn data into clear signals. So you know you're using it well if your end users know exactly where to look without you having to say a word. But try not to use too many rules at once, otherwise it's going to cause confusion to your users. Because the ultimate goal is just trying to make sure that your users can focus on the data points that matter to them the most. That's always the focus with conditional formatting. So use colors, data bars, and icons strategically to guide attention as opposed to create confusion for your users. So if you do want to practice this, there is a workbook in the description below, and it will guide you to the GitHub link with the Excel workbook where you can continue practicing conditional formatting. But until then, that wraps up conditional formatting part 2, and I hope you enjoy this one. This is day 16, and today we're going to talk about VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP functions. So if you don't understand how lookups work, just know that you do it all the time without knowing it. So I'm going to give you an example. So let's say you're in a restaurant, right? And you're looking at the menu, and you tell the waiter, can I have dish number 104? So you actually don't mention the name of the dish, and you don't mention the price either. All you do is just give them the code. And in your head, you're saying that that's a ham and cheese sandwich. And I can see that the cost for it is $8. That right there, my friend, is a lookup. Because what you did was you gave an input, which is 104, and you used a reference table, which is the menu, to look up the information related to that code. So in other words, the dish and the price. So in Excel, lookups behave the exact same way. So if it's a VLOOKUP, it helps you search for a value inside a column, and then it's going to return the related value from another column in the same row. So let's look at a VLOOKUP example just so that we understand this a bit more. So let's imagine you have a list of employees in a table, and each employee has a unique ID. You can see which departments they belong to, you can see their access groups, and you can also see their privilege levels. So if you want to find out what department employee number 4 belongs to, you can manually look it up, or you can create a VLOOKUP function to find that for you. So let's explore how this works. I'm just going to type department. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm going to type VLOOKUP. So this is the VLOOKUP function, and basically The first argument is the lookup value. So that's the value that we're looking for in the data. So in our case, we're going to type employee 4. And then the second argument is just the range we want Excel to look for the value inside. So I'm going to select the entire table, and we're telling Excel to look for employee 4 inside this range. Then the third argument is going to be the column number of the value we want to return. So in our case, since we want the value in the department column, this will be column number 3. Because if you notice, the first column is employee ID, the second column is name, and the third column is department. So we're going to type in 3. And then we'll add false so that we're telling Excel to find the exact match. So just do this if you want peace of mind. And then we close that. And then we get marketing. So employee 4's department is the marketing department, as you can see right there. Now let's say we have another page, and this page has a table that tells us the systems that each employee is allowed access to based on the access group that they belong to, and the maximum login attempts that they're allowed, as well as whether they're allowed to work remotely or not. So what we can do is let's figure out what systems the employee is allowed access to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in allowed systems, and then I'm just going to borrow the formatting from these two, then just paste it there. And now we're going to type VLOOKUP, because what we want now is we want to find out what systems the employee is allowed access to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on employee, and then I'm going to enter the security sheet again. And then I'm just going to select all of these cells here. And then I'm going to type comma. Then I'm going to type in 2. And that simply means that we're checking within the second column in this sheet, so that we understand which systems the active employee is allowed to access, depending on what access group they're in. And then I'm just going to type false, and then close the bracket. So based on who I selected, if you're an employee, if your access group is employee, you're only allowed access to HRMS. So if I go into that, as you can see, employees are only allowed access to HRMS. So VLOOKUPs allow us to search for values vertically. So what that simply means is it allows you to search for values in the columns we tell it to from top to bottom. So, but what if our data is not vertical? So in other words, what if we don't have the headers on top and the records after it? What do we do then? In a situation like that, that's when we use the HLOOKUP function. So let's say you run a school and you have different test results for the students in your class. So you have your subjects and they're all stacked to the right instead of having them underneath it. And you have the score results of your students right next to them as well. So for David, you can see all his test results to the right of his name, and Billy, the same thing, and so on and so forth. So let's say you want to look at how Sally performed in science. Because the subjects are listed on the top row, this is actually great for HLOOKUPs. So this is what we're going to need, right? We're going to go into this cell and we're going to begin using HLOOKUPs. So type HLOOKUP, and then we're going to type science, because the first argument in the HLOOKUP function is the lookup value. So in our case, we want to find the subject science. And then the second argument is going to be the range we want Excel to look into. So in our case, we're just going to select the whole table. And Sally is located in the 4th row of this table. So I'm going to type in 4, because the third argument is actually telling Excel to return the value from the 4th row. Then we're going to type false, and this tells Excel to return an exact match. So we now know that Sally scored 90 in her test. So if I was to change this to, let's say, maths, we now know that Sally scored 95 for maths, as you can see right there. So what we can do, let's format this a little bit. So let's say Sally's grades. Then let's merge the center. And then what we can do is we can actually create a drop-down list so that we can select any subject we want, and this can dynamically change. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all the subjects from the top here, and then I'm going to enter a new sheet, and then I'll right click, and then I'm going to click transpose. And as you can see, it's no longer lining them up horizontally. It's now done it vertically. And then I'll go back to my sheet, and then I'm going to click on this cell here, and then I'll click on data, the data tab, and then data validation. And under the allow dropdown, I'm going to click on list. And the source is going to be that sheet that I've just created. I'll select all the values there, and then I'm going to click OK. So what I'm now going to do is I'm actually going to update the HLOOKUP function. So as you can see, I hard-coded the subject into the first argument. Now, instead of that, I'm going to point it directly to the cell that now has the drop-down menu. And this drop-down menu is going to allow us to select different subjects that Sally's taken. And I'm going to hit enter. At the moment, it's returning an error, and that's because this is blank. But if I select a subject, you can see that this changes. If I select a new subject again, it now dynamically changes. So as you can see, we have access to all of Sally's grades, and we can see how she's performed for each subject without having to hard code any values into our formula. So what we're going to do now is we're going to actually take this to the next level, and we're actually going to practice on another data set. So this will be our main exercise for today. So let's say we work for IT operations, right? And our job is to manage all the company laptops, the employee permissions, and all the security policies. So we have two data sets. So the first one is going to be IT asset inventory. So this is where we track which laptops are assigned to what employees. And we have a second data set, and this lists all the security policies that apply to all the different types of laptops we have available. So what we're going to do is we're going to use VLOOKUPs and HLOOKUPs to extract the information that's relevant to us. So the first thing we need to do is we're going to use the VLOOKUP to find the asset ID of an employee based on their employee ID. I'm going to type employee ID, and then I'm going to type asset ID. And then I'm just going to format them. So I'm just going to add borders around them. So I'll just zoom out a little bit. I'm going to manually type an employee ID. So I'm going to type in employee, let's say 106. And then I'm going to move into the asset ID field. And then I'm going to type VLOOKUP. And then my lookup value is going to be this employee ID. And I'm going to search for this inside this table. And then I want the asset ID returned. So that's going to be the third column in this table. So I'm going to type 3. And I want the exact match. So I'm going to type false. Then hit enter. And there we have it. So the asset ID assigned to this employee is LAP006, as you can see right there. The next thing I want is the laptop model. So we're going to need to use the VLOOKUP to find the laptop model, and that's going to be based on the asset ID that we've just found. So I'm going to type laptop model. Then I'm just going to copy the formatting using the format painter and just apply it to that. Now I'm going to type VLOOKUP. I want to find this asset ID, and I want you to look inside the asset ID column and the laptop model columns. And because I want the laptop model, I want you to return whatever you find in the second column. And then I want you to return the exact match. So we're going to type false, then hit enter. And it's found the MacBook Pro, and that is correct. And to test if this is really working, you can actually change the employee ID. So if I was to change it to, let's say 2, as you can see, it dynamically changes. So the results are being updated as long as I give it a valid employee ID. So if I do employee 101, you can see the laptop model's changed and the asset ID is also changed. If I give it something that doesn't exist, let's say 109, then it's going to return these errors because there is no employee 109. So let me just change it to another valid employee. So let's try 107. And there we have it. So we have the asset ID, we have the laptop model for this employee. But what we now need to do is to find the security policies that are linked to the employee. And that's going to be based on the laptop this employee has access to, or the laptop that the employee is linked to. So Let's first find out the maximum login attempts that they're allowed. So I'll just type in maximum login attempts. Let's color this, let's say blue. Then we're just going to add borders around that. And now, because we're dealing with horizontal data, meaning that the headers are actually in the first column, we now need to use the HLOOKUP function. So I'm going to type HLOOKUP. And the lookup value that I'm after is the laptop model. So I want to find this laptop inside my table. And I want you to look inside this table. So I'm going to select the entire table. And it's going to be the second row you find the data that I want. And I want the exact match. So I'm going to type in false and then enter that. So the maximum logins that employee 107 is allowed to make is 4. And that's based on the laptop that this person has. So if I go to HP Spectre, you're going to see that anyone with a HP Spectre laptop is only allowed a maximum of 4 attempts, as you can see right there. But what if I also want to find out the VPN access of this employee? Yeah, let's try that. So let me just type in VPN access, and I'm actually going to copy the formatting using Format Painter, apply it to VPN access. So I'm going to type HLOOKUP, and I'm going to point back at the laptop again. So we need to find this laptop, and we need to find it inside this table. And VPN access can be found on the third row of this table. So we're going to type in 3, and we want the exact match. So we're going to type false, and then we hit enter. So is this person allowed VPN access with this laptop? The answer is no. We can confirm that by just looking into here, and that's correct. Also, what we don't want to do is we don't want to keep hard coding the employee ID. So let's create a drop down that allows us to dynamically change all of this based on the employee ID. I'm going to go to the data tab, and then I'm going to data validation. And then under the allow option or the allow drop down, I'm going to click on list, and the source is going to be all of these values. And then I click OK. So now I can simply dynamically change the employee ID. And as you can see, the data also changes. And if I want, I can align everything to the center. So let me just align everything to the center. And there we have it. If I just keep on switching, you can see that the results are automatically updated based on the dropdown. I no longer need to manually type anything into there. And it returns a data validation error, which is wonderful. It just prevents us from entering any typos into that. So what do I want you to take from today's lesson? Use VLOOKUPs when your data is sorted vertically. So that means your headers are in the first row and each row is stored below it. So if you need to search down a column for a value and it needs to be returned from the same row, that's when you should use VLOOKUPs. You need to use HLOOKUPs when your data is sorted horizontally. So that means all your headers are in the first column and your data runs across the rows. So if you need to search across a row and you need to return something from the same column, that's when you should use HLOOKUPs. But if you do want to practice this further, I'm going to leave a link to the GitHub where you can find the workbook that you can practice with. But until then, I hope you enjoy that. And that closes VLOOKUPs and HLOOKUPs. This is day 17 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today we're going to be looking at index match functions in Excel. So index match is another lookup technique that's actually more effective than VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. But before I explain how, let me explain how index matches work, because you use it every day and you don't even realize it. So imagine you're walking into a supermarket and you need to buy toothpaste. So you can do one of two things. You can either walk into every single aisle and look at every item one by one to find the toothpaste, or you can simply look at the aisle signs that hang across the ceilings to find exactly what you're looking for. So, for example, let's pretend that these are all the aisle signs that hang across the ceilings. You'll notice that personal care is in aisle number 3. So you go straight there and you scan the shelves until you find your toothpaste. And that's exactly what we do when we go shopping. Because what happens is you first use the sign to find the aisle number. And then you use the aisle number to grab the exact item you're looking for. That's how we use the index function. And when you combine them together, that's how you find exactly what you're looking for in a supermarket. So one finds the position and the other finds the value inside that position. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you an example and I'm going to bring it home a little more. So let's first talk about index. So the index function helps you grab a value from a range once you tell it which row or column to use. So in other words, we use the index function if we want to see what's inside a cell. So as long as you provide it with the row or the column number and the range that contains the data. So for example, what if I wanted the department that's in row 3? So right now you can see that it's finance, but if it was a larger data set, it will be more difficult for you to find that. But if we're using the index function, this is how it works. So I'm just going to click in department name, and then I'm going to type index. So the first parameter is asking me to give it the range it wants to look in. So in our case, I'm going to select all the values in the department column. And then the second parameter is telling Excel to return the value in the third row. So I'm going to hit enter. And as you can see, we got finance. So remember, if you give index the range that you should check in, and let's say the row number in this case, then, so let me break down what the match function now does. And all the match function does is it tells you the position of a value in a row or column. So what if I wanted to find out where finance is located? So instead of returning the value, I want to actually find out what row this belongs to. So I type in match, and then I type in finance into the first argument. So the first parameter is the value I need the match function to look for. And then the second parameter or the second argument is me telling the match function where to find this value in. And the third argument or the third parameter is it's going to be 0 because I want it to find an exact match. And I'm going to hit enter. So that's row 3. And I've not actually had to give it the row number. It's found the row number for me. So we've used the match function to tell Excel, tell me where finance is positioned in the column that I've given you. But now I want to talk about how to combine index and match together. So let's look at this data set here. So if you remember, the index function will give you the value of a cell, but it needs the row or column number first. And that's what the match function actually does. The match function will give you the row or column number, and then it will feed it into the index function. So once that happens, then the index function will find the value within the range you give it. So that simply means that you don't actually need to manually type the row or column number in index because the match function does that for you dynamically. But let me show you how this works. So let's imagine I just paste this employee ID there, and I want to find the department name for this employee. So what do? So if I'm using index match, I type in index, then I select all the department values within the department column. Then I type in match because the match function is going to help me find the position of the value I want. So the lookup value inside the match function is going to be the employee ID. And we're going to find this employee ID inside the employee column. So I select all the values within the employee ID column. And because I want an exact match, I type 0, and then I close that. So now the department that this employee belongs to is the marketing department. So if I look at employee 4 over here, and if I look at the department there, you can see that it matches with what we have right here. So what we're telling Excel is look for employee 4 in the left column and tell me their department. So let's put everything that we've just learned about index match to practice. So this is our exercise, and we're actually using the same data set from day 16 where we went through VLOOKUPs and HLOOKUPs. So I'd encourage you to have a look into that. And the reason why we're using the same data set is because we want you to compare how effective index matches are compared to VLOOKUPs and HLOOKUPs. So basically, just as a run through, you're working in IT operations, right? And your job is to manage all the company laptops, the employee permissions, and the security policies. And we have two data sets that we're working with. So the first data set is the IT assets inventory. Well, that's where we track all the laptops that have been assigned to each employee. And we also have the security rules, and that's where we define all the security policies for different laptops. So what we want to do is we want to retrieve the information that's important to us. So as we advance into this exercise, we're going to be pulling different kinds of information from the data we have available to us. we're going to start with the employee ID. So I'm just going to paste, let's even try employee 6. I'm going to paste employee 106. And we're first going to find the asset ID of this employee. So we're going to use index match to help us with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type index, and then I want to select all the values within the asset ID column. So this is where the asset ID is going to be stored. And then we're going to use the match operation to basically find where the employee ID is appearing in the employee ID column. So the lookup value will be the employee ID that we've hard coded here. And then we want you to look inside the employee ID column. So we're going to select all these values there. And we want it to be an exact match. So we're going to type 0. And then we're going to close the match function. And then we're also going to close the index function with another bracket. And then we'll hit enter. And as you can see, it's managed to return the asset ID for this employee. So if I go to employee 106 and go to asset ID, they match. So the match function inside here is returning the row where the employee ID is. So the match function is looking at this employee ID and it's trying to find the row number where it's located inside this column. And the index function is going to return the value that it finds for the asset ID based on the position of the employee ID it's been given. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the formatting. Then I'm going to type index. So we want to return whatever's here. And that's going to be based on the position of our asset ID. So first, we click on the asset ID that we've just found, and we're going to select all the values inside the asset ID field so that the match function is able to search inside here. And we want an exact match. So we'll type 0, and then we add the first bracket to close the match function, and then we add another bracket to close the index function. So the laptop model is MacBook Pro. So we have the employee ID, the asset ID, and the laptop model. Now, we want to start pulling information from the security rules table. So what we want is we want the maximum login attempts for each laptop. So I'm going to type maximum login attempts. We want that in, let's say, blue. So now I'm going to type index, and then I'm going to go into the security rules table, and I'm actually going to select all of these values from B2 all the way down to I2, because that's the value we want returned. We're going to use the match function. We want the laptop model we've just found, and then we add a comma. We want to find this laptop model inside these records. So inside that header, you should be able to find the laptop model. That's what we're telling Excel. And we're going to type 0 for exact match, close the match function, and then you close the index function and hit enter. So now we know for MacBook Pros, the maximum login attempts are 4. So a MacBook Pro cannot exceed 4 login attempts. And if you want to test it out, just switch the employee ID to something else. Let's try that again. Now, if you want to find the VPN access, we follow a similar path to what we just did. So we type index. We're telling the index function to look inside all of these cells because that's what we want returned. And then I type match, then I just go back, and we're looking at the lookup value will be the laptop model. And we want you to look inside the headers here, all the values there, and we want an exact match. So let's close that. So once again, if we keep on switching the employee ID, that should dynamically update. And to top it off, we want to change this to a drop-down option so that we avoid any accidental overwrites. So somebody may come in and accidentally add in characters that the system doesn't recognize. So to avoid that from happening, let's add a drop-down. So go to the data tab and then go to data validation. And then under the allow drop-down, click on list. And then for the source, you're going to select all the values under the employee ID. And then hit OK. And now you can choose between all the different employee IDs that are available. And that's it. Now, the key takeaways from the index match lesson. These are the things that you need to remember. So use index match to get the value when you already know the position. And by position, that means the row or column number. And use the match function to get the position when you already know the value. So remember, the match will get the numerical position. Once you know what that numerical position is, you can now feed it into the index function. And once you do that, you can now get the value that you want. So that you can now use index match to find what you want dynamically. And if you do want to practice this further, I'm going to leave a workbook inside the GitHub repo for this 30-day Excel challenge. So check the description of this video and you can find the workbook to practice index matches with. That closes today's lesson and I hope you learned something new today. Stay blessed. This is day 18 of the 30-day Excel challenge and we're looking at XLOOKUP functions today. So the XLOOKUP function behaves like all the other lookup functions like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and index match. However, there are a few problems with these lookup functions. So first of all, VLOOKUP only searches from left to right. That means the lookup value has to always be on the left side of the column that contains the data we're looking for. So if your lookup column isn't on the left, then VLOOKUP will not work. And if the structure of the columns change, the VLOOKUP function breaks because it relies on the column numbers being the same. And next, HLOOKUP only searches from top to bottom. So the lookup value has to always be above the data we're searching for. So if your data isn't laid out in rows, then HLOOKUP is not going to work. And index match is good, but it can be too complicated to use. So in fairness, index match actually does solve some of these problems, but it can be complicated to understand and it forces you to write two formulas and then combine them as one. And that's not always easy to work with. However, XLOOKUP fixes all of that. So with XLOOKUP, you can look left or right and up and down on any table. So remember, VLOOKUPs only look from left to right and HLOOKUPs only look from top to bottom. But XLOOKUPs can search for the value in any direction. And with VLOOKUP, you don't need any column numbers. So something like VLOOKUPs force you to give it the column number to pull data from. So XLOOKUPs skip that completely because all you need to do with an XLOOKUP is you just need to tell it where to look and it's going to extract the data for you without you giving it any column number. So with XLOOKUP, you can use one simple formula. So if you remember index matches that we mentioned, index matches need you to combine two functions together. And that can be confusing, especially for beginners. XLOOKUP does the same thing as index matches, but you're doing it all on one single line. And it's easy to write, and it's easy to fix if anything goes wrong. And with XLOOKUP, you can still use it even if your table changes. So something like VLOOKUPs will break if you move a column because it relies on column numbers. But XLOOKUPs are more solid because it relies more on the column names and the cell ranges and not the positions. Now, how does an XLOOKUP function work? So in other words, how many arguments does it have and which ones are compulsory, which ones are optional? The first argument is the lookup value. So what value are you searching for? The first argument is the value you are searching for. The second argument is the lookup array. So where should we find the value? That's where you specify the row or column it should look in. The third argument is the return array. So what row or column contains the answer? That's where you specify where the results are found. The fourth argument is the custom message if it doesn't find the result, and that's optional. So it allows you to create a custom or friendly message if it doesn't find the results, instead of you having the typical NA message you normally see in Excel. And the fifth argument is the exact match, and that's optional too. So the fifth one allows you to choose exact match, appropriate match, and wildcard match. So by default, it's set to exact match, which is what you want most of the time. So you don't actually need to change that. So let's try XLOOKUPs on actual data. So what we have here are a list of employees and the departments they belong to. So how would we use XLOOKUP to find out which department an employee belongs to? Let's just paste in a random employee ID into the employee ID field. In department name, we're going to type XLOOKUP. So remember, the first argument is the lookup value. So we're going to select F2 because we want the department name for that employee ID. The second argument is going to be the range where we search for that value. So that's going to be in employee ID column. So we'll select all the values inside there. And then the third argument is the column where we want the results returned. We want the department name for this employee. So we're going to select all the values inside the department column. Then I'm just going to close that and then hit enter. So employee number 2 is in the HR department. So what happens if I just change the employee ID? If I change to employee 1, as you can see, it's IT security. So what we're telling Excel to do is look for this employee, which is employee number 1, inside this column. And then once you find it, return whatever is in the same row, but in the department column. That's what this XLOOKUP function is telling Excel to do. So let's flip this around. What if we want to find the employee's name using the department instead? So the VLOOKUP function would have required us to have the department column on the left somewhere for this to work, but it's not. The XLOOKUP function doesn't care. Whether it's on the right or on the left, it will still work. So we can use it for this example. So what we're going to do is we're going to type XLOOKUP. And then the first argument is going to be the department name. The second argument would be where we want to find this lookup value in. So it's going to be all the values within the department column. And then the third argument would be what we want returned. So it's going to be a name and it's going to be within the name column. And let's add the fourth argument. So we're going to add a custom error message too. So if this doesn't work out, what message do we want to see? So let's type couldn't find an employee for this department, let's say. Then we'll close that. And if you want, you can add a fifth argument, but XLOOKUPs by default will return an exact match. So you actually don't need it. But for the sake of this example, I'll just put 0 for exact match, even though it's redundant. And then I'll hit enter. And there you go, Lisa Patel. So let me just zoom out a little bit. What happens if we enter a department that's not in this list? Because remember, this employee name, it's only returned because it's looking at the department name. So if I was to type in, let's say marketing, there we go. It's returning our error message. Couldn't find an employee for this department. So it looks like the XLOOKUP function works. So if I was to type in, let's say finance, as you can see, David White's name returns. If I was to type in, let's say, the data team, couldn't find an employee for this department. So the XLOOKUP function works. We're getting our friendly error message instead of the usual NA message that Excel returns if something doesn't work out. So let's move on to another data set. So we have a simple horizontal table, and here each row is a column and the access levels are in the rows below it. So keep in mind, not all data is vertical. So this is testing whether we can still do a lookup, even if the data is sideways. So what we need to do is we need to find the access level based on a row. So with a table structure like this, normally would go for a HLOOKUP, but we can still do this with the XLOOKUP. So I'm going to show you how we're going to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in, let's say manager into the role field. And then we're going to use XLOOKUP within the access level field. And then for the first argument, we're going to select manager, the one we just entered in. We want to find this manager within these values here. So we're telling XLOOKUP to look for the manager role within these values we've selected. And once you've done that, return the value that's in the next row for the manager. And then once we close that, as you can see, the access level for manager is medium, and we can actually see that right there. So what happens if we change this to employee? It dynamically changes to low. And if we try admin, it tries high. So it works. So XLOOKUPs can actually replace HLOOKUPs. It applies to horizontal looking data, and it applies to vertical looking data, where the headers are on the first row in a vertical table, and the headers are in the first column in a horizontal data set. So let's move on to our next example. So here we have a table showing what salary band someone falls into depending on how many years of experience they have. So we have a salary band for someone with a year of experience, someone with 3 years of experience, and someone with 5 years of experience. What if we have someone with 4 years of experience? That's actually not listed in our table. So there wouldn't be an exact match for that person. So what would their salary band be? In this situation, what we need to do is we need to look up the closest value that doesn't go over 4. And that's what we call an approximate match. So let's see what that looks like with an XLOOKUP function. So I'll type in 4 years of experience there. And then I'll type in my XLOOKUP. And we want to find the number 4 in our data set. And we want you to look within the years of experience column. So we'll select all the values within that. And we want you to return the salary band for this person. So we'll select all the values in the salary band column. For the fourth argument, we don't want a custom message. So we'll just type in space and then comma again. And for the fifth argument, Excel normally defaults to 0, which is the exact match. But we don't want the exact match only. We either want the exact match or the next smaller item. So we're going to click on -1 because that helps us do just that. And then we'll hit enter. And that returns 50,000 as the salary band. So because we don't want it to go over 4, it's now matched to the salary band that's tied to 3 years of experience. And that's how approximate matches work with XLOOKUPs. So let's look at another example. So let's say we have a table that records the price of products across different stores. And what we want to do is we want to pick a product and a store, and we want Excel to tell us how much the product is based on that. So Excel is going to need to look through 2 different axes. So the first one will be the rows where it matches each product name, so laptop and phone. And the second axis will be the columns to match the different stores. So store A, store B, and store C. So we're going to need to use 2 XLOOKUP functions for this. That means that one XLOOKUP function is going to be nested in another. So I'm going to show you how this works. So I'm going to type, let's say, laptop into the product. And then for store, let's type store B. The first XLOOKUP, what I'm going to do is I want to search for the laptop. That's going to be my first search. And you're going to find the laptop within these 2 values here. So under the products that we've listed. Now, I'm going to add another XLOOKUP. And this time, I'm going to search for the store that I've mentioned. I'm going to select the cell above this one. So that's going to be G5. And that's where I've just written store B into. Now, I want you to search for store B inside these values here. And then I want you to return the values within here. So I want you to give me the value where laptop and store B intersect. That's what we're telling Excel right now. So I'm going to close the nested XLOOKUP, and then I'm going to close the outside XLOOKUP. And then I'm hitting enter. And there you have it. So the laptop in store B cost me $1,200, let's say. If I change that to phone, how much is phone in store B? It's $750. How much is a phone in store C? That's $720. So as you can see, you can actually use an XLOOKUP inside another XLOOKUP. And that's going to allow you to search across 2 different axes. Now let's move into our main exercise for today. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using the same data sets we used for day 16 and 17, where we explored VLOOKUPs, the HLOOKUPs, and index matches. And we're doing this so that you can compare the lessons and see how effective XLOOKUP is compared to the other lookup techniques we've mentioned. So what we have here is we're working for the IT operations of a company, and we're responsible for tracking which laptops an employee has and the security policies applied to that laptop. So the first data set is IT assets inventory. And this simply contains a list of employees, their names, as well as the laptop models that have been assigned to them. And the second data set is the security rules table. And this contains a list of the policies assigned to each laptop model listed here. So what we need to do is we need to fill out each of these fields using XLOOKUP. So we're going to start with asset ID. So we already have the employee ID mentioned. It is a drop-down menu, so we get to select the different employees that are listed here. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the asset ID. And once we have the asset ID, it's going to allow us to fill these other values in because the XLOOKUP is simply just going to reference that. So let's start with that. If we want the asset ID, how do we go about doing that? So I'm going to type in XLOOKUP, and our lookup value is going to be our employee ID. Now we want you to find this employee ID inside this list here. So all the employee IDs within the employee ID column. And because we want the asset ID, we want you to return any of these values that match the employee we've just given you. And then if we close that, we should get the asset ID for that employee. And that's going to be LAP002. So if I was to just change that to another employee, as you can see, it dynamically changes and the asset ID is actually correct. So let's move on to the laptop model. We want to return any of the values here that match the asset ID that we have listed here. So how do we do that? Let's type in XLOOKUP and we want you to find this asset ID. So let's click on that cell and we want you to find this asset ID inside this list here. So we'll select all the values inside the asset ID column. Now, what do we want returned? We want returned the laptop model. So we're going to select all the values in the laptop model column. Now, let's just say it's not able to do that. So what will happen in this case? We want you to say unable to find laptop model for asset ID mentioned. And then just close that. And then we'll hit enter. And there we have it. So if we manually type an asset ID that is on the table, what will happen in this case? It will dynamically switch to that. But what if we add a asset ID that's not in this table? It's going to return a custom error message. So if I was to, let me just scroll to the right. As you can see, it's unable to find laptop model for asset ID mentioned, just like we specified. So let's just undo all that. Let's zoom into this. And then let's actually bring this over here so that it's easier for you guys to see. Right, so the next thing we need to do is we need the maximum login attempt for this laptop. And because we have the asset ID and the laptop model, we can actually get started with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in the XLOOKUP function again. And we want to search for this laptop. Now, where do we want to search for this laptop? We want to find this laptop inside the security rules table. But where specifically do we want to search? We want to search through the list of laptops over here. So we'll select all the laptops. Now, once it finds the laptop, what do we want returned? We want the maximum login attempts. So we're going to select all the values next to the maximum login attempts. And then we'll just close that and hit enter. So for this type of laptop, you're only allowed 6 attempts at most. So if you try to log in more than 6 times, it's not going to work for you. That's for employee 108 with a Lenovo Yoga laptop. If we switch this up, what's the security policy for 102? You're only allowed a maximum login attempt of 3 if you have the MacBook Air. And that's what employee 102 has. Now let's find out if this employee has VPN access. So let's type in XLOOKUP. And we want the laptop model once again. And we're going to find this laptop model inside this list here. And then we're going to select all the values next to VPN access, and then just close that and then hit enter. And according to our security policies, anyone with a MacBook Air is not allowed VPN access. So what happens if they have a Dell XPS 15? They are allowed VPN access. That's how you use XLOOKUP functions. If you do want to practice this further, check the GitHub link in the description below, and you're going to find that leads you to an Excel workbook where you can practice XLOOKUPs a little bit more. So, what are the key takeaways for day 18 for XLOOKUPs? Use XLOOKUPs to find answers in any direction, whether that's the left of a table, the right of a table, or up a table or down a table. And avoid XLOOKUPs when you're using older versions of Excel. Well, to be honest, XLOOKUPs are not available in older versions of Excel. So anything before 2016, you're probably not going to find XLOOKUP functions. So in these cases, just stick to VLOOKUPs and index matches, and you'll be just fine. And that brings a close to XLOOKUP functions. I hope you learned something new today, and I hope you stay blessed. This is day 19 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today, we're talking about data cleaning. If you've been following each day with us, you would have noticed that we've been cleaning data every single day up till now. So whether that's removing spaces or fixing inconsistent names or splitting text, all of that is data cleaning. And in the real world, you're likely going to spend more time cleaning data than actually analyzing it. But let's touch on what data cleaning really is, why we need it, and how we do it. Let's take a diamond as an example. If you've actually seen a diamond before it's polished, so a raw diamond, you'll notice that it's actually not that interesting. It actually looks like a normal rock or pebble. But once that same raw diamond is washed, and then once it's cut, and then once it's polished, that's when it becomes a beautiful gem. And that's when it's valued at a high price. So when you think about it, a diamond is just a rock, but the process it went through is what made it a valuable one. Most of the time, the data you get is like that dirty rock with all those diamonds trapped inside. So it may contain like extra spaces or bad characters, typos, duplicate records. You can't actually build a dashboard on dirty data. And that's why you need to understand how to clean data in the first place. There are some data problems that you're going to see a lot. So what this lesson is all about is exposing you to some of them and showing you how to handle them when you see them yourselves in Excel. So here we have a list of employees and their names and their departments. And this has been exported from a HR system. But there is a problem with this data set. Some of these records have actually been imported twice. So now we have duplicates in this table. At a first glance, it's actually quite easy to miss it, especially if the records are not side by side. What we would have done is we would have highlighted all these records and then go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and then go to duplicate values. And then we leave that as duplicate, and then we click OK. But here's the problem with this. This only highlights duplicate values, not duplicate records. So if IT appears more than once, as you can see there, it's going to get flagged, even if those IT records are completely different people. So this method is not helpful. Instead of checking one column, we want to check the entire row has been repeated. So the employee's ID, their name, and their department. So what I do in this scenario is I create what we call a helper column. And what that's going to do is it's going to uniquely identify each row on this table. So I'm going to show you how to do it. I'll just call this, let's say, unique record identifier. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to type equals. I'm going to concatenate each of the cells in this row. So I'm going to start with the employee ID, and then I'm going to type the and sign, and then I'm going to select the name, and then I'm going to type the and sign again, and then select the department, and then I'll hit enter. And as you can see, it's combined each of these into one value. Now, it doesn't actually look that nice, but we're not here for aesthetics at the moment. We just want to uniquely identify each record. What I need to do is I need to just remove the duplicates there. And now I can select all these values and then go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and then duplicate values. And then I'm going to select OK. So now, if you notice, the records with the IT departments are no longer part of it because now it's not looking at the individual values per se. It's now looking at duplicates at the record level. This appears here and that appears here. We need to select this entire data set and then go to the data tab and then go to remove duplicates because we want to remove all the duplicate records. Make sure all the columns are selected and then click OK. It says 2 duplicate values found and removed. So now we only have 4 unique values remaining. And the final thing to do is to keep this clean, we delete our helper column because we don't need it anymore. All the unique records remain in our data set. So let's explore a situation where we have empty cells in our data set. So if you look at the name column and the department column of this data set, you're going to notice that it's got quite a number of empty cells. So we have some cells missing data under the name and department columns. If we ended up passing this into a report, it could end up breaking formulas or giving incorrect results. So that's not good. Before we actually do anything, let's understand how bad the issue is because I'm actually seeing quite a number of blank records and it's not looking good right now. So what we can do is we can actually use the count blank function. And what the count blank function does is it tells us how many blank cells are in a specific column. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type in number of blank cells in name column. Let's say column. And then we'll say number of blank cells in department column. So how this works is I'm going to type in count blank and then I'm simply just going to select the range inside each column. So I'm going to start with the name column and then I just hit enter. Then I'm just going to do the same thing for departments, then hit enter. And then if I want the total, I'm going to hit Alt and equals. And let's provide it with some nice borders. And we have a total of 13 blank cells inside this data set. Ideally, what will happen now is we would go back to the data owner and then we're going to tell them, hey, I found 13 missing values in the file you sent over. Could you help us understand what's happened? And then while you're waiting for a response, we will still need to make sure the data doesn't break any downstream tools like dashboards or lookup formulas. So what we're going to do is we're going to apply a temporary patch by filling in the blanks we found. So how this works is I'm going to select the entire data set, right? And then I'm going to hit Control H, and this is going to open the find and replace box. So what I'm going to do is for the find what field, I'm going to leave that blank. And then it's asking me what do I want to replace this with. So in our case, what I'm going to type is not available. Then I'm going to hit replace all. And it's made 13 replacements. That also confirms that the count blank functions we ran are accurate. So I'm going to click OK and then close that. At the moment, the data is now clean and it's safe to use. And on top of that, we've made it obvious that there's missing data in the table. So let's move on to the next example. So we just pulled a list of names from several different data sources. And as you can see, they're all formatted differently. Some of the names are all in caps, some are in lower cases, and others are just a mess of both. That's obviously not nice to read. Imagine other users using lookup functions and filters just to find some of these names. They're going to have a hard time finding the names they want. We need to clean this up. So there are 3 ways we can reformat this data in Excel. And that completely depends on how you want them to appear to your users. The first way is uppercase. To turn text into uppercase, use the upper function. So I'm just calling the upper function. And then I'm clicking on the name and then hit enter. And all the names are now in caps. So the second way is lowercase. So use the lower function to turn the names into lowercase. Call the lower function and I've clicked on the name and I hit enter. So all of the names are now in lowercase. Now the third way is proper case. If you want the first letter of each name in the text to be capitalized, use the proper function. I'm just going to type in proper and then I'll select the name and then I hit enter. So this is the one you're likely going to be using the most, especially for names, because it gives you the names in a professional format. So as you can see, the first letter of the first name and the last name are capitalized, and the letters after them are in lowercase. So another common issue that you're going to find in messy data are typos. You're also going to find abbreviations, and you're also going to find inconsistent spelling. And let me tell you from experience, right? You're going to bump into these type of issues a lot in the corporate world. Let's say someone's trying to search for finance, but instead of finance, the clean version, they get all of these weird versions showing up. So some of these are clearly not spelt correctly, and others are just shortened versions of it. And the rest are just in completely different formats. So this will break your filters and any lookups that rely on the categories being clean. Let's even try searching for finance ourselves. So if I type in finance, so you can see 3 different versions appear, but the other versions that we saw are not on this list. So if I just cancel one letter, as you can see, we get more results show. I try again, you get more results showing. But all of these are the finance department. So this is a workaround that I normally try. I copy all of the department names and then I paste the values here. And then I go to the data tab and then remove duplicates. In fact, I just need to make sure that everything's selected. And then I click OK. So we have all these values here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type the clean version of each of these, right? So because there's not that many, there's about 10. Then I type IT. I'm going to type finance again, finance again, finance, 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 finance. For the sake of this example, let's just focus on finance. So the first version that we're going to replace is this one here. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm just going to select this entire data set. And then I'm going to hit Control H. And then in the find what field, I'm going to type in that version of finance. And then I'm going to replace it with the clean version. And then I'm going to click replace all. And now we've managed to replace 2 of them. I'm going to try the second one. And then I'm just going to select the entire data set once again. And then I'm just going to replace the value inside the find what field. And I'm going to leave this one because this is the version I want. So I'll click replace all. And it's made 8 replacements. And then I just keep repeating this process until we've managed to do it for all of them. So we've managed to replace most of these bad versions with the clean version. What I want to now do is I want to address this particular one because this one is actually appearing multiple times. The problem is if I try to follow that same approach for that one, I'll just show you right now. If I try to replace this version with the clean version, what's going to happen is it's actually going to affect all of these clean versions. And I don't want that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to undo that. And then open up the find and replace box again. But this time, I'm going to open up options. And then I'm going to click on match case. And then once I've done that, I'm going to click replace all. So it's not going to find an approximate match. It's going to find these exact sequence of characters, and then it's going to replace it with the clean version. So click OK, and that should be fine. So if I was to click on the drop down here, as you can see, we only have 3 departments now: finance, HR, and IT. So that's good. We can now see all of our employees grouped under one clean version of the finance department. So let's move on to our next example. Now, I want you to do something, right? I want you to look at each of the names in this list. There's actually something wrong with each of them. And if you're watching this for the first time, the issue might not be obvious. And that's exactly why this is dangerous. This is actually one of the most common hidden problems in real world data. The values actually look fine, but secretly, they contain extra spaces. These extra spaces will actually break your formulas, your lookups, your filters, and pretty much any downstream tool that depends on each of these names being cleaned. Sometimes it's leading space before the name. Other times it's trailing spaces at the end. Or worse, double spaces in the middle somewhere. So each of these issues happen either when you're manually typing a name into the cells or you're copying and pasting data from another system. And if you don't clean it, then your formulas might quietly break without you realizing it. I'm actually going to prove this with a quick test. So what we're going to do is we're going to see how many characters are in each name before and after we clean them. And that's going to show us how much rubbish we're actually removing. So I'm going to create a new column. I'm going to call this trimmed names. And I'm going to use the trim function to remove the extra spaces in each cell. And then I'll click on the name and then I hit enter. So that's going to remove all the extra spaces, whether that's at the front of the name, behind the name, or the double spaces in between. So what's going to happen is it's going to keep the single spaces between each word. So now I'm going to use the len function to compare character counts. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to count the number of characters that exist inside each name. So I'm going to create a new column just for that. So I'm going to call this character count. And then I'll call this old names. So character count for old names. And then I'll just type in equals len, then click on the original name, then hit enter. And then I'm going to repeat the same process, but for new names or the trimmed names. So I'm going to call this character count again, but this time it's the new names that we're performing this test on. I type in len, and then I'm going to click on the new name this time, and then I hit enter. And as you can see, there are differences between the two columns. So if I actually type in, let's create a difference column this time. If I type in equals the character count for the old names minus the character count for the new names. There you have it. These are the extra spaces found in the old names. So if I was to click on this one, you can't actually see it right now. But if I go the other way, and if you just carefully look at that, as you can see, so after Adams, these are the extra spaces that are being counted right here. So if I try that again, these are the 6 characters that Excel has found. So Excel marks each space as its own standalone character, which is why if a downstream system, so let's say a lookup function or a filter, if it tries to look at this name, it's actually going to record the extra spaces as well. But anyways, we can see the character count between the messy version and the clean version. And that just proves how the extra spaces corrupted each name in the dataset. So let's move into our main exercise for today. You've been given the spreadsheet from the support team. This spreadsheet is a log of complaints made by customers from multiple countries. This log has been updated by different members of staff at different times. And each member of staff have their own unique way of populating this data set, as you can see. You can see that there are extra spaces, there are capitalizations for some of them are in lower cases. So there are a lot of bad data issues that we need to address. So our job is to clean the data and get it ready for reporting. So what we want to do first is highlight all the duplicates. Let's just find out how many records appear more than once. So I'll type in unique record identifier, and then just expand that a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to concatenate every single cell in this record. So concatenate just means joining or putting together. Let me just do just that. So I'm going to type equals, and then I select the case ID, and then I'm going to hit the and sign, then I select the customer name, hit the and sign again, then I select the country, hit the and sign, and then select the issue type. And then I hit enter. So the values that appear in this field are not actually that nice. They're not nice to look at. But that's why it's a helper column, because we don't need it for too long. Once we've cleaned the data, we can get rid of it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select this entire column and then go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and then duplicate values. And just make sure that the drop-down selects duplicate values. You can also select unique values, but we don't need that. I think it's easier to select the duplicates. So click OK. So each of these records are appearing more than once, which is not nice. So what we need to do is we need to select this entire data set and then go to the data tab, then go to remove duplicates. Make sure all the columns are selected and then click OK. And as you can see, 19 duplicates were found and they were removed. And now we're left with 60 unique values. So that's good. So that's one data issue out the window. I did notice that there are a lot of countries with misspellings, and I'm seeing different variations of the same country. So what we're going to do is we're going to select all the values within the country field, copy that, and I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. Let me just paste the values here. And then I'm going to paste the values. And then I'm going to keep that selected and then remove duplicates. And then click OK. And I click OK again. And then I'm just going to move this all the way up there. Now, what I'm going to do is, in fact, let me just drag this here for a second. And then I'm going to call this bad versions. I can mark it in red, actually. So this is just to identify all the inconsistent and incorrect versions of the countries. And then I'm going to type in good versions. So this is our alternative to this. So Canada. So that's the good version of that is going to be Canada. That's how you spell Canada. USA, we're happy with USA, so we'll keep it at that. United Kingdom. Let's keep it as United Kingdom for now. And UK, so we need to be careful, guys. As you can see, Excel actually auto-filled those records. So I'm going to delete that because in this situation, we actually don't need it. So UK, we're going to replace that with United Kingdom. Canada would be Canada. United Kingdom will be United Kingdom. Now, I'm going to select all these records and I'm actually going to go to the data tab and then remove duplicates again. And then this warning comes up. So I'm actually going to select continue with the current selection. It's actually offering to expand my selection because it probably thought I made a mistake in just selecting those values, but I didn't. I'm consciously trying to select these ones and removing the duplicates. So I select continue with the current selection and then remove duplicates. And then I click OK. And now we have 3 unique values. Let me just highlight that as green and then just make that a little bit pretty. Add borders. I'm going to replace all of these with all of these. So now I'm going to start with Canada or Canada. That's going to get replaced with Canada. I'm going to select all of the records in the table. Well, actually, so I'm actually going to select all the records in the country field. I hit Control H to open up Find and Replace. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, in the Find What field, I'm going to add Canada. And I'm going to replace this with Canada. Now, at the moment, the options, so I'm just going to select options. That's going to show the basic version of find and replace. If you want the advanced version, just click options. Make sure you select match case so that you replace this exact version. And then I'm going to hit replace all. And Excel has now replaced 10 versions of Canada with Canada. So I click OK, I close that. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to replace the UK with United Kingdom. So I'm just going to select the good version. I'm going to copy the good version. I repeat this process again. So I select all the values within the country field. I hit Control H. I type UK into the find what box or field. And then I'm going to replace with United. Oh, interesting enough. So this is why copying and pasting is not always the best option. I just noticed there's a typo here. So I'm going to type the right version. I'm going to type kingdom because that's what I want. So the United Kingdom is what I want. I'm going to replace all of the UK with United Kingdom. And we've made 8 replacements, so that's good. So I'm actually going to address that right now. So let me just enter this cell and type kingdom. Attention to details is one of the most important traits as a data professional. Now, let me actually replace this variation of United Kingdom. So if you can't see it, this is KINDGOM. That's not correct. So once again, we select all the values within the country field. We hit Control H to open up the Find and Replace box. In fact, let me even take it a step further. If you want, you can actually copy the value, paste it into here, and then paste it into the find what field, and then make sure that the correct version's replacing it, and then click replace all, and it's replaced it. And this applies to the entire sheet. So I'm pretty sure that it's replaced this one as well. So now let's select the countries. And as you can see, we now have 3 of the countries in their clean formats. So if we were to group them, so let's even create a pivot table just to confirm. If it was to group all of this, what would it look like? So if I was to just drag the countries only for now, as you can see, we have Canada, United Kingdom, and the USA. So that's good. So our method worked. So we have the correct, consistent country names inside the country field. Now we don't have a problem if we want to filter to any of the countries of our choice. So if I was to filter to Canada, we have all the clean versions of Canada, as well as the United Kingdom. So that's good. So in the customer name field, the country field, as well as issue types, there are some blank cells that shouldn't be there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the entire data set, hit Control H, and then in the find what field, we leave that blank. And then we're going to replace this with, let's say NA for now. So we'll say not available. So if it has a blank cell, we'll replace it with that. Tell you what, before we even do that, let's first count how many blank cells exist in each of these fields. So let me just enter here. So let's type number of empty cells found. And then we'll call it merge and center. We can color it in as well if we want. And then we're going to type customer name field, the country field, and the issue type. So for customer name, we type count blank. And the count blank function, once again, is going to count how many empty cells are inside a field. So I'm just going to select all of that. And then I hit enter. Then I go into country and type count blank for that. And then we go into the country field and select all the values inside there. And then we repeat the same process for issue type. And this is so that we can give this back to the data owner and let them know that the extract of the log that they've provided us contains several missing values. So they need to address that. So let's just format this a little bit. So as you can see, there's a total of 21 missing values inside this log. So what we now need to do is we need to copy this and we're actually going to paste it. We're going to paste the values. Okay, so that means we're going to lose the functions we used. And the reason why we're doing this is because if we now start replacing the empty cells with actual placeholders, what's going to happen is each of the count blank functions we've used will no longer see any empty cells here, and it's all going to turn into zeros. We want to preserve our calculations so that we can still send this off to the data owner behind this, and they can now address it accordingly. Now let's actually address the empty cells. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the entire data set, hit Control H, and then I'm going to leave the find what box blank, and we're going to replace with NA. So I'm going to replace all. And as you can see, it's made 21 replacements. And that's exactly the same as our calculation. So that's good. All the blank cells are now filled. Interesting enough, oh, would you look at that? So some of these cells are not empty. As far as Excel is concerned, there are characters inside this cell. Even though we can see they are empty, there are actually extra spaces inside there. And that's interesting. So it's looking like we have to remove the extra spaces as well. That's interesting. So that's why this wasn't part of our calculation. We actually just need to remove the extra spaces from the entire data set, because if you can see this customer name, for example, there's a lead-in white space there. I'm pretty sure this has a lead-in white space too. We now need to remove all the extra spaces from the data sets. So we need to go into each of these fields and remove the extra spaces. I'm going to say trimmed customer name. Then I'm going to say trimmed country. And then we'll say trimmed issue type as well. So let's start with the customer name. So I'm going to use the trim function. I'm going to click on the first cell inside the customer name and then hit OK. And then I'm going to drag this all the way down. And now there are no more white spaces inside any of the customer names. And I'm going to copy the same process for country. So I type in trim, and then I select the first cell inside the country, hit enter, and then I copy down all of the formulas used. And then finally, I'm going to apply the same process for issue type. Select the first cell inside issue type, and then I'm just going to copy that down. And there we have it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy all of these cleaned, trimmed values. And then I'm going to enter the first cell in customer name. And then I'm going to right click, paste as values. And now the clean versions are now there. So these are the versions that do not contain any extra spaces. So once I'm done with that, I can just remove that. So now let's actually update this because we now have more empty cells found in our data set. So I'm going to select these two, and then I'm going to hit Control, Shift, and plus, and then I'm going to hit Shift Cells Down. So now I'm going to type additional empty cells, or rather, let me type in more empty cells found after cleaning. Just type that. It's quite long, but it's worth it. We're going to use the count blank function again, and we're going to apply this to the country field. In fact, to avoid any issues, let's select all of the values that we've just edited or we've just updated, and then hit enter. So there are 5 more empty cells that are found in our data set. So let's update this. We're going to hit Alt equals, hit enter. So we have 26 empty cells, or rather, we found 26 empty cells in our data set. What we actually need to do is we need to standardize the values we've just updated. So let's use the proper function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say proper customer name, proper country, and then I'm going to say proper issue type. And then I'm going to first use proper for the first cell in customer name. And there we have it. And then I'll follow the same process for the country values. And then finally, I do the same for issue type. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of this and then replace what I have there with this. And there we have it. I'm going to replace the USA. I made it a proper format. So let's replace USA with the caps because that's okay. Now let's replace the empty values in our data set with NAs. So select your entire data set and then just make sure that the find what field is blank and replace with NA. And that's 5 replacements made. Let me just expand this a bit. And let's just clean this up. So let's get rid of the helper column. And as you can see, there are no more empty cells. All the customer names are in a consistent format. The countries are consistent too. And the data is a lot cleaner than we met it. So if I was to just remove all these cells, we have the bad versions there, the good versions there, and we still have our calculation for how many empty cells we found. And that's pretty much it, guys. So if you do want to practice this further, check the GitHub link in the description of this video. And there is a workbook for practicing your data cleaning. So if you do want to practice your data cleaning, then feel free to play around with that workbook. So the most important thing that you have to understand is you need to learn to clean data because dirty data is everywhere. In the real world, data is messy. It's full of typos, it's full of blanks, empty fields, duplicates, and so on and so forth. So it may not sound as exciting as building dashboards or machine learning and AI, but none of that even matters if data is bad or it's broken. So no clean data means no dashboards, no AI, no machine learning. So That's why teams are looking for talented people who are great at cleaning data. In fact, 80% of data work is really just cleaning data. So if you are good at this, then you're going to become the person that the team trusts. And that's because clean data is trusted data. And trusted data is what drives action across the business. I know that's a lot to take in. I do hope that you enjoyed this. This is day 19, and we just touched on data cleaning. This is day 20 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today we're talking about Power Query Part 1. So in our last lesson, we were exploring different ways we can clean data. So we were doing things like remove duplicates, correcting spelling mistakes, and fixing corrupted spreadsheets. Imagine we had to do those same steps every single day. So not only is that exhausting, it's actually risky because you could forget a step or you can calculate something incorrectly. And when you're working with high stake reports, that's the last thing you want to do. So that's actually where Power Query comes in. So what is Power Query? So it's a tool in Excel that automates data cleaning for you. All you have to do is just show it how to clean your data once. And from that moment on, it can actually repeat those steps for you every single time. And you don't need to learn how to code. You don't need formulas. You just need to teach Power Query the data cleaning steps with just a few clicks of your mouse. And you're done. But keep in mind that it's only available for Excel 2010 and later. And in some of the newer versions, it's called Get and Transform. Well, what Power Query does is it allows you to import messy data, clean and transform it step by step, and then you can load the clean data back into Excel. So every step you take is recorded. So the next time your data updates, all you have to do is click the refresh button and Excel does the rest for you. So let me show you how to find it. So you go to the data tab and then you go to get data and then you scroll to other sources and then you click from table or range. And then once you select the range of your data, you can now click my table as headers and then click OK. And what that's going to do is it's going to open up the Power Query editor. And then you can define your data cleaning steps and it's going to list it under the applied steps box that you can see here. And then you can give it a name of your choice. So let's say test query. And then once you're done, then you click close and load. And then what it's going to do is it will create a new sheet with the data that's been cleaned. But let's explore an example and see how this all works. So let's say every single week we get an Excel file from the HR team. And in this file, we've got a list of employees. Some of the names are in lowercase, some of them are in uppercase. There are a few that are a mixture of both. There are blanks inside the data set. So if we were to clean this manually, it'll probably take us a lot of time. And imagine if we have to do that every single week. It's time consuming and it's error prone. We could miss out a name. We could accidentally delete a name. So mistakes are bound to happen. But what I'm going to do is I'm still going to walk you through the manual process itself. And then I'll show you what it looks like in Power Query. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my entire data set. And then I'm going to hit F5 on my keyboard. And that's going to open up this go-to box. And then I'm going to click on special. And then I'm going to click on blanks. Then I click OK. And then I'm going to hit Control minus. And then I'm going to click Shift Cells up. And then I'm going to hit OK. So that's going to remove all the blank rows from my data set. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to now change all of this into proper casing. So I'm going to type the proper function. Then I'm going to click on the first name. And then I hit enter. And then I'm just going to drag this down, hit Control D, and then just auto expand that. And then I copy this data and then I paste it into here. So I'm going to paste values. And then what I'm also going to do is, in case there are extra spaces inside any of the fields, I'm just going to trim the names. Then I'm going to apply the trim function to departments. Then I just copy all of that. And then I paste the values here. And then I just get rid of that. So that's how you do it through the manual approach. So the steps are not actually too difficult, but it can get repetitive. And imagine you have to do this for over 100 employees every single week. That's when it becomes a bit more of a time waste. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to now use Power Query to help us with this process. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to undo all of that. I'm going to select this entire data set, and then I'm going to the data tab, get data, and then from other sources, I click from table range. And then I'll just make sure that my table has headers is selected, and then I click OK. And then let me just rename this to clean employees list. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to select this entire data set, and then I'm going to click on remove rows. And then I'll select remove blank rows. And it's now managed to help me do that. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that all the names inside the name column are in proper case. So I'm going to go to transform, then I'm going to go to format, and then I'm going to click on capitalize each word. So as you can see, there are no more lower cases, there are no more upper cases. The first letter of each word is now in capital letters. And then I'm going to select all the columns. So I'm going to include the employee ID column this time. And what I want to do is I want to remove the extra spaces that may be hiding in any of these columns. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on format, and now I'm going to click on trim this time. And that way it's now removed any leading and trailing white spaces that may be hiding in any of the cells. So once I'm done, what I do is I go to home, and then I click close and load. And there we have it. This is our clean data set. So Power Query has created a clean version of this data set right here. So every single time we have new data coming in, all we have to do is go to data and then just hit refresh all. And it's simply going to do the data cleaning for us. So if I just double click on our query, you'll notice here, it's recorded. That's what Power Query will follow every single time we hit the refresh button. So every single time new data comes in and we hit refresh, it will follow all of those applied steps. So let's look at more data issues Power Query can fix. So this is a report on all the sales that were made and the customers behind each of the sales. So some of the problems that we have with this data set is the customer's first and last names are in the same column. Some of the records are actually being repeated, so there are duplicates. And some of the cells inside the region column are actually empty. So we need to fix this. If we were doing this manually ourselves, the first thing we would have done is we would have probably copied this, paste it here, and then we would go to data tab, go to text the columns, so that we can split the first and last names into separate columns. We make sure delimited is selected, click next, and then make sure that space is the only one ticked on this list. And then we can click OK, and then we can click finished. And then the first and last names are now separated. And then we'll just name that first name. Then we name this last name. And then we just make sure that we get rid of that. We can even write customer first name, and then customer last name. And then we copy the formatting from this one to here. The next thing we'll do is select the entire data set, and then we go to the data tab, click on remove duplicates, and then click OK. And now the duplicate value we found has now been removed. The final thing we do is we're now going to replace all the empty cells with a value. So we're going to hit Control H to open up the find and replace box, and then find what will be left blank. And then we're going to replace this with NA, which stands for not available. And then we're going to click on replace all. And we've now made 2 replacements. But every time a new file comes in, we still have to repeat these steps every single time. Let's get Power Query to do all of this for us. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to split the full name into first and last name fields. We select the full name column, we go to split column, and then you click by delimiter. Make sure the delimiter that is selected is space, and then click OK. And then we can now rename this first name. Then we'll name this one last name. And then after that, we select our entire data set so that we can drop all the duplicates. So we're going to click on remove rows, and then we click on remove duplicates. And that's going to remove all the duplicated records in the table. The final thing we'll do is we'll replace all the empty cells with a placeholder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the entire region field, and then I'm going to go to transform. I'm going to click on replace values. So I'm going to type in null, and then I'm going to replace this with NA. So go to the home tab and then click close and load. So no more manual cleaning needed and no more manual fixes either. Now let's look at one more example before we move on to the main exercise. We have the different products here. And as you can see, the sales for each month have their own columns. So at first glance, this looks fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But the problem is, if you want to analyze this data further, this structure is actually harder to work with. Because usually, you normally have one column that contains all the sales. But in this case, we have the sales of each month next to each other in separate columns. And normally, you'd have a column with all the products too. But here, we have the product in each row. So in other words, there's one row for each product and there's one column for each month's sales. We can't filter by month if we wanted to because each month's sales is next to each other. And we can't even create a pivot table even if we wanted to. And on top of that, we can't even create something like a line chart if we wanted to track the sales over time, even though this is pretty much time series data. So our ability to analyze this is just limited by how the data is structured right now. So what we need to do is we need to unpivot this data. What does unpivot mean? So unpivot means to flip the data from a wide format into a long one. So instead of having separate columns for each month, we're actually putting all the month values in a single column and the sales amounts will go into another column. So instead of having separate columns for each month, we're actually putting all the month values in a single column and the sales amount will go into another column. So another word for unpivot is actually flatten. So if we say we're flattening data, we're actually unpivoting data. So if you want to do this manually, what you'd normally do is you'd create a new table, right? And then you have a column for product, you have another one for month, and then you have another one for sales. And then this is the painful part. You would actually have to copy everything from here into these three values there. So one for January, one for February, one for March. And then I just copy that. I just put it there. Then Jan there, Feb there, March. I'm sure you're following on what's going on right now. This is pretty much what you have to do if you want to flatten this data. So you get the point, right? But this is time consuming. And this is just for 3 months. So imagine your data grows to 6 months, or you're working with 9 months worth of data, or even 12 months. And then you add more products. This becomes error prone very quickly, especially when you're copying and pasting data from one table to another. So Power Query was actually designed to handle these situations. So let's explore what that looks like. In Power Query, we can flatten this data in just a few clicks. So all you have to do is select the January sales, February sales, and March sales columns, go to transform, and then click on Unpivot columns. So this now turns your column headers, so the months, into rows. So we're going to rename both columns. So the attribute will now be named month, and then the value is now going to be named sales. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to clean the values inside the month field. So we're going to remove all the sales appearing there so that we're just left with the month. So there is a clever way of doing this. So what you have to do is you need to go to the transform tab and then click on extract and then click on text before delimiter. And then just hit the spacebar once and then click OK. And now it's extracted all the text before the word sales. So January sales becomes Jan, February sales becomes Feb, and so on. So this data is now flattened. So if we want to, we can now build pivot tables out of this so that we can compare each sales by month. And we can also create charts that help us see the trends in sales over time. And if we want to filter or group the data by month or by product, we definitely can, thanks to these fields right here. And because this is Power Query, it's still going to work when we have new months coming in and new products added to the data set. So the next time the data updates, Power Query will also add those updates in. And there we have it. And sometimes I forget to name the query or the table. So I'm just going to right click this and then I'm going to click on rename. And then I'm going to type in clean sales data. We'll say _2. We can also name the sheet the same thing. And there we have it. Now it's time for the main exercise. So let's imagine you work for a product team for a startup, and each quarter the team collects data on different things. So, for example, the different features they want to roll out, the hours they release them, and the different budgets that they've estimated. So they give you the data, but there's a lot of mess. So already we can see that some of the feature names are in caps, some of them are in lower cases, and others are a mix of both. So there's inconsistent formatting in the feature name column. And already I'm seeing that there are duplicates inside the data set. And it actually looks like a lot of copying and pasting is taking place because these look like exact copies. And also, the budget column contains blank cells and cells with NA as text. So that's a problem. The thing is, if we don't help them clean this, then any charts or decisions made out of this will be flawed. So let's help them clean this up with Power Query. So I'm going to go to the data tab, click on get data, and then from other sources, I click from table range. I make sure that it's selected the entire data set. And then my table has headers is also checked. Then I click OK. So we're going to name this clean features log. So let's start with the feature names. As I said before, they are quite inconsistent. If we were to scroll, we can see login flow is in lower cases here. Login flow is in proper cases here. And the same login flow is in upper cases. So it's all in caps. And you can also see similar for dark mode. So dark mode is in caps there. You can see dark mode is in proper cases there. So we want every single name to be capitalized properly. So how we're going to do that? We first select the feature name column, and then we go to the transform tab. We click on format, and then we're going to click on capitalize each word. And that took us less than 10 seconds. All the feature names now are using proper casing. And now it looks neat. So I did address the duplicate records from before. Like I said, some of these are appearing more than once. And once you look through the data, you notice that a lot of it is just copied more than once. So you see the same records over and over again. So once again, if we don't address this, then our reports are going to be skewed because we might double count the hours or the budgets, or the totals might be inflated when we build our charts or pivot tables. We just need the first appearance of each feature ID or each record. So if we see a record appear more than once, we simply just want the first time it appears in the dataset, and then we can remove the rest. First, we select the entire dataset, and then we go to the Home tab, click on Remove Rows, and then click on Remove Duplicates. And as you can see, Power Query has managed to do that. So now we should have a unique list of features in this dataset. We should only have one row per feature showing now. Now, if you look at the teams column, you will notice that there are a few nulls appearing. That simply means that there are some names missing from this. And that's a problem because if we don't know which team owns what feature, then we don't know who we're making accountable for what. And that means we can't report on the workload of each team properly. But at the same time, we can't go around blindly filling each of these cells too. For example, and I think I saw it earlier, I want to pick a good example. So for example, if you see this record here, pricing revamp is assigned to the marketing team. But if you look at this record, pricing revamp is also assigned to the platforms team. So instead of making assumptions, let's do a few things, right? We will fill in the missing values, but we're also going to add another column. So we're going to add a new column, and that column is going to flag anything we've just filled. So that way, the product lead or the data owner can double check in their own time. How exactly are we going to do that? So we'll add a new column, But this new column is going to track which team names were original and which team names were filled. And then we're going to fill down the missing team names based on similar feature IDs. And then once all that's done, then we're going to keep everything auditable so that nothing gets lost and no one's confused. So let's begin. So we're going to create a new column. This new column is going to mark which rows were missing team names. So to do that, we go to the Add Column tab, click on Custom Column. And then I'm going to name this column Team Filled Status. Yeah, let's call it Team Filled Status. And then we're going to click into the custom column formula. So this is where we add our custom formulas in. Now, remember I said we don't actually need formulas in Power Query, but that's for doing basic activities, right? Most of the data cleaning you need from Power Query, you don't actually need to learn how to do formulas. But if you want to build very powerful workflows with it, then I would recommend learning how to create custom columns with custom logic. Now, it's not too difficult. It's actually in plain English. So I'll show you exactly how we're going to go about doing that. So I'm going to type team, if the team column is equal to null. So if the team column is empty, or text trim, so we want to make sure that our team column has all the extra spaces removed from it, or while it's running this specific check. Or text trim team equals quotes, no spaces inside. Then I'll break into a new line and type then. Then flag it as filled. Otherwise, flag it as original. So let me break down exactly what's going on here, right? So if the value inside the team column is equal to null, so that's what this first part is doing. So this is checking if the team value is null. So in other words, it's completely empty. And then I'm using the OR command or the OR operator so that either this one is true or this one is true. And then it's going to return filled. So the reason why we have this one is because even though the value isn't null, it might still look blank. So it may just be spaces. So what I'm telling Excel to do here is I'm using the text trim function so that it removes all the leading and trailing spaces from the teams field. And then in that case, then return field. So in other words, if this condition or this condition is true, then label this as filled. So that's because we're about to fill it using the row above it. But if none of that is true, then the team value is valid. So we just tag it as original, just to show that it was already part of the data. So I'm going to click OK. And there we have it. Yeah. So as you can see, this is marked as filled and we have a null there. So this has a null here. So I'm expecting that to be filled, as you can see there. The same goes with that. And so on and so forth. Oh, let's click that. So the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that similar features are grouped together before we fill anything. So you're going to select your feature ID column and then click on the drop down there and then click on sort ascending. And that's pretty much it. So finally, we're going to fill in the missing team values. So we'll use the earlier rows that have the same feature IDs. So we'll click on the teams column and then we'll click on the transform tab and then we're going to click on fill and then click on down. So this copies the value from the row above it, only into the blank rows below it. And now, as you scroll down, there are no more empty values in the team column. Everybody is accounted for. The next thing we need to do is flatten the months here. So it's currently in a wide format. So in other words, we have one column per month. That is not going to help our team's analysis. Instead of having one column for Jan, one column for Feb, another for March, we just want one column for the month and another one for the hours. So basically, we want the feature ID, the feature name, the team, and then we want 1 month column and we want an hours release column or release hours and so on and so forth. So make sure you select January hours, February hours, and March hour columns, and then go to the transform tab, click on unpivot columns, and then you're going to rename the attribute field to months, and then rename the value field to release hours. Then select the months field, and then you're going to go to the transform tab, go to extract, and then click on text before delimiter. Now enter a space into delimiter because our delimiter is space and we want it to extract all the values before the space, which means all the values after the space will disappear. And then we click OK. We've now flattened our data. So that means we're able to now create pivot tables out of it and group by month if we want to. Some of these values are showing up as NAs, and these are actually text values, and there are empty cells inside our field. So all of that needs to be fixed right now. So click on the budget column and then go to the transform tab and then click on replace values. So in the value to find box, type in N/A and then leave the replace with box empty. So just hit OK. It's actually going to convert the NAs into a blank cell, and Power Query will just treat that as a null. And then we're going to change the data type for this to decimals. So if you see this little icon here, that's ABC123, click that, and then just click on decimal number. And now the data type is in decimal formats. But one thing we actually need to do is we need to add another column that tracks which rows are missing the budgets. So this is going to help anybody that's reviewing the data to spot what's missing straight away. So go to the add column tab, click on custom column, and then let's name this budget underscore status, and then click custom column formula. So we're going to say if budget is equal to null. So if any of the values inside the budget column is equal to null, break it to a new line, then return the word missing. Else, meaning otherwise, flag this as OK. So there's no syntax errors, so we are good to go. Let's click OK. Let's see if that works. And I believe it does. This is a null, so it's reported as missing. This is a null, this is a null, this is a null, and all three of them are missing. These have numbers in it, and that means this is okay. So it's now working. So with the budget column, what we now have is, first of all, it's numeric. So we can run calculations on it. So if we want to sum, if we want to do averages or do min max, we can do all of that easily now. And it's now clean of any invalid text. So we don't have the NAs as text appearing anymore. And it's now easy for us to audit. So anybody can spot whether any of the budget values are missing just by looking at our budget status column. And now the final thing we need to do is we need to now load this into Excel. So click on the Home tab and then click on Close and Load. So what that's going to do is it's now going to load our clean data into Excel. And there we have it. If you want to compare the old log with the new one, feel free to do that. If you do want to practice this further, check the GitHub link in the description of this video, and you're going to find a workbook that allows you to practice Power Query. If there's anything to take away from today's lesson, what would that be? Use Power Query when you clean the same data over and over again. So remember, Power Query lets you clean your data once, and then it automates it for you. So just show it what you want it to do one time. And every future report after that will be cleaned within seconds, not hours, not days, seconds. So no more manual fixes, no more manual steps, and no more talking from me in this lesson because we are done. And that pretty much wraps day 20 Power Query part 1. This is day 21, and today is practice day. We are going to build another dashboard today, and we'll touch on how XLOOKUPs can help us a little with that. You're helping a non-profit, and they're running an environmental campaign around the country. So they're actually in the middle of wrapping up a few big initiatives, like a national survey. So they want to understand what the public thinks about their environment, and also a community event. So This is where people volunteer to plant trees, pick up litter, and educate others. So the team behind this want to see the link between the public sentiment and the real world action in taking care of the environment. So in other words, they want to see what we've done so far globally to take care of our environment. And also, they want to understand what the public truly think about that. Now, the data they've collected around this is across so many spreadsheets and it's coming from different sources. So the team are actually not sure on how to bring that all together. And the data has issues with it that we need to address. So what we need to do is we need to first break down what the team actually want. So what they want to know. Now, the first thing they want to know is this. Which area has the highest number of volunteers? Because if they can see where the support is the strongest, they'll know where to focus their outreach efforts. Number two, which campaigns generated the most impact? So the team want to know which sessions got the most public engagement. So things like tree planting and school visits and things like that. So that's going to help them scale their efforts and it's going to also let them see which activities need more attention. Question number three is what is the overall sentiment towards their cause? They've been collecting feedback and sentiment scores from the local areas. And what they want to do now is they want to know whether people feel confident or skeptical about any of their efforts, because that's going to tailor how they handle any future campaigns they'll take on. Number four, how many volunteers failed to show up? Now, the only reason why they want to know this is because they just want to understand whether location, time, or other factors are influencing people turning up. And that's going to give them opportunities to figure out solutions that are much more convenient for the volunteers without actually diminishing their impact. And the final question is how many missing values and duplicates were found in the source data sets? Now, the team understand that the way they're collecting data right now isn't the best approach. So they just want a clear snapshot of the data quality so that they can see how bad the data actually is. Now, what kind of format will help them the most? So before, they were working with 50-page PowerPoint slides just to know half of all of this. So now they want a single dashboard that's clear and simple. And it's going to be something that they can open up in Excel. And they just want a few visuals on it. And it has to be easy to scan in less than 10 seconds. So let's look at the data to see what columns can help us with this project. Some of the things that you want to look at is how many records we have in both data sets and whether there are common fields that we can match between them and which fields are incomplete or inconsistent. So this is the volunteers data set, of course. And as you can see, we have volunteer ID, we've got the full name, email, we have region, and the campaign ID. So that's a potential join right there. And we've got the sign up date, as well as the feedback, sentiment score, and attendance status. So each of these columns are going to be useful in answering the questions that the team want us to answer. And of course, we've got the second data set. So this is the campaign ID, the campaign name, we've got dates, locations, activity type, and the volunteer ID. So both data sets have a volunteer ID and a campaign ID. So these are potential columns we can actually join the data sets on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to clone this sheet because we want to preserve the original data set inside the volunteers data. So I'm just going to right click it and then click on move or copy and then make sure volunteers is selected and then click on create a copy and then click OK. And then I'm just going to name this, let's call this volunteers data quality scan, something like that. The first thing I want to do is I want to check if there are any duplicates inside this data set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new column. I'm going to call this duplicates check key. And because this is already a table, it automatically added this into, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in equals, and then I'm going to actually create a unique key. So, and this unique key will be made up of the email column, the campaign ID column, and the sign up date column. And that should give us a unique signature so that I can find out whether there are any duplicates or not. So I'm just going to select the email and then use the and sign. Do the same for the campaign ID and then use the and sign again. And then do the same for sign up. Then hit enter. Then let me just expand this a bit. So now it's created a bunch of non-human readable values. So remember, this is just to identify any duplicate entries in our data set. What I can now do is I can now create another column that's a duplicate flag column. Let me just expand that. I'm going to now use the if function to help me identify whether this key is a duplicate or not. So if this key appears more than once, then we want to return the term duplicate. Otherwise, then it's fine. It's a unique key. So I'm going to use if, and I'm also going to use the COUNTIF function. So the COUNTIF function is only going to count values that meet our condition. I'm going to select the entire range for my duplicate check key. And that's going to be the first argument in the COUNTIF function. The second argument is just going to be the key in the row I'm currently in. And then I'll close the COUNTIF function. And then I'm going to use greater than 1. We want to find out if this key appears more than once. And then hit comma. If you do find out this key appears more than once in our data or in the range that we've given you, then I want you to tell me this is a duplicate. If not, then we'll say unique. It's unique. Okay, so that's unique. Our first duplicate is actually right here. And what I can do is I can use conditional formatting to just highlight all the duplicates. So if you want the shortcut for this, it's going to be Alt HL HT. And then I'll type in the word duplicates. And then it's going to highlight all of them in light red. Every time the word duplicate is found, highlight that in red. So we can easily identify which ones are duplicates and which ones are not. The next thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to now check for any missing values inside the data set. So specifically for now, we're going to limit this to the emails. So we want to find out if there are any missing emails inside our data set. And as you can see, there are. But the question is how many? So that's what we want to find out. I'm going to type this missing check. I'll just call it that. And then I'm going to now use the if function. And then I'm going to select email. So if email is equal to blank, so I'm going to use double quotes. And this just represents blank. So if there's nothing inside it, I want you to return the word missing. Otherwise, return OK. And then I close that. And then it automatically fills all the cells below it. I'm going to also use conditional formatting for this. So Alt H L H T. And I'm going to type in the word missing. If it's missing, mark it red. So it's just easy on the eyes. Ooh, I probably don't want to highlight that one. So I'm just going to undo that and then do that again. And type the word missing. There we go. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to now create a table for the data quality summary. So I'm inside cell 01 and I'm just going to type in data quality summary and then I'll expand that a bit. And then I'm going to just merge and center so that it takes up both O and P. But let's just zoom into it for a minute. Volunteer records. Then I'm going to use count A. Then I'm going to go into the first column with our volunteer ID. And then just hit OK. So we have 420 records inside our volunteers data. And then what we're going to do now is find out how many duplicate records exist inside this data set. So I'm just going to type in number of duplicates records. And then type in count if. And then I'm just going to go to the duplicate flags, select all the values inside duplicate flags. And then in the second argument, I'm going to type in the word duplicates because I only want you to count every single cell that has the word duplicate in it. Hit enter. And then we've got the number of duplicates, which is 37. So that is quite a lot. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to now find out how many emails are missing in this data set. So I'm going to type in number of missing emails. And then we'll follow a similar process. So we're using the countif function once again, and then we'll go into missing check. Or what we can do is we can go into the email field itself if you want, if you prefer the hard way. So in the second one, just add in 2 double quotes. And there we go. We have 13. And then we can also find out how many unique campaigns, let's say, exist. So let's do account A. And then we're going to use the unique function. So this is going to highlight every single unique value inside a range. So I'm going to give it the campaign IDs. So it's going to count how many unique campaign IDs exist inside this dataset. So I close the unique function and then I close the count A function. And we have 10 unique campaigns. Awesome. I'm going to select all of that and then wrap it with borders. So Alt HBA. And then I'm going to just highlight that in silver because it makes it look polished. And then if you want, you can bolden that. And there we have it. This gives us a very quick health check on our data, and we'll check if there are any issues later on. But this is going to be useful to the team behind the environmental campaigns. They can have an idea of how messy the data is, and they can come up with solutions around how to reduce these issues. Before we get into any of the fun stuff, what we want to do is we want to make sure that the IDs actually match. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create a new column, and I'm going to call this campaign lookup. This is where the XLOOKUP function comes in. So I'm going to call the XLOOKUP function, and then let me just zoom out a little bit. Let me get out of this very quickly. Let's just zoom out a little bit. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to now call the XLOOKUP function. My first argument in the XLOOKUP function is going to be the campaign ID inside the volunteers data, or in this case, the volunteers data quality scan sheet. Now, I'm going to take this campaign ID and then I'm going to go into the campaign's data sheet. And then I'm going to try and search for that campaign ID inside this range that I've just selected. And that's going to be my second argument. Now, the third argument is the data I actually want. So in this case, I want all the campaign names because that's going to make it easy for me to know which campaigns are linked to that campaign ID. So I select all the values in the campaign name column, and then I can close that and then hit enter. And as you can see, now we know which campaigns each of the volunteers in this data set have participated in or are linked to. If there were any NAs popping up, that would mean there's a data issue somewhere, and we'll probably need to raise that with the team. But from the looks of it, it looks fine. So we don't need to do any of that. So that's pretty much our EDA done. So we've done the exploratory data analysis. We have a feel of what columns exist, what issues are inside our data. We're in a good position to start preparing the data so that we can start building the dashboard. Before we actually go into building the dashboard, what we need to do is we need to first remind ourselves of the questions we need to answer with our dashboard. These are the questions we need to answer. So we need to start creating visuals that would answer each of these questions that you can see right there. And each of the visuals we select, they have to be able to answer these questions in a clear and effective way. So you don't want a situation where you have a visual and even though it does answer the question, it's not clear to the user, or you force the user to use their cognition to break down what the visual is trying to tell them. So we want to make the experience easy for them. What I've done is I've actually created the wireframe already. And this contains each of the visuals that we plan on using inside our dashboard. So for question number one, which areas have the highest number of volunteers? We can use a bar chart. And what it's going to do is it's going to show which regions had the highest engagement rates and success. And then for question number two, which campaign generated the most impact? Once again, we can use a bar chart because it's going to make it easy to compare the impact side by side. For the third question, what is the overall sentiment towards their cause? Because that's going to be the public's thought about the cause, we can once again use a bar chart. Question number 4. So we can actually use a donut chart, and that's going to display how many people actually attended versus how many people didn't. And the final question, how many missing values and duplicates were found in the source datasets? So that one's an easy one. That's going to be KPI cards or scorecards. Let me actually show you what the wireframe for this looks like. And as you can see, this is the wireframe. So this contains the visual layout of what we're about to build. So as you can see, we have the volunteer impact title at the top. We have the KPI scorecards to the left. And we've got the top campaign by sentiment score to the top right. And then we have the public sentiment in the middle. How many volunteers attended versus how many didn't show up? That's going to be the middle right. And at the bottom, we've got the region with the most volunteers. I'm going to show you how to build that. So I hope you're ready. We're going to first prepare the data so that we can actually create the dashboard. So I'm actually going to copy this once again. I'm going to select volunteers. I'm going to select create a copy. I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to call this clean volunteers. I'll just call it that. So this is the data we're going to be cleaning up. So I'm just going to, perhaps I'm going to move this all the way to the left. And then let me just move that back somewhere here. Okay. The first thing I'm going to do is remove duplicates because thanks to our data quality summary, we now know there are 37 duplicates. So I'm going to select this entire data set, and then I'm going to hit remove duplicates by pressing Alt-AM. So let me just expand this very quickly. So I'm going to select all the columns except for sentiment score and feedback. And then I'm going to click OK. And now our duplicates are gone. So if you want, you can actually do a quick check on that. So if I also just do, if I just type in quick duplicate check, and then I just select the email, campaign ID, and sign up date. So I just concatenate them. And then just expand that. And then HLHD to highlight all the duplicates. And there is nothing. All the duplicates are gone. I'm just going to get rid of this. Let me just delete this entire column. We don't need it. We want to now create a flag that highlights all of the missing entries inside our email column. I'm going to create, let's call this email status column. And then I'm going to follow a similar process to what we did for the data quality check. So if email equals blank, then return the word missing. Otherwise, return the word okay. So let me just filter that. Let's see if this worked. And as you can see, we've managed to highlight all of the missing emails. So we are on the right track. So the last thing you want to do is assume you know what emails should go into the blank cells. Just flag the emails, flag the empty emails, and then send your findings to the data owner and let them handle that with their own source data. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to now create helper columns. The first thing I'm going to do is create a campaign key. And the way I'm going to create this is by combining the volunteer ID with an underscore and also the campaign ID. Then the next thing I want to do is create an attendance flag. So this is going to be useful for our donut chart. So I'm going to use the if function, and I'm going to tell this, if this attendance status equals no show, then I want you to write did not attend. Otherwise, write attended. So this will help us highlight all the volunteers that failed to attend the campaign that they registered for. The final thing I want to do is create the campaign name field. And then we're going to follow a similar process to what we had before when we were doing the data quality checks. We're going to use the XLOOKUP and we're going to select the campaign ID of the row we're currently in. That's going to be our first argument. The second argument will be finding this campaign ID inside the list of campaign IDs inside the campaigns sheet. I know that was a lot to take in. The third argument will be the campaign name field. And we can also add a fourth argument if we want. So the fourth argument will be the error message that gets returned if there are no matches on that. So we can say something like no campaign name found for this campaign ID given, let's say. Okay, so that's our campaign name. So now we are officially ready to build the dashboard. We have everything we need. So let's create a new sheet. We're going to name this volunteer data, or say volunteer impact dashboard. Okay, and then our title, let's name this volunteer impact. And then we want to drag this, let's say, all the way to key one. So from B2 or from B1 to P1. So then we're going to merge and center. And then we want to expand this. So let's expand this all the way to, let's say 38. So the first visual, if you remember, if I just open up the wireframe, it's going to be these scorecards, right? So what we want to do is we want to create our active volunteers scorecard first. So that would require us to create a pivot table for the total active volunteers. So I'm going to open up Excel again, and then I'll go to our clean volunteers sheets, select our entire data set, and then I'm going to create a pivot table. So I'm going to hit Alt NVT, and then I'm going to click on new worksheet and then click OK. So let me just zoom in a little bit. So this is the part where I'm going to just make myself a little bit smaller. Hopefully you guys can still see me. So what we're going to do is we're going to drag the volunteer ID into values. And that's pretty much it. That's all our active volunteers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the sheet. I'm going to click on equals, and then I'm going to go to sheet 8, and then click on the value that we've just created and hit enter. So what I'm going to do as well, I'm just going to name this, let's give this a name. We'll call it pivot tables for now. If I let's create a new total active volunteers. Let's just call it that. In fact, total active volunteers. We can do that. So we just named this pivot table total active volunteers. Awesome. So we're going to drag all of this to, let's say, F9. And then we're going to merge and center. And after that, we're going to expand this, or we increase the font size to, let's say, 72. And then we're going to add a text box right on top of this number so that anyone that looks at it understands exactly what it's about. So go to the Insert tab and then click on text box and then just drag it on top right there. And then we're going to call this active volunteers. Then we'll just expand that a bit. So what I'm going to do is just make that smaller. I'm going to go to shape format because I don't want the outline showing. And then under shape outline, I click no outline. And there we have it. Let me just drag that to the top a little more. Let's change the color of the text as well to, let's say, let's see what that looks like. Okay. We want the right track. Sure, let's go with silver. Well, let's try one more time. Let's give this a go. Okay, I'll take that. Let's repeat the same process for the other scorecards. So We have missing emails, and we have duplicates to do that for as well. So I'm gonna just let me just copy this, and then let's paste this somewhere there. So this will be emails missing. And remember, this is emails missing from the raw data. Now we need to replace this number with the correct figure. So we're going to create another pivot table. And this time I'm going to click on existing worksheet because I want to make use of this one. And then I'll just paste it somewhere here. I click OK. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag the email status to rows. And then I'm going to drag the email status again into values. So this is what I'm expecting. So I want the missing emails from this. If I say emails missing, and then if I want, I could simply filter this. If I just click the drop down arrow right next to email status there, and then deselect OK. And then now I have only the emails that are missing. So I go back to volunteer impact dashboard, and then I click on my cell, and then I'm just going to delete all of that. Hit the equal sign, go back to pivot table, and then I click on the value there, and then hit enter, and there we go. Now we know how many emails are missing in our data set. And I repeat the same process for the duplicate. So I'm going to copy this, let's go a few cells down, and then paste that there. And then I'm going to say duplicates found. In fact, what I can do this time, I can now go into the volunteers data quality scan because this is where the duplicate flag exists. So remember, this still has all the duplicates inside it. I've not actually changed anything in this. So I can actually use the number that we found here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now clear all of this, hit equals, go into the data quality scan, and then I'm going to click on this number here. So this is the number of duplicates that we found. And then I hit enter, and there we go. So I don't even need to create a pivot table. I can just use the numbers we found in our data quality summary. And that's all our scorecards completed. So now what we need to do is we need to move into creating our actual visuals. And we're going to start with the top campaign by sentiment score, or the campaign impact by sentiment score. And that's going to be at the top right of our dashboard. So let's create a pivot table for that. So we go into the clean volunteers dataset, and then we create a pivot table in our existing sheet. I'm going to click here. Then we drag the campaign name into the rows section. And then I'm going to drag the sentiment score into the value section. But what we want is we want the average of this. So I'm going to click the drop down next to it, and then click on value field setting. And then I'm going to click on average. And then I'm going to click OK. So I want to select all this and change this to, let's say, 2 decimal places so that it's easier to read. And then what I'm going to do is I actually want to filter this to the top 5. So I don't want to see everything. I just want to see the top 5. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to click the drop down in row labels. I'm going to click on value filters. And then I'm going to click on top 10. And then I'm going to change the 10 to a 5 so that we have the top 5 in terms of sentiment score. Now I'm going to go into insert, and then I'm going to actually add a bar chart or a clustered bar chart. Now I'm going to sort this from smallest to largest, and then I'm going to copy this and then paste it into our dashboard. So let me just zoom in a little bit and then just align this with our title. And I'm going to remove all of these filter buttons. So I'm going to go to pivot chart, analyze, field buttons, and then hide all. And then I'm going to get rid of the legend. I'm going to get rid of the grid lines. And I'm actually also going to get rid of the axis. And then let me just quickly name this to top campaigns by sentiment. Then I'm going to add data labels. So I right click, click on add data labels and then add data labels again. And there we go. So now we have the top campaigns by sentiment. So we're going to create another bar chart. For this time, we're going to create a vertical bar chart. So let me just show you how to create that. So once again, go to the clean volunteers dataset and then create another pivot table. So we're going to create this inside our existing worksheet. There, let me just find a place to put it. So what we're going to do is we're going to drag the sentiment score in the rows section. And then we're going to drag the volunteer ID into the values section. So don't be alarmed by these numbers. These are actually the sentiment scores. And this is how many people voted for each of these scores. So go to the insert tab and you're going to select the clustered column chart. So let me just copy this and then go to the dashboard and then paste it in. And then I'm just going to make this smaller because we don't want it taking up too much room. So I just want to center it. Let me just make it half the size of the top campaigns by sentiment. And then you know the drill by now. We're going to remove the field buttons. And then we're going to remove the legends, get rid of the grid lines, get rid of the axis. And then we're going to name this how the public rated the course or the cause. Say 1 to 5. Okay, let's also add data labels. That's that one done. So we need to now include how many volunteers actually attended versus how many didn't attend their registered campaigns. Let's go back to our data, create another pivot table. So let's just put this here for now. So for this, we've created an attendance flag. So let's drag that to rows. And then we're going to drag volunteer ID into values. And then we're going to go into insert tab, and then we're going to create a donut chart. Now I'm going to copy this and then go into our dashboard. Let me just align this as well. Let me just confirm they're all aligned. We'll take that. And then we're going to remove the field buttons. We're going to get rid of the legends. Then we're going to say attended versus no show. Now let's add data labels to this. Or actually, let's add data callouts. Let's do that. Then we'll just drag them away from their slices. I'm just going to give it a bit more room. Okay, and that's that. So the final thing we want to do is we want to now include all the volunteers across all regions. This is what we're going to do, right? We're going to create our final pivot table. Let me just specify that. And then we're going to drag the region into rows, the volunteer ID into the values. And then we're going to insert a vertical bar chart. So I'm going to copy this, go back to the dashboard. Let me just zoom out. And then I'm just going to just align this a bit. Okay, and then we remove the field button, get rid of the legend, get rid of the grid lines, and the axis has to go. And then we'll say volunteer across, or rather volunteers across all regions. So if I just zoom out a little bit, it's beginning to form into the dashboard we expect it to. So I just need to, let me just have a look. Well, I mean, I suppose we can just expand this a little bit. Let's just give it a bit more room to work with. So what we need to do is we first need to wrap the volunteer impact title with orders. And then we'll do the same for the scorecards. So we can leave it like this, but what I want to do is I want to now channel focus to the key insights in the dashboard. So I'm actually going to first change the color of each of the visuals. So we're going to make sure that we're using green and maybe red for the attended versus no show. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the bars in the top campaigns by sentiment chart, and then I'm going to click on the bucket and then click on fill. And then I'm going to change this to, let's give this a light green. So I'm going to select that. And then the top bar will have a dark green fill so that we're driving the emphasis around that, just like that. And then we'll do the same for these ones. So every other bar will get a light fill. And then the highest ones will get a darker fill. And that's going to draw focus towards the highest ratings inside this chart. We'll do the same for this one. So we'll just keep it the same color for consistency. Let's see if this works. Okay, let's change this to red. What does that look like? That's actually right. Let me see what happens if we try. Actually, yeah, we'll keep this. So the emphasis, if you see that, I've actually made this a lighter green. That means that we're drawing attention to the volunteers that didn't attend. And that's deliberate. Okay, and we'll do the same for this. And that's the coloring done. So the final thing we need to do is just remove the grid lines and the formula bar. In fact, let me just round off with, perhaps we can color this as well, actually. Let's go to home and that's our dashboard completed. So I'm actually going to leave this dashboard in the link in this video description. So if you want to find it, then you can find it on my GitHub. And I hope you enjoyed today's lesson. This is day 22 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And this is about data visualization part 2. So back on day 5, we talked about what charts to use for data visualization, like bar charts, line charts, and so on. So it was more about picking the right visuals. But today we're talking about how to design dashboards that actually tell us what we need to know. So in other words, dashboards that communicate insights. Here's the truth, right? Slapping charts on a dashboard is not data visualization. At least it's not good data visualization. It's data decoration. Real data visualization is about communication. What can the user learn from the dashboard? And the contrast between a good and bad data visualization reminds me of the difference between a baby and an adult. If a baby wants something, they simply cry. And then it's up to you as the adult to guess what they want. So, are they hungry? Are they tired? Does the baby want to cuddle? That's what most dashboards are. More times than not, it's not clear what many of them are actually saying, or it's probably understood by the person who made it and no one else. So the audience may see the visuals, but they don't understand what they're supposed to do with them. And that's not good. But as babies grow, they learn to speak. They use words, and then they can form sentences, and then they start to communicate clearly. And that's the same with a good dashboard. A good dashboard is meant to guide the attention of the audience to the right data points on purpose. And they answer specific questions. Because all of this is just going to help a viewer make a decision easier. So just like learning to speak, data visualization is a skill and it's going to take time and practice. But you can speed it up if you use the approach correctly. What I've done is I've actually listed 5 design principles or guidelines I like to use when I myself build dashboards. And the first one is keep it clear and simple. What I tell myself is if my chart needs a paragraph to explain it, then I've probably lost my audience. The thing is, your dashboard shouldn't need to be explained if it's good enough. And I know that's going to hit a few nerves. But you need to understand that It should be able to communicate one or more clear insights without forcing your users to figure out what it's trying to tell them. So think of it like this, right? Every element on the screen is either helping your audience to understand the message or it's getting in the way. And that's why you need to strip away the noise and only highlight areas that help communicate the insights. So one way to do that is by increasing your data ink ratio. Data ink ratio is basically how many pixels on the dashboard actually shows the data versus how many pixels are on the dashboard in total. A low ink ratio means your chart is cluttered and bloated. So, it's filled with borders, or there's 3D effects, there's an overuse of shadows, and that fluff isn't going to help anyone. Now, a high data ink ratio means most of your visuals are used to display the actual insights. So you're applying simple formatting, you're highlighting the key insights, and you're only showing what matters. The goal is to increase the data ink ratio when designing the dashboard. So you want a high data ink ratio, not a low one. So the simple way to boost your data ink ratio is to simply just remove guidelines where you can, unless they serve a clear purpose. Ditch the unnecessary borders and outlines. Do not use 3D effects and shadows. Avoid gradients and clip art style icons, and cut out any redundant elements. So things like category labels and a legend that's basically showing information that's already on the visual itself. So the key is to ask yourself, if I remove this, will it change the meaning in any way, shape, or form? The key thing to do is to remember you're not a decorator. You are a communicator. I want to explore a couple of examples, right? We'll look at one bad one that doesn't align with the design principle. So this one right here. And we're going to look at another good one that does. The good one that does is what we're going to build together. So get ready for that. So at the moment, we have this data set. Now, this is a simple data set about a startup. This lists the different teams they have and how many engineers belong in each of their teams. And we have this 3D chart that's visualizing this data. So at first, it looks cool. It looks all right. But it's actually doing a terrible job at communicating what the actual insight is. So if you were to ask me what is wrong with this visual, the first thing I'll tell you is the 3D effect is actually distorting the size of each of the slices here. So it's actually making it hard for us to judge the proportions correctly. And all the colors are quite bright and saturated. So it almost feels like they're fighting for my attention at once. There isn't any real clear focus here. And the slices are exploded unnecessarily. So it's harder to scan now. So it doesn't look great. And the use of the shadows, it doesn't seem to add any real meaning to the visuals. So that's what actually makes it look more like a decoration to me. To prove that I'm not over critiquing this thing, if I also ask you to rank which team has the most engineers, just based on looking at the visual, you're probably going to have to stare at this for a few seconds and compare the slices, and you'll still be unsure because this yellow slice looks similar to this one, but at the same time, you don't want to make guesses here. So you'll still be unsure. That's too much work for the viewer. So we need to make a visual that makes the insight obvious. And we do not want it hiding behind special effects. So let's create a visual that actually keeps the message clear and simple. So I'm on a new tab and we have the same data set here. What we're going to do is we're going to use a horizontal bar chart because that's going to make it easy to compare the different categories next to each other. And that's going to allow us to see which team is the biggest instantly. So the first step is highlight your entire data set and then go to the Insert tab and then click on Insert Column or Bar Chart. So we are going to select the horizontal bar chart. Excel calls this the clustered bar. So just select that. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sort this from smallest to largest. Then I am going to remove the grid lines because I want to increase the data ink ratio. I mean, when you think about it, it's not actually adding any value. So it was just taking up space. We can already compare the bars visually ourselves. So we don't need the grid lines to help us with that. And plus, we want to direct attention to the bars themselves. So now let's just edit the title. So this is going to be head count by team. And that's going to set the context immediately. So a good title will tell the viewer what they're looking at without them needing to guess it. And just like that, we know which team is the largest and which team is the smallest. And all we really did was just to remove the distractions and the message just became clearer. So we know that the backend team has the most members or the most engineers in their team. And the DevOps team has the lowest amount of engineers in their team. The backend team is the largest team. The DevOps team is the smallest team. Number 2, use color and text intentionally. Color inside the dashboard should guide the user to what matters in the data. But most people use it randomly. It's everywhere, it's distracting. You don't need thousands of colors. All you need to do is you just need to use 2 or 3 the right way. So one of the things you want to do is you want to use bold colors, right? To highlight the key insights. And then you want to use colors like gray or silver or even softer tones to show the context. Okay, so that means you're directing attention away from the data points you're coloring in this case. And I'm going to show you exactly how we can do that. You also want to use colors in a way that's familiar to people. So you want to use green to represent progress. You want to use red to represent failures or issues. So don't change what colors mean. If people are familiar with this color for this context or for this situation, just keep it that way. Here's an important point as well, right? You don't want to rely on color alone because some of your users may be colorblind. Others may be working in an environment that has poor lighting. So you want to try to use colors and text as well. So you want to try and use colors and text in the right way. And I'm not just talking about labels. So you want to use subtitles, you want to use tooltips, you want to use annotations, and all of these should explain what's happening inside the charts. So what you want to do is you want to use what's necessary to reduce how much guessing your user needs to make. The less guessing they have to do, the better you're doing your job. Let's look at another example. We are looking at how many features each team planned that were actually delivered last quarter. As you can see, we have another horizontal bar chart. So yes, there are no grid lines, which is good. And yes, it has a clear title. The problem is these colors are just distracting. It's like the colors are fighting for our attention. They're not working together to guide our attention. You have DevOps. So if I just click on DevOps, DevOps is covered in red, but we're not sure why. I mean, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? The reason why I'm asking is because DevOps is the one with the highest completion rate. And data team, they're the ones with the lowest completion rate. And yet they're marked in green. So is that what the product team wants? Do they want to celebrate the teams with the least features shipped? And do they want to punish the ones who have delivered the most? So as a viewer, I'm already confused. Imagine other viewers who are looking at this. So let's actually fix this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to highlight our data set, go to insert, and then we are going to insert column or bar chart. And once again, we're going to select the clustered bar chart or the horizontal bar chart. Now, I'm going to apply colors with intention. And the first thing I'm going to do, if you know me by now, is I am going to remove the grid lines. I'm going to select the cells. I'm going to right click this, and then I am going to click on fill. Now I'm going to use the color gray or silver if you prefer. And then I am going to select the DevOps bar and I'm going to select a bold color. So I'm going to actually select, let's go with, I think I'm going to go with green. Let's see, that's too bright. Let's try this green. Or should we try this one? So, okay, we'll select this one. So right away, I'm telling the viewers where to look. I'm telling them to focus right here because this is the highest performer. And the grayed out bars, these ones are still helping. They're playing their role by helping the viewer to ignore the irrelevant bars for now, but they're still providing context. The next thing we need to do is we need to add data labels. So select the bar and then under the chart design tab, go to add chart elements right here and then go to data labels. And I like to use the inside end. So select that. So let's make this data label. I'm going to select the DevOps data label. Let's try that again. Let's make this white. So let me just right click that. And then you can actually click on format data label too. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on text options. And then I'm going to change the color of this to white. And then let me even expand the font size. We can actually see the actual values for each bar, and we don't need to rely on the axis anymore. That reduces the effort our eyes take to scroll down the axis. So instead of looking at a bar and then looking down on my axis, I can simply look at the data points I need on the bar right there. Let's update the title, right? Let's make this a bit more descriptive. So let's say, which teams delivered the most features? And then we can express that as a percentage. And then perhaps, let me just zoom out a little bit. Let's expand this a bit. And then let's also add a subtitle. a subtitle that answers the question for the user straight away. So I'm going to go to insert. Let's go to text box. And then we're going to say DevOps completed 91% of their planned features. That was the highest among all teams. Let me just expand that. And then I can just put that underneath here. Let's see what that looks like in italics. Okay, so the title asks a question that guides the viewer's attention on finding the answer. So someone will look at this, they'll read the question, and they're scanning through the visual to find that answer. But the subtitle answers the question right away. And in fact, it's actually removed the guesswork from the viewer. So there's no assumptions. We've just given them the answer straight away. So the visuals are just there to tell what's happened and why it matters. And it actually doesn't need any further explanation. So the final step is just to remove the clutter. Let's say goodbye to the axis. All that's left is just the insight. So the team that have delivered the most features is clearly the DevOps team, and they were able to ship out 91% of the features they planned. And that was followed by the backend team, and they delivered 78% of the features they planned. So the focus is clearly on the top team, and the other bars are just there for context. But at the same time, they're not taking attention away from the main message. We're no longer using color to distract, we're using color to guide. And that's the most important thing here. Number 3, use the right chart for your data. We already covered this principle on day 5. So we spoke about the most common chart types and how to use each one and when to use them. So if you do want to refresh on this, jump back to day 5 to revisit the walkthrough. But the core idea for this principle is that the best chart is not always the fanciest one. It's just the one that gets your message across the fastest. So when choosing a chart, what you need to do is you need to ask yourself, what's the one thing I want people to notice here? Then it's your job to pick the chart that shows that clearly. It's not always going to be the one that looks impressive. Sometimes you may find yourself repeating the same chart. As long as it gets that message clearly to your user, that's all that matters. But if you ever get stuck with this, because I know it can be a bit of a challenge, then you can use a tool that's called Tableau's Visual Vocabulary. It's basically a cheat sheet that helps you decide on the right visuals and when to use them. I'm going to leave it in the description below. Number 4, follow a logical layout for dashboards. Your dashboard should be easy to flow through. If the user has to bounce their eyes across the screen trying to figure out what's important, then you've lost them already. Your job, right, is to guide their eyes to the important data points. For those of you that have ever read a newspaper, if you've read the front page of a newspaper before, right, your eyes naturally scan in one of two directions at first. It's either from top to bottom or from left to right. And that's because the layout is designed to guide you in the natural order that's easy to follow. Your visuals should do the same. Guide the user from left to right, from top to bottom. The thing is, right, if you design the layout of your dashboard correctly, then your users are going to be able to absorb the insights in the right sequence. So let me show you another example. So now our startup has released 4 new pilot features, and they've released it to small groups of users. So what we've done is we've tracked how well these pilots are doing. And now we want to visualize all the key performance signals inside a single dashboard. So this is our data, and this is our dashboard. So this is an example of a dashboard that's cluttered on purpose to show you what not to do. So what on earth is wrong with this? There's no logical flow. The charts are just scattered all over the place. And there's actually no real natural reading path. I'm forced to just bounce my eyes across all these different dashboards at the same time. And some of these visuals are overlapping each other. As you can see, this one is overlapping the middle one. The top left is overlapping the middle one too. And the bottom right is also overlapping the middle one. So the middle one is just suffering right at the bottom of all these ones. And let me not even start on the visuals themselves. But you'd be surprised, right? You'd be surprised on how many dashboards are actually like this. There's no clear structure or flow with this. And that's just going to force the user to do the hard work of trying to make sense out of all of this. Let's fix this step by step. What we want to do is we want to design it so that it flows naturally from one insight to another. So step 1, you need to think about your users first. When you're designing a dashboard for users, the first thing you need to ask is, what does my audience need to know first? In this scenario, because we're designing for a product manager, they will probably want to know things like, what the top performing feature is, which ones are struggling, how are users responding to this, or how are users responding, and did they point out any concerns? So out of all those questions, which one do they need to know first? So the answer to this should either go at the top or the left side of the dashboard. And then step 2 would be decide on what insight goes where. So the next thing you need to figure out is the visual flow of the dashboard. And to do that, you now need to ask the simple question of, in what order do I want my audience to absorb the insights? So for us, we want to guide the users in a natural sequence. So we want to start from summary to details to concerns. So let me actually break this down for you. The first one will be the top left. So this will be the first section your audience will look at. So optically, this will also be the first thing they care about. The product manager would like to know which feature won. So the moment they open the dashboard, they should be able to see that immediately. So we'll put the top performing feature somewhere there. Number 2 will be the top right. So this will be the next section your users' eyes will move towards. But once they see the top feature, they would likely want to compare it with other features. So let's have the retention rate here, and we can sort it from the highest all the way down to the lowest. So that's basically to tell us which features performed best among the users and which ones performed the poorest. The next component, so component number 3, will be the bottom left. So now we want to understand how the users found the features they tested. So we want to see what they feed back to us. So let's have their feedback scores out of 10 in this section. And then finally, component number 4 will be the bottom right. So this is going to be the part your users' eyes will fall on last. And we'd like to close this with the issues our users faced. So we want to highlight what parts of the experience they didn't enjoy or that they struggled with. So that we can go back, we can investigate, and then just iterate upon that. The reason why this works, right, is because what we're doing is we're starting with the positives. So that's what's winning and why it matters. And then we're looking at how the users feel. And then we close with some of the technical concerns that the user had. Because there's a clear narrative, the user actually doesn't have to struggle to understand what's going on. So we've done the hard work for the team. That's what a good dashboard is meant to be about. Enough talking, and let's get to actually building the dashboard. So the first step of building the dashboard would be to add the scorecard. In fact, before we add the scorecard, let's add the title of the dashboard. Features experimented by users. And then I'm going to merge and center this so that it appears in the center. And then I'm going to expand this because it's a title. Let's make it nice and bold. That should be okay for now. So the first thing we're going to do is to add the scorecard. We're going to go to the Insert tab, and then we'll go to Shapes, and then I'm going to click on, let's go for the rounded rectangle or rectangle rounded corners. And then let me just expand that. So we're creating a scorecard because the first thing we want to do is show the feature that's performing the best. So we want to do that. We want to show their name. We want to show their score. So let's actually go for a purple fill. So let's go for purple. For us to build this scorecard, what we need to do is we need to build the logic that's going to power this scorecard. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to create helper cells. And these helper cells are actually going to go on the same sheet as the dashboard itself. But we're going to hide away from the viewers. We're going to scroll all the way to the right. And don't worry, I'll show you how this works. So we need a couple of things, right? What we need to do for the scorecard, we're going to need the highest retention rate. Also going to need the name of the feature. And we're also going to need the message of the scorecard itself. So let's say full scorecard message. Now, how do we get the highest retention rates? We're going to use the max function. And then we're going to go to where our source data is. So we're going to click on example for source data. And then I'm just going to select all the values within the retention rate field. That's it. I just hit enter, and there we have it. Now I need the name of the feature that has the highest retention rate. So how would I do that? I'm going to use the index match operation. So if you don't know how index match function works, The index function will help us return what's inside a cell, and the match function will show us the position of a cell. We have actually covered this in our 30-day Excel challenge, so go through the syllabus and have a quick run through on that lesson there. So I'm going to type index, and then I go back to my source data, and then I select all the values within the feature column, hit comma, and this time, we're going to use our match function. Let's just type match right now. And then I go back. So the first argument in the match function is going to be this. I'm basically telling the match function, this is what you're going to find. This is the lookup value. So you need to use this value to find the feature name. Now, where exactly are you going to look for that? That's the next argument. So I go back to my source data. Then I select all the values in the retention rate. It's going to be one of these values. And I want an exact match. So I'm going to type 0 as the next argument. And then I close the match function with one bracket, and I close the index function with the next bracket. I hit enter, and there you have it. So dark mode is the feature with the highest retention rate. Now, the final thing we need to do is we need the full scorecard message. So this is what's actually going to appear inside the scorecard itself. How do I go about doing that? The first thing I want is I want the top feature showing. And then I'm going to add a space there. Well, actually, let me add the colons, and then I'll add a space. Then I close that with double quotes. And then let me add a space, and I type in the AND operator. Hit space again. And then I'm going to type in char. And what this is going to do is, it's actually going to help me break into a new line. You're going to see how important this is in a sec. Then I hit the AND operator again, hit space just for readability. I want to make sure that the formula is readable. Then I'm going to click on Y2 because we want the feature showing. Then I hit space again, hit the AND operator, hit space again. And then I want to break into a new line again. And then and just the space, and I want retention rate, then space, then close that with double quotes, then space again, then and then we're going to use text, then X. It's going to be X2 because that's where the value is, comma, and then it's going to be, I think it's 0%. So that's going to help me format this as a percentage. Then close bracket. Hope I'm doing this right. Let's hit enter. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so let me just scroll to the right. Interesting. Okay. Let me see if, let me actually see if I can just simply, let me see if I can just simply just display what's inside X2. Let's try X2 just like that. What does that look like? Okay, yeah, so I can do that. And then I do and, let's say percentage sign. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. So yeah, we don't need the text function. Okay, cool. So what I now need to do is I need to scroll all the way back, and then I need to click on this shape here, and I'm going to go into the formula bar, and then I'm just going to click on equal sign, and then I go all the way back, and then just equal that to my message. So let's see what that looks like. Okay, so there we have it. What I need to do is I need to just center that. I need to align it to the center. Let's make it a little bit smaller too. And then let's make the text white. Awesome. Perhaps we need to also break the retention rate itself into a new line. And I need to correct the spelling of retention rate. So let me do all of that. In fact, let me just sort the spelling now. Retention rate. And then I need to break this into a new line. So I need to add chart 10, and then add another and. So let me just see what that looks like quickly. Okay, that's good. So 87% is now on the new line. What I need to do is I now need to add the line break between dark mode and retention rate. So let me just do that. I'll just go here and add char 10, and then add an and sign. Let's see what that looks like. I'm just gonna keep expanding this. Okay, there we have it. So now we know our top feature is dark mode. Retention rate is 87%. So remember, this scorecard is serving one purpose, and it's trying to answer the most important question immediately somebody sees this. And the question we're answering here, which feature performed best? So this is going to set the tone for the other insights we're still going to show our viewers. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to show how much the other features were adopted by the users. So we're going to do this by showing a horizontal bar chart, and that's going to show the adoption rate by the features. So let's go back to our source data and let's select column A and column C because we want the features and we're doing it by the adoption rate. Go to insert, then go to insert column or bar chart. And then we're going for the horizontal bar chart. So let's just cut that and then go to our dashboard, paste that in. So I'm just going to remove the grid lines and then I'm going to select all the bars. And I'm going to go to series fill, and then I'm going to color all of this in gray so that we're diverting attention to the main one here. And then this is going to be colored in purple. So we're maintaining a consistent color theme. I think we should expand. Let's actually reduce the gap width. So the space between each of these bars, let's see if we can reduce that. Let me just drag it. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Tell you what, let's see if we can aim for, let's say 70. What does that look like? Okay. Okay, we'll take that for now. And then we need to add data labels. So let's go to chart design and then add chart element and then go to data labels and then go to inside end. If you want, you can try outside end and then we can delete the axis. I think having them inside end, I think I have a bias towards it. I'll admit to that. So let's do inside end for now. And then we'll just change this one to white. So let's go to text options, go to color, and then click white. And then we can expand the size of the font. So now, visually, we're ranking the features, and any user that wants to scan this quickly is able to do that. And that's because of the way we've used the colors and the data labels. So they can get a full picture of this in a glance. The next thing we need to do is we now need to show how many issues were reported by the users for each feature. So for this one, we can use a column chart to compare the number of issues that were raised. So let's go back to our source data. And this time we're going to select A for the features and E for the bug reports. So these will be the issues that the user has raised or the users have raised. Then we go to insert and then we go to insert a bar chart. And then we're actually going to select the clustered column this time. So we grab that, we'll go back to our dashboard and then we paste that in. And then just so that it follows the same theme throughout our dashboard, we're going to use the same colors for this one. And so that we're using a consistent color theme, we're going to use purple and gray once again. So I'm going to select all the bars in here. And then I'm going to first color everything in gray. And then I'm going to select the feature with the most complaints and then turn that into purple. I'm going to remove the grid lines to remove visual clutter. And then I'm going to now add data labels by going to chart design, add chart element, data labels, and inside end. And then I'm just going to select the data label inside offline mode. I'm going to go to text options, go to color, and then select white, and then go to home tab. And then I just increase the font size. Let's say I'll go for 12. So I can remove the y-axis because we don't need it here. We have the data labels telling us what we need to know. And that's pretty much it. So we've managed to show the pain points each user has, and we've also highlighted the feature that has the most problems with it. And as you can see, I've used color to also visually downplay the others. So now the focus is on the main feature with the most complaints. So that's going to force us to prioritize this main feature above the others. Last but not the least, we need to show how the users felt about each of the features. So we're going to use another horizontal bar chart, similar to this one. So let's go back to the source data. So let's select feature and we're going to select average feedback score out of 10. Then we go to insert tab and then we're going to insert another horizontal bar chart. So let's grab that, paste that in. So let's actually, what we can do is we can just drag this, let's say, so we can drag this here. Would it make sense for us to do that? It's too long, isn't it? Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do this. What we're going to do is we're just going to make sure that the merge and center stops at column N. So let's do that. Yeah. Okay, let's make it stop at O. Then what we can do is we can make this smaller. So we're just rearranging how we're presenting our data. So we're expanding that a bit. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to now color in our bars. So let's go to Format Data Series and other series option. We click on Fill, and then everything should be set to gray. And then we select the bar with the highest feedback score on average. And then we're going to fill that with purple. After that, we remove the grid lines, and then we remove the x-axis, and then we select the bars. We go to chart design, and then add chart element, click on data label, and then we select inside end. Then we select the data label for the highest feedback score bar, and we're going to turn that to white so that it stands out. So let's click on text options, go to color, go to white, and then go to the home tab and just increase the font a little bit. We need to increase the size of each of the bars. So that will mean reducing the gap width. So let's take that down to, let's say, around there, around the 70 mark. Let's do the same for the bug reports. So let's see what that looks like. What we can do to just round this off is we can actually get rid of the grid line. So let's go to view and then just select out that and then uncheck grid lines. Our visual has no more grid lines in it. And then we can just hide this. So we'll select all these three and then right click that and then click on hide. And what we can do as well is keep adjusting this. We can expand this out a little more. Let's say all the way up to column S. Then just drag this maybe here so that they have breathing room. We don't want them flattened right next to each other. We can actually swap the positions of these. So let's place the feedback score at the bottom left and perhaps the bug report on the bottom right so that we can actually round off with the pain points of the users. So what we have now is we start with a summary and then we advance to comparisons. Okay, so we're now comparing how the different features are being adopted. And then we can now understand how the users found the product, so how they felt about each of the features. And then we can now close and finish off with the pain points. So the things that we need to fix and address after this. And there we have it, guys. And that's principle 4 all done. Number 5, tell a story with data. So visuals aren't just for showing numbers. They're actually for saying something with those numbers. And what you need to do is you need to organize those numbers in a way that triggers a user to act. So think about it this way. If you accidentally placed your hand on a hot stove, your nervous system will remove your hand immediately. You're not going to stop and think about it, and you're not going to read a textbook that says how to remove your hand from a hot surface. The pain triggers an automatic reaction, and a good visual should be able to do that too. So when a decision maker sees a red flag or they see a risk rising from nowhere, they move immediately without hesitation. You shouldn't have to explain how to read the dashboard. They just know because you made it that simple. So why mention storytelling? Because we're programmed to respond to stories better than statistics. For thousands of years, right, humans have used stories to share knowledge, to teach lessons, and to inspire action. It's just how we remember things, and it's how we make sense of the world we live in. And this is why the best dashboards are not just showing what's happened, they're leading a viewer through a journey. So here's what happened, here's why it matters, and here's what you should do next. And the thing is, most dashboards fail because they stop at the first step. So they just stop at here's what happened, and they do not go beyond that. But what causes an action to occur in the first place? So for a user to take action, three things need to come together at once. And remember, guys, an action will not happen without all these threes happening simultaneously. Number one, motivation, something that makes them want to act. You show the user something that makes them want to act in the first place. So, for example, if you create a dashboard, right, and it's clean, it keeps everything simple, you're following all the design principles, but you're showing the head of HR the top 10 goals Ronaldo scored at Manchester United. The problem is, even though your data is accurate, they're not going to care because it doesn't have any relevance to their job. And you may think that's what they want, but the truth is, they're going to dump your dashboard because it's not going to make their lives easier in any way, shape, or form, even though you mean well. So you need to show them something they care about. Number two, ability, something that makes it easy to act. You're actually removing friction from anything that they want to do. So let's imagine that they want to do it, but if it's difficult for them to do it, then no action is going to happen. So you want to show them something that has no barriers in the way. It's just a clear path for them. Number three, prompt. Something that nudges them to act. Think about some of the devices you guys use. If you have a mobile phone and it vibrates, there's a chance you just grab the phone and just read the message, read the notification that comes on. And that's because something has nudged you to act. You want to check it. You can easily check it because you can just grab your phone, and the vibration on your device causes you to pick it up. So you want to create a visual that imitates these principles if you want somebody to act on them. So if your visuals bring these three things together, your users will always respond to your insights. Always. If they don't respond to your insights, there's a strong chance one of these elements are missing. One of these components are simply not there because these three things have to simultaneously exist for behavior to happen. Well, how do you bring these into your visuals? So the first thing you need to do is first start with a question. So ask yourself, what does our user urgently need to know? Have conversations with them because they're going to help you spot what information they're missing that could actually make their jobs better. And then you can now design a solution that delivers the insight to where they are. The next thing you want to do is build the evidence. So if the solution ends up being a dashboard, what you need to do is you need to answer the most important question clearly with it. So for example, if the question is which content format is costing us the most but converting the least, you need to now build a visual that answers that question. And that's going to have to be one that makes all the gaps obvious. So it could be a bar chart, and the bar chart can compare different content formats that you're testing. And it can have how each one is performing in terms of views or clicks or whatever's important to the user. The goal is to choose a visual that stops users from guessing the answers to these questions, because your goal is to reduce how much effort it takes for them to know what's going on. And then number three is to show what matters. This part brings together everything we've covered in the last four principles. Keep your message simple, keep it clear, use colors to guide your viewers' eyes to what matters, use text, use layout to reduce any cognitive load. Anything that will help them reduce figuring things out on the dashboard. Strip away any noise that gets in the way. But you have to be very intentional at this stage. Every single pixel on the screen should have a job. See this step as you removing the friction between the user and the insight. So number four, add emotional weight. So this is now where the work of the dashboard ends. And now you're interpreting the visuals to your users. So once you're clear on the insights, right, help your users feel what's at stake. And you can do this by asking, what does this insight mean for the business? What do we lose if we do nothing? What do we gain if we act now? And then you need to frame those insights through those lenses. So for example, you can say, your short form videos have tripled in cost, but engagement has now dropped by 60%. So if we keep spending here, we'll lose reach and burn the entire budget in 3 months. That's a decision trigger. And you need to create more of that if you want to be a valuable data professional. It's just what it is. So be clear on the positive and the negative things that could happen if your user takes action or they fail to take action. Number five, make the next steps obvious. This is actually where you remove the final barrier. If you do that previous step correctly, your user wants to respond to that insight immediately. The question you need to ask is, what should the user do after seeing this? Don't assume they'll figure it out themselves. You need to suggest a next step to them. So for example, you can say step one, pause all paid ads for short form videos this week. Step two, test out carousel posts across Instagram and LinkedIn. And then step three, repurpose the top performing content into reels. So if you give them the actions to take and they're both valuable and easy to do, then that's just going to increase the chance of them trying it out. Because the thing is, insights actually don't matter if no one does anything with them. So if you're designing a data solution like a dashboard or report, or even a simple visual, what design principles can help you out? So remember, number one is to keep it clear and simple. Remove anything that doesn't help your audience understand the insights. Every single pixel they see must have a purpose. Number two, use color and text intentionally. Do not, and I repeat, do not decorate with them. Use them to guide attention. You can use labels, you can use titles, subtitles, annotations. All of them should be used to reduce the mental effort that your user has to make in understanding what's going on. And then use the right chart for your data. So it's not about creating the most advanced, fancy, overlandish dashboards. What you're trying to do is you're trying to make the insight obvious. So select the graphs and select the charts that do that. Number four, follow a logical layout for dashboards. Organize your visuals in the order you want your users to absorb your information. So remember, top to bottom, left to right. And then number five, tell a story with data. Numbers are not enough to move people, but stories do. Highlight the risk and the rewards that are possible and the decisions that bring them to life. And then what you want to do is you want to guide your users to take the next best action that makes sense to them. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings a close to data visualization part 2. If you do want to practice applying everything we've covered, you need to check out the GitHub link in the description of this video, and you're going to find a workbook that you can practice with. Stay blessed. This is day 23 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today we're going to be talking about dynamic array functions. So what are dynamic array functions and why do we need them? Sometimes Excel formulas break without warning. So for example, you add a new row and suddenly your totals are not correct, or your chart isn't updating, or the filter is just ignoring the new data you've just added. And sometimes that happens because your formula is hard-coded. So that simply means it's fixed to a specific range. So if you have a formula, and you've actually typed in the cell references inside it. So A2 to A10, that's hard coding. And in data in general, that's a problem because usually you're working with data sets that either grow or shrink all the time. So in general, hard coding is not a good habit because it makes your spreadsheets harder to maintain. And that's actually why we need dynamic array functions. So a dynamic array function resizes your data automatically as your data grows. And they also spill results into the cells nearby them. So you don't actually need to drag down your formulas anymore. But I'm going to show you some examples so that you can see how it actually works. We're going to start with a few data sets, right? So as you can see, this is an employee data set. And we're going to start with the unique function. So use the unique function if you want to remove duplicates from a range. So let's say I want all the unique departments showing in this data set. How do I go about doing that? So I'm going to type in unique. Then I just simply select all the values in the department column. Hit enter. And there we have it. So even though this has about 6 records, this has uniquely identified all the departments inside this column. So we can see we have 3 departments: IT, finance, HR, all thanks to the unique function. It's that simple. The sort function helps you sort values from lowest to highest or highest to lowest. So if I want to list all the names inside this data set in alphabetical order, I can do just that. Use the sort by function if you want to sort a range by values from another column. I'll just show you how this works. So I'm going to type in sort by. The first argument, I'm going to select name or names. The second argument, I'm going to select salary. So that's the column I want to sort by. And then the third argument, I'm telling Excel I want this in ascending order. So that's going to be from lowest to highest. If I close that, hit enter. So Excel has actually sorted the names, this time by salary, starting with the person with the lowest salary, moving up all the way to the person with the highest salary. So in other words, the names are sorted based on salary from lowest to highest. And if you want to sort from highest to lowest, just type in -1 in the third argument. If you want to filter data based on a condition, use the filter function. I'm just going to type in the filter function. And the first argument is your data set. So I'm just going to select the entire array. The second argument is the condition we want to filter the data by. So we only want the records where the department is IT. So I'm just going to select all the values in the department column. And then I'm going to type equals IT. And then the third argument is what we want the formula to return if there are no matches. So I'm just going to type in, let's say, no IT employees found. And then I close that. And there we have it. So we only have 3 employees who belong to the IT department. So let's move on to another data set so that we can explore some more examples. So this data set contains a list of products and their starting SKUs. So SKU is just a code that uniquely identifies each item in a stock room or inventory. So let's explore the sequence function. If you want to generate a sequence of numbers dynamically, then this is when you want to use the sequence function. So this is going to help you generate things like SKU ranges or row IDs without having to type them manually. So I'm just going to show you how this works. So I'm going to type in sequence to call the sequence function. So the first argument is how many row of numbers you want. So in our case, let's go with 5. The second argument is how many columns you want to fill. So for us, it's just going to be 1. And the third argument is where you want to start the sequence. So for us, we want to start it with the first SKU here. So it's going to be cell B2. And the fourth argument is how much you want to increase each number by. So we want to count up by, let's say 1. Then I'm just going to close that, hit enter. So as you can see, we're now creating SKU numbers for each product in a sequence. So if I was to reduce this to 3, the first argument that is, it's now limited to 3 rows. If I type, let's say 10, it's now generated numbers dynamically into 10 rows. If I change the second argument to, let's say 3, as you can see, it's now generated numbers into 3 columns. If you want to generate a bunch of random numbers, then use the rand array function. So I'm going to show you how that works. So I just call rand array. So the first argument is the number of rows we want. So let's say 7. The second argument is the number of columns. So we can say 1. The third argument is the smallest number we want. So let's say 65. The fourth argument is the largest number we want. So we can say 84. And the fifth argument is whether you want whole numbers or not. So type true if you do, and type false if you want decimals instead. So I'm going to close that. And as you can see, we have a bunch of random numbers now. So once again, if you play around with the first argument, let's change that to, let's say, 12. It's going to spill into 12 rows. If you change the second argument to, let's say 5, it's going to spill into 5 columns. If you change the third argument, that's going to adjust the minimum value that's allowed. So if I say 2, you can start seeing smaller numbers included. And if I change the fourth argument to, let's give a big number, let's say 300,000, you now start seeing large numbers appear. And if I change that to false, it's going to change the results to decimals. As you can see right there, it's now accepting decimals. Now let's move on to another data set to explore some more functions. So let's talk about toCol function. So use the toCol function if you want to convert multiple columns and rows into one single column. So if I want all of this inside one column, this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to type in toCol, and then I'm simply just going to select this range. And as you can see, everything you see there is now included in one single column. So basically, it's flattened all of the quarterly sales into one column. And because you're able to squeeze several numbers in rows and columns into one column, a clever way to use this is actually inside another function that would need an output like this. So we're going to explore an example like this in a few moments. Use the toRow function when you want to convert multiple columns or rows inside a single row. So I'm going to show you how that works. So let's type in toRow. And then the first argument, I'm going to select all the regions here. I'm actually going to hit the space. And then I'm going to include the AND operator. And then I hit space again. And then I hit a double quote. And then add a colon, hit space, add another double quote to close that. And then I add and operator again. Don't worry, it's going to make sense in a moment in case you're not following. And then add space again. And then I'm going to select all the values here, all the sales values. And then I'm going to close that. So let's see if this works. There we go. So as you can see, this is a single row. And it's actually combined each region and the sales they've made in each quarter. So if I just expand that a little bit, as you can see, this is the North region. That's right there. This is the North region again, which is right there. The North region once again, quarter 3, North region for quarter 4, and then we move on to the South, and so on and so forth. So all of the regions and their corresponding values for each quarter have been lined up in a single row. So let's move on to our next data set. So as you can see, we have 2 tables, and they both contain products and sales. If you want to stack one table on top of another table, then use the VStack function. So let's say we have a product sales table for 2024 like this, and we have another one for 2025. And what we want to do is we want to stack them into a single list instead of having 2 separate tables. So what we'll do is we're going to call this VStack function, and then we'll include all of the data here. So that includes the header and the values. And then we'll only include the values or the records inside this table because we already have the header included here. So I'm just going to close that. And there you have it. If I was to blindly include all of this and then include all of this, what's going to happen is it's going to include the header names for the second table inside our data set, just like this. So we don't want that. So remember, just be careful when you're using the VStack function. You only want to include the entire data set here, so the header names and the values or the records. And then you only want to include the values themselves from the second table and beyond. So now the result is one clean table that combines all the records together, just like we wanted. If you want to merge tables side by side now, then use the hstack function. So how does this work? We're going to call the hstack function, and then we'll select our first table, so the entire first table, and then we select only these 2 fields here because we've already included the product column already. So if we were to close that, so now we have one view that has the historical sales and the forecast tables merged with each other side by side. The wrap calls function arranges data into the number of columns you specify. So the first argument of the wrap calls function is the data you feed it. And the second argument is how many rows you want to populate until you break into a new column. So I'm just going to add a bunch of random products. Right, so I've just added my data set. So remember, the first argument is the vector. So that's just the list of items you want to lay out. And the second argument is how many items Excel should break into a new column. So I'm just going to type 3, and then I'm just going to close that. So as you can see right there. So what we're telling Excel to do is keep stacking the items on top of each other in a column. When you've reached 3 items in a column, break into a new one, just like this. So with this function, what we've managed to do is we've managed to create a 4x3 grid. So 4 columns with 3 rows, and they all contain product names. So now we're going to play around with this sales transaction log, and we're going to start with the take function. So the take function will extract the number of items you want from the beginning or end of an array. So how this works is you type in take and then select your entire data set. That's going to be your first argument. And then the second argument is how many rows to return from the top. So in our case, we're going to say, let's say 3. And the third argument is how many columns to return from the left. So in our case, let's just say, we're going to say 5. Got 5 columns returned. And then hit enter. And as you can see, it's managed to do that. So it's managed to extract the 3 rows, the first 3 rows from the top, and then the 5 columns from the left. And that's what you can see right there. The opposite of the take function is the drop function. So this removes the number of items from the beginning or end of an array. You can actually use this to filter data if you want. I'll call the drop function. And then the first argument is going to be the array or the dataset. And the second argument is how many rows you want to drop. So I'm just going to type 2. So let's see how this goes. So as you can see, it's dropped the first 2 rows from the top. If you want to drop columns as well from the left, then add in your third argument. So let's type in 3. So as you can see, it's extracted this section here. So we told our function to drop the first 2 rows and the first 3 columns, which is what it's done right here. And if you want to compare it, you can see right there. There you have it. Use the choose calls function if you want to select specific columns from a range. So I'll just show you what that looks like. And if you've used SQL before, this is like using the select statement and specifying the column numbers you want returned. So just call the choose calls function. So the first argument is going to be your entire data set. And every argument after that is actually just the column numbers you want included or you want to keep. So let's say we want to keep the second column and the fourth column. Enter. And there you have it. So the first column is the transaction ID column. The second column is the date column. And the fourth column is the amount column, as you can see there. Use the choose rows function if you want to select specific rows from a range. So you can use this to filter your data set as well. So it's similar to the choose calls function. So I'll just show you how that works. So choose rows, you want to call that function. And then you want to select your entire data set. Now, the first row we want to keep would be the headers, so which is row 1 in this case. And then let's say we want to keep the third row and we want to keep the fifth row. And then we hit enter. So now we have the headers, which is the first row, and we have this one here, and we also have this one. So we've managed to keep the first, third, and fifth rows. So let's dive into more examples. Use the text before function to extract the text before a character. So we have all these emails here. If I want to extract the username from the emails, for example, so all the usernames before the @ symbol, this is how I'm going to do it. I type in text before, and then the first argument will simply be the values in the email column, and the second argument will be the @ symbol. I hit enter. As you can see, I've managed to extract the usernames from the email addresses. Use the text after function if you want to extract text after a character. So very similar to the text before function. If I want all the characters after the @ symbol, all I need to do is call the text after function, select all the values in the email column, and then in the second argument, we're going to use the @ symbol again, hit enter. And as you can see, we now have the domain names from the email addresses. So let's look at one final example now. And this is going to be the text split function. So you want to use the text split function when you want to split text into multiple pieces based on a delimiter. So as you can see, we have a list of addresses, and the comma is the delimiter we can see inside this data. So it's separating the street name from the city, the state, the zip code, etc. So how does this work? We call the text split function, and then we're going to call the first cell. So not the entire data set and not all the values inside a column. We're actually selecting the very first cell. And then we type a comma. And then for the second argument is where we type in our delimiter. So I'm going to type comma, and then I'm going to hit enter. So as you can see, it's actually split each address into street, city name, the state, and the zip code. So if you wanted to, you can actually, so let's just put that there for a second. So I can call this street, then call this city, I call this state, and then I call this zip code. And then what I can do is I can drag this down just like that. And you can do the same thing with things like maybe full names or references, whether you're tagging IDs to full names, etc. So let's move on to our exercise. Let's imagine we're a volunteer helping a nonprofit, and this nonprofit helps elderly people in need. So they rely on donations from the general public as well as organizations. However, they're storing everything in one big spreadsheet. They want to know more information about their donors. So they're asking questions like, who's donated to us? Who are our top donors? and how many people are using PayPal. So what we're going to do is we're going to now use dynamic array functions to help answer these questions. So we'll go through them one by one. And what we're going to do is we're going to start with who has donated to us. So we need to get a clean list of all the unique donors from here. So at the moment, if we were to just count how many we've got, that's about 150 different records. So some of these may be the same donors just donating more than once. But what we need to do is we need to now create a unique list of donors, or rather a list of unique donors. And if you remember, the unique function only returns the unique values from a list. So we're going to use it to answer this question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just go into, let's say this field here. I'm going to type in list of donors, and then I'm going to add in the unique function. Then I'm just going to select all the names within the name column. And then all I need to do is just type enter. And as you can see, we have a list of unique donors now. So that should answer our question. And if we want to count how many unique donors we have, then we can use the row function. So the row function is simply going to count how many names the unique function gave us. So how this is going to work, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in number of unique donors. And then just scroll to the right a bit. And then I'm going to type in rows. And then I'll type in the unique function that we just used. So unique. And then I'll just select all the names, close the unique function, and then close the rows function with brackets. Hit enter. And we have 50 unique donors listed. And if you want to confirm whether this works or not, you can actually copy all the names and then enter another spreadsheet, paste all those values, and then you can go to data and then remove duplicates, and then make sure column A is selected, hit OK. And as you can see, 100 duplicates were found and 50 unique values remain. So that goes to show that our rows operation worked. So now we can see how many different people are actually supporting this nonprofit, which is great. So we can actually mark this as good or completed. Now, who are our top donors? So what we want to do now is we want to rank all the donations from the highest to the lowest. So this is where we use a function like sort by. So for this one, let's open up a new spreadsheet. And then we can even type in our question. So who are our top donors? And then we can merge and center. And then we're going to use the sort by function. So what we're going to do is we're going to select our data set. And it's going to be our first argument. Now, the second argument is what we want to sort the data set by. So we want to sort by donation amounts because we want to find out who the top donors are. And then we're going to say descending so that we select with the highest donors first or the highest donation amounts first. And then we see the ones with the lowest donation amount and then hit enter. And that's our data set there. Then you can just rename this to top donors. And that's that question answered. Now, the third one is how many people are using PayPal? So what they want to do now is they now want to know which payment methods are the most popular. We need to extract only the PayPal donations for now. So we can actually enter a new sheet. We could call this PayPal donations. How many people are using PayPal to donate? Then merge and center. We'll just expand this a bit. So we're going to use the filter operation for this. And the first thing we want to do is we want to select the entire data set once again. That's going to be our first argument. And the second argument is going to be the condition we want to filter the data by. So we're going to select all the values within the payment method. And this has to be equal to PayPal because we only want the PayPal donations showing. And then the third argument, if you remember, is what we want returned if there are no matches. So we can say no PayPal matches. We'll just say no PayPal matches. Hit enter. Then I just expand this a bit. So if you want to find out how many unique donors use PayPal to donate money, then we can use the rows function again. And then we type in unique. We can just select all the values in the name column. And as you can see, we have 28 people who donate money to this charity using PayPal. Donors who use PayPal, let's say. And there you have it. So if you want to take it to the next level, what if we only want to see the 10 most recent donations? Now, we've answered that question. Now, out of curiosity, what if we want to see the top 10 donations on this list? How do we go about doing that? So I can type in top 10 donations. It's literally the top 10 records on the dataset. So what does that look like? We can use the take function to help us out. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the entire dataset. And then we're simply going to type 10 because we're telling it to give us the top 10 records or grab the first 10 rows from the dataset. Then we hit enter and there we have it. So we can just name this top 10 records. Now, there is a lot of information inside this dataset. So can we create a simpler view that shows only the name and let's say the amount columns? If we choose the choose calls function, then we definitely can do this. So let's call this simple view of donations. Let's just say. So let me just zoom in quickly. And then we type in choose calls. And then we select our donations dataset again. And then we're going to select the second column and the third column. So the second column is the name column. The third column is the donation amounts column. Hit enter. And as you can see, for those who want to see the name and the donation amounts, they can see just that. So we've managed to answer all the questions as well as go the extra mile of helping individual users get bespoke versions of the datasets that we have here. So if you forget everything that we've gone through today, what should you remember? Use dynamic array functions when your data is likely to grow or shrink. So when that happens, your results update instantly and you don't actually need to drag down formulas or build helper functions. So it's really a game changer. So you're going to find a workbook to practice with in the GitHub link in the video description. But until then, I hope you learned something new today. Stay blessed. This is day 24 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today we're exploring Power Query part 2. So we covered part 1 on day 20. And we looked at how Power Query works with some basic examples. Now we want to look at more advanced ways to import data and transform it. So let's get started. There are lots of different ways we can actually import data into Power Query. So Power Query can connect to a lot of data sources. So you're talking about files like PDFs, text files, or Excel workbooks, folders, SQL databases, websites, APIs, and so on and so forth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by collecting data from the web. So if you do want to import live data from the web, so let's say like a company website or REST API, you can do that easily with Power Query. So what you want to do is you want to go to the data tab and then go to get data and then click on from other sources. And then you're going to click on from web. And what you want to do is you want to enter the URL of the web page that contains the data you want. So I'm just going to show you how this works. So what this website contains is all the teams from the Premier League that played for the 2024 and 2025 season. So these are the table standings. And I'm just going to copy the URL and then I'll just go back to Excel and then I'll just paste in my URL. And then I click OK. So what Power Query is going to do is it's going to extract all the tables from that web page. And then what we can do is we can simply just choose which tables we want, what we want loaded into Power Query. So if I just click on a table, for example, you can see it's actually got all the data we want, but we need to clean it further. So what we can do is we can select that. So if you do want to actually select all of them or multiple tables on here, then just check select multiple items and then just tick the tables you want. And then you can click on transform data. And then Excel is going to load all that data into Power Query. So as you can see, Excel has managed to load all the data from the website into Power Query. And then we can now clean the data however we want. So if you're happy with the data you can see here, all you have to do is just click close and load. And then Power Query will load this into a new sheet for you. So of course, our data is quite messy, so we're not expecting anything perfect here, but you get the point. You can load data from the web into Power Query and then into Excel. So another thing you can do is you can actually import data from a SQL database. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up SQL Server Management Studio, and I'm just going to show you exactly how this works. This is useful for scenarios where you have, let's say, a company's database or enterprise tools, or you just have a large data set in general that you want to import into Excel. Power Query does give you the option to import that. So let me just open this up. So what I'm going to need is, well, let's try that again. I'm going to need the server name, and I'm also going to need the database name. So I'm just going to open up a new sheet and then go to data, get data, and then from database. And I'm going to click from SQL Server database. Then I'm just going to paste in my server name. And the database name is optional. You don't actually have to put in your database, but I like to put that in because it just saves me a lot of steps. So I am going to, let's see what databases I've got. So I do have, okay, let's try this one. So the SQL tutorials database. So if I just go back to this, and I paste that in, click OK. Now I can see all the tables I have access to. So these are the tables that are currently sitting inside the database I just specified. I'm just going to click on transform data so that you can see the data set. We have the accounts transactions table loaded into Power Query. There we have it. So you can import data from a SQL database into Excel via Power Query. So let me know if you do want videos on more use cases around this, and I'm more than happy to create videos around that. So if I click on close and load, and as you can see, all this is directly from a SQL database. Now, the next use case we have is importing from files. So if you want to import single files or even entire folders, Power Query actually allows you to do that. It does support several formats like Excel, CSVs, PDFs, JSON, TXT files, name it. How does this work? What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new workbook, and then I go to data and then get data and then from file. So let's start with CSV. I'm going to go into a data set of my choice. Let's go on shopping list. So I'm going to import a shopping list file. Then I see the preview of the shopping list, and then I click on transform data. So this is my shopping list. And if I wanted to, I can clean up the data and then load it into my workbook. And that's a CSV file directly from my local machine. Now, if I want to upload a PDF, what I can do is go to data, and then get data, and then from file, and then I click PDF. So from PDF, and then I just find a PDF I want to upload. So let's go with planets dataset. In fact, what I can do is before I upload it, let me just show you what this looks like. So if you notice, we have text and we have tables inside this PDF. If I was manually processing this, I'll probably copy this entire table and then I'll go into my worksheet. I'll just open up a new one and then I'll try to paste it. So I'll figure out a way to paste this in manually. That would be what I would have done if I'm not using Power Query. I don't need to do all that. So I can actually import the table using Power Query. So once again, let me just go to data, get data from file, and then from PDF. Power Query is smart enough to extract the table from my file. If I click import, what you're going to see is it will give you the option to select the table inside your file. This is my table. That was the table that was inside my file. If I want, I can transform it, or I can just directly load it into Excel. So if I just zoom in, you can see these are all the 8 planets in our solar system. But what about a situation where you have to upload, let's say, an entire folder that contains several files? What do you do then? So these are all the CSV files we want to import into Power Query. If we didn't do this through Power Query, we'd have to open these one by one and then find a way to concatenate all of them and then upload it into the sheet of our choice. We don't have to do that. We can simply just select the folder that contains all the files, in our case, all the CSV files, click open, and as you can see, This contains all of the files I've just showed you in that folder. I'm simply just going to go to transform. Then I'm going to click on this small icon next to the contents field. And then I'm going to click on OK. It's actually stacked all of the files on top of each other. If you can see April 2024, and then August 2024, it stacked the records of each file on top of each other to create one single file. So all I need to do is just call this sales for 2024. And then if I just click close and load, it's now going to help me load all of that into a new sheet, just like that. So if I want to prove this worked, what I can do is I can create a pivot table. So if you guys remember, Alt NVT from our previous sessions, and then click OK. So what I can do is I can drag the source name into the rows, and let's say total sales in the values, just like that. We have 12 different fields, or rather 12 different rows that contain all the sales amounts. You will find yourself in situations where you need to like merge daily reports or process data in batches. Power Query can support all of that. Now, I did mention earlier that you can pull data from APIs. So yes, it's possible. If you do want to pull live data, like let's say financial data, you can actually do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to try and pull data from the SEC website or the SEC Edgar API. So if you don't know what that is, they're basically the body that public US companies have to send their financial reports to every single quarter, every single year. So as you can see here, what this is Apple's SEC filings. So let me just print that. So as you can see, this is from Apple. If I actually want to pull this into Power Query, how do I do that? I'm going to go into Excel. Then I'm just going to open up a new workbook, go to data, and then go to get data. And then from other sources, I'm going to click on from web once again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in the URL from the SEC Edgar API. And then I'm going to click OK. Okay, what we can do is if you want, you can click on refresh so that we're using the most up-to-date data. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on record next to filings. So you have the option to pick whatever you want. So if you want to click on something like, let's say is XBRL. If I want to go back up one, I can just do that. If you want to click on, let's say, accession number, then you have a list of all the accession numbers here. If you want to convert this to a table, just click to table, and then click OK. And then if you want, you can call this accession number. You can click close and load. As you can see, we've managed to upload this successfully from the SEC Edgar's API. We've gone through different ways we can import data with Power Query, but let's actually explore different ways we can transform data with it. I want to show you how to add custom and calculated columns. I'm just going to copy this data set and then I'll just create a table out of it. Power Query does allow you to create custom columns. That means you can write your own logic to create new fields. So for example, you can add two columns together. That will be a custom column. If you want to create a flag that checks if another column has missing data or not, then you can create a custom column for that too. So first of all, I'm going to load this into Power Query. So go to data and then get data. And then from other sources, click from table / range. So what if I want to find out whether the salary for each employee is high or low? What I can do is I can go to the add column tab and then click on custom column. And then I can type in, let's say, salary status, let's just call it. And then I can type if salary. So this is where I'm writing my custom logic. So what I'm telling it to do is we want to find out whether each person's salary is high or low. So for us, we'll consider a high salary to be anything over 70,000 and anything below that is what we'll call a low salary. So if salary is greater than 70,000, then tell me it is high. So return high. Otherwise, return low. So the first section is telling us if the salary is greater than 70,000, Then return the word high. Otherwise, return the word low. So this is what we call an if-else statement. If this is true, then return this value. If it's not, then return that value. So I'm going to click OK. And as you can see, Power Query has managed to create a flag that indicates whether each person in this dataset has a high or low salary. You can define whatever logic you want to help with your analysis. That's what custom columns are all about. And one thing you can do with Power Query is you can actually split and merge columns together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import a new dataset. So I'm going to click on data, get data from file, and then let's say from PDF. Now I'm going to import the full names dataset. So we're going to have a list of names that we can play around with. So this is the dataset we want. So click on transform data. Our header name is actually in the first row. So under the home tab, just click on use first row as headers. And then it's going to correct that for you. And if you look at applied steps, it's included that step in. What do we do if we want to split this into a first name and last name column? We can go under the home tab and then click on split column. And then we're going to click on by delimiter. So under this, make sure you have space as the delimiter that's selected. And make sure you have split at each occurrence of the delimiter. And then just click OK. And now it's split our names into two separate columns. So I'm just going to name this first name, and then I'm going to name this one last name, and that's it. We have our first name and last name columns. What about a situation where you have to put both of them back together again? How do we do that? So what we can do is we go to the transform tab, and then we select both columns, and then we click on merge columns right there. And then under separator, the drop down, we're going to click on space. And then we can actually give this a new column name. So let's call this full name. And then I'm going to say merged. And then we click OK. We're now back to our full name again. So you can actually do the same thing if you want to do things like you want to merge, let's say, address components. So let's say you have a street name, you have cities, zip codes. You can use this same technique to join them together. You can also create things like reference labels, like joining IDs and names together. So there are different use cases you can play around with where this is going to be useful. Sometimes you want to answer a question with a data set, but you can only do that if you connect it to another data set. And that's when joins come in. So imagine you have two tables, right? And they contain related information, but they live on completely separate sheets or files or systems. The only way you're going to answer your question is if you connect them together. And that's what we call a join. So why on earth do we need joins? For example, you might have, let's say, one table with customer names and another table with their purchases, or another table with students and another table with test scores. So if you want to analyze across both of them, you have to bring them in together. So in Power Query, that's possible. When you do a merge in Power Query, what you're telling Excel is, here are two tables. I want you to connect them using a shared column, whether that's the email, the ID, or the name column. It's not just about connecting, right? Because you need to decide who gets to be in the final result as well. And that completely depends on the type of join you choose. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just walk you through the 4 different types of joins that we have and the ones that are going to be super useful in the real world. So the first join we're going to deal with is what we call the inner join. An inner join will only show the records that match in both tables. For example, if you have two tables, let's say one that lists everyone that's registered for an event and another one that records everyone who showed up. If you want to see only the people who did both, so that is sign up and actually came, that's when you use an inner join. Okay, let me just show you how this works. So I'm going to go into the data tab. I'm going to click on get data, and then from file, I'm going to click on from folder. Now I'm just going to pick the data set that will be great for this example. So I'm going to click on joins, and then I'm going to click on inner joins. I'm going to click open. We're going to upload the RSVP list and the check-in log CSV files. I'm going to click on transform data. I'm going to try something quite clever. I'm going to right click on this. I'm going to click on duplicates. And then I'm going to name this RSVP list. And then I'm going to name this one check in log. Don't worry, this is going to make sense in a moment. I'm going to click on RSVP list first. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this icon right next to the content field. So it's got two arrows pointing downwards. I'm going to click on that. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click under sample file drop down. I'm going to click on RSVP list. That's what we want first. And then once it loads that, I'm going to click on OK. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the drop down next to source name. And then I'm going to make sure that RSVP list is only selected. So that means I'm going to deselect check-in log. And then I'll click OK. And then for the sake of this example, I can see that this is where my header names are located. So I'm going to actually go to Home tab. I'm going to go to the Home tab and click on Use First Row as Headers. And then for this, I don't need this column, so I'm going to remove it. And then I think I'll leave this for now. And then I'm going to apply the same steps to the check-in log table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the icon next to the content field. And then under the sample file drop down, I'm going to click on check-in log. And then once that's finished evaluating, then I'm going to click on OK. Just like now. So there are a few steps that we have to take before we get to a point where we can actually join the data together. I'm just going to click on the source name dropdown and then make sure I untick RSVP list because I just want in the check-in log showing. And then I click OK. And then I'm going to drop this column because I don't need it. And now this is where the join begins. So I'm actually going to click on RSVP list. And then under the Home tab, I'm going to go to Merge Queries here. And then I'm going to click on this drop down. And then I'm going to click on Merge Queries as New. And this is going to allow us to create a new query where we've joined the RSVP list and our check-in log. So remember, the RSVP list is our first table. So that's the left table. And the check-in log is going to be the second table or the right table. So I'm just going to click this drop down and I'm going to select check-in log because this is going to be our second table. So just keep in mind, when you're joining data sets together, the first table is always going to be your left table. And the second table is always going to be your right table. Okay, so think of it as looking from left to right. So from 1 to 2. Hopefully that helps. And then what you're going to do is for the join kind, click the drop down and make sure you select inner. So that's only going to match the records from both tables that actually match. So any records that do not match will not show in our final results. So what we're going to do is we're going to join these two tables by the email columns. Okay. Now, just a word of warning. First of all, to join tables together, both tables have to share a column with each other. Okay, in this case, it's email. So as you can see, both of them have emails. That's the only column that's common between the two tables. Now, it's always best practice to go for ID columns of a record instead of things like emails. That can create problems. So you want to always try and join by an ID column that uniquely identifies every single person in this case in a table. But for this example, we'll just use email. So if you do want to go with something like email, the best practice thing to do is to always clean the columns. Try to make sure there's no leading or trailing white spaces. Make sure it's formatted correctly and they're both standardized so that it's easy for you to match on that column. You can see that Power Query has managed to actually find 2 rows. It's actually said the selection matches 2 or 4 rows from the first table and 2 or 3 rows from the second table. So that's a good sign. It means that the match can take place. So I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to expand the check-in log. So I'm just going to click on the icon here. And then I'll click OK. So what I want to do is I want to get rid of the RSVP ID column. And then I actually want to keep in the check-in ID column. So let me just rename that. I'll just get rid of the prefix. We'll get rid of the email column from the check-in log table. We can keep the check-in time. And there you have it. What we can see now is, number one, only the people who appear in both tables now are showing in our results. So the people who were registered but did not show up are not here. And the people who showed up but didn't register are not included in these results. So there are only 2 people who were registered and they actually attended the event. And that's what the inner join has helped us to now see. So what we can do, we can actually rename this query into, let's call this RSVP checked in underscore inner join. I'm actually going to clean all the queries we can see here. It's quite bloated at the moment. So right click under queries and then click on new group. Let's call this ignore helper queries. So yeah, let's just dump all these queries inside because we don't want any visual noise on this. We just want to focus on the queries that matter to us. Let's also create a group for our inner join. See if we can type it like this. And then I can just drag in all our queries into there. I can click on close and load so that we can save all our changes and load them into an Excel sheet. Now let's move on to left joins. A left join keeps every single row from the left table or the first table, and only the rows that match from the right table or the second table. If a row from the first table does not have a match in the second table, that row stays the same, but all the columns from the second table will be blank. Okay, so let's imagine that we're running an online program and we have two tables. So one is a list of names that have joined the waitlist, and another is the list of names that were given a spot. And what we want to do is we want to see every single applicant, but we just want to tag whether they were accepted or not. So how do we do that? Let's load the data for that. So I'm going to click on data, get data, and then from file, and then from folder. And then I'm going to click on our left joins folder. We do have two tables. So one is the accepted list and another is the wait list. So the wait list will be all the people that have applied to our program. And the accepted list will be only the people who were accepted. So transform data. Now, I'm going to follow a similar process to what we applied for the inner join. I'm going to duplicate this. And then I'm going to name this one wait list. Then I'm going to name this one accepted underscore list. And then for the wait list, I'm just going to click on the icon next to contents. And then we just want to filter to only the waitlist table. So under sample file, select waitlist. And then once it's finished evaluating the data, then we click OK. Then we just want the waitlist CSV file showing. So we're going to deselect. So under source name, we deselect accepted list and click OK. And then we can drop this column. Now let's do the same thing for accepted list. So we'll click on the icon next to content. Then under sample file, we'll select accepted list and then click OK. And then we're going to filter the source name to only the accepted list. So we're going to deselect waitlist, then click OK. And now this is where the left join now takes place. So in fact, before we do that, let's remove this column. And then we now go into the waitlist table. We're going to go into the home tab and then click on the drop down next to merge queries and then click on merge queries as new. And then for our second table, we're going to select accepted list. So because this is a left join, we want all the records from the waitlist table and we only want the records that match from the accepted list table. Power Query has managed to find two rows already that match the first table. So I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to expand the accepted list. I'm going to click OK. We have all the records from our first table, and we only have the matching records from the second table, which is this and this. So if you can see the blanks in this section, these are the applicants who are not accepted, because if you don't have an applicant ID and you don't have an acceptance date, that means you are not accepted into the waitlist. The next step is for us to create a flag for the acceptance status so we can clearly see who got accepted and who got rejected. So before I create the column, let me just edit this. I'm going to call this accepted applicant ID. And then I'm going to call this, I'm going to leave it as acceptance date. So let's create our custom column now. So I'm going to click on add column, custom column. I'm going to name this acceptance status. Now, if the accepted applicant ID is null, then return rejected. Because if they don't have an accepted applicant ID, that means they were not given one in the first place. Then I'm going to hit Shift Enter. And then I'm going to type else they were accepted. So if they were given an accepted applicant ID, that means they were accepted. So we want this to return accepted. Now I'm going to click on OK. So now, instead of having to look into the accepted applicant ID and the acceptance date columns, I can just look at this column and straight away, I know who's been accepted, who's been rejected. So now I can easily filter to the applicants by their status without second guessing with any of the blanks there. Let's create a group for the left join. So I'm going to type in 2 and then left join. And then we can move all our queries into the left join group. We'll call this wait list left join. And then let's move the helper. So let's move the helper queries into our ignore helper queries group so that we can keep this clean. So now we know who's been accepted and who's been rejected on the wait list. So what the left join query is basically doing is it's just telling Excel or telling Power Query to show me everyone who's applied. If they were accepted, show me their details. If they were rejected, then leave it blank. And then we've added a custom column to just tell us this straight away. So we just know who's been accepted, who's been rejected, and we don't even need to look at the blanks. We can just look at the flag we've created. And then let's load that into Excel. And then while that's going on, we can now talk about the right join. The right join is just the opposite of a left join. So it's going to return all the rows from the second table and only the rows that match in the first table. For example, let's say we're managing invoices and we have a table for payments we've received and another table for the invoices we've sent out. What we want is we want to see every single invoice. And then we want to check whether we've received a payment for it or we haven't. So in this case, the invoices table is our second table. So we're going to use the right join. And that means all the records from the invoice table or the invoices table will be kept. And only the records from the payments table that match is what's going to show. So any rows that do not show from the first table means that the invoice record has not been paid since it's blank. So what we're going to do is we're going to upload our data. We're going to go to get data from file and then from folder. And then we're going to click on our right joins folder. And then we're going to click on transform data. So we're just going to repeat the process once again. So let me just collapse all of this. I'm going to duplicate this. And then the first one is going to be invoices. The first table is actually going to be payments. And the second table is going to be invoices. So let's start with the payments. And I'm going to go to the content icon. And then under sample file, I'm going to click on payments, the payment CSV. And then I'm going to click on OK. And then I'm going to filter the source name to the payments only. Then we can actually get rid of that. And then we're going to go to invoices, repeat the same steps. So we're going to go to the content icon. Then we're going to click on invoices for the sample file. And then click OK. And then under source name, we're going to deselect payments so that we only have the invoices showing. And then we can actually get rid of the source name column. Now, what we are going to do is we're going to go to the payments table. We're going to go to merge queries as new. And then the second table is going to be the invoices table. Because remember, we're going to be doing the right join. So under join kind, select right outer, which means we're returning all the rows from the second table and only the matching records from the first table. How are we going to join this? We will join this through the invoice ID columns. And then we're going to click OK. And then I'm going to expand the invoices column. I'm going to click OK. So now these are all the records from the invoices table. As you can see, there are no blanks inside this because we're returning all the records from the invoices table. We have blanks in the payments table because we're only returning the rows that match the second table. So if there are blanks inside the amounts paid column for the payments table, that means that invoice was not paid. So invoice 2 and invoice 4 were not paid. Now, there is a quicker way for us to find this out, and that's by creating a custom column. So I'm just going to go into this, rename this to client name, and then rename this column to amount billed. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get rid of this one. I'm going to get rid of this invoice ID column, and then I'm going to keep this one because we want all the invoice IDs from the original invoice table. And then I can drag this to the first column. And then I can drag the amount billed to the second position. And then perhaps I can do the client name I can move that into the third position. So now we have amount paid and pay date at the right. I'm going to click on the add column tab, click on custom column, and then I'm going to name this invoice status. Or I can name this invoice payment status. And then I type in if the amount paid field is null, then return not paid. Because if the amount paid field doesn't have anything inside it, that means we didn't get any payments. So we want that reflected in this logic. And then otherwise, returned paid. Because if there's a value there, that means we got a payment for it. So let's click OK. And there we have it. Invoice 2 and invoice 4 is what we need to focus on. We need to make sure that we get the payments for these 2 invoices. We don't need to worry about invoice 1 and invoice 3. So do you see how easy it is for us to spot any payments that were missed? We just need to look at this column. We don't need to look at these 2 columns anymore. So I'm just going to name this query invoices right join. And then click new group. And then this is going to be right join. And then I'm going to move all of this into this. And then I'm going to move these helper queries into the folder we want ignored. And then I'm going to create a group just for that. So I'm just going to collapse all of this. So we have our list of invoices and we can tell which ones were paid and we can also tell which ones were not paid. So let me just load that. So while that's loading, let me talk about the final join, which is the full outer join. So what is the full outer join? A full outer join keeps everything from both tables, whether they match or not. So for example, let's imagine that we're preparing for an email campaign and all we have is we have one table that lists people from a past launch that we did, so an old list. And then we have another table with all the new leads that we got from a landing page, so a new list. And what we want to do is we want to combine or we want to merge everything into one clean list. And we want to be able to tag where each person came from. So we want to be able to identify who came from the old list, who came from the new list, and who's appearing in both. Let's load our data set into Excel. So we're going to click on the data tab and then go to get data, from file, and then from folder. And then we're going to click on our outer joins folder because that's where our data set lives. And then we'll click on transform data. And once again, we're simply just going to repeat the steps that we've applied to the past 3 joins. And then I'm going to right click on outer joins query, and then I'm going to duplicate it. The first one is going to be named old list, or rather old leads, let's call it. And the new one is going to be called new leads. And then we're going to start with the old list or the old leads. We're going to click on the icon next to contents. And then we're going to select old leads, CSV. And then once it's done evaluating, we click OK. And then we're going to select source name. And then we are going to deselect the new leads because we only want the old leads showing. So I can see already that we need to now use the first row as headers. So I'm going to go to the Home tab, click on Use First Row as Headers. And then I'm going to get rid of that first column. We don't need it. And then we're going to repeat the same steps for new leads. So we're going to click on the icon next to the content field. And then what we want to do is we want to deselect the old leads that show up. So the first thing we are going to do is we're going to first go to sample file and then click on new leads so that we're just focusing on all the new leads, and then click OK. And then we're going to filter the results that come out of this to only the new leads. So once this is done, we'll select the source name field, and then we are going to just keep new leads selected. So we deselect old leads, click OK. And then once again, we'll use first row as headers, and then we'll get rid of that first column because we don't need it. And then this is where the join takes place. We'll now click on old leads query, and then we'll go to merge queries as new. And then the first table is going to be the old leads, and the second table is going to be the new leads. So let me just find new leads. And then in this case, we are actually going to join, you will think we're joining by the lead ID. We're actually going to join by the emails. That's what we're going to use, right? And then the join kind is going to be the full outer. That's going to include all the rows from the first table and the second table. We're going to click OK. And then we're going to expand the new leads table and then click OK. So as you can see, we've expanded the results and we can now see all the records from our old table or the old leads and all the records from the new leads. So that means we can see people from the old list popping up. And we can also see people in the new list. So there are people in the old list over here with cells inside the new list that are blank. So that simply means that these are people from our old launch. They're from the old list. And we can also see there are people inside the new list or the new leads that do not appear inside the old list. So as you can see, rows 2 and rows 3 have people from the new leads table, but they don't appear in the old leads table because these are blanks, these are nulls, which means these people came from our new launch or from the new landing page. However, there is one person who actually appears in both. So this person actually came from our old launch and they also appeared inside our new leads table. So they appear in both lists. But this can be quite confusing. I don't think this is user friendly for us. And perhaps we have users that want to look into this. If they want to see who's exclusive to each list, and they also want to see who's in both, what we need to do is we need to create a custom column that just shows the lead type. We're going to rename this, right? We're going to rename this old lead ID. We're going to rename this one new lead ID. We can name this old lead email, and we can name this new lead email. For now, we'll just ignore the others because what we are focused on is creating the lead type column. And to do that, we click on add column, custom column, and then we are going to rename this lead type. Now, what we are going to say is if the old lead ID is null, that means this person is new only. So in other words, if there is no old lead ID, then that means the person was not on the old list. So that means they're likely to be new. Else, and then we break into a new line, if the new lead ID is null, then, by the way, if you want to know, you can also type equals. So if the new ID is equal, if the new lead ID is equal to null, that's exactly the same thing as saying is. So is and equal are the same thing. So I'll just leave that there. So if new lead ID is equal to null, then this is old only. So if the new lead ID does not have anything inside it, then that means the person is from the old list. Let's break into a new line. Otherwise, type both. So once again, if there's no old lead ID showing, that means this person is on the new list. If there's no new lead ID or new lead ID is empty, then it came only from the old leads table, which means the person is an old lead. If both columns have values in it, then it exists in both. So I'm going to click OK. We'll see if that worked. I'll just For consistency, I'll just make sure that's lead underscore type. Hit OK. The first person belongs to both tables, and we only have 2 people that came from our landing page. So they belong on the new leads table. And there are 2 people who are just on our old leads table. So perhaps we need to send them custom emails to be a part of our new program, or whether we need to do more research as to how to treat this. That's what we can now do. But that was easy to identify through this new column that we've created. So now we have a complete picture of who's new, who's returning, and who's included in both sides. Let's name this all leads outer join. And then we're going to create a group. So let me just collapse all that, and then right click that, create a new group, and then name this outer join. We'll drag that there. So we now have a clear picture of who's new, as you can see in rows 2 and 3, who's returning. In other words, they were part of the old campaign and they're now part of the new one. And who's just part of the old campaign. We have a clear picture of that. And now that we're done, we'll click on close and load, and then we're going to see Excel load all of this into a new sheet. And there you have it. So one thing we can do as well is we can join tables that live inside a SQL database, inside Power Query. How do we do that? I'm going to go to the data tab and then click on get data from database and then from SQL Server database. And then I'm just going to collect my details again. So I'm going to click on SQL Server. Let me just click on connect, database engine. I'm going to copy my server name and then go back, paste that in. And then I'm going to go back and collect the database I want. So I'm just going to click on, I'm just going to copy that, paste it in, click OK. And now I get to choose what tables I want to import into Power Query and which ones I want to join. So I'm going to click on select multiple items, and I'm going to select departments and employees tables. And then I'm going to click on transform data. So let me just collapse all of this. And then I click on employees. As you can see, I have a list of employees here. And if you look at my departments, I've got a list of departments. So what I want to do is I want to have more information on the locations of each of my employees. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to go to merge queries, click on merge queries as new. And because I want information about the location, what I need to do is I'm going to select the departments table as my second table. And I'm going to join by the department ID. I want it to be a left join because I want all my employees showing, but I only want the departments that match from the departments table. And that's going to allow me to now pull my locations from the departments table. And then I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to expand the departments. I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to delete the department ID column because I don't need that. And then I'm going to rename, we'll keep the department name column so that we know what department each employee belongs to. And then we'll keep the locations column because we want to find out the location of each employee. And then I'm going to click close and load. Before I do that, actually, let me just rename this. Let's call this SQL employees merge. We'll call this SQL employees merge. And then I'm going to just open up a new group. And then I'm going to say from SQL. I'm going to call this, we'll say number 5. Then I'm going to select all our queries and then move it to our from SQL group. And then we can actually load this in. And there you have it. So now we have information on all our employees and the department name and their location. And if you want, you can actually change the table style through the table design tab. And if I wanted to make it a bit more presentable, I could just do that. And there we have it. So what do I want you to take away from today's lesson? Use Power Query to pull data from external sources. So you don't have to always copy and paste between sheets or websites. You can actually load entire folders and files into Power Query. So whether that's a CSV or a PDF or JSON, the choice is completely up to you. You can use Power Query to create custom columns. So you can add an extra column with simple logic that allows you to spot things quicker in your data. So don't feel like you need to strain your eyes and figure out things yourself manually. But let a custom column just point out whatever you need to know straight away. And finally, you can use Power Query to join tables together. You can merge two or more tables if they have a column they both share. So like emails or ID or names, and you can choose what you want to keep in the results depending on the join type you choose. The real secret of analytics is that many insights actually come from joining datasets together. It's not even from using fancy formulas or complex tools. It's really just by knowing what tables to join together. If you master joins, you will go very far in your analytics career. That's it for now. If you do want to practice this further, check out the GitHub link in the video description for a workbook you can practice Power Query with. Until then, stay blessed. This is day 25 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today, we're talking about Power Pivots. Now, before we talk about the tool itself, let's talk about why it's important in the first place. When you're working with small data sets, normal Excel is fine in most cases. So you've probably got one table that tracks everything, like your customers, the orders they make, and maybe their locations too. So all in one place. So that works until it doesn't. Because as your data grows, everything in one table starts to get messy. So you start to hit Excel's row limit, it slows down, and then it breaks when you're now trying to present something one day to your managers, and then suddenly you just start to hate Excel a little bit. Imagine your business grows. You're going to now need separate tables. You're going to need one for customers, one for the transactions they make, one for store locations, and one for products. So now we're making progress. We now have 4 separate tables instead of saving everything into one big Excel file. The question is, how do you actually connect it all? Because if they're all in separate tables, how can you actually answer real business questions about your sales, for example? You build relationships between them. And that's what we call data modeling. And it's actually one of the most important concepts in all of data. Now, why? Because a good data model lets you connect different tables together to create clean insights. That's actually a good segue to talk about Power Pivot now. So, what is Power Pivot? Power Pivot is the tool inside Excel that helps you create data models. So, the reason why it's so great is because it can actually handle much more data than normal Excel can. A typical Excel worksheet is just limited to just over 1,000,000 rows max. But Power Pivot can actually handle millions of records, and it's only limited by how much RAM you have available on your machine. And the beauty about it is you can actually use DAX to create calculated columns that uncover new insights. Let me show you where you can find it. For those of you that have it already installed, you should be able to access it through the Power Pivot tab here. Now, if you don't have access to this and you don't know how to get access to this, I'm going to show you how now. So go to File and then go all the way down to Options at the bottom left. And then just go to the Add-ins option. And then next to Manage, click the drop-down arrow and then select COM Add-ins and then click Go. And then what you want to do is you want to make sure that Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel is selected. So make sure you tick that box. And then once you've done that, click OK. You should be able to see it straight away on your ribbon. But if you can't, try closing down Excel and then reopening it, or maybe restarting your machine. I want to show you examples of how Power Pivot actually works. So I'm just going to see if I can open up 2 data sets we can play around with. Let's imagine we work in a gym and we want to track how much each gym member has paid. We have 2 tables, one with each gym member's information. So this is the members table. And then we have the other one, which is the payment history of the members. So this is the payments table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to upload both data sets into Power Pivot. So I'm just going to return to the blank sheet I had before. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Data tab, and then I'm going to click on Get Data from File, and then I'm going to click from Text CSV. And then just navigate into the section where your data sets are at. So I'm just going to click Members, and then click Imports. and then I'm going to click load. So it's going to load this straight into Excel. And then what I can do is I can go to Power Pivots and then click on Add to Data Model. And as you can see, my data set is now in Power Pivot. So if I just click on Diagram View, I can now see that the members table is officially inside Power Pivot. So I'm going to do the same thing for the payments table. So let me just reduce that. And then I follow the same steps. I go to data, and then this time I can click on from text CSV directly from here. So I don't need to go to the get data. And then click on payments, click import. Then it's going to load this into another sheet. Once I click load, and then I'm going to click on the Power Pivot tab, and then I click on Add to Data Model. And there you have it. It's right next to it. As you can see, I have the members table and the payments table inside Power Pivot. So now the next thing we need to do is we need to connect these two tables together. The reason why we need to do that is so that we can find out information about the members and the payments they've made. At the moment, the members table gives us information about the members, but it doesn't give us any information about the payments they've made. And the payments table gives us information about the payments each member has made, but we don't have any of the members' names inside there. So the only way we're going to get what we want is by connecting these two tables together. We can actually identify the common column between them. And what I can see here is the member ID column and the member ID column in both tables. So if I was to just drag the member ID column from the members table and drag it to the payments table, what you're going to see is Power Pivot has actually made a connection between them. And as you can see, this has a 1 for the members table, and this has a star or asterisk at the payments table. And what this means is it's created a relationship that we call the one-to-many relationship. And I'm actually going to explain this later on. So for now, just accept that this is a one-to-many relationship. So the next thing we need to do is to create a pivot table. So click on the pivot table icon under the Home tab, and then make sure New Worksheet is selected, and then click OK. And as you can see, we have both tables imported back into Excel. And if I just expand them, you can see that all the fields for them are there as well. So what I can do is let me just change the way we can see our views, or the way we can see our fields. Okay, and then let me just make myself a little bit smaller. Right. So let's create our pivot table now. So we have our simple data model now. We now need to create a pivot table that helps us answer the question we had at the beginning. So what we're going to do is we're going to drag the member name into the row field so that we have the list of unique names. The next thing we're going to do is drag the amounts paid field into the values box. And now, as you can see, we have a summary of the total payments made by each member. Let's take a step back and let's reflect on what we've just done. So what we've done is we've loaded our data into Power Pivot. So if I just open it back up, we've loaded our data into Power Pivot and we've created a data model. So this is a data model. It's a very simple one. And we've also created a one-to-many relationship between our tables because one gym member can have many payments inside this table. So if you're on a monthly subscription, you can have a payment for January, for February, for March. And within the payments table, you're only going to have one member linked to one payment. So you can't have a single payment inside here and it's linked to two different members of the same gym or 200 people of the same gym. But we'll get into what a one-to-many relationships really like. So I'll explain all that in a sec. What we've also done is we've created a pivot table out of all of this. So if I just go back into our data, this is the pivot table we've managed to create thanks to our data model. So if we didn't go through this process, we would have been forced to manually merge the data with like formulas and other quirky techniques. So that's painful. You don't want to go through that process. Imagine if you scale this to like hundreds of members, right? So imagine you have hundreds of members and you just append it to this data. And then you have thousands of payments appended to this. That's why we have Power Pivot in the first place, because it gives us the foundation to set all of this up. Let's talk about the different types of relationships inside a data model. So once your tables are in Power Pivots, you can actually link them together to form different types of relationships. And I like to compare this with like having relationships with people in the real world. You can have different types of relationships with different people. You can have a friendly relationship with people. You can have romantic relationships with people. You can have professional relationships with people. And with tables, you can also have different types of relationships. We have the first one right here. And the first one is called one-to-many. So how does a one-to-many relationship work? So a one-to-many relationship is when one record in a table matches with many records in another table. So this is actually the most common type you will come across. So make sure you learn this one. So how does it work? Similar to the previous example we just went through. For example, if a customer buys a drink, you can't have multiple customers paying for that same exact drink. It's only going to belong to the person who paid for it. But that same customer can pay for many items apart from the drink. So they can pay for a sandwich, they can pay for fruits, toilet roll, and so on. So the customer table is one side and the orders table is the many side. And the link between these two tables will be a shared field like the customer ID column. But I want us to go through an example together. So let me just pull up Excel again. Imagine we run a business that delivers food. We want to track how many times, let's say, each customer has ordered and how much they spent. But the data is split across two different tables or two different data sets. So we have a customer table. So this is our customer table. And this shows who each customer is, where they're from, the date they joined us. And we have another table, our orders table, which contains each of the order IDs and the customer IDs and their orders as well. We want to create a relationship between these tables. So once we join the tables together, we're going to know the total spend of each of our customers. Because right now, it's difficult to understand if we just look at these tables as they are. The first thing we need to do is load our data into Power Pivots. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to the Data tab and then Get Data, and then from File, and then from Text CSV. And just navigate to the part where your CSV lives. I'm going to click on Customer CSV. And then what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to click on the drop down arrow right next to the load button. And then I'm going to click on load to. And then make sure you select only create connection. And then make sure you check add this data to the data model and then click OK. So if I click on Power Pivot and then click on Manage, I'm going to see my customers table is now inside Power Pivot. So if I click on Diagram View, it will make it easier for me to see that. And there we have it. This is our customers table. So the next thing we need to do is upload the orders table. So we can just repeat the same steps as before. I'm going to go to the Data tab, and then I can just click on From Text CSV directly from there. And then I click on Orders. And then I'm going to click on the drop-down arrow next to Load, and then click Load to. And then I check Only Create Connection. And then I tick Add this data to the data model, and I click OK. It's actually indicated that it's loaded all 4 rows within the orders table inside Power Pivots. So if I was to just navigate back into that, as you can see, our data is in Power Pivots. So the next step is now creating a relationship between these two tables. So what we want to do is we need to first justify the relationship type. Okay, so is this going to be a one-to-many, or is it going to be a different type of relationship? What we do know is that one customer from the customers table can have many orders. So a customer can order, let's say, a sandwich, they can order pizza, they can order, let's say, chips and drinks, etc. But each order inside this table belongs to just one customer. So if you were to pull up a receipt of the order that was made, you're going to find that it was only addressed to one customer. Let's actually see what we can connect these two tables with. We can see that the customer ID column is inside the customers table, and we can also see that the customer ID column is in the orders table. So I can actually drag the customer ID from the customers table and drag it to the orders one and just let go. And there you have it. So I'm just going to zoom out a bit so that you can see it very clearly. And there you have it. So that's our connection. And as you can see, there's a 1 next to the customer table and there's a many or a star next to the orders table. That tells us that this is a one-to-many relationship. The next thing we need to do is create the pivot table. All you need to do is just click on the pivot table button and then make sure new worksheet is selected, click OK. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to drag the customer name into the rows box so that we know each of the customers available to us. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to drag the order amount into the values box because we want to understand how much each customer is spending. And there we have it. So now we can see how much each customer has spent. And we can also check how often each of them ordered. So what we can do is, if we wanted to, we can drag the order ID field into the values box. And that actually gives us a count of how many times each customer has ordered. So Ben has made 1 order, and this order is just about 19. We'll assume this is dollars. So $19.50. And Ella has made 2 orders, which is $40.75. And Sophia has made 1 order, which is almost $35. So once again, we know how much each customer has spent and how often each of them have ordered. The second type of relationship that's possible is called one-to-one. Now, what's a one-to-one relationship? This is when one record in a table matches with exactly one record in another table. So for example, each employee is assigned 1 parking space, and 1 parking space can only belong to 1 employee. So if you're building a data model to track this, you're going to have an employees table and a parking spot table. And you can link the 2 tables using the employee ID column. And every employee will match with exactly 1 spot. Let me actually show you how this works in Power Pivot. This is our parking spot table. As you can see, we have the spot ID, employee ID, and spot number. So that's the parking spot assigned to each employee. And then we have the employee names. So you have your employee ID, the names, and the department each of them belong to. So let's imagine we've been asked by the manager of the facilities team, right, to confirm if each employee is really allocated their parking spot. So we know that's the case. However, they want proof that that's the case. So they want a simple report that can show that. I'm just going to create a blank workbook. And then I'm going to go to the data tab. And then I click on get data. And then from file. And then from text CSV. And then I just select the employees table. So what I'm going to do is, instead of going to load or the drop down arrow next to it, this time I'm actually going to transform it. So what's happened is Excel has assumed that we don't have any headers in this table. So it's actually registered my header names as a row in the table. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to correct that. So I'm going to click on transform data this time. So you can use Power Query to edit data and then upload it straight to Power Pivots. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on use first row as headers, and that's under the home tab in Power Query. So I'm just going to click on that. It's managed to correct it. And if you see the applied steps at the right, you'll see that it's registered that transformation. So all I need to do now is click on the drop down arrow next to close and load. So I'm not going to click on the icon itself. I'm going to click on this. And then I'm going to click close and load to. Then I check the only create connection radio option. And then I check the add this data to the data model. And then I click OK. So it's now going to upload the transformed data into Power Pivot. And then I can go and check that if I want to. So let me try and go to data model. And then I click on manage data model. So I'm going to click on diagram view. And as you can see, it's managed to register those headers correctly. The next thing I need to do is just to make sure that I get the other data set. So I'm just going to quickly go through the other steps. Okay, good. It's actually registered it's managed to record the header names properly. So I don't need to transform this. And I just click on load to, then click on only create connection, add this data to the data model, click OK. And then I just go back to Power Pivots, expand that. And there we have it. We can see our data sets now. So the next thing we need to do is just create the one-to-one relationship. We need to figure out which columns are appearing in both tables. So straight away, I can see that the employee ID is in the employees table and the employee ID is in the parking spots table. So I can actually establish a connection between them. So remember, one employee matches with exactly one parking spot because the company has only allocated one parking spot to each employee. So that's a one-to-one relationship. So I'm just going to drag the employee ID from the employees table and then drag it to the one in the parking spots table. And then something interesting happens. We just said this is a one-to-one relationship. So why has Power Pivot labeled this as a one-to-many? Even though the label is showing in the diagram as one-to-many, it will actually still treat this as a one-to-one relationship. We've modified this correctly. It's just Power Pivot showing this as one-to-many. As long as there's no duplicates in this, breaking the rules of this relationship, it should be fine. So functionally, this works. We're going to actually use a little bit of DAX. So if you don't know what DAX is, it's actually a language used in Power Pivot and Power BI. So Power BI is a visualization tool. So how does DAX work? When you have tables that are related to each other through a shared column, you want to use DAX to create the columns you want. If you find yourself using normal Excel formulas, you're going to find yourself creating too many complex formulas that are hard to manage. I do recommend learning DAX when you get into the situations we're exploring in this lesson. I'm going to touch a bit more on DAX later on in this video. Back to our example. So what we're trying to do, right, is we want to, let me just switch this to a data view. So what we want to do is we want to actually display the parking spot for each employee next to their names. But we can't do that in a pivot table because the information about the parking spot is in another table. So we're going to have to use DAX to create a calculated column inside the employees table. So I'm just going to switch to employees table. And then I'm just going to expand this a little bit. We want to go into the add column section. I'm just going to double click that. And then I'm going to name this as, let's call it, okay, let me just change that, assigned spot. Okay, so I'm going to name this column assigned spot. Now, what do we want inside assigned spot? So I'm just going to click in the formula bar of the assigned spot column we've just created. I'm going to use a DAX function and it's going to be called related. Okay, so what it says there is it returns a related value from another table. I'm going to finish this off and then I'm going to type in, I'm going to select parking spots, spot number. That's what I want. And then I'm just going to hit OK or hit enter. And as you can see, we now have the parking spots of each employee in this table. What the related function is doing is it's actually pulling the spot number from the parking spots table into the employees table. And that's based on the relationship we're building or the relationship we've built using the employee ID column. So if you remember, if I just go to diagram view, we've established a relationship between these two tables through the employee ID column. The only reason why we're able to use related is because of that relationship. You want to create measures that respect the relationships you've built inside your data model. Always remember that. So now we can see the employees and the parking spots, each of them have been assigned. So if we want, we can take this to the next level and create a pivot table out of this. So make sure you click on new worksheet, click OK, and then let me just zoom in a little bit. I expand my fields. I'm going to drag the name into the rows and department into rows. Actually, I'm going to pick the assigned spot and I'm also going to drag that to rows. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the design tab and then I'm going to click on report layout. And then I'm going to click show in tabular form. Quite similar to what we saw in Power Pivot. I now have the employee names, their departments, and each of the parking spots assigned to each employee. And that's all thanks to the one-to-one relationship we created in Power Pivot. Once again, it's courtesy of this relationship. So now let's talk about the final relationship we're going through in this lesson. And that is the many-to-many relationship. Now, the many-to-many relationship, what does that look like? So this is when many records from one table can match with multiple records in another table. Now, you do want to be careful when handling M-to-M relationships or many-to-many relationships because they're actually quite messy to handle. Let's say you want to track the courses that different students enrolled in, okay? So each student can register for many courses or multiple courses. So you can have a student that registers for maths, English, biology, chemistry, and also each course can have multiple students. So if you go to a biology class, you can have someone called Derek or Sam, Alicia, all inside the same course. Okay, so that's a many to many relationship. So what you would have is you would have one table for students, you have another table for courses. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload these data sets into Power Pivot. So let me just do that right away. So this is the courses table and this is the students table. The problem is they actually do not have a shared column between them. And we want to find out more information about the students and the courses they're in. So we need to figure out how we're going to connect these two tables together. So even if we do find a shared column between them, so let's even say we find a way to create a course ID field inside the students table or the student ID column inside the courses table, it's actually not a good thing to just join them together because you're going to find fields repeated across both tables. And this can actually create some horrible duplicates you do not want to deal with. What you want to do is you want to create a bridge table. And what a bridge table is it's going to connect these two tables together. Think of it like this, right? These two tables want to talk to each other, but they're not able to. So what you want to do is you want to create a bridge table between them. And this is going to act as the middle layer. Okay. In this situation, we're going to create a table called the enrollments table. And I'm actually going to upload that right away. So this is the enrollments table, right? So let me just zoom out a little bit. And I'll just drag this here and put this there. So what you have in the middle is the table that's going to connect these two together. Because if we connect courses and students together, that's going to create a many-to-many relationship. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually split the many-to-many relationship into two one-to-many relationships. Okay, so what's going to happen is the students to enrollment, that's going to be the first one. Okay, so one student can enroll to many courses. And then we're going to connect courses to the enrollments table. So one course can be linked to many students. The reason why this is possible is because let me even show you what the enrollments table looks like. So this is the enrollments table. So as you can see, we have a list of student IDs. And we have a list of the corresponding course IDs. So this is the students, and this is the course that this student is attending. But this is the same student, right? But this is another course that this student is attending. And that's what we want. We want to figure out a way to connect these two together. So that's what the bridge table is all about. So each record in this table will be a unique row that contains the students' IDs and the courses they enrolled in. So even if there are multiple IDs of the same student, like we've just seen, that's because we're recording each of the classes they've registered for in separate lines. This is the solution to many relationships in many cases. There are other solutions, but this is what works for me. So the only thing the enrollment table is doing is it's going to help us connect these two tables together. We actually don't need it for any analysis or any insights whatsoever. So it's just going to stay at the back end. So the next thing we need to do is create our pivot table. So I'm going to click on the pivot table icon. So this time I'm going to keep everything in the existing worksheet. So I'm going to check existing worksheet and then click OK. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to drag the course name into the rows. And then I'm going to drag the student ID from the enrollments table into the values. So this is going to tell us how many students registered for each class. So as you can see, in the data science course, we have 2 students. And in public speaking, we got 1. And in robotics, we got 1. So that's how many students enrolled in each course. And if I want to find out how many courses each student signed up for, I can drag the student's name into the rows and then the course ID into the values. And then we can see how many courses each student signed up for. So Maria has the most with 2 courses, and Isha and Jordan have 1 course each. Now, when we were talking about the one-to-one relationship example, we actually touched on DAX very briefly, but let me actually talk about it a little bit more. So what exactly is DAX? DAX is a language used in Excel's Power Pivot and Power BI. You can use DAX when you want to create things like calculated columns or measures. You want to use DAX to write logic that represents the relationship between tables. Okay, so I'm going to show you once again what that looks like. But in short, DAX is used to work with your data models, whether that's in Excel or Power BI. But for this lesson, we're going to stick with Power Pivot. But if you do want a full Power BI version of how we can actually use DAX, then let me know in the comments and I'll see what I can do. But yeah, Stephen, we've got normal Excel functions. We've got normal Excel formulas. Why can't we just use that? The thing is, you actually can, but there are a few problems with that. So first of all, Excel formulas don't actually work really well across several tables that have relationships between them. You can make it work, but it doesn't work really well because you're going to find yourself forced to use extra lookups, manual joins, and once your data grows, Excel can actually slow down and maybe, in worst case scenarios, it will just start breaking things when you least want them to. So DAX is actually built to solve these problems. So it's actually designed for working with tables that have relationships between each other. So as a rule of thumb, use DAX if your tables have relationships between them, or stick to normal formulas if you're working with simple data sets. We got another example, right? And we run a subscription product, okay? And we're trying to answer 3 questions. First question is, how much is each subscriber paying for? The second question is, how often are they using the product? And then the third question is, who are your most engaged users? Our data is split across 3 different tables. So this is our first table, and this is our subscribers table. So this contains who our customers are and what plan they're on. And then we also have the usage table. This is a log of all the features each subscriber uses. So it's what they're actually using right now. And then we have another table, the plans table. This is the cost of each of the plans and the name of the plans that customers can be on. We need to create a data model with this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use DAX to answer the questions we had before. So this is our table. So this is the subscriber plans and usage table now inside Power Pivots. We now need to create relationships between these tables. But before we can actually do that, we need to logically justify the possible relationship types we can see. What's the relationship between the subscribers and plans table? If we assume one subscriber is only allowed to sign up to one plan, then automatically this is a one-to-many relationship because one plan can have multiple subscribers, but each subscriber can only sign up to one plan. So we're going to need to connect the plan ID from the subscribers table to the plan ID in the plans table. And that is our one-to-many relationship. So let me just drag that there. So what's the relationship between the subscribers table and the usage table? So once again, we're going to have to assume. And if we assume each subscriber has exactly one row in the usage table, then this is a one-to-one relationship. The reason why I pointed out these 2 tables is because the usage table has the subscriber ID. It doesn't have a plan ID. So I'm gonna ignore that for now. But if we drag the subscriber ID from the usage table to subscribers, we can see that this is a one-to-many relationship in terms of the label. But the truth of the relationship is a one-to-one because one subscriber can only have one usage record, and one usage record can only be linked to one subscriber. So what we want to do now is we want to start using DAX to help us create calculated columns and measures that will help us answer questions we have with this data set. So I'm going to switch this to data view. We're going to start by creating the monthly spend calculated column because we want to know how much each subscriber is paying. So what we need to do is we need to pull in the monthly cost from our plans table into the subscribers table. And we can do that with the related function. Once again, the related function actually helps us bring a column from a related table into the current one. We're allowed to do this now because we've established a relationship between the plans and subscriber table. So if I go back to the data view, and then I go to add columns or add column, and then I'm going to name this monthly spend. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click into the formula bar, and then I'm going to type in related. Now, because we want the monthly spend, we're going to pull the monthly cost column from the plans table. So I'm just going to add that in and then I hit enter. And there we have it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get rid of the monthly cost column that was originally inside the subscribers table, because the data owner behind the datasets has actually told us that this column shouldn't be relied upon. And because we've already created our monthly spend field, thanks to DAX, we can actually get rid of this safely. I'm just going to get rid of that. So I'm going to right click that, and then I'm going to click on delete columns. And then I'm going to click yes. So as you can see, it's telling me that this table was created by a query. So to change this table, change the query instead. Okay, so that's completely fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce this, and then I'm going to go into Power Query. So I'm going to double click into the subscribers table, and then I'm going to select monthly cost, and then I'm going to click on remove columns, and it's done just that. So for the changes to be reflected inside our data model, I'm going to click on close and load, and then I just expand this. As you can see, we no longer have that monthly cost column that was originally there. So that's just a side note. If you want to make any changes associated with your data model and Power Query can help you do that transformation, try to do the transformation in Power Query. But now we know that each subscriber's row includes how much they've paid or how much they pay each month. And that's based on the plan they chose, which is inside the plans table. So now the next thing we need to do is we need to calculate how often each subscriber is actually using the product. So to do this, what we're going to do is we're going to create a measure, and we're going to use the count rows function and the related table function. So the count rows function will just count the number of rows that's in the table that we give it. And the related table function will filter the table to only show the rows that are related to the current row that we're in. And that's based on the relationship we've built inside our model. In a nutshell, what we're actually telling Excel to do is, for this subscriber, count how many related rows exist in the usage table. We're going to click into one of the blank cells here because we're creating a measure. So we're not creating a calculated column. I'm actually going to click into the formula bar, and then I will type in usage count. And then I'm going to type in my colon, and then the equal sign, and then I'm going to type in count rows. Then I type in related table, and then I add the usage table in, close the related table function, and then close the count rows function, and then hit enter. Right. So what that's going to do is it's going to count the number of logs per subscriber. So the more logs, then the more active the user is. So that's going to be useful in a moment. What we're going to do now is we're going to create a pivot table. So I'm going to click on pivot table, and we're going to do it inside our existing worksheet. Click OK. I'm going to start by dragging the name from the subscribers table into rows, and then I drag monthly spend into the values box. And then I'm going to drag the usage count measure into the values box too. And there you have it. So now what you can see here is you can see each of the subscribers, you can see how much each of them are paying, and you can see how often each of them are using the product. Someone like Aisha, Amira, Jonas, and Julia, Tariq. So these are people that pay $50 per month, according to this. But most of them actually don't even use the subscription products. This is something that we probably need to look into. And someone like Carlos pays $20 a month, and he's used it twice. Someone like Dev pays the same amount, and he's used it twice as much, and so on and so forth. So that's all because of DAX. DAX has allowed us to understand how often our customers or our subscribers use our products. So what do I want you to take away from today's lesson? Use Power Pivot to build relationships between tables. So you don't need to use plenty of VLOOKUPs or index matches, and you don't need to manually join tables together. So you can spend time building a good data model, whether that's in Power Pivot or inside Power BI, or whether that's in another tool of some kind. Just make sure that you invest time in building a good data model. And that's going to save you so much headache. So the key to doing that is understanding the different types of relationships that can exist between different tables. Remember, the quality of the insights you report will depend on how clean your data model is. So failure to design this well will result in building information systems that your users cannot trust. And the next thing is use DAX to create calculated columns and measures from your data model. So if you do need to calculate something inside the data model, you want to try using DAX. Because what you can do with DAX, right? You can create ratios, you can create averages, rankings, flags. So yes, you can use normal functions, you can use normal formulas, but if you want to make your life easier, use DAX instead when it comes to tables that are connected between each other. Once again, if you want me to create videos around DAX, let me know. There is a lot of information on YouTube already, so take advantage of that as well. If you want to practice Power Pivot even further, check out the link in this video's description, and you're going to find a GitHub repository that contains a workbook you can practice with. But until then, I hope you learned something new today. Stay blessed. See you in a bit. This is day 26, and today we're talking about data quality. I'm going to show you how to audit your data. And don't worry, it's not as intimidating as it sounds. The thing is, you can have the best dashboard in the world, right? You can have all the beautiful charts, the slick filters, and even a color theme that anyone would dream of having. But if the data isn't accurate and it contains errors, that's going to create so many problems you wish you didn't have. Let's put this into perspective. So imagine you board a plane with your family, and the moment you get on, you're greeted with smiles from the cabin crew, and they guide you to your seats. But just before takeoff, the pilot comes onto the speaker and then he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your pilot speaking. Unfortunately, we're not sure if we have enough fuel to get to our destination. And plus, we haven't done our safety checks today. However, the plane looks great and we have wonderful snacks to keep you occupied. So, fingers crossed, God willing, we hope we get to our destination." Imagine you hear that, right? And the same cabin crew that greeted you with smiles onto the plane, their composure suddenly changes because they're no longer smiling and they're just as nervous as other passengers on that same plane. So, my question is, would you want to stay on that flight? Honestly speaking, you're with your family, and the pilot's basically telling you he doesn't know if you're going to get to your destination because the team haven't performed safety checks, they haven't got enough fuel, they're not sure if the engine's working properly. Would you want to stay on that flight? You probably would not want to stay on that flight. And why? Because lives are at stake and trust has been broken at the worst time possible. And even that, just hearing that announcement, now your entire flight experience has been interrupted because somewhere down the line, someone was not able to confirm that it was safe to fly in the first place. And the same rules apply to data. If you can't confirm that your data is accurate, your data is complete, it's reliable, then the insights you present are just guesses. And it doesn't matter how pretty your dashboard is. If the data behind it is wrong, then the outcomes can be dangerous or just plain deceitful. You can't build trust with broken data. So the second people spot something's wrong with your reports, it can mean trust is gone. It's easier to lose trust than to gain it. And then you'll start hearing things like, "Are you sure these numbers are correct? Why doesn't this match the numbers we've got?" Now, I need to make an important distinction here. There's a difference between data quality and data validation. We covered data validation on day 13. So, what is data validation? Data validation stops bad data from entering your system or spreadsheet. So, you may be asking, but what if there's bad data already in the system? Can't you still add data validation? And the answer is yes. So, you can still add data validation if there's already bad data in the system. So, if you want to prevent more incorrect data from entering your spreadsheet, then you can certainly add data validation. That's what it's for. Now, data quality is checking whether the data already in the system is good enough to use for analysis. So data validation deals with data that's not in the system yet. And data quality deals with data already in the system. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at a few examples to illustrate how data quality checks actually work. And guys, it's one of the most important things you can do for your data. If you want to build trust with your users, data quality checks are compulsory. You have to do them. We're going to take a look at a few real examples of data issues and how to find them with data quality checks. In each of these examples, by the way, we're not actually cleaning the data. So what we're doing is we're auditing the data. That means our only job is just to check how good or bad the data is. And then we're going to report what we find back to the right people so that they can take the right steps in making sure that the data gets better. Okay, so let's begin. We have a list of employees and we want to review their contracts with us. However, some of them are missing critical details we need for this, like, as you can see right here, start dates and job titles. If we don't have this, then this will delay the contracts. But at the same time, we don't have enough context to fill this in ourselves. We're going to check how many cells are missing information in general. And then we're going to report back to HR so that they can fill this in for us. I have a cell that contains the number of missing cells. We're going to fill this in and we're going to use a formula, a very simple formula, to check how many missing cells are in our data set. So I'm going to use the count blank function. And then I'm going to highlight this entire data set. All I'm going to do is hit enter. And then if I scroll all the way back up, there we have it. So we have 11 empty cells. So what the count blank function does is it will count how many empty cells exist in our data set. If it returns anything more than 0, then we have blank cells that we need to fill in. So as you can see, we have 11. So if you want to look manually, you can see that there's an empty cell there, there's an empty cell there, you can see a few there, etc. So now what we can do is we can use this information to escalate these empty rows to HR so that they can follow up on it. And that's a data quality check. It's simple, but it's effective. So let's move on to our second data set. So what we have here are a bunch of support tickets. So this was sent to us by the support team. And the manager was told that this gets updated every single time a ticket is completed. However, they're not sure how that's being tracked. So because of that, they're worried that there may be duplicates in the data set. So we've been asked to audit the spreadsheet and we're basically just a pair of second eyes before it gets to leadership. And if there are, then that's a billing risk. So that could mean that the same issue is being billed or counted twice, and we may be overstating how many cases are actually being handled. That's obviously not good. So let's help them find out. The first thing we need to do is flag all the duplicates. So some of them may be visibly obvious, some of them may not be. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new column. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a new column in, and then I'm going to type in duplicates check. Then I'm going to use the if function. Okay, so let me just add the if function in. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the count if function inside the if function. I'm going to select all the ticket IDs as the first argument, and then I'm going to check the very first tickets as the second argument. And then I'm just going to close the bracket, and then I'm just going to say greater than 1. Okay, so what I'm saying is if, let me just get my mouse. So if this ticket, so if this selected ticket is appearing more than once inside this range, then this is what I want you to return. Duplicates. Okay, so if the ticket ID in this row is appearing more than once inside that ticket ID column, then I want you to return duplicates. Otherwise, just return OK. In other words, it's fine. And then as you can see, it's copied down the formula all the way to the bottom. So we now know which tickets have been duplicated. And if I want to check myself, then I can just, let's say, I'm going to copy this ticket number or ticket ID and then just paste it here. Click OK. And as you can see, this is truly a duplicated ticket. Okay, let me clear the filter. What else is a duplicate? Let's scroll down. Let's pick 1005. Let's find out. And that's also a duplicate. So it looks like our formula is working. Let me even check. Let's see if this is a duplicate. This is saying it's not, but Let's just confirm that. And there you go. So our formula does work. So I'm just going to clear the filter. I want to now check how many duplicates exist. We've successfully highlighted each of the duplicates tickets. But what I want to do now is I need to count how many times we flagged duplicates in here. So I'm going to click into this cell. This is G2. And then I'm going to type count if. Then the first argument will be this entire column. And then the second argument will be my criteria or my condition. So count if you see the word duplicates. I want you to count how many duplicates appear inside this column. So how many duplicates do we have? So we have 34. So we have 34 duplicates, okay? Right now, we have a clear view of which tickets have been repeated in our data set. And on top of that, we know how many. So we can confidently go back to the support team manager and say, we found 34 duplicates in your data set. And these are the rows we found too. So what we can do as well is we can actually filter this just to the duplicated records, and we can tell him, these are the rows we found. So would you like us to look deeper into why that's happening? And that's the audit. That's the audit right there. So we've done the audit and we're also offering to help them investigate further. And we know that it could be a copy and paste issue or people are just logging the same tickets twice. But either way, it's now on record and the team can take action and figure out a way to clean up the process moving forward. Now, let's move on to another example. So we're going to look at outliers now. Now, this is an expense report, and this is from the finance team. So every single month, the finance team release their expenses report to leadership. And this simply shows how much they've spent on things they believe is good for the company, good for their teams, etc. So leadership wants us to find out if there are any unusual transactions that need to be reviewed before it gets approved. So most entries usually fall between a few hundred or few $1,000s. But there are instances where there are unusual transactions like this one, which is likely a coffee machine, we've been told. So that could be a genuine entry, or it could be a data entry mistake. In other words, somebody's just typed in too many zeros. What we need to do is we need to highlight the numbers that just look weird so that we can raise them for review. We need to actually set a basic threshold. Let's use a simple rule. Any amount that's over $10,000, let's mark it as unusual. And then I'm going to register that threshold into a new column. So I'm just going to name our new column outlier check. So we've said any transaction that's over $10,000, we're going to mark as unusual. So we're going to use our if function again. And then I'm going to say if C2 or the expense is greater than 10,000, then I want you to mark this as unusual. Otherwise, simply return OK. And then I'll hit enter. So we have a lot of OK transactions. We have just about 4 unusual transactions, at least. Now, what we need to do is we need to find out how many unusual transactions we found. Okay, so we're going to mark how many unusual entries we found. And the countif function is what we're going to use again. So the first argument in the countif function is going to be all the values in our new column. Let me just quickly, I am just going to freeze the pane. So when I'm scrolling down, I can see my columns. Awesome. Okay, so let's do that again. So I'm going to add the countif function. And then I'm going to include the range as my first argument. And then I want you to count all the unusual entries. And then I hit enter. And there we have it. So we have 4 unusual entries inside our data. What we've done is we've highlighted all the outliers in our data set. And we're not saying that the outliers are wrong, okay? We're not accusing anybody of anything. We're not saying that they're wrong. We're just simply noting unusual behavior. That's what we're doing here. There may be legitimate reasons behind some of these purchases, but we just need to justify what ROI it brings. That's all. Otherwise, we're going to create a culture where anybody can just buy whatever they want and use fancy words to defend their purchases. We can go back to the finance lead and say, we found 4 unusual transactions that fall outside of our normal spending habits. They may be genuine, but we do recommend double checking them before you sign it off. That's a simple and transparent way you can flag risk, and that's without jumping to any conclusions. Now let's move on to our final data set. Now what we have here is a data set that's given to us by our marketing team. This is what they've collected from different campaigns. They want to segment them by country so that they can assign them to the right teams across different regions. However, in the country field, we're seeing things like incorrect spellings of certain countries. We're seeing inconsistent formatting. So as you can see, USA is all in letters, but USA here contains full stops in between. So there are, and look at that. Someone's actually put Mars in the country field. Yeah, someone's actually put Mars in the country field. So what they've asked us to do is to flag any entries that don't match the list of valid countries they actually operate in. So these are the valid countries. These are the countries they operate in. So we need to simply just flag all the unusual countries in this list. So let's create another column, our data check column. Let's call it validity check. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in the if function. And then inside the if function, I'm going to add the count if function. And then our range will be the valid countries. So this is going to be our reference list. And then I'm going to select the active country. So the country in the row we're currently in. And then I'm going to close that with a bracket. And then I'll just type in greater than 0. What I'm basically trying to say is if the country we've selected is in our list of valid countries, then return OK. Otherwise, return invalid. So if you don't see it, then return invalid. Okay, so we can now see all the invalid entries in our data set. We can see the countries that need fixing. So remember, we are not actually fixing the issues ourselves. We're just highlighting them. So now let's move on to our main exercise. This is the returned and damaged goods data set. We've been given this by the finance team, and we've been asked to audit this before the finance director reviews it. Here's the situation. The customer service team logs every return manually into this spreadsheet. What they're supposed to track is what products were returned, why it was returned, and how much they were refunded. So what the finance team want to do is they want to summarize all of this data so that they can find out what the most common reasons items were returned and flag anything that looks off. However, this sheet is not actually in a format that they want it in. And we need to help them spot all of the data issues and then let the team know as soon as possible so that they can report back in the next board meeting. So the first thing we need to do is flag the missing return reasons or product codes. But as I was exploring this data set, I actually noticed there were bigger issues. So there are also missing customer names and refund amounts. So it's not just limited to these two columns, even though that's what finance told us. There are actually issues with the customer name and refund amount columns too. We need to actually highlight if each row has at least one blank cell. That's what we need to do. The first thing we're going to do is create a column. And we're going to name this missing data check. We are going to type in our formula. So we're going to use the if function. And then I'm going to type in the or function. So we're going to check if there are any empty cells in the current row we're in. So I'm going to check if there's an empty cell here, or here, or here, or here, which is why we're using the or function. And what I'm also going to do, guys, is I'm going to use the is blank function. So is blank is going to check whether the cell that I've selected is actually blank or not. If it's blank, then it will return true. If it's not blank, then it will return false. So I'm going to start with the customer name, and then I'll just close that. And then I'm going to use the next is blank function. And then I'm going to select product code. I close that. And then I check whether this one is blank. So the return reason cell. So let me just add is blank. Let's do that again. Then close that. And then I do is blank again. And then select refund amount. And then I close that. And then I'm now going to close the OR function with another bracket. And then I'm going to hit comma. So what we're telling this function so far is if this cell is blank, or this cell is blank, or this cell is blank, or this cell is blank, then this is what I want you to return. Or return missing. And if nothing's missing, then simply just tell me okay. So according to this, one of these cells has missing data. I can see straight away it's the product code. Okay, so let me move on to the next one. According to this one, none of my cells have missing values. Okay, and this one here, all of these ones are populated. According to this one, this has a missing cell. So I can see there's blank data in the product code. If I just keep on scrolling, it looks like the function is working. So there's missing data there, there's missing data there. Okay, that's good. So we can confirm that the formula we created actually works. So this is going to give a team a snapshot of which rows are incomplete. And we don't have to guess anymore because we can clearly see it for ourselves. And if you want, you can filter the data to only the missing records. Awesome. So let me just clear the filter so we can move on to our next issue. We need to now flag the return IDs that are duplicated. So the finance team had concerns on whether the return IDs here have any duplicates in them. We're going to now create a new column. We're going to name this one duplicate checks or duplicate check. We're going to use the if function, and then inside the if function, we're going to use countif. And then the range we want this to check is going to be the return IDs column. So we want all the values inside the return ID column. We're going to select that. And then we want it to check the very first ticket because we're inside the very first row. I'll close that. So if that's greater than 1. So in other words, if you see this ticket more than once inside this range, then this is what I want you to return. Return duplicates. Otherwise, return okay. So these are so you can see right there, this has been repeated more than once. So someone's logged this more than once. And that's not good because each return ID should be unique. There are into more cells than it should, but that would require an investigation. Most of these are actually unique. So it just seems to be the very first record or the very first ticket that has been duplicated. But at least we know how many times the same ID or the same return ID appears in the data set. So that's good. The final thing we need to do is we need to now flag any outliers inside this data set. Okay, so one thing I did notice is that the refund amounts column has a lot of zeros in it. And that's a bit odd because that makes me question if these entries are correct. If the refund amounts are 0, why are these recorded in the first place? If you're refunding money to somebody, you can't transfer $0 into their account. So are these typos? Are these also system errors? So let's flag them anyways, and then we can investigate properly after this. So I'm going to create an outlier check column. This is going to be a simple formula. I'll call my if function, and then I'm just going to select the refund amounts inside the current row that I'm in. So I'm going to say if E2 is equal to 0, then I want you to mark this as outlier. Otherwise, mark this as okay. Now, how many outliers do we have? If I was to just filter this to the outliers, let's just count that. Or if you want, you can use your countif function and then select this, the entire range, and then I'm going to type outlier. So we have 97 outliers. That's something we have to look into. I think what we should do is we should actually build a whole data quality summary. So instead of having this number standalone like that, let's summarize all the issues we found into one clear table. Okay. And then on top of that, we can actually build visuals from it. So let's build 2 visuals. The first visual we can create is a bar chart to show how many issues we found for each type. And then we can create a pie chart that shows which issues were the most important ones. So we'll highlight which issue is the most important one inside the pie chart, or how many duplicates or missing data. We don't want them to go through that struggle. So I think it'll be best for us to create an entire sheet dedicated to summarizing all of the information we found. I'm going to create another sheet. Let's name this data quality summary. Now I'm going to type in check. I'm going to call that check. And then let's create a column that counts the issues. So we're going to call this issue count. So let's now list all the different types of issues we want to aggregate. So I'm going to say number of missing cells. Call it missing cells, because we don't want leadership going through the struggle of having to filter the data, do a count if, just to count how many outliers are there. And the second one, let's call it duplicate count. I think we should call this number of missing info. If I can, yeah, we'll just call it that. And then the other one's going to be, I believe it's outliers. Okay, so we'll say unusual refunded amounts. Okay, then write total for this one. So we can count the sum of all the issues we found. Okay, so let's use our countif function again. And then if I just go back into there, so now I'm going to select this range, and then I'm going to type missing as a second argument. So we're going to count how many times the word missing appears inside the missing data check column we've created. And that is 63 times. Now, the next thing we need to do is count how many times duplicate appears in our data set. So I'm just going to go to the duplicate check column and then select this range. And then I'll type in duplicates as the criteria, hit enter, and that's 5 times. The final one is going to be the unusual refunded amounts. So let's select the ranges from there. Now I'm going to type in outlier. And there we go. And then the total, I'm just going to hit Alt and equals, hit enter, and there we have it. So now I've created a simple table that's able to summarize all of the data issues we found in our data set. We want to format the table. So let's make this visually clean and easy to read. I'm going to select my entire data set and then hit Control T so that I format this into a table, and then make sure my table has headers is selected. Click OK. I'm going to change the table style to, okay, let's pick this. We need to build a clustered bar chart. The reason why we want it clustered is it's so that we can organize this into a hierarchy from the highest number of issues to the lowest number of issues. It'll be easier to see that visually. So I'm going to select these 3 rows. I'm not selecting the totals because that's going to be irrelevant in our visual. So I'm going to select these 3, and then I go to insert, the insert tab, and then I'm going to click on insert column or bar chart, and then I scroll to the clustered bar chart. Right, so I'm just going to drag this, let's say here, and then I'm going to sort this from smallest to largest. And then I'm going to rename the chart to, just name that to, what are the issues with this data set? And then I'm going to delete grid lines. I'm going to get rid of the x-axis, and then I'm going to add data labels. So under the chart design tab, go to add chart elements, and then click on data label, or data labels. And then you can click on how many times each of these issues appear in our data sets. Let's say outside end. And then let's change the color of the bars because we want it to be consistent with this table. You can right click and then click on fill right there. And then I'm simply going to select, we can select this one. So we can quickly see which issues we have. And we can also quickly see a lot of unusual refunded amounts. And there's also quite a bit of missing information inside our data set. But we don't have many duplicates, so we can't complain too much about that. But we clearly need to sort out this data set. Now, what we want to do is we want to create a pie chart. And that's going to show which issue appears the most so that we can tackle that first. Now, of course, we can see it through here, but let me just also show you how to create the pie chart. So I'm going to select our data set again. I'm going to select the first 3 records and ignore the total. And then click on insert and then click on insert pie chart. And then I'm going to click on this 2D chart. I can just drag that there. And then I'm going to rename this. What's the most let's say common? Just move that out. So what's the most common issue with the data? So this is just another way of looking at this. If I just select the pie chart, and then if I right click that, and then I also want to give this a pink fill. Let's go for the lightest. And then for the one that's appearing the most amount of times, I want to put emphasis on that. So I'm going to color this with a darker shade of purple. So let's go with, okay, we can go with this one. So if I look away and then look at this dashboard, this is where my eye is attracted to. So my eyes are actually drawn towards this slice here, which is the effect that we want. So I'm going to delete the legends, and then our slice becomes bigger, which is good. And then let's also add data labels. So I'm going to right click this, click on add data labels. And as you can see right there, I think what I'd want is, let me just go, I'll go on this one. And I would like that in the outside end. So let me just right click on one of the data labels. And then I'm going to click on format data labels. Let me select percentage. Let's see what that shows. Okay. So I'm going to deselect value because the clustered bar chart already shows the values. So I want to put emphasis on how much of the issues are attributed to this issue or that issue in terms of percentage. So select that. Then let's select category names. Yeah, let's go with category name. And then I'm just going to drag this out a bit so that it doesn't clash with the title. And then let me just drag that a bit. Let's see how that appears. Okay. And there's also lines that are drawing them to their corresponding slices. I'm going to drag the slice out a bit just to emphasize on that a bit more. Okay, that's looking good. Let's remove the grid lines. So click on view, the view tab, and then I'm just going to deselect the grid lines. And then I'm going to deselect the formula bar too. Let's even round up with, let me just call this data quality summary. And then if I just want to, let's see what that looks like. And then I am going to expand the text. We can let's give it a dark grayish or silver-like background. Yeah, I'll take that. There we go. We have our data quality summary dashboard. And that's pretty much it, guys. So if you did follow me in building this dashboard, then massive thumbs up to you. There is one simple lesson here, and that's to use data quality checks to spot any problems in your data. What you need to remember is there is a difference between data validation and data quality. Sometimes we do use it interchangeably in data, but in truth, if you really want to talk semantics, there is actually a distinction between the two. So you need to remember that data validation stops any bad data from entering your spreadsheets and your databases, so whether that's corrupt data, incorrect data. It stops that from entering your system. And data quality checks, it's all about scanning your data to see how high quality it is. And if there are any problems, you need to address it. But this is one of the most important steps because data isn't always going to be perfect. And you don't want a situation where bad data is sneaking into your reports. So you want to catch them as early as possible if you want your users to be more confident in the data that comes from you. So do not skip this step. If you do want to practice data quality checks more, check out the description of this video for a link to a workbook that I've created. But until then, stay blessed. See you soon. This is day 27, and today we're going to be talking about automating with Excel and specifically macros. So on days 20 and 24, we spoke about how Power Query can help us automate data cleaning in Excel. But there are some things it can't do. It can't help us insert rows, it can't click buttons for us, and it can't save or format your workbook exactly how you like. But macros can do all of that. So what's a macro? So a macro is a small program in Excel that can automate tasks for you. You actually don't need to learn how to code to create one. All you need to do is hit record, perform a few steps, and Excel will write the code in the background for you. Because you can automate with macros, the natural question would be, do they replace Power Query? The answer is no. Macros are not there to replace Power Query. Both of them are used for different things. My rule of thumb is to use Power Query to handle heavy data cleaning. So when you're talking about things like importing data or shaping data, use Power Query for that. And then use macros to handle formatting the data and to do any interactive step. So things like adjusting the tables or applying font styles and even triggering a save to the file once you're done. If you want to actually set up macros, what you can do is you want to go, so if you're on home, go to the developer tab and then click record macro. Now, if you can't see this option here, what you want to do is you want to go to file and then go to options, then go to customize ribbon, and then just scroll until you see developer. And then once you do, just click this add button here. So I've already done that. As you can see, the developer tab is already included. So I don't need to do that again. But once you've done that, simply just click OK. And then you should be able to see the developer tab in your ribbon. And another thing, Excel does not save macros in a normal Excel workbook. So what you want to do is, if you want to save macros, what you need to do is go to File, and then go to Save As, and then just navigate to where you want to save your workbook. So I'm just going to save it under day 27. What you want to do is you want to change the Save As type and click on Excel Macro Enabled Workbook. The extension is .xlsm. Once you've selected that, obviously just give your workbook a name. So I'm just going to name this, I'm going to call this Test Macro Book. And then hit enter or click save. And now this is now an Excel macro enabled workbook. So any macro I create, Excel can now save it. If you skip this step, Excel will discard all your macros the next time you open this workbook. But anyways, let's start creating macros. So let me just pull up a data set that we can play around with. So let's imagine we're helping a small charity that supports families in needs. And every single week, they collect food donations from local shops and then they hand them out to all the households in the area. So what they do is they log all of this data into a spreadsheet. However, every single store sends their donation logs in their own format. So some of them use caps, as you can see. Others forget to specify the currency that they use. And some just leave some of the cells blank. So the formatting is all over the place. But what we're going to do is we're going to take one sample sheet and then we're going to record all our steps as a macro. We're going to first clean the headers and then we'll format the currency or the values. And then we're going to auto fit the columns. And then we can add borders just to make this a bit more presentable. We're going to start by naming our sheet donations. Okay, so I'm just going to name this donations. And then I'm going to go into the developer tab and then I click on record macro. So the moment I click on record macro, Excel is going to record every single step I take. It's important, guys. When you click on record macro, make sure you're very careful because it will literally record every single step you take as the record button is on. So I'm going to click it and then I'm going to give my macro a name. So let's name it something like format donations data. And if you want, you can add a shortcut key and you can also add a description. You can also specify where you want the macro to be stored. So if you want it in your personal macro workbook or a new workbook or this workbook, for now, I recommend just keeping this workbook selected. Then once you're done, simply click OK. So the first thing I will do is I am going to make sure that all the columns are fitted nicely. So let me just stretch this out a bit. That's the very first thing I've done. And the code, the VBA code for that step will be a part of the VBA editor. I'll show you what that looks like after this. So remember, every single step we take, Excel is going to record the steps for us. but it's recording it as code. So we don't need to code. Excel's doing it for us. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on cell A1, right? And that step's also recorded. Excel is very sensitive. It's recording literally every single step. So I have to be careful. That's why I'm going into A1. I am going to go all the way to the end. So I'm going to copy all the headers and then I'm just going to format them. So I go to home and then I'm just going to make them a little bit larger. And then I'll click on cell A1 again. So what I need to do now is I need to format the currency column. So I'm going to go all the way to the end and then select the entire column for value. And I'm just going to click on the currency that I want. So in this case, I want this to be US dollars. So I'm going to click on US dollars there. And as you can see, all the values now have dollars right next to them, at least the ones with numbers in it. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click back on cell A1. And then I'm going to go all the way to the last column. And then I'm going to go one to the left so that I'm in the quantity column. I could easily just click on the entire column. For the sake of this tutorial, I want to let you see how sensitive macros can be. So I'm going to select the entire quantity column this time. And I'm just going to make sure that this is changed to a numerical column. So I'm going to click number. And then I'm going to make that no decimal places. So now we've changed the data type. Now I can see that the store names and the items are inconsistent in terms of formatting. So I need to make the formatting more consistent. We're going to make sure that all of them follow a proper case. So now I'm going to click on A1 again. So I'm going to go all the way to the far right, and then I'm going to go twice to the right, and then I'm going to type clean store names. Now this is a helper column. In other words, it's a temporary column. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type proper, and then I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 cells to the left. And then I'm going to hit enter. Now I'm going to go all the way to the top. And then I'm going to go all the way to the far left. And then I'm going to go all the way to the bottom. And then I'm going to go all the way to the right. And then I am going to go 1, 2 places to the right. And I'm going to actually copy all the way up. And then I'm going to fill all of these cells using Control D. And now we have all the clean store names. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to enter deliberately into cell B2. And then I'm going to right click that. And then I'm going to paste values. Now I'm going to click into the helper column. And then I'm going to select this entire column and just expand it a bit. And then I'm going to go to the right. And then I'm going to do the same thing for items. So I'm going to type clean item values, let's say. And then I'm going to equal proper. And then I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places to the left. Then enter that. Now this time, I'm going to go 1 place to the left. And then I'm going to go all the way to the bottom of this. And then 1 place to the right. And then I'm going to copy all the way back up, or select all the way back up, and then copy all of these cells. So I'm basically dragging the formula from cell I2 all the way down using Control D. Let me just select this entire column and then expand that. I'm going to go all the way up, go 1 place down, copy all of this, deliberately go and click into cell D2. And then I right click and then I click on paste options values. So I'm clicking on values. And now we have all the clean values inside column D, which is items. So I'm officially done with that. So what I can do is I can now go into H1 and select columns H and I which were my helper columns, and I can delete them. And then I can click on cell A1, and then I can go Control A to select the entire data set. And then if I want to wrap this with borders, I just do Alt HBA. And then if I want to format the headers, I just select all the headers. And then I click on a color of my choice. Now would fit this. Let's go for this green. And there we have it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stop recording by just clicking the stop sign at the bottom left of the workbook. And then if I want to check what that macro looks like, I can go to developer and then click on macros, and then format donations data is right there. So if I want to have a look at the macro or the code behind it, I click on edit. And what that's going to do is it's going to open up the VBA editor. So this is the code that Excel recorded for us. As you can see, we didn't have to write any of that, but these are all the steps that Excel recorded. So it's looking at it as just lines of code. But everything I was walking you through, using my words, those are the steps we took. But this is how Excel translates all of those steps. The one thing about coding is if you learn a little bit of code, it allows you to convert the ideas or pictures you have in your head into reality. So that's one of the advantages of coding. If you learn how to do a little bit of VBA, then you will have the flexibility to create your own versions of this. Now, that's another topic. So let me just minimize that. We need to now test whether this macro works or not. I'm going to open up a new tab. I'm going to paste this inside. And as you can see, this is currently not formatted. So if I just show you very quickly, this is quite different to our data set here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up our macro. So as you can see, this is our macro. So if I click run, I'm expecting this to look something like this. Okay, let me just click the macro again, and then I'm going to click run, and hopefully there we go. It's now looking quite similar to the data sets here, which is awesome. So one thing I do recommend, by the way, is if you're not sure what steps to take, always outline the steps you want to take on paper or even in a workbook. So for example, if you want to clearly define what steps you want, you can simply just write it into an Excel workbook. So you can say, number one, select headers. And then maybe number two, change header to bold. And if you want, you can even add the function if that helps you. And then number three, select, let's say, neutral as header style, and then so on and so forth. So this is what we call pseudocode. So pseudocode is basically converting the ideas in your head into plain language. And this will allow you to clarify how you bring ideas into the world. Okay, so a lot of this formatting stuff that we do, we don't just wake up and say, okay, these are all the steps we want to take. We have to actually outline every single step we ourselves have to take. That usually happens in the design phase of a project or a brainstorming session. That's how we come up with the steps we need to take to bring ideas into reality. So I encourage you to always start with this before you get into all of this fancy stuff, because most of the technology that you enjoy in the world, this is a similar process they go through. First, they have to iron out what the vision is, and then they have to define the steps to making it possible. And then they simply just use these steps as blueprints to create all of this. So use this as a clarity exercise. So we've created the macro for the charity now. Let's imagine we've shown them how to use the macro. But the problem they have now is they keep forgetting to run it because there's just too many clicks. We've told them that they need to open up the workbook, they need to go to developer and then macros, and then they need to paste the data in and then they click run. That's too many clicks for them. So they've ended up leaving this alone. What we need to do now is we need to make this process super easy for them to use. So we're going to now add a button, perhaps on the top of their screen or somewhere that's accessible for them so that all they have to do is just paste the data in and click the button and all this formatting happens. Let's create a new sheet, right? And then we'll actually add in new data just to confirm this works. So once again, this is completely different to what we had before. And if we want, let's convert this to a table. Let's even say, we'll call this donations table. And then let's give it any format for now. Okay, so this is our donations table, right? And then what we need to do is let's say we want to put a button somewhere. Let's even say here. Go to the developer tab, click on insert, and then under form controls, click on any of the buttons here. So for now, I'm going to click on this one. And then I'm going to hold my mouse down and then I'll just let go maybe here. So now it's opened up an assign macro window. I just have to click on the macro of my choice. And obviously it's going to be format donations data. And then I'm going to click OK. And this is my button. So what I need to do now is I need to select this text. Let me just select the text. And then I'm going to call this, say, clean this data. Call it that. And there we go. So if I do click it, it will actually work. But before I do that, I need to just make this text bigger. So I'm going to right click into that, click on edit text. And then once again, I'll select the data or the text and then go to home. And then I want this to be, let's change this to Calibri. That's one. And then I'm going to select the text again. And I want to make this bigger because right now the text size is too small and I don't want my users to be squinting their eyes to see what this button is about. I want it to be bold, clear, so that they instantly understand, right? Okay, so for now, we'll accept this. It's quite big, but we'll accept it. And then let's drag it. And then, yeah, let me just click move here. And then that's pretty much it. So remember this, in fact, perhaps for the sake of this example, what I need to do is maybe I need to select a different table design. Let me select something that's quite bland. Okay, I'll select this. Okay, so the moment I click this button, what I'm expecting this to do is to clean our data. So all the steps we recorded before, that should now be applied to this data set. So let's click this button. And there you have it. Look at that. It's cleaned our data within one click. If we stopped this lesson right now, we've actually created a self-service tool for the charity. So there's no coding needed. There's no clicking through the menus, just one button, one click, and everything's done for them. This is a simple tool that we've made with no money. And this can save them hours of data cleaning, formatting, styling, you name it, all with one button. So that's how powerful macros can be. But you know what? We're going to take this to the next level now. And this time, what we're going to do is we're going to monitor the quality of the donations data before we even clean it. That's because the charity is getting more donation logs every single week. And that's great. That's a good thing. It simply just means that we now need to take the data's health more seriously. So if we don't check how many issues exist early enough, then we may be cleaning and formatting the wrong things. So what we're going to do now is we're going to now build a data quality summary. And what this summary is going to do is it's going to flag all the data issues up front. Let's say the fundraising lead, for example, they open the file and then they click check data quality button before they even start cleaning. We're now going to create a new macro. And what this macro is going to do is it's going to add a new sheet and we'll call it data quality report. And then this sheet is going to show them the total row count. And then after that, it should highlight how many rows have missing quantities, how many rows have missing values, how many rows have missing item values or item names, and more. We'll save this workbook, but we're going to create another macro enabled workbook. So let's change the format to, remember, Excel macro enabled workbook so that all our macros get saved. So let me cancel this. I'm going to show you what happens if you don't do this. If you don't do this, what's going to happen is, in fact, let's even go all the way here. So I'm going to call this data cleaning macro. If I just save this as a normal Excel workbook, look what Excel will tell me. So what it's telling me is this VB project, it can't be saved in this type of workbook. So every single macro we've created, the features associated with it cannot be in this workbook. So you don't want this. It's actually telling you right now, if you would like to save your features with autosave on, go back and change the file type to a macro enabled file type. So I'm going to go back and then I'm going to change the type to a macro enabled workbook. And then I'll click save. And then it's going to be happy with that. Now let's create a new workbook. So let me just paste in our new data. So I'm just going to paste this in. This follows a similar schema or structure to the previous data sets we were working with. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to convert this into a table. So I'll just hit OK. And then I'm just going to name this donations table. So that's just going to make it easier for our macro to dynamically move through this data. Okay, and then the next thing, I'm just going to name the sheet donations. And then I'm going to click on view. So by the way, guys, you don't always have to go into the developer tab to create a new macro. So you can go into the view tab and then click macros and then record macro. So I think it's redundant having the same thing in two different places, but that's another day's talk. I'm going to click on record macro. And then I'm going to name this, let's call this check data quality, so that anybody that looks at the macros can understand straight away what this specific one does. So you can add a shortcut key. So if I wanted to make it Control Shift, and then let's call this Control Shift Q. I don't think we need a shortcut key because this is for the end user, and we don't want them spending their cognitive energy memorizing shortcuts. All they need to do is just click a button. So once again, we probably don't need that. If we do want to add a description to this, let's call this checks the health of the donations data. We'll leave it at that. Click OK. And now our macro is officially recording. If you look at the bottom left, you see there's a stop sign. So that indicates our macro is currently recording. The first thing we need to do is create a new sheet. And then we're going to name this data quality report. And then let me just zoom in a little bit. In cell A1, let's call this data quality summary. Then we're going to now include all the data quality checks we want. So we're going to start with total rows. That's going to count how many rows are in our data set. And then the next thing we're going to do is number of blank quantity values. And the third thing we're going to add is number of blank donation values. And then we are also going to include number of blank item values. And then finally, we want total number of blank cells, not blank rows, blank cells, right? And then let me just expand this a bit. We'll format this. So let me just merge and center that. And then we'll bolden the data quality summary title so that it's nice and clear what this sheet is about. Let's make that 18. And then we'll deal with all the other formatting stuff later. For now, let's start adding our functions or formulas into this. So the first thing we're going to do is count how many rows are in the table. So I'm going to use count A. So this actually counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. So I'm going to use that. and then go to donations. And then I'm going to select all of the first column, and then I'm going to take away 1 so that it doesn't include the header. Then hit enter. Next, I want to count how many blank quantity values there are. So I'm going to use the count blank function this time. And I'm going to use my keyboard shortcut to enter the donations sheet. So let me just scroll all the way to the top, and then I'll scroll all the way to the bottom, and then just scroll to the right until I'm under the quantity column. And then I select all of the fields, or rather all of the values inside quantity column. I hit enter. There we have it. And then we're following the same process for donations. So I'm using the count blank function once again. Start from cell A1, go all the way to the bottom, and then I'm going to go all the way to the right. And then just keep on going all the way to the top. And then I'm selecting only the values. I'm not including the header. So the values of the value column. I hit enter. Borders. And that's looking better. Let's also wrap this with borders. What does that look like? Let's fill this with silver. And there we have it. So that's our data quality report all completed. And I'm going to stop the macro because we're actually done. But that's pretty much a data quality summary based on all the data we have here. So we have an idea of how good or bad the data quality is. And then number of blank item values. So count blank, and then go into donations, start from cell A1, go all the way to the bottom, and then select all of the values inside the item column. And then we hit enter. And now the total number of blank cells. So I'm not going to use, my natural instincts is to hit Alt and equals. I'm not going to do that because what that's going to do is it's going to include the total rows as well. And that's going to skew our data. We don't want that. Instead, we want to use the sum function. And then we're going to intentionally select the number of blank quantity values, donation values, and item values. And then hit enter. And there we have our answer. And now we have time for formatting. So I am going to select, let's even change this to, let's say, silver. Let's go with silver. And then let's wrap this with, let's give it a name that a user can understand quickly. So let's check data quality. Let me just resize this. So I'm going to right click, then click on edit text. And then let me go to the home tab. I'm going to just increase the font size so that it's right in your face and you can instantly see what this button does. And then I'm going to click out of that. Can move it closer to the data. Move here. So that it saves you eye scrolling. And then we can freeze the pane as well. So they can scroll up and down and they can still keep the column names on top. Now, what I need to do is I need to now add in more data to this. Otherwise, we're just going to get the same report here. In fact, let me just rename this quickly to do not use. Okay, so we don't need this anymore because we're going to create a new one automatically. I am going to add in more data. So let me just bring this into existence. Paste that there. And then let me just get rid of that. There we go. So let's put this button to the test. And then we have an error. So let's click the debug button to find out what the problem is. Ah, I see what's happened. So first of all, what it's done is it's selected, so it's highlighted where the issue has occurred. And now we need to fix it. So when it's created a new sheet, what's happening here is it's looking for this specific sheet name. Now that sheet name doesn't exist anymore. As you can see, this is now sheet 3. So there is no sheet 2. So what we need to tell it to do is don't look at the sheet name. Instead, look at the active sheet. So what we need to do is we need to replace this, right? Okay, we're just going to do very little code, nothing serious. And we're going to create like a little variable. So I'm saying set WS as active sheet. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace all of this with WS, what we've just created. What we're telling it to do is select the sheet that is active. So don't look at the name of it, just open up a new sheet and use that sheet as the active sheet. Now it's not discriminating by name. And then when it selects that sheet, it's now going to name that sheet data quality report, right? So I'm going to close this down. In fact, I can minimize it. So let me just close this. Let me just delete that. In fact, let me just rename this to ignore sheet. Then I am going to run this once again. And there you have it. So it's managed to automatically create a data quality summary once again. And all I've had to do is just click one button. Now, if I want to put this to the test once again, let me even duplicate this, right? I'm just going to select this entire data set, right? So, and I'm just going to paste this. Let's even do it twice. Let's really stretch its limits. So I'm guessing this is about 300 records large. If I'm, I'm going to name this to ignore sheet 2. And then I'm just going to drag this somewhere here. So this is a completely new data set as far as this macro is concerned. I'm expecting this to just create our data quality summary at a click of a button. So let's give it a go. Would you look at that? So why would I need to spend every single day creating a new one when I can just get Excel to do it for me? We've now built a macro that automatically summarizes our data quality into these numbers. But what if you can actually convert all of this into a dashboard at a click of a button? So you click a button and instead of creating this summary, you create a dashboard. Leaving them as numbers is fine, but converting them into visuals is more effective. So let's automate all this. Before I even show you all of that, let's walk through what we're going to build, right? We're going to use the output of the check data quality macro we've just created, and that's going to be the data source for the dashboard. So what it's going to do is it's going to summarize the issues we found. It's going to now show them as bar charts, as pie charts, and this is going to live in its own sheet. We're now in the data quality report. I'm going to delete these just to make this clean. And we're going to record a new macro. Another way of recording a macro is just by going to the bottom left and then just clicking on the macro button right here. It's quite small, but if you just click it, you officially create a new macro. So I'm going to name this, let's call this build data quality dashboard. No shortcuts for now. And let's just say this builds let's call this builds a visual summary of the issues in the donations data that need to be addressed. And then click OK. So the first thing we need to do is select all the values here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a clustered bar chart. So click Insert, and then you're going to go to this button, Insert Column or Bar Chart, and then just scroll to the clustered bar chart. So let me just zoom out very quickly. And then I'm just going to drag this to, let's say, around here. And then let's title this, what are the issues with the donations data? Then I'm going to get rid of grid lines. And then I'm going to get rid of the axis. And then I'm going to select, in fact, let's sort this quickly. Let me just select these values and then sort this from smallest to largest. And I'm going to continue with the current selection because I just want those numbers sorted. I don't want everything sorted. So I'm going to select one of the bars and then right click. And then I am going to select, let's say, let's give it orange for now. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to create a pie chart. So I'm going to go to insert and then insert pie chart. And then I'm just going to click on the pie chart. Then let me just drop this somewhere here. Let's expand this a little bit. Okay, let me just expand this. Let's say maybe there. Let's make this a bit smaller. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select into one of the slices. And then I'm going to right click, give this a fill, maybe a similar one. I'll just go with just a lighter shade. And then I'm going to select the larger slice. And then right click into that. And then this is going to have a darker shade, right? So I'm deliberately trying to direct attention to the larger slice so that we can focus on what the most common issues are in the data set. And in fact, I think I've just given us a good title. What is the most common issue in the data set? And at the moment, we still don't know what that is. So I'm going to right click. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into chart design tab and then add chart element and then data labels. So I am going to select outside end. And then I'm going to click on the data labels and then just right click on one of them, click on format data labels. And then let's click category name. I'm going to deselect value, select percentage. Let's show leader lines. Let me just drag that a bit. Okay, so that we're connecting each label with their corresponding slices. And then let me just even expand this to, let's see what this looks like. And then if I just get rid of the grid lines and then the formula bar, and then just get rid of that. And there we have it. We now have our dashboard. I'm going to stop recording now because we're done. But this is our dashboard and this is created with a macro. So we do need to put this to the test. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a new data set. So let me just feed it one new data set. Okay. I'm going to get rid of that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a few problems on purpose. So I'm going to delete a bit of data just to make the visuals a little bit more interesting. Don't recommend doing this in the real world, by the way. This is just as a demo. I just want to show you what the macro looks like. So if you were to click on a macro and then build data quality dashboard, if I go into edit, it's going to bring up VBA editor. So this is the code that Excel helped us write. And then I'm going to close that down and then delete this. And the first thing I'm going to do is run that data quality check once again. So I'm just going to click our button. The next thing I'm going to do is click on macros, and then I'm going to run our build data quality dashboard. So as you can see, it's managed to do all of that, but look what it's done. One of the visuals is overlapping with another one, and these ones are not positioned where we want them to. I don't want them to stack on top of each other. We need to add in a few lines of code that will help us reposition these visuals. So once again, don't worry, you don't actually need to be a VBA expert to follow this part. I am going to open up the VBA editor. So I'm going to type in Alt and F11. I'm going to go to the end of this sheet. So if you notice, by the way, the first macro here is check data quality. So that's the macro we created to give us all those numbers of how many issues exist in our data. And then the second one is actually beyond this divider, this line, and it's called build data quality dashboard. As you can see, this is the description that I wrote, if you remember. That's the name I gave it. Now, if I scroll all the way to the bottom, let me just maybe do it here. What I need to do is I need to write just a bit of code, but what I'm telling it to do is very simple. I'm just telling it to position it exactly where I want it to. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to start with width. So with worksheet, sheets. Then I'm going to type in data quality report, and then chart object. And then I'm going to give it the first chart's name. And then I'm going to write top range. So I'm going to say A11. Let's say A11. Top. So I'm basically telling it exactly where I want it on my dashboard. I don't want it just stacking one on top of another one. So I'll break down what this is actually doing in a second. Actually, it's meant to be left, isn't it? Then work, sheets, data, quality, ports, and width. Okay. So in simple terms, what I'm telling this to do is I want you to use the first chart. So this is going to be, so the first chart we worked with was the clustered bar chart. And I'm telling this to basically position this from the top to the left at cell A11. So it's going to find cell A11 and then it's going to position the top left of it right there. Now the next one is going to be, it's going to be the pie charts. So with worksheets, data, quality, port, chart objects, chart 2. So I just want to make sure also following the same principle. Now this time I want this to be, where do I want this to be? Let me just have a quick look at the, I think H3. Let's say H3. So we'll say H3. We'll see what that looks like anyways. If it's good, we'll keep it. If it's not, then we'll just figure out another range that makes sense. Okay. Then we close that by saying end width. So just space that out so that's easier to read. So what we need to do now is we need to close this, or yeah, we need to close this and then try and test this again. So I'm just going to type ignore this. Then I'm first going to click check data quality, which it does very well. And then I'm going to go into macros and then build data quality dashboard and then run it. Oh, and there you go. It worked. In fact, it's actually positioned quite nicely there. Awesome. So that was good. The bar chart now sits at A11, cell A11. And the pie chart now sits at cell H3, as you can see. So it works. The final thing we need to do is we need to create one master macro that does all of the data quality checks and it builds the dashboard all in one go. So we're going to reopen up the VBA editor. So I'm going to hit Alt F11 and then I'm going to go all the way to the end sub. And then I'm going to create a new macro myself. So I'm going to start with sub. And then what we're going to name, what are we going to name this one? Let's name this run full check and show dashboard. And it's actually created a new divider because now it recognizes this as a new macro. Now, this is going to be quite simple actually, because all I'm doing is I am going to call the two macros we've just created. So this one is going to be call check data quality, if I remember well. And then the next one is going to call is the build data quality dashboard. And then the sheet that you should pull from is the data quality reports. And then I just use activate. That should be it. So that should work. But once again, we're going to test this out. So that's our macro officially created. So I'm just going to add a comment to explain what this does. Runs the end-to-end process for checking from checking the data quality to building visual summary. And that's it. So if you want to add a comment, you can start with a single quote and then just type in wherever you want. Right. Now let's close this. So if I was to go back to the donations tab, so let's delete this button. Now let's create a new button. This time we're going to go into insert and then go to shapes. And then we are going to let's use rectangle with rounded corners. And then, tell you what, let's change the fill we'll use gray. And then we'll type in run data quality dashboard. And then I'm going to change the font. In fact, let me change the text fill. And then let me just expand this a bit or just increase the text size. And then let me just center that. So the button's a little nicer. And then the final thing we need to do is right click that and then assign macro. And then click run full check and show dashboard. So if I was to click this, in fact, before I do that, let me just replace that with ignore this. And then I click on this button and that should give us our full rundown. And there you have it. So we've just managed to create our entire data quality dashboard from start to finish, all from this single button. So now, whenever somebody opens this workbook, they don't need to know anything about macros or data quality checks. All they do is just click the button and within seconds, all the issues are flagged, the results are summarized, and the dashboard visuals are live for them to see everything they want. One click creates one summary and one dashboard, and that's it. So if we were to summarize everything that we've gone through in this lesson, what's the main takeaway? Use macros to format your data automatically. Remember, first record the steps to formatting your data, then package your macro into a button, and that's it. Imagine how much time you can save with this. Like, honestly, I don't even think I've explored all the possibilities myself. So I would even love to create future videos diving into this a bit more. So let me know if you want to see videos on that in the comment section, and I'll see what I can do. But if you do want to practice macros a bit more, I've also created a workbook just for that. So check the video description for a link to GitHub if you want access to that workbook. But I hope you learned something new today, and I hope you stay blessed. This is day 28, and today we're talking about building data entry forms. Now, one thing you don't want is anyone typing just anything into your spreadsheet however they like. Because when that happens, you end up with things like inconsistent date formats or spelling mistakes or values missing where they shouldn't be and weird characters that don't belong there. So that's going to make your data harder to trust. And the moment people stop trusting your data, they're just going to go and build their own. And then different teams will start reporting different numbers or the same thing. And then no one knows which version is right. So this pretty much happens in almost every company. And trust me, if you have the chance to avoid it, just avoid it. So on day 13, we use data validation to stop bad entries at the source level. On day 25, we use data quality checks to count how many issues already exist in the data. So now we're going to be building a proper data entry form. And that's going to be one that guides users each step of the way. The users know what to enter into the spreadsheet, and we keep the spreadsheet clean as well. So I'm going to show you a few ways we can do that. If you haven't done this before, what you want to do is you want to make the form button visible. So if you can see right here, it's right at the top of your Excel workbook, and you're going to find it in the quick access toolbar. And it looks something like this. If you don't have that, then let me show you how to activate it. So what you want to do is you want to click on File and then go to Options. And then you're going to click on Customize Ribbon. And then on this left-hand side, just keep scrolling until you see Form. Now, I believe I already have it, so I don't need to do it again. But if you haven't done it, then just make sure you do that. And then once you've done that, just click OK. So I'm going to click Cancel because I've already got the button right there. So you should be able to see the Form button in your ribbon. So what we're going to do now is we're going to build our first data entry form. So let me just paint the scenario. You have the IT department and they've approached us because they're overwhelmed. They have different parts of the business emailing them whenever they need a new laptop or monitor or keyboard. Tickets get lost in the inbox or someone forgets to assign the ticket to the right person. So it's actually quite hard for them to track everything via email right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a simple tool that's going to collect all the requests in one place so that all the employee has to do is fill in the form and then click the submit button, and then it populates a spreadsheet with whatever they want. Then any member of the IT department can take a glance, complete the ticket, and mark it as done. Simple. Okay, so let's begin. So I am going to, let me just first open up the formula bar, and then I'm going to enter a couple of header names. So I'm going to start with the employee name, and then we would like to know the employee's department, and we'd also want to find out the items that they've requested for. Then we want the quantity, so the number of items they want as well. And we also want the date where they requested it. So let's just expand all that. Okay, so I'm just going to turn this into a table. So I'm going to select everything and then hit Control T, and then just mark my table has headers. We're going to create a list so that we can set up our data validation rules. So I am going to type in department list, and then we can have an items list. And then we want the IT department, the HR department, the finance department, then we have marketing, and we have operations. So we'll just keep it simple. Then let's just auto with that. And then for the item list, we have laptop, we have monitor, we have keyboard, let's also say mouse, and we'll say headset. Right. The next thing we want to do is we want to add data validation to some of the columns in this table. So for example, we want to make sure that in the department column, you can only select departments that are in this list. And in the items requested column, you can only select items that are in this list. Okay, so let's start with department. So I'm going to select, let's say up to B20. So ranges B2 to B20. I'm going to go to data and then click on data validation. And then for the drop down under allow, I am going to select list. And then for source, I'm going to select all the values inside the department list column. Click OK. Now I am going to select all the values underneath item requested. So from C2 to C20, that's the range I'm selecting. So that's also going to be data validation. And then the drop down, I click list, and then under source, I select all of these values here so that the only values you can select are the ones in this list. And then I'm also going to do the same for quantity, right? So what's the maximum amount of items you're allowed to take? So for the drop down under data validation, I click whole number. So the company's policy is you can only select a maximum of, let's say, 3 items. So you can't select more than 3 monitors or 3 keyboards. You can only select 3. We're going to click OK. So if I try to go into quantity and I select, let's say, 56, Excel returns this message saying you can't do that. So it gives me the chance to retry. So if I type in 2 this time, it's happy with that. So if I do the same for department, I can only select the items in here. So if I click finance, it's happy. But if I say sales, it's not happy. So it's telling me I can't do that. Let me give you another chance. So I'm going to type in IT and it's now accepted it. So now what we want to do is we want to take advantage of the form, right? Remember we mentioned the form button before. So if I just click into this cell, if I want to now enter data into this, I can click on the form button. And as you can see, it's now picked up all the columns or the header names that we've specified here. So let me just type in employee name. So let's say Sam Washington, let's just say. A department, so he belongs to IT. And which item is he requesting for? So let's say he wants a laptop. How many laptops does he want? He wants 3. And then the request date, let's say, we'll say 12th of March, 2022. So once I've filled in all of these details, you can just hit enter on your keyboard. And then, as you can see, it's actually populated the table for you. So if you have another employee, you can just simply type it in. So if I say Tim Smith, and then which department does Tim belong to? Let's say finance. Which item is he requesting for? So Tim wants a mouse and he just wants one. The requested date, so let's also say 12th of March, 2022. And then you can hit new and it does the same thing. So it's going to append that record into the table. So let's now try, let's say Henry Bath, and then department. So let's say sales. So remember, the sales department is not an official department in our list. So let's see how Excel responds to that. Item requested. So we can say headset. Quantity, so how many does he want? He wants 3. Requested date, let's also say 12th of March, 2022. If I hit enter, Excel does not like that. Excel is telling us this value is not part of the list of items we gave it. So if I click retry, it will give me another chance to correct that. So I'm going to say operations. And if I hit enter, as you can see, it's happy with that. And I think we just missed out the name there. But that's completely fine. You get the idea. Let's imagine now the IT department are now beginning to use this. And what we've done is we've now reached out to them for feedback. So we just want to get their thoughts on how they're experiencing the tool, if there's anything that we need to improve upon it. Even though they do appreciate the tool, they do actually have a few valid concerns that they've raised with us. So first of all, it works fine, but it's too rigid for them. And for them, this layout looks too basic and it doesn't feel intuitive to use. In fact, in their own words, they might as well type each request into the spreadsheet themselves because that's less effort. So for privacy reasons, they'd rather keep details hidden from their view. This is the feedback they've given us. And it may seem harsh, but it's actually very helpful because now we know exactly how to make this better. It's clear that they value the functionality, but the experience itself needs to be smoother and more guided like a proper form. What we're going to do now is we're going to upgrade this tool so that it feels more polished. Let me just name this, built-in form. We can say built-in Excel form. And we're going to create another sheet, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to create our own custom form. And we're going to name this request form, right? Then let me just zoom in a little bit. This is where we're creating the custom form. So this is where the user will input their data and it's now going to be added into another spreadsheet. So the other spreadsheet is going to be called, we'll call this request log. Now the request log is going to be where all the requests will be piled up. So every valid submission will be stored in this spreadsheet. Now let's begin designing the request form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into F2 and then I'm going to type in request form. And then let's make this merge and centered. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to merge and center from cell C2 to cell G2. So Alt HMC. And then let me just expand E significantly. And then I'm going to color request form into, let's go with this shade of blue. Then I'm going to select all of this into, let's go with this shade of blue. In fact, perhaps maybe I should extend this. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm just going to do, let me just zoom out a bit. I'll do format painter and then just drag that there. Okay, that looks all right. I'm going to start typing in some of the labels. I'm going to start with the employee name, and then let's add in department. Then let's add in item requested. And then it's going to be, yes, quantity. Final one is requested dates, I believe. I'm just going to style each one of these, and I'm going to give it a white fill. And then I'm just going to wrap them with borders. I'm going to do the same for the input cells. So these are going to be the fields where the users will enter their data. In fact, what I can do as well, let me just select each of these. I am going to align and center. So I'm going to do Alt HAC. Okay, that's looking good. So I'm just going to expand the title, or I'm going to increase the font size. Okay. So this is the first stage of the request form. We're going for like a clean, modern look. We're trying to go for like a minimalist look that's aesthetically pleasing and not visually distracting. We now need to add in the drop downs and the validations once again. I'm going to select this, this, and this. This is where we're going to add data validation rules, right? So I'm going to be energy efficient, not lazy. And I'm just going to copy this somewhere and paste this, let's say here. In fact, perhaps we can just put it here. We're going to apply data validation rules. We're going to start with department. So I'm going to select this cell, click on the data tab, and then data validation. Under the drop down menu for allow, I am going to select list, and then I'm going to click on source. And the source for this will be all of this. And then I'll click OK. And then I follow the same process for item requested. So I just click on data validation again. And then I'm going to click on list under the drop down. The source will be all of this and the quantity. So we said that the maximum amount of items you can request for is 3. The minimum will be 1, right? So if you're not requesting for anything, then you shouldn't send a request. So we can't put 0. So we don't want to put 0. So let me click OK. And then maybe we should add one for requested date. So let's add some date ranges. So start date, let's type in, so we're going to use the date function. So we can say 2020, we'll say 2025, 1, 1. So the 1st of January, 2025. And the end date will be 2025, let's say the 6th, say the 30th of June. So if you enter any dates that are not within this range, then we should return an error message, which is what we'll do as well, actually. So in fact, let's add in an input message, right? So I'm going to go back to data validation and click on the input message tab. And then we'll say valid date message. Enter a valid date. So we can even give them examples. So for example, you can say 01 04 2025. So say enter a valid date in 2025. Should we say enter a valid date in the first half of 2025? In the first half 2025. We'll also add an error alert, right? So let's call this invalid. date, error, all of that. You must enter a date between January 1st, 2025, and in fact, let's give it okay, we'll leave it at that. So you must enter a valid date between January 1st, 2025 and June 30th, 2025. So we're making it explicit. Right. Okay, let's click OK. Right, so if I try entering a date that's not within that range, so let's say the 1st of March, let's say 2022 or 24, you must enter a date between January the 1st, 2025 and June 30th, 2025. So let's retry that. So please, Excel, give us another chance. So let's try the 2nd of March 2025, and it accepts that date. Okay, so that's the data validation steps completed. So let's create a few cells that give us feedback based on what the user enters into each of these fields. So if they've completed each of the fields correctly, we're going to return ready. Otherwise, we're going to return incomplete. In fact, let's move into this cell. We're going to combine the if and the and function. So how this is going to work is this. If this cell is completed and this cell is completed and this cell is completed and so on, return the word ready. Otherwise, return the word incomplete. So let me just show you how this works. So first of all, I'm going to use the if function, and then I'm going to use the and function, and then I'm going to click on the first cell. So if this cell does not equal blank, which means there is data inside it, and this cell does not equal blank, and this cell does not equal blank or empty, in other words, there is data inside it. And then we just keep on repeating that same process for all the others. Then we close that. So now we've closed the AND function. So what do we want returned if none of these cells are blank? Return ready. Otherwise, return incomplete. Then we close that. Okay. So now that returns incomplete. So now what we want to do is we want to use this output to return a user-friendly message so that the user knows if they filled in the form correctly or not. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to go into the cell below it, and then we're going to use the if function again. And now what we want to do is we want to now say if this cell is equal to ready, then we want you to say ready to submit. If that cell does not equal ready, then tell the user to please complete all the fields. We can say complete all fields just to make it concise. And then we hit enter. Now, what we want to do is we want to now, let me just zoom out a little bit. And then maybe I should I'll just expand this a bit. Expand that. Okay. We want to show this message in a section where the user can instantly see it. So I'm actually going to say we should add it right there. So I'm going to use equals, and then I'm going to add this. And then I'm just going to wrap it with a border. And I'm also going to align and center it. What we can do as well is we can add conditional formatting, and we're going to color code it. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on conditional formatting, click on highlight cell rules, and then click on text that contains. And then if it contains please complete all fields, you're going to mark with light red fill with dark red text. And I'm just going to expand or increase the font size so that it's visually obvious what we want the user to do. And also, let's also do the same for ready to submit. So click on conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and then text that contains. And if it's ready to submit, then we're going to use green fill, right? So ready to submit, and then hit OK. So if I was to just type in, let's say Sam, then HR, then keyboard, let's add 3, and then let's just add 1st of February 2025. As you can see, now it's ready to submit. So if I'm going to delete this and then change it back. So can you see how it toggles between please fill all fields and ready to submit? That's the behavior we're expecting. Users are able to now see immediately if their form is ready to submit or not. So that's awesome. What we want to do now is we want to record all of these logs or all of these records into our request log, right? So let's go into the request log tab. And in the request log tab, what we're going to do now is we're going to basically copy the same headers from the previous one. But I'm just going to type this very quickly. So employee name, and then department, then item requested. And feel free to speed this up, guys. You don't have to wait for me if you don't want to. Requested date. So requested date or requested, yep, so requested dates. Awesome. So I'm just going to auto width that. Let's format this. So we're going to give it a dark blue. And then add borders. Awesome. Okay, so we have our headers now. So what we want now is we want to make sure that all the entries here are populated underneath all of these headers, right? And it's going to be a manual effort if we keep on copying and pasting ourselves. We're going to record some macros that will automate some of the things that we ourselves don't want to do manually, right? So the first thing we're going to do is submit the request. So we're going to create a macro that copies all of this and then paste the entries underneath these headers. And then we'll create another macro that would give us the option to clear all of these entries if we're not happy with what's there. And we'll also create a macro that will clear all the entries inside the request log as well. So let's start with the submit request macro. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the view tab, and then I'm going to go all the way to the right here, and then I'm going to click macros. If you want, you can click the drop down and then click on view macros. And as you can see, we don't have any macros at the moment. So I'm going to cancel that and then click that drop down again and click on record macros. So I'm going to give this a name. So I'm going to call this submit request. If you want, you can give it a shortcut. So if you want to, let's say, call this Control Shift S, if you want, we can leave it at that. And the description, that's optional too. So this submits the entries made in the request form sheet into the request log spreadsheet. So if you want to give it a clear, concise description so that if any user wants to look at what this is about, they're able to instantly understand that, and then click OK. And now the macro is officially active. So anything I do is going to be recorded. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of these cells. Now, as I'm clicking them, I'm holding the Control key on my keyboard. And now I'm going to do Control C to copy all of these entries. Now, I'm going to go into the request log sheet. Now, I'm going to click on cell A1, and then I'm going to hit Control down. And then I'm going to hit on Control up. And then I'm going to jump down one row. And then I'm going to hit Alt, H, V, S. And what this is going to do is it's going to click Paste Special. And it's going to open up this so that I have the option to go and select Paste Values because I want to paste the values. And then I'm going to click on Transpose. So I'm going to check the Transpose box so that it's not pasting vertically. It's going to paste my entries horizontally. And then I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to go to request form. And then I hit the delete button to clear all those entries. And then I stop my macro. And that's the submit request macro completed. Imagine if I've now entered a few entries. So let's say Tim Brown, and let's say finance he belongs to. He wants a mouse. He wants two. And let's say the 3rd of Feb 2025. So imagine if I don't want these entries, I've made a mistake somewhere. So if I've accidentally said ham sandwich. So let's say I don't want any of these entries. What I need to do now is create a macro that clears them for me. I'm going to click on this button at the bottom left of my workbook. And then let me just drag this here. And I'm going to name this clear form. So you want to make sure that your macro names are easy to understand. Make sure that they're self-descriptive, meaning that the moment someone reads the name of your macro, they instantly understand the job of the macro. So if you want to be more descriptive, you can call this clear request form. So I'm just going to leave this as clear form because we don't have another form inside this workbook at the moment, apart from the one we created earlier, but we can ignore that. So I'm going to click OK. And then I'm going to select each of the input fields in our request form. And then I'm going to click the delete button on my keyboard. And then I'm just going to click stop. And that's it. That's the clear form macro completed. Now, the final thing I want to do is I want to clear the request log, right? So all the entries inside the request log, I want the option to clear them if I don't need them anymore. So first of all, let me just format this column because it's annoying me. And then let me just add in a few more entries. If we want to clear all of these entries, we are going to click record macro, and then we're going to name this clear log. And then I'm going to, let's say this clears all entries recorded in the request log. And then I click OK. Now I'm going to select the ranges from cell A2 all the way to, let's say to E20. And then what I'm going to do is hit the delete button. And then I return to cell A2. And then I stop my macro. And that's it. That's that macro completed. So now the next thing I want to do is create buttons because we don't want our users going into the view tab and then the macros and then trying to find the right macro to now run. That's not user friendly and it's way too many clicks. So we want to reduce the amount of clicks that they have to do. So let's start with the submit request macro. So I'm going to go into the insert tab. You do have the option to go into the developer tab and then the insert option and then click on a form control here. But these are not visually appealing to me. So I'm going to skip that option. Instead, I'm going to go for a more minimalistic option. So I'm going to go into the insert tab and then I am going to go into shapes. And then, so I have a bias towards the rectangles with the rounded corners. So you can select it here or you can select it under here. So let's go with that. And then I'm just going to, so I'm holding the left click and then I release where I want it. Let's type in submit request. Or should we just say submit? Let's say submit. Okay, so I am going to, let's change the fill to, I think gray is a gray or silver. Go with this one. Then I'm going to change the text fill to black. They call it automatic here. And then I'm going to go to home and then just increase the font size. So I'm going to align and center once again. Okay. And the final thing I want to do is just make that look a bit more like a button. So that's our button, guys. Okay. So we officially have our submit button. What I'm going to do as well is I'm just going to copy this. And then I've just pasted that. So let me just paste this here for now. And then I'm going to hide these two columns. So these are the helper columns, the helper cells. So I'm just going to click on hide. And then I can just drag this here. Let's even align it almost with the submit button. And then I'm going to call this clear form. So I'm just going to copy this. And then, in fact, let me cut it. And then I'm going to paste this here. And I'm going to name this clear log. Because now we're going to clear the entire request log if somebody clicks this button. The final thing I want to do is I want to go to view and get rid of the grid lines and also get rid of the formula bar because we don't need that anymore. And suppose the same applies to this. Should we keep it? I'll keep it for now. Let's now assign the macros to each of these buttons. So I'm going to start with the submit, and then I'm just going to right click it, and then I click on assign macro. And then I'm going to click on submit request. So you can double click it, and then I'm going to do the same for clear form. I'm going to click on assign macro, and then click on clear form. Then you can click OK. And then click on request log, right click that, and then click on assign macro. And I'm going to click on clear log, click OK. Okay, so let me just, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add in some dummy data. So I'm going to say Tim Brown. So I just want to make sure that this works. Oops, item. Interesting. Oh, interesting. What we need to do as well, guys, is we need to add data validation because I can easily enter anything into these cells. So if I add in, let's say sales. Oh, okay. So let's also do that. So I'm going to add data validation into these cells. So let me start with department. I'm going to go into the data tab and then data validation. And then I'm going to go into the settings tab and then the drop down under allow. I'm going to click on list and then for source, I'm going to go back to the request form and I've just hidden the column. So I'm just going to, let me just exit out of this very quickly and then just go back to that. So I'm going to need this temporarily. So let me just move this clear form for it just temporarily. I'm right clicking into this button and I'm just going to dump it here. Okay. So I click move here and I'm sure temporarily the form is going to forgive me for doing that. But I'm going to select columns I to L and then right click and then unhide. So this is only for the data validation. So once I've set that up, then I can hide it again. And then I'm going to go into, so once again, just remember, you want all of this selected. So I'm selecting my department values in the request log. Click on data validation. The drop down under allow, click on list. And then for source, you're going to go into the request form sheet and then select all the values underneath department list. So let me just make sure that I'm selecting the right ones once again. And then click OK. And that should do it. So if I click on any of the drop downs, these are the only options I'm allowed to select. The same applies to item requested. I click on data validation. And then under the drop down menu for allow, click on list. And then for the source, we go to request form. And then we select all the items under item list and then click OK. And then for quantity, we make sure that we select whole number under the allow. And then the minimum should be 1, maximum should be 3. And then click OK. If I try add in sales, Excel should tell me off. Awesome. If I try add in HR, Excel is now happy. Okay, that's awesome. So let me just add in a few pieces of data, and then we can now continue. Okay, and then let me just type in, let's say Charlie Smith. Then let's say mouse, let's say 2. And then let's say the 2nd of Jan, 2025. Okay, we'll leave it at that for now. Okay, so now we want the macros to start updating our table for us. We don't want to do this ourselves because clearly it's taking us too much time. So let's hide this. And then let's now move that back. So I'm just going to right click and hold. Click move there. Okay, so let's populate the request log from our request form. Now, let's just type in a random employee. So let's type in Sam George, let's say. Department, let's say operations, item requested. He wants a headset and he only wants one. The requested date will be the 3rd, let's say the 31st of Jan 2025. And as you can see, our input message is showing that it has to be in the first half of 2025. And yes, we're ready to submit. So let's click submit and let's see how that goes. Interesting. So what's happened is Excel has overwritten the first record with what we've just submitted. So the submit request works. However, it's overwriting data and we don't want that. So let's have a look at what the problem may be. So I'm going to click on view. I want to see what this macro looks like. So I'm going to click on submit request and then I'm going to click on edit. So if you can see here, this is the code that Excel has recorded for us whilst we were automating our task. So don't worry, this is not, I don't want it to intimidate you. This is actually much more easier than you think. So this is the submit request macro we've just recorded. It's just a few lines. And if I just take a read into this, so this tells us, so these are the cells we selected in the request form, and then it's managed to copy that data, and then it's entered our request log. As you can see, it's selected the request log and it's entered this. Now what's happened is it's now selected A1. So that's that cell with employee name there. It's gone all the way down, and then it's gone all the way up. And then it's selected cell A2 and it's now pasted what we copied from our previous sheet. The problem actually is around this section here. In fact, let me just isolate them. So all of this is what's causing the problem in our data. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to find the next available row instead, and then add data into it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something, guys, and don't worry, please don't be scared. I'm going to actually write a bit of VBA. Now, I'm going to create a variable. Next row as log. I'm going to explain what this does in a second. Next row. So what do I want the next row to do? So I'm going to say sheets, and this is the request log sheet. Okay, so that's request log, all one word. Then I'm going to say cells, then rows. So I'm going to count the rows. Then once you're doing that, Excel up. So we want it to go back up and then go one row. So that's going to be next row. So we're basically creating a variable that tells Excel to go to the next row. Remember, we want it to go to the next available row. So we want it to look at all the records inside our table and then go to the next row that's empty. So let's go to cells. And then we're going to use next row. And then we want it to then paste the data that's been copied from our previous sheet. Actually, this is not, we don't need that bracket. Paste values, operation, I think it's operation. So none, then skip blanks. Then we want it to transpose so that it pastes our values so that it pastes the values horizontally, not vertically. That's what we want. Okay, let me just add the colon. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this to the test. Let's see if this actually works. So I'm going to exit that, then go back to request form. So let's give another name. Let's say Diana Bloomberg. Let's just say marketing monitor. She wants 3. 13th of June. Okay, so it's ready to submit. So if I click OK, so I'm expecting all of this before I click submit. I'm expecting it to be in row 4. I'm not expecting it to overwrite this. So if it does, there's a problem. If it simply adds it here, then it works. So let's click submit. And there we have it. So how this works is, right, so let me just open it back up. So let me view macros, submit request. What this is actually doing is I've created a new variable. That's what I'm basically doing. And what this variable is trying to do is I basically want it to jump to the bottom of column A, so the employee names field. And then I want it to jump to the last field cell. And then once you find it, just move one row down. Okay. And then once you do that, then paste the values we've copied from the request form tab or the request form sheet, and then paste it horizontally across the table. And that's it. And that's what it's done there. So let me even put it to test once again. Let me just add in, let's say Jackie Chanel. It's Jackie Chanel. And then Jackie from finance, and then laptop. Just one laptop. Let's say the 16th this time. Then let's hit that. And then we click submit. So let's check if that worked. And there we go. So it works. So that's great. Let's test the clear form button. So let's say if I say watermelon, and let's say it's marked in mouse 3, then the 29th March. If I want to clear the form, I just click that, and that works. But how about the clear log button? Does that work? Let's find out. And there we have it. So as you can see, all of this works. There are no issues with our buttons. So that is good. Let's round off day 28 with a key takeaway. Build data entry forms to guide the data users enter into a spreadsheet. So if you do want to take it further to the next level, then also add macros behind buttons, because what that's going to do is it's going to now turn your form into like a mini app inside Excel. So that's all we have time for today. But if you do want to practice building your own data entry forms, then check out the description of this video for a workbook that you can play around with. And I hope you enjoyed today's lesson. And until next time, peace. This is day 29 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And today we're going to be looking at Excel keyboard shortcuts that you need to know. I'm going to show you a couple of keyboard shortcuts, and each of these will help you move faster and spend less effort clicking through the ribbon or menu options. So there will be shortcuts that you may have seen before, and there will be some that will make you think, wow, I did not know that this existed before. Whichever camp you fall under, I'm not expecting you to remember everything that we go through today. All I want you to do is to pick 3 or 4 that you want to start using. And then as your confidence grows, you can start adding more into the mix. Today's not going to be as intense as other days, so feel free to practice with me, or you can revisit this later when you need a refresher. So let's begin. If you want to jump to the top of your data, use Control and up arrow key. If you want to jump to the bottom of your data block, then use Control and down arrow key. Use page down if you want to move the full screen down, and use page up if you want to move the full screen up. If you want to move one cell to the right, just hit the tab key on your keyboard. And of course, you can also use the normal right arrow key. If you want to move one cell to the left, then hold Shift and hit the tab key, or just use the left arrow key. If you want to jump straight into a specific cell, then type Control G, and what that's going to do is it's going to open up the Go To box. So just type the cell reference that you want. So I'll type B24 as an example. And if I hit enter, it takes me straight to B24. So if I do that again, so Control G, if I go to, I want to go to, let's say, F78. If I hit enter, it's now taking me to cell F78. If you want to switch between workbooks that are opened, just hit Control and Tab. just like that. And that's going to switch you between workbooks that are open. If you want to jump right to the edge of your data or table, press Control and arrow keys. So similar to the very first one we just went through, all I'm doing is hitting Control and down, Control and up to the top, Control and the right arrow key, Control down. So just use your arrow keys whilst you're holding the Control button. And that's going to help you move quickly to the last row or the last column, or even all the way back to the first row and column. If you want to convert your data into a table, just select your entire data set and then hit Control T. And then make sure my table has headers is selected. Click OK. And then in this box right here, the name box, you can give your table a name. So let's just call this bike rentals table. If I hit enter. Now, if you want to find the names of your tables and ranges, just hit Control and F3. And that's going to open up the Names Manager window. So every single time you give your range or table a name, Excel is going to list it inside this window. If you want to select the whole column, use Control space. If you want to select a whole row, use Shift space. Use Control A to select your entire data set if you're inside a table, and then press it twice if you want to select the entire data set. So use Control A to select your entire data set if you're inside the table, and press it twice if you want to select the entire sheet. If you want to select more than one cell in any direction, hold Shift and then press your arrow keys. So that's going to allow you to highlight cells without touching your mouse, and you're going to need this a lot. If you want to select all the way to the end of your data in a column or row, hit Control, Shift, and then your arrow keys. So that's going to help you select entire ranges of data in seconds. So if you want to select all the way to the end of your data in a row or column, hit Control, Shift, and your arrow keys. So that's going to help you select entire ranges quickly. Use Control and click if you want to select specific cells that are not next to each other. So if I just want to select all these random cells, I'm holding the Control key as I'm clicking each of the cells. And you can also use it to deselect cells as well. So if I want to deselect this one, I'm still holding the Control key. I'm still holding the Control key as I'm clicking each of the cells that I've just selected. And that will deselect the cells for me. So if I've clicked into my data set and I want to select the entire range, I can also hit Control, Shift, and asterisk. And that's going to grab all connected cells in my data. So it's similar to hitting Control A, but that's only if I've clicked inside my data. So Control, Shift, asterisk. So if I'm not clicking inside my data, if I do that again, it's not going to select all of that data for me. So I have to be inside the data set for that to work. If you want to filter your data set, hit Control Shift L. And if you want to turn it off, hit Control Shift L again. So that's going to toggle between filtering your data and not filtering your data. If you want to select all the visible cells in your data and skip the hidden rows, hit Alt and semicolon. So that's going to skip all the data that's hidden from this filter. So let's imagine you want to select all the values inside this column. What you want to do is first hit Control space to select your entire column, and then hit Control and then hit Alt and semicolon, and then hit Control C to copy your data. And that's going to now copy all of the values inside this column. So if I was to do this, let's say let's even do it for this one. So I'm going to select the entire column, and then I'm going to hit Alt, semicolon, and then I'm going to hit copy. If I go to another data set and just paste the values, as you can see, it's managed to select only the values that were visible inside this column. If you want to edit the specific cell that you're in, just hit F2 inside that cell. So if I want to change this to like business park and logistics, it's a random word, I can do that. And if I want to unchange that, then I can do Control Z. And if I want to, let's say, edit that, I can also change this to, let's say, supply chain. And if you're in the middle of typing something into Excel, so let's say I went to the park and found gold bars. If you don't want that added into your data set, you can just hit escape and it's not going to include it. If I want to leave a comment or note inside the cell, all I need to do is press Shift and F2. And then I could just add a note there. I can say, make sure you check if downtown contains the list of supplies we spoke about. There we go. And you can expand it just like that. You can just adjust it as you see fit. And if I hover over it, you're going to see there's a comment that we've just left. So that's useful for adding reminders or you want to provide an explanation into something. You can also open up the right-click menu without using your mouse. So if you want to do it on the keyboard, hit Shift and F10, and that's going to open up the right-click menu for you without needing to touch your mouse. So there you go. You can cut, you can copy, you can format cells, all without touching your mouse. So let's look at a few formatting shortcuts. If you want to make your text bold, just hit Control B. If you want to make your text italics, hit Control I. And if you want to add underline to your text, hit Control U. Use Control 1 to open up the Format Cells window. So once you hit Control 1, this opens up and this will expose you to different options on how you want to format your data. So if you want to add fill to your data, you can do that. If you want to protect certain cells, you can do that. And that's all by pressing Control 1. Now let's have another data set opened. If you want to align your values to the left, hit Alt and then H, A, L. If you want to align it to the center, then hit Alt, H, A, C. And as you can see, all the values are now aligned right down the middle. So if you want it aligned to the right, then hit Alt, H, A, R. And that will align everything to the right. So let's imagine we create a price column. And I'll assign random prices to this. So that's 100, that's 200. What I can do is I can automatically fill the rest down. If Excel notices a pattern, like even if it's names or formatting numbers, Excel can actually fill the rest for us. So all we need to do is enter that empty cell and hit Control E. And Excel is going to fill all of the rest of the values for us because it's noticing a pattern in the previous two cells. And it's just going to copy it down. If I want to change all of these into a currency, I can hit Control Shift $, and it's going to format it to the currency of my choice. So of course, this is pound sterling. You can change the currency to one of your choice by just going into the Home tab. Under Number, you're going to see Accounting Number Formats. Just click the drop down. You can change your formats there, or you can click on More Accounting Formats. And of course, you can use the Control 1 shortcut to go straight into your currency. So under the Number tab, just go to the category Currency, and then you can change it to a currency of your choice. So we can say Canadian dollars if you want, and click OK. I'm going to click Cancel for now. And let's just say we have a percentage. So I'm going to enter a bunch of random numbers, and then we'll do flash fill again. So if I want to convert this to percentage, I hit Control Shift percentage sign, and there we have it. Now, if I just have a bunch of numbers, let's also add, let's say 200, 400. In fact, let's make these big numbers. Start with 2000, 4000, 4000. So let me just drag this down. So if I hit Control Shift exclamation mark, that's going to turn these into numbers and it's going to add the thousand separators and the decimal points. So if I just want to change this to whole numbers only, so in other words, no decimal points, I'm going to click on decrease decimal. So if you want to add borders to your data set, you can hit Alt and then HB. You have the option to add different types of borders you want. So if you want all borders, then you can type A, or if you just want, let's say, the bottom border only, hit O. And then if you want, let's say, the left, you can do HBL after hitting Alt. And if you want right, then HBR. And of course, you can actually select your entire data set and hit Control Shift and the and sign. And that will wrap your data with borders. If you want to auto fit with column width, so in other words, if your data looks scrunched up like this and you feel like there's data that's hiding because everything's scrunched up together, what you can do is select your entire data set and hit Alt HOI. And that's going to automatically fit the column width. And let's say the same applies to your rows. If you have a data set that looks like this and everything just looks like it's squeezed together, or there are rows hiding behind rows, then select your entire data set and hit Alt HOA. And that's going to auto fit your row height. So use that when your text is cut off or the rows are too cramped. If you want to open up the conditional formatting menu, all you have to do is hit Alt HL, and that's going to open up conditional formatting. So if you want to highlight cells, then you can hit H after that. And then if I want to format cells that are greater than a certain number, I hit G. So if I do that again, I want to highlight cells that are greater than, let's say, 60. So I'm going to hit Alt HL HG, and then I type 60, I hit enter, and there we have it. So you want to be careful. Make sure you select the values only. If I go into a random cell and then type in Shift F3, this is going to open up the insert function dialog. And this is going to help me search for a function and then show me what it does and what arguments it needs. So I can scroll through this and click on any function I like. So I'm just going to click on the sum function. I'm going to click OK. And then, as you can see, this is telling me what I can include inside it. So I'm going to click OK. And as you can see, it's managed to sum up all of these values. Now, I'm going to type in another random function. So let's add in average, and then I'm just going to find the average of all of that. Use the control and grave accent key. So that's going to be under the escape key. So I repeat, use the control and grave accent key that's under the escape key. So I'm going to type that in. So what this is going to do is it's going to show all the formulas I'm currently using inside this sheet. So that's an easy way to check every single formula I'm using inside this sheet. As you can see, I'm using that sum function, I'm using this sum function, I'm using this average function. And that's all because I've typed in the control and grave accent key. So if I type it again, control grave accent key, I return back to this normal view. So you can toggle between that. So if I type it one more time, you're going to see all the functions and formulas I'm using inside this sheet. Now, let me show you something else that's interesting. So let me just switch back to that. So if I just click into this, so the control and left square bracket will take you to the cells your formula is using. So if I just show you once again, if I just come out of this, we already know if we double click into that, we can see that. But you can also use control and left square bracket. And that's going to show you all of the cells or numbers that your formula is currently using. Now you can do it the other way around too. If I select all of these cells, I can hit control and right square bracket. That's going to show me which formula relies on those numbers. So that's useful if I want to trace what parts of my logic is depending on what. So remember, use the control and left square bracket to figure out what cells your formula is using. And if you were to enter or select, let's say, any value of your choice, you can find out what formulas are actually using those cells. So as you can see, it looks like this cell and that cell contain formulas that are using the numbers I've just selected. Now, let's create duplicates, right? Let's just create a whole range of duplicates. If I want to remove the duplicates without having to use my mouse, all I need to do is press Alt AM, and that is going to bring this box up. Now, if I just drag this down, all I need to do is just hit the tab until I find OK, and hit enter, and then all the duplicates are removed. If you want to open up text to columns, then hit Alt AE. If you want to clear the formatting in your data, but you want to keep the values inside it, then use Alt HEF. So if I want to apply that to my entire data set, just going to select everything and then Alt HEF. And there we have it. So if I want to sort a column in ascending order, then I hit Alt HSS. And as you can see, all this is now in ascending order. In other words, it's in alphabetical order. If I want to do it the other way around or in descending, then I type in Alt HSO. If I want to create an entirely new sheet instantly, I type Shift F11. As you can see, I'll do it again. If I want to create a new sheet, I type Shift F11. If I want to rename my current sheet, I type Alt HOR, and then I give this a new name. So I call it Test Worksheet 101. If I want to navigate between different sheets, I hit Control and press Page Up and Page Down. So if I want to go back to this sheet, I just hit Control and Page Down. If I want to go all the way back to our new sheet, I hit Control and Page Up. You can also hide columns by highlighting the entire column and hitting Control O. So if I want to hide the visit date column, I select the entire column and then hit Control O. But if I want to bring it back, then I'm going to need to adjust the column width. So if I just select E and G columns and then hit Alt HOI, that's going to bring it back. So if I do the same for column C, I select columns B and D and then hit Alt HOI, and it's going to bring it back. Now, if I want to delete a sheet, I hit Alt HDS and it's deleted a sheet. So if I go into this test worksheet 101, I hit Alt and then HDS, and then that sheet's gone. So just be careful to make sure you save anything important before using that. There is another way to add a new sheet as well. So if you want to add a new sheet, what you can do is hit Alt HIS. That also adds a new sheet. So that's similar to Shift F11, which will also add a sheet. If you want to insert today's date, then use Control and semicolon. So this is obviously the date where I'm recording this. If I do that again, Control, semicolon. And if you want to insert the current time, press Control, Shift, and then semicolon. So this is 3:41. If I do that again, Control, Shift, semicolon. Now let's imagine I copy all of these values. If I want to paste this horizontally instead of vertically, as you can see, if I copy all of this, this data is vertical right now. In other words, it's from top to bottom. If I want to paste this horizontally, in other words, from left to right, I press Control, Alt, V, and then I can type E. And that's going to hit transpose. And I hit OK. So that's useful if you want to flip from rows to columns. So that works vice versa as well. So if I select all of this, copy all of that, and then hit Control Alt V, and then press E, and then hit OK, it's back from columns to rows. Let me go back to our data set. So let's go to this data set. So if I change this to a table, and I call this, let's say test table. If I want to scroll down, but I want to still keep my columns, I can see the column names there. But if I actually want to freeze the panes, what I can do is I can select this row and then type Alt WFF. So as I go down, the column names are still visible. And if I want to remove that, then just type Alt WFF again. So if you want to create a pivot table, select your entire data set, and then hit Alt NVT, and then hit Enter. And you can create your pivot table just like that. So if I want start location, then values there, I have my pivot table just like that. And there you have it. So those are a few Excel shortcuts that will supercharge your productivity as you get comfortable with Excel. There are so many more that I can go through, but that will be in a future video. So Make sure you subscribe to the channel so that you can see it all. But I hope you learned something new today. Stay blessed. This is day 30 of the 30-day Excel challenge. And you've now made it to the final project of this challenge. We've worked with formulas, pivots, slicers, cleaning messy data, designing dashboards, and we've touched on macros. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to work on a realistic data project that you're probably going to find in the real world. So let's get into it. So imagine you're working with an edtech startup and it's called LearnFlow. And what they want to do is they want to rethink how we educate ourselves online. So throughout 2024, they ran a few experiments with members from their existing user base. And what they did was they split them into different focus groups, and each focus group tested early product features and designs over the course of the year. So that included blog tools. So that would be newsletters and blogs with different lengths and sizes, video formats. So short form videos, long form videos, and feedback widgets. So as the users were interacting with these features, LearnFlow recorded their clicks. So how many clicks they made on their mouse, how long they stayed on the page, their scroll depth, so how far they scrolled into the page before they moved to another page, and feedback on features, demographic data like age, gender, location, and design pattern tags. So whether it was playful or minimalistic, etc. Now, the team wants to know what features worked best, how did different users behave, what patterns drove engagement. They're not sure how to put all of these spreadsheets together to give them these answers. In other words, the insights they need are hiding behind the data they've given us. And what we need to do is we need to help them prepare the data so they can understand how the users have responded to these product features. So the first thing we need to do is understand what the team actually needs. So in other words, what are the team's questions? The first thing you must do is start with the human, not the tool. And that means before you talk about any tool or technology, ask the team what they want to know. So if you're directing it to the team, what questions do you have that you need answers to? And if you had these answers, what will that make you do differently? Let's imagine that this is the team's response. So the first thing they want to find out is what features are people using the most? And this is going to help them prioritize what's working, and they can phase out any features that are being ignored. And number two, which design tags are resonating most with users? So knowing this will help them know which design patterns led to more users engaging with the service. Number three, do different types of users behave differently? So by age, maybe by gender, by job. So instead of a one size fits all design, the team now want to tailor the experience to each user group. So this is why they want to know the answer to that. Number four, what kind of feedback are we getting from users? So we need to surface any friction points, any bugs, and even any positive surprises directly from the users. Number five, do users like the features more over time? Number six, are any features underperforming? So we need to flag any issues before they grow larger. And number seven, is our data clean and reliable? So we also need to highlight any issues with the raw data itself. So these are the strategic questions made by the team. In other words, these are areas they want to understand so they know what to fix or act on. So the next thing we need to find out is what format do they want this in? So at the moment or before, everything is done across multiple spreadsheets and multiple tabs. And what they want is they want everything on a single dashboard. So they want a single dashboard that answers all of these questions. And it should contain things like KPIs and summary cards, behavior charts, sentiment analysis. All that has to be available for them. I'm going to show you step by step how to do that. So the next thing we need to do is explore the data. So we're going to have a peek at the data sets before building anything. And this exercise, what you want to do is you want to get a notebook and you want to write down all the interesting things you notice about the data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just open up the data set. In fact, I'll just open up everything. So as you're exploring the data, so I'm just going to drag all the data sets to this section. You want to find out what columns exist first. So which fields are categories, which ones are numerical, which ones are dates, and which ones are ID columns. And then the next thing you want to do is you want to now highlight what data issues exist. So in other words, How many duplicates can you find? How many missing cells or missing entries can you see? And that's going to set you up nicely when you're cleaning the data. So the more you can uncover here, the easier preparing the data will be for you. For example, this data set already, you can see that there are a lot of missing values inside. And there's probably duplicates hiding as well. So we need to make sure we address that when we're cleaning the data. But it's important that you note all this down so that as you're cleaning the data, it's a smoother experience for you. But before we clean the data, we actually need to know how each of these tables connect with each other. And this is where we now move into data modeling. If you remember, on day 25, we went through how to build a data model. And we also spoke about the difference between a fact table and a dimension table. Just to refresh your memory, a fact table is just a list of events, and an event is just something that's happened in the past. So you can say a fact table gives you a list of all the things that has happened in the past. So each row in a fact table is something that's happened at some point in time. For example, user A clicked on the sign up button on the 5th of April. That's an event, and that will be a row inside a fact table. And then user B gave feedback on, let's say, the pricing button and gave it 1 out of 5 ratings. So these are events, and the fact table will record them as a timestamp, so when it happened, a user ID, so the person who did it, a feature ID, and a number we can measure, so like click count or time spent and things like that. In general, not in every case, but in general, if you want to count or sum or average anything, you're probably going to do it with a fact table. Now, a dimension table is a list of things that give context to the facts. So this is where you're going to have things like names, labels, and categories stored. So for example, if the fact table says user B did something, the user dimension table will actually give you the name of user B. Now, if the fact table said feature 24 was clicked in location G, the features dimensions table will tell you what the feature is actually called. And the locations dimensions table will show you the actual location. The fact table will only tell you what happened. And the dimension table will tell you who did it, when it happened, and what else is connected to it. If you want to decide what's a fact table and what's a dimension table, what you can do is you can ask yourself some simple questions. Number one, does this table record events or actions that has happened or is happening? If the answer is yes, then it's a fact table. Number two, does this table describe who, what, where, or when? If the answer is yes, then it's a dimension table. And I probably should add, number three, does this table connect two other different tables together? And does each item appear more than once in it? If the answer is yes, then it's a bridge table. And we're going to explore what that looks like in a few moments. So what we now need to do is we need to look at our data sets, right? And we need to now categorize whether they're facts or dimensions. I need to actually drag all of this into this section. If you understand what a fact table is and a dimension table is, then you're putting yourself ahead of most people in the data scene. So let's start with the users table. How do you know whether this is a fact or dimension table? This is describing a bunch of users. This is not recording any events about anything that's happened in the past. So this will be a dimension table. So let's go on to tags. So is tags a fact or dimensions table? Well, this contains a list of design tags. This doesn't contain anything that's happened in the past or the present. So this will be classified as a dimension table. Let's go to scroll depth. The scroll depth contains a list of different users that have scrolled across a page. As you can see, there's a scroll ID, there's a user ID, there's a feature ID. This is a list of events. And these are things that have happened in the past because you have session dates. This can be classified as a fact table. And one other way you can determine whether it's a fact or dimension table is if it has multiple IDs from different tables. This is likely the primary key for this table, but this is coming from the user table. This is coming from the feature table. So that means you can join them with other tables outside of this. But in other words, the scroll depth is a fact table. Now, the click logs table. Let's just expand this. Is this a fact or dimension table? Well, as you can see, we have timestamps of things that have happened in the past. And this is the click ID. So this uniquely identifies each click a user has made on different features. And this is the time spent. So we can actually class this as a facts table. Now, what else do we have inside here? We have the features table. So this is a list of different features that we mentioned earlier. This is what the focus groups will be spending their time on. Now, this is the feature ID column. That's the primary key that uniquely identifies each record in this table. And the fact that these are actually describing each of the features, as you can see, we have the feature names and we have product owners. This will be a dimension table because it's giving context to the features mentioned in the scroll log table, the click log table, and so on. Now, the dates will be a dimension table because we just have a list of dates. It's good practice to include a dates dimensions table when you're creating data models. It's so that you can standardize the dates because sometimes you have different tables that contain dates in different formats and you just want to normalize everything and just make sure that the dates that you're referring to are using a consistent dating convention. In the real world, you'll probably have this date dimension table a bit more robust, but this is a simplified version just for the sake of this project. And you have the feedback log. The feedback log, this contains all the feedback given by users. And these are events that have happened in the past. You can see timestamp. So clearly, it's something that's either happening right now or it's happening in the past. So based on what I can see here, we have feedback ID column, user ID column, feature ID column. So you can actually join these to other dimension tables to give context to what's already here. Because we don't know what the feature name is, we don't know who the user is, we would need to refer to the dimension tables to give context to the facts that we can see here. So therefore, we can declare this as a facts table. The last one is teams. So this is a dimension table because this simply contains the list of teams and the name of their departments, the name of their team leads. We don't really see any events. There's no actions taking place. It's just descriptive information. As a good practice, what I would recommend is documenting all of these distinctions inside an Excel spreadsheet so that you're able to distinguish which ones are fact tables, which ones are dimension tables, and which ones are bridge tables. I don't think we actually let's also pick out the components tag. I actually didn't mention that one. So the component tags table, if you notice, we have a feature ID column and a tag column. The tag column is actually coming from the tags table. If you see here, you notice this is tags. And the feature ID column is coming from the features column. So this is the primary key for this. So let's just go back into this. This is a unique table because this is actually not, we're not actually going to use this table for any analytics. We're not actually pulling information from this. The only purpose this table is serving is that it's connecting two different tables that would have been many-to-many relationships. We want to connect the features table to the tags table. And the only possible way to do that without having the many-to-many relationships occurring is by creating a bridge table. This is the table that will help the features table talk to the tags table without there being many issues. We're not pulling information from it. We don't need any information from it. It's just to help two tables connect with each other. I recommend you creating a spreadsheet where you document all of this, right? I've actually created a spreadsheet already, and this will help you plan your data model better. These are the list of tables we just went through, and I've documented each of them, right? What this contains is it contains a list of tables and the type of table it is. So remember, we distinguished whether it was a fact table, a dimension table, or a bridge table. And this is me justifying the distinction between each of these tables. The first thing we need to do is we need to design the data model. We need to connect the fact and dimension tables together so that we're able to now build reports and dashboards out of. And then we need to clean and prepare the data. So before we can actually benefit from the data model, we have to make sure that the data is high quality first. So it means that we have to identify any issues with it and address them straight away and prepare the data in such a way that it allows us to create powerful dashboards. And then the final thing we need to do is build the actual dashboard, right? And that's self-explanatory. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to model the data. And that means we have to establish relationships between the tables. We've already started by listing the different tables that are available. So what you need to do now is list the tables and their columns inside a spreadsheet. And this forces us to consciously see what we're working with all in one place. I have all the tables and I have all their columns, and I've described what each of these columns do, and I've identified their key types. So don't worry, guys, I'm going to leave all of this in the video description. I'll leave the GitHub link to all the resources we share inside this project. Another sheet that I recommend you creating is a relationship mapping table. If sheet 1 is for listing the tables and their columns, sheet 2 will be used to plan the relationships, right? So as you can see here, we have table 1, table 2, column field, relationship type, why it works, whether it's completed. So this sheet is just justifying how the relationships between the tables work in the real world before we actually draw them. So we also want to draw what each of these relationships look like, because it's just when things are in pictures, it's just easier to work with. Things are easier to grasp when you put them in diagrams or pictures, as opposed to just having them in spreadsheets. And the most important part of this table is the relationship type and why it works. So for example, table 1 has users and table 2 has click logs. So my technique is usually putting the dimension tables inside table 1 and then the corresponding fact tables that each of them can join with in table 2. You now ask yourself, what fields can each of these tables connect with? So for users and click logs, the common field between them is user ID. And then you ask, what type of relationship can be established between them? One to many, many to one, or in this case, it's one to many. So you need to justify with yourself why you think it's a one to many relationship. So for my reason, I said one user can perform many clicks, but each click belongs to only one user. So as you guys can see, I have my mouse right here. So I can make many clicks on a feature. Let's say, for example. However, each click you can see is only made by me. You can't have two people clicking on my mouse at the same time. And even if you do that, it's only going to be registered to one account, which will be my account, which is the active account. If you want, you can have a completed checklist, right? So this is actually made for when we're creating the data model itself. So for now, I'm going to write N because we haven't completed any of these. And you can see that it's conditional formatting that's being used. But once you justify one relationship, then you do the same for all the other relationships. Step 2 will be sketching the tables. You need to now use the spreadsheet to sketch the tables so that we can visually see what they look like in the diagram. Once again, I've already done this for you just to save you time. So as you can see, this is what it looks like. So this is very rough, by the way, but in a future video, I'm going to break down everything you need to create an entity relationship diagram the right way. So this diagram is a clear visual map that helps us plan our joins when we get to that phase. But once you've done all of this, what we can now do is we can now create the data model inside Power Pivots. And that means we load the data into Power Pivot, we clean the data in Power Query wherever necessary, and then we use this entity relationship diagram to guide how we connect the tables together inside Power Pivot. Let's now move into Power Query to load the data and clean it and prepare it so that we can now create our data model. I'm going to go into the Data tab, and then I'm going to click on From Text CSV. And then I'm just going to scroll all the way down to day 30 so that I can pull the data. And then I'll just start the click logs. So I'm just going to go one by one and just load all the data into Power Query. So I'm going to click Transform Data. And then what I'm going to do for now, I'm going to actually click the drop down next to Close and Load, and then click Close and Load To. And then I'm going to click Only Create Connection. And then I'm going to check Add this to the data model, and then click OK. So what I'm doing now is I'm loading all the data sets into the system first, and then I'll clean it. So we've now loaded all the data sets into Power Query, and it's now also inside Power Pivot. So if you want to see what it looks like inside Power Pivot, just click on the Power Pivot tab, click on Manage, And then as you can see, these are all the tables inside Power Pivot. We've just uploaded these. If I just click on diagram view, as you can see, these are all the tables we've just uploaded. So one thing I've noticed is I'm just going to organize this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move all the fact tables to the right, and then I'm going to put all the dimension tables to the left, just so that it's easy for us to read and scan. If you look at each of these tables, you're going to notice that there's a problem. This says column 1, column 2, and column 3. This says column 1, column 2. Some of these haven't actually been uploaded properly, or at least there is a bit of data preparation we need to do before we're able to use this for any reporting. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to close this. I'm going to click the logs, and I need to highlight all the issues that we can see in our data. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create copies out of each of these. I just want to make sure that we're using the first row as headers. So let me just click on use first row as headers so that we have the header name showing again. So let's just click into each table. I just want to make sure that the same is applied to all the other ones. So let's click on use first row as headers. The next thing I want to do is create a copy of each table so that we can track how messy it was before we clean it. So I'm going to copy this, then just paste it there, and I'm going to name this underscore issues. What we can do is we can actually create a new group. We can call this, let's call this issues before cleaning data, or before data cleaning. We can even add a description if we want. This records, this is a copy of the tables before data cleaning was applied. And then I could just drag the tables into there. Now let me just copy all of these component tags. This wouldn't be necessary. So we want to be selective with the tables that we're creating copies out of. So we can use dates table because that's important. Same for features. Then feedback log. Then scroll depth. Then tags. And then do teams. So remember, guys, a majority of data analytics is just cleaning the data. So this is where you're going to spend most of your time. So it's important you build the muscles now. Right. I'll tell you what, just for the sake of consistency, we'll do the components tag as well. We're leaving nothing to chance. I'm actually going to create flags for each of these issues tables so that we're able to highlight if there are any problems with any of the records we see. So I'm going to click on add column. I'm going to click on custom column. So I'm going to add a missing value flag column, right? So this is going to highlight any records that have missing data inside it. So if there are any empty or blank cells inside the record that we're in, you're going to now flag it as missing. Otherwise, you'll flag it as okay. So I'm going to name this missing flag. And then we're going to write a little bit of M code. I'll walk you through how this works, so don't be intimidated by it. It's actually quite simple. So what I'm going to tell this is if the user ID is null or the feature ID is also null or blank, then return the word missing. Otherwise, return the word okay. And I'm going to click OK. So if there are any values in the user ID or feature ID fields that are empty, return the word missing. Otherwise, return the word OK. So I'm going to apply the same logic to all the other ones. Before I do that, I'm going to add another flag. And this time, I'm going to highlight if there are any duplicates in the dataset. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the user ID column, the feature ID column, and the click timestamp columns. And then I'm going to go to home and then click on group by. And then I'm going to name this group rows. And then I'm going to change the operation to all rows. and I'm going to click OK. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add a custom column. And then I'm going to name this duplicate flag. So what I'm going to tell this is if the row count, or the table row count, for the grouped rows that we've just created is greater than 1. So in other words, if the row count for the grouped rows is greater than 1, then return the word duplicates. Otherwise, simply return OK. So that's going to highlight all the duplicates it finds inside this dataset. And remember, we're not touching the original data. We've made copies so that we can do these data quality checks. And then we can expand the columns within the grouped rows field back to how it was before. So I'm going to click OK. And there you have it. You can actually delete the user ID, feature ID, and click timestamp columns for this. Then just keep all of these again. So this was only done just to find out how many issues we have inside this data set. And repeat that same process for all the issue tables, because we're going to create a pivot table that summarizes how many duplicates we've got in the raw data set and how many missing values exist in the raw data set, so that we can flag this with the data owners. Now, the next thing I want to do is add a source table column to each of the issues tables. So that way, once we merge all of the issues tables together, then we're able to identify what records come from what tables. So this is simple. Go to add columns and then click on custom column. And then just type in, just call it source table. And then we're going to name this the click logs table. So we'll just type in click logs. And then I'm going to hit OK. And then I simply apply the same process to all the other tables. So custom column, then call this source table. So this one is the components tags, component tags. Then click OK. Right, so I've now done that. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to now unpivot the flags. So that means I need to select the missing flag column and the duplicate flag column for the table I'm in. And then I click on transform and then click on unpivot columns. So this is going to turn each issue type into rows instead of columns, as you can see here. And I'm just going to name attributes issue type. And I'm going to rename value to issue status. And once again, you're just going to repeat the same process for all the other issue flags you've created inside the other tables. So I'm going to now click the drop down next to issue status, and I'm going to deselect OK. We're left with the ones with the issues. And I'll apply the same to all the other ones I've sorted out. Okay. So deselect OK for issue status. Deselect OK. The next thing to do is to now summarize the issue counts. So I'm going to select the source table, issue type, and issue status columns. And then I'm going to click on group by under the transform tab. And then I'm going to name this issue count. And then I'll leave operation as count rows. And then I'm going to click OK. So now it's managed to summarize how many issues occurred in the raw data set. And you can see we have 20 duplicates found inside the click logs raw data. I'm going to rename this to click logs issues summary. I'm going to apply the same process to the others as well. So I'm going to select source table, issue type, and issue status. Click on group by, and then I'm going to name this issue counts. Let's combine all of these tables into one summary table. So how do we do that? So I'm going to go to home, and then I'm going to click on append queries dropdown, and then I'm going to click append queries as new. And then I'm going to click on 3 or more tables, and then I'm just going to select the summary tables we've just created. So features, issues, summary, scroll depth, issues, summary, and users, issues, summary. And then I'm going to click OK. And what that's going to do is it's going to concatenate all of those tables and create one new table for me. So now we have one clean summary table that's managed to summarize all the issues that existed inside our raw data set. So now let me just name this issues summary, or we can call this data issues summary. Actually, we'll name this data quality summary. That's more effective. I'm going to click on close and load to. Then we only want to create a connection, and we want to add this to the data model. We want to now clean the original data. So we'll just let this load all the data sets into Power Pivot, and then we'll commence the data cleaning phase. Okay, I think we're ready. So this should actually be simple because all we have to do now is just click on the data quality summary and see where the issues are located. So according to the data quality summary, the click logs has 20 duplicate values. So what I need to do is I need to select this entire data set, click on remove rows, and then remove duplicates. And then hopefully all our duplicates are now removed. So if I want to quickly check that, let me just select click ID, user ID, feature ID, and then go to group by. Then I'm just going to click on, I'm going to call this grouped rows, and then just select all rows for the operation. And then I'll just add a custom column very quickly. So I just want to highlight any duplicates that may exist. So if row counts, let's do that again. That's greater than 1. Then return duplicates. Otherwise, return OK. Right, let me just deselect that. And as you can see, all the duplicates are finally gone. So that worked. So let me just get rid of all that. I'm going to go into grouped rows and then delete until end. And there we have it. So we've managed to delete all the duplicates inside the click logs table. So what other issues do we have? So the features has duplicate records and missing records. So for the missing records, we're actually not going to deal with that. We're simply going to highlight it and leave it as is. But the duplicates we can get rid of. So let's apply the same process. We select the entire data set, click on removed rows, remove duplicates. That should do the trick. And then scroll depth has the same issue. So let's remove all the duplicates. And then finally, the users has duplicates as well. So let's remove that. And that should be it. What we can now do is we can now begin defining the relationships between our tables. So let's just wait for it to be completed. And there we go. As you can see, the duplicates have been removed. So let's go into Power Pivot. Then I'm going to go into Diagram View. So it's managed to load all the issues tables as well. So I'm just going to drag this all the way to the bar right because we don't need them. Just going to move them as far to the right as we can because we actually don't need this for our project. But the data quality summary we do need, so I'll just drag it all the way to the other side. In fact, we can zoom out temporarily, then just drag it like this. There we go. In fact, let's drag the fact tables somewhere here. So now what we can do is we can now begin establishing relationships between the tables. If you guys remember, we actually created the data model or an entity relationship diagram. And this is basically a representation of how the different tables can connect with each other. We need to replicate this inside Power Pivot. So what we can do is we can start by just modeling what each of these look like, or how each of these are positioned. So I'll just drag this here. So the features are on top, the tags are right below it, the users are just below there, and the dates are right there. For this project, we actually don't need the teams table. So what we can do is we can just simply drag that all the way to the right and dump it there. Okay, let's move feedback logs to the top, scroll depth to the middle, and then keep click logs there. By the way, we can also bring this up. So if you guys remember the relationship mapping sheet. So the users, let's start with the users. The user ID can connect with the click logs table. So I'll just drag that there. That should be a one-to-many relationship. And there you have it. So we managed to connect these two together. So we can take this off our spreadsheet. The users and scroll depth tables connect. So let me drag the user's ID from the users table to the scroll depth table. We can also tick that off our spreadsheet. So how do we justify that relationship? One user can scroll through many features, and each scroll is from one user. So if you remember my mouse, one user can scroll through many features. So I can scroll up, I can scroll down, but each scroll is only made by one user. So you're not catching more than one person scrolling up and down, are you? And in the real world, there's a strong chance it's only one person doing that too. Now, the next one is users and feedback log. So let's drag the user ID from the users table to the user ID inside the feedback log. And that's another relationship we've established. Because one user can give multiple feedback entries, and each one is tied to a single user. I can say this feature is great, need more. But that comment came from myself, and I can make another feedback. So I can say feature is too slow, not recommended. So each feedback came from myself. You can also tie each of these feedback to myself. And you can both tie these comments to one person, which is Stephen. So that's basically what's going on right here. Right, the next one is the features table. So the features and the click logs tables need to connect. So let's now connect the feature ID from the features table to the one in the click logs table. So I'm just going to drag the feature ID from there, and I'm going to connect it to the click logs. Let's see if it works. And as you can see, that's another one-to-many relationship established. So I'm going to mark that as done. And the next one will be the features and scroll depth connection. So we're going to connect both of them through the feature ID column. So let me just drag the feature ID from the features table once again. And then I'm going to drag it to the one inside of scroll depth table. And that seemed to have worked. So I can take that off. Then take that off. And then the features and components tags. So this is our bridge table. Now, I did mention it earlier. So what I'm going to do is let me connect it first, and then walk you through what this is about. So one feature can have multiple emotional tags, and one tag can be linked to many features. So if we were to connect these two together directly, that will create a many-to-many relationship. And we need to pull the insights connecting these two tables together in a clean way. So one of the ways to do that is by creating a bridge table, which is the components tags table. So what I've done is I've converted one many-to-many relationship into two one-to-many relationships. So the reason why I'm going with this one is because this is cleaner and easier to read and manage than this one. Once again, in future videos, I'll dive deep into data modeling much more so that you can understand the ins and outs of fact tables, dimension tables, bridge tables, and everything else in between. We've established a relationship between the features table and the component tags table. Now we need to do the same thing for the tags and component tags table. There we have it. The final one is features and themes. Now, I've already said we're not using themes for this because we're not actually creating any visuals related to that. And why is that? Because the team never asks for any insights around their teams. So we don't want to answer a question that the team did not ask for unless we can justify the ROI that comes from it. In this situation, we can't justify the ROI. In other words, the return on investment. If we were to create any visuals around this, how does that impact the team? Do they care about the ROI that's coming from this specific question that we're about to answer? If the answer is no, then we eliminate it. So that's how ruthless you have to be when it comes to these type of projects. Let's actually look at what we have so far. But what we can do is we can actually establish a relationship between the dates and the feedback look through the timestamp. If we converted the timestamp to dates, then we can do that. In fact, we should. So let me go back to, I believe it's features or feedback log. Let's go back to feedback log. We're going to convert all the timestamps to dates. We'll add a new step. And then we just close the load. Right. So if I zoom out, you can now see that we have our data model. So if I was to just drag this out, just to make it a bit more readable, we have all of our dimension tables on the left. We have our bridge table in the middle. And we've got our fact tables on the right. And we've managed to establish relationships between each of these tables. So the next step is to create the DAX measures that will help us answer the questions that the team gave us. So let's switch to data view. Now we're going to create DAX measures and we're going to go question by question. And the first question we're going to start with is, what features are people actually using? Or which features are people using the most? The first measure we're going to create is the click count measure. And that's going to tell us how often people clicked on different features. So we're going to go into the click logs table, and I'm going to click on the bottom empty area underneath the table. And then I'm going to type in click count, and then I'll type in a colon followed by the equal sign. And now I'm going to use the count rows function. And that's going to count all the rows inside this table. And then I'm just going to type in click logs so that it knows I'm talking about that. And then I hit enter. Then if I just expand this column a little bit, you can see it's managed to create the measure. The next measure I'm going to create is the average time measure. So what this one's going to do is, this is going to tell us how much time a user spent on each feature on average. So I'm sure you would have guessed, I'm going to use the average function. And I'm going to use the time spent in seconds column for this inside the click logs table. I hit enter, and there we go. Now the third measure I'm going to create is the average scroll by tag. So this is going to show us how far the user has scrolled. So that's going to be a strong engagement signal. All this is going to make sense as we progress through the project. So I'm going to use the calculate function. Let me just expand the formula bar for a moment. I'm going to break into a new line. And then I use the average function. And I'm going to use the scroll ascent. inside the scroll depth table. And then I'm going to break into a new line. The next argument is going to be treat as. Then I'm going to use values. Then I'm going to use the feature ID in the components tab table. And then the feature ID, let me use the one inside the scroll depth table. And then I'm going to close that with another bracket. Let's see if this works. And there you go. So the second question we want to ask is, which design tags are performing well? The next measure we're going to create is the average sentiment by tag. So I'm going to click on the feedback log table, and then I'm just going to click the empty area under the table. And then I'll just type in average sentiment by tag. And it's going to be quite similar to the other one we just created. So I'm going to type calculate and then average. And then we're going to pull the sentiment score from the feedback log. And then we're going to use treat as values. And then we're going to use the feature ID from the components tags table. And then the feedback ID from the feedback log table. Then we close that. So don't worry about the fact that it's showing nothing. It's all good. But the next question we want to ask is, do different types of users behave differently? So what I want to propose is we create age buckets. And the reason why I'm pushing this out there is because instead of analyzing the individual ages, so in fact, let me even open up the data set so that you can see it clearly. So we have the different ages for each user. Instead of analyzing the individual ages, like 18, 19, or like 28, 38, 23, what we can do is we can actually group them into readable buckets, like 18 to 24, 25 to 34, etc. Because that's going to actually make it easy for us to visualize any trends in the data. And it's just going to make our whole process easier. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to create a new column. So I'm going to double click the add column and I'm going to call this age group. And then I'll click into the first cell inside age group. And then I'm actually going to use the switch and true functions operations. And then I break into a new line. And basically, I'm going to use the age field. So if age is less than 18, then make this group under 18. And then if age is less than or equal to 24, let's say, then this group will be 18 to 24. If age is less than or equal to 34, let's say, then we're going to make this 25 to 34. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this because I can't be bothered to write this out one by one. If age is less than or equal to 44, then let's make this between 34 or 35 and 44. If age is less than or equal to 54, then make this group between 45 and 54. Let's do one more. If age is less than or equal to 64, then make this between ages 55 and 64. Otherwise, make this 65 plus. And then I'll just close that. Okay. So this person is age 56. So they will be between 55 and 64. So that's their age group. This person is 28, so that would mean they're inside the 25 to 34 age bracket. And let's just scroll down to someone random. Let's pick you. This person is 36, so that will mean they're between ages 35 and 44. So as you can see, that's now worked. We now have a clear grouping on ages, and that's going to make it easy to break our pivots and visuals down. The next question will be question 4, and that's going to be, what kind of feedback are we getting, right? So the next measure we need to create is going to be the total feedback measure. So we're going to go back into the feedback log, and then I'm going to click underneath this, and then I'm going to type in total feedback, and I'm going to use the count A function. I'm just going to pull from the feedback ID. Let me even be specific. So feedback log. So the feedback ID from the feedback log table. And that's quite simple. So that's just going to count how many feedback entries we've received. So quite generic, nothing special there. And then the next one we're going to create is going to be the bad feedback count, right? So still inside the feedback log table, what we're going to do is we're going to create bad feedback count. And then I'm going to use calculate. And then let me break into a new line. I'm going to use count rows to count all the rows inside the feedback log table. Then feedback. And then I'm going to find what I actually need before I do this actually. So let me cancel out of this. What I need to do is I need to create a flag for all the bad feedback we've actually received. So let me go back to our source data. And then I'm going to click into feedback log. I actually need to create a flag that determines which feedback we received is actually bad. So as you can see, we have sentiment score, and each sentiment score is given by a user, and it's graded between 1 and 5. I'm going to call this bad feedback flag. We'll say, so if the sentiment score is less than or equal to, let's say 2, we'll say 2, then we'll say this is bad. Otherwise, we'll say it's good feedback. Or we'll say okay. So we can now see which feedback is bad and which one is okay. So if I just go to home and click on close and load, our feedback log is now going to contain a new flag that's going to help us determine which feedback is positive and which ones are negative. We can switch back into our data model. Okay, so let's try this again. So calculate, and then let's break into a new line. And then we're going to use count rows. And then we want to count all the rows inside the feedback log. We can now use the bad feedback flag. So we're going to filter this data to only the ones that contain negative feedback. So we're telling this to count every single bad or negative review that we've received. Let's just close that. Question number 5. So are people feeling more positive over time? So do they like the features as time goes by? So what we now need to do is we need to create a measure for average sentiment. So this is quite different from the average sentiment by tag. So I'm just going to type in average sentiment. And we're going to use the average function. And we're going to use the sentiment score. So in the pivot table, we may use this, and then we can couple that with some of the timestamp columns or the dates fields so that we can track the trend over time. So we can actually see over a period of time whether people are getting happier or maybe more upset with some of the features that they're testing out. So the next question we need to answer is, are there any features underperforming? So we need to spot the red flags in any of the features. Any features with low usage or just negative feedback in general. That's what we're trying to identify here. So we want to create a new column, and that's going to be the feature click counts. So that's going to count how many clicks each of the features got. across all the users. So we want to go into the click logs table, and then we're going to go into add column, and we're going to name this feature click count. And then we're going to type in calculate. I'm going to use count rows. Then we'll just count the rows of the entire table. And then we're going to use all except, and then click logs. And then we're going to use the feature ID column inside click logs. There, we just close all of that. So we're going to use the feature click count column to flag features with low activity. So for example, anything fewer than, let's say, 100 clicks or something like that. So I'm going to click on add column again, and then I'm going to call this low usage flag. We're going to say if the feature click count is less than, we'll say 150. So if the value inside feature click count is less than 150, then return the word low, because that's low usage. Otherwise, return OK, and then hit enter. So as you can see, all of these are fine. Are there any examples of low usage in our data? There are examples. So it's going to mark each record as low only if the feature has had under 150 clicks in total. And the final question we need to ask is our data clean and reliable? Technically, we've already done this by creating the data quality summary. That's basically answering our question. As you can see, we now know all the issues that existed inside the raw data. So we're going to surface that inside the visual once we start creating the dashboard. So we've now built the data model, and we've also prepared the data. So what we've done now is we've now managed to create the DAX measures, the calculated columns, and we've also managed to connect the tables with each other. So there's relationships between each of the tables. So what we now need to do is we now need to create pivot tables. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just name this pivot tables. Let's paste the questions here. So we'll start with this question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into Power Pivot, and then I'm going to click on Pivot Table, and then I'm going to click on Existing Worksheet. And as you can see, it selected the cell that I want. So what I'm going to need is feature name from the features table, and I'm going to drag that into the rows box. And this is probably the time where I need to reduce my cell so that you can see what's going on. The next thing I'm going to do is drag, let's say, the click count into the values. We can right click this and click sort, and we can say largest to smallest. And then what I can do is, for the sake of this example, let's click on the drop down next to row labels, value filters, and then we'll click between. Let's say between 170 and 200. So we have about 13 records returned that answer this question for us. So let me just merge and center that. The next question is, which design tags perform best? Now we need to go back into Power Pivot, click on Pivot Table, and then click on Existing Worksheet, and then click OK, because we've already selected where we want it pasted. We're going to drag the tag field into rows, and then we're going to drag the average scroll by tag into values. We're just going to reduce this to about, let's say, 2 decimal places for now. And then we can click the drop down next to row labels, click on value filters, and then let's select top 10 this time. And then we'll just leave as is. In fact, let's actually switch this to top 15. Awesome. Then the third question is, do different types of users behave differently. We go back to Power Pivot, click on Pivot Table, Existing Worksheet, click OK. And then we're going to go to Users, drag the age group into rows. And then we go to, let's say, average time into values. Or should we say average scroll by tag, which is more interesting? Actually, let's settle with average time because average scroll by tag has already been taken. So we'll stick with this. And then we'll just make this about 2 decimal places as well. Question 4 is, what kind of feedback are we getting from users? So existing worksheet. Right, for this one, it's going to be category will be dragged into rows. Then feedback ID will be dragged into values. So this is going to show the different type of feedback different users are providing us. Then number 5 will be, are users feeling more positive over time? Or do users like our features more over time? Right. We're going to use the month for rows. In fact, let's use the month. Let's use the month name instead. And then the value will be, it's going to be the average sentiment. That's going to be values. I don't want to sort this in alphabetical order. I want to sort this in normal month naming order. So January being first, February being second, and so on and so forth. I'm going to actually right click into any of the months. I'm going to click on sort and then more sort options. And then I'm going to click on, I believe is it ascending? So I'm going to check ascending A to Z by month name. I'm going to click OK, I believe. There we go. And that sorts our months in the normal naming order for months. The next one would be number 6. Are any features under performing? I'm going to go into feature name, drag that to rows. Then I'm going to go to click count, drag that to values. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on low usage flag. And I'm going to drag this to filters. And then I'm going to click on the drop down next to the low usage flag. And then I'm going to expand this. And then I'm going to deselect OK and leave low as selected. And that's going to filter to only the features that contain low usage. So I'm just going to filter this to, let's say, 140 and 150. We have 3 features underperforming. The final question is our data clean and reliable? So we can just go to data summary or data quality summary. So what we can do is we can select issue status. Isn't that interesting? What we need to do, let's clean this up because we have duplicates and we have duplicates. So let's go into our source data and let's click out that. We go into data quality summary. So it's the click logs that contain duplicates. So let's just correct that. I believe it would be, okay, so let's create that. So this is meant to be duplicates. We're going to also create any of the jobs that are dependent on this so that there are no issues. Actually, I think that's fine. So that should actually fix it. So I'm going to click close and load, and that duplicate should be merged to duplicates. So we should only have two row labels, which is duplicates and missing. So let's see if that reflects in our data. Well, I'm going to click on refresh. These changes should now refresh our data model. Every single table and pivot table involved in this. Now we only have two row labels, duplicates and missing. Okay, so now we can continue. So what we can now do is we can drag the issue counts into the values section. And now we have the total number of duplicates from our raw data and the total number of missing values from our raw data. Awesome. So now that is all 7 questions answered by the pivot tables alone. But this is not in a format that's easy for our users to read and to learn from. So that's the reason why we're creating a dashboard, so that we're creating a user-friendly interface that they can read all of these insights from, and they can now quickly fix and act on whatever they need to do. Just to pinpoint where we are right now, we've designed the data model. So we've managed to list all our tables, the columns, and connect the different tables with each other inside Power Pivot. And we've also now cleaned and prepared the data. So we've managed to use Power Query to clean the data, and we've used Power Pivot to create the DAX measures, the calculated columns, as well as creating the pivot tables. So the next thing we need to do is to now build the dashboard. So that's now the final step in our to-do list. And now it's actually become easier to do this because we've now got the data to help us just build the projects outright. So we have our data model now. Now we need to start thinking about what the dashboard will actually look like. And the first step in making that possible is listen to the users. So when you try to listen to your users, what you're trying to do is you're trying to capture their goals, their pain points, and what they're curious about. And they'll probably tell you something like, we want to know if our users like the design, or we think our new guided feature might help with how far users scroll on the screen, and things like that. So we're not coding or anything at this stage. We're just listening so that we can turn what they want into a list of clear questions. So we've already done this. So we can actually move to the next step, which is translate the team's questions into measurable questions. So we already have the list of questions we want answers to. So what we now need to do is map each question to the right visual that can answer it for them. And the easiest way to do that is by translating each question into something we can measure. So in other words, we need to turn each core question into something we can answer with a number. And then we can turn that number into a visual. And that visual can show us something that wasn't obvious if we just left it as a number. So for example, if the team says, we want to know what features people are using, before we go straight into building a chart or anything like that, we need to slow down and then break this into logical steps. So first of all, what does using a feature even mean? It may sound silly to ask this, but you're going to be so surprised on how many people in the team have different definitions of this. So some would say using a feature means someone played with some buttons on the page. And then you're going to have another group of people that say it means scrolling through it. So you need to agree on a definition before you start analyzing anything. If you don't, your insights will not match what the team expects. Let's just imagine that the team agreed that using a feature means a user clicked on a feature, they scrolled through it, and a user spent time on it. So number 2 would be, what do we need to measure that? That's going to be the data you need to answer the question. So in this case, for each user, you can find out how many clicks they made, the average number of scrolls on the feature, and the average amount of time spent on each feature. And then the third one, or number 3, would be what type of visual could answer this best? It could be a bar chart, because you can make each bar represent a feature. And then you can use the bar's heights to represent the total number of clicks or even the average scroll time. And then number 4 would be, what would this visual help the team do? So this can help them see which features are the most engaging, which features are being ignored, and which features they might want to improve or even retire. So that's how you turn the user's question or whatever they're curious about into something we can actually measure and then visualize with data. So step 3 would be map each measurable question to a visual. So what you can do is you can actually create like a table, right? One column for the user's questions, another column for the measurable questions, and then a third column for the visual that you want to select, and then a fourth column on why it'll work. Let's say you start with question number 1, which is what features are people actually using? That's going to be under the user's question column. The next column will be the measurable question column. Well, if the user's question is, what features are people actually using? The measurable question will be, what is the total number of clicks, average scrolls, and time spent per feature? And then the visual could be a clustered bar chart. And then why it works is because each bar shows how popular a feature is. And then you can say it uses clear metrics like clicks, times, or scrolls, and it's easy to compare across features. And then you can now use that table as a blueprint to guide how you design your dashboards. So in short, users questions first, measurable questions second, visual third, right? You want to follow that flow. You don't need to code or build charts yet. All you need is your brain. I suppose you can use AI tools, but if you're doing this for the first time, I recommend you not using AI tools because you want to first build your own thinking skills before you now delegate this thinking process to AI. Enough talking. Let me actually show you how this actually works. So if you're building a wireframe, the first step would be simulating each visual. What that means is I go through each question we want to answer. And then for each question, I draw a rough version of what the answer would look like as a visual. So at this stage, I actually don't need any real data. I'm just trying to see what the insight would look like to the user. And then I'm going to ask, can this user or can the viewer understand it without any explanation needed? So for example, let's say, which feature had low usage or bad feedback? And we can say 3 features had low usage, 14 features had bad feedback. And then we can convert this into scorecards or KPI cards. And then after that, the next step is organizing the visuals into a clear layout. So in other words, what do you want the user to see first, then second, then third? So if you want the user to scan from top to bottom, we can have the higher priority stuff showing at the top, then the lower priority stuff at the bottom, or the same from left to right. So either way, they're going to scan through the visuals and focus attention on the ones with more visual emphasis. So like color or bolding, stuff like that. So I'll just show you an example. So this is version 1 of the wireframe I created. And then this is version 2. Not much has changed, but this is version 3. So you're going to explore a few iterations of how you want to structure your visuals before you actually commit to a final one. And my final version looks something like this. And that actually leads me to number 3, which is validate with a real user story. So what you want to do is you want to read your dashboard like a story. So first, you see the low usage, you see poor feedback, you see the scorecards at the left, and then you can see whether the users liked the feature more over time. And if you want to scan to the insights, and then you want to see how different users behaved, and so on and so forth. To make it easier, you can actually start tagging the questions to each visual on your dashboard. But now, enough of all the chit chat. Let's get straight to building the dashboard itself. So let's open up Excel once again, and then I'm going to open up a new sheet. We're going to call this feature or features performance dashboard. And then I'm going to close this. And then let me just select this entire sheet. I'm going to expand this to, let's say, 12 as the width. And perhaps let's give it about, about 40 for the row height. For the title, I'm going to name this features performance. And then I'm going to merge and center this with, let's say, between B1 and P1 cells. And Calibri, I like Calibri a lot. Maybe I should go for Sego UI. We'll try something different today. And then I'm just going to align this to the center. Now, if we look at the wireframe, so the wireframe, I like using the wireframe as my guide. In case I forget what it's meant to look like, I always refer back to the wireframe. So features with low usage will be the first card in this dashboard. So I'm going to type in features with low usage. And then perhaps I select cells B3 all the way to D4. And then I'm going to merge and center. And then for the numbers, okay, so it's going to be nice and bold. And this is, according to this is question number 6. So let's go back to the pivot table and go to question number 6. So these are the ones with low usage. How many features have that? So there's 3 here, and I don't want to hard code values into the dashboard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the count A function and then go to pivot tables. And then I'm simply going to select all of these and hit enter. That's my number there. So let me just merge and center this. And then I'm going to expand this. And then I'm going to select top align. I'm going to just expand that a bit as well. I did say all of this will be Sego UI. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And then let's just wrap this with a border. Let's go for Alt HBS. Okay, so if I just zoom out a little bit. Okay, we'll take that for now. Awesome. So we have the features with low usage scorecard. And then what's next on our dashboard? So let's go with the line chart. So that is for question number 5. Okay, as you can see right there. So question number 5. Do users like our features more over time? Let me select all this. Go into insert, and then I'm going to click on the line chart. And then I'm going to steal you from this tab. I'm going to paste you over here. So let me just zoom out a little bit. I'm actually going to drag this all the way here. And then let me just expand that. Right, so let me just zoom in a bit. I'm going to get rid of the grid lines. And then I'm going to get rid of the legend. And I'm just going to name this. What's the question we gave it? Do users like our features? Okay, so do users like our features more over time? It's quite a user-friendly title. So if someone's looking at this for the first time, they understand what this chart is trying to answer. So I'm going to right-click the button there, and I'm going to click on Hide All Field Buttons on Charts. So what's the next one? So I'm actually scanning the wireframe in a Z-like pattern. So I'm starting from the top left, going to the top right, moving to the middle left, going into the middle right. So let me jump on the features with poor feedback. So this will be quite similar to this. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it somewhere there. I'll just rename this to features with poor feedback. I believe that's what we named it. Yep. And then I'm going to change the number. So this is answering question number 6. Okay, so let me just have a look into question number 6. I'm going to go into Power Pivot. I'm going to click on, oops, let's actually click on existing sheet. Let's go into cell 110. 110. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag bad feedback flag into rows. And then I'm going to drag feedback ID under the feedback log table into values. And that's going to count the total number of feedback entries that are bad and the total number of entries that are good. I just want this number. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type in equals and then click on that, then hit enter, and there we have it. So what is next? Insights. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something, right? I'm going to type in equals insights. And then I'm going to use the and sign. And then I'm going to type in char 10. Now oops, let's try that again. So I'm going to try char 10. Now what char 10 is actually going to do is it's actually going to add a line break within the cell. It's going to make sense once you see it. Let's add char 10 again. So I'm going to add the and sign once again. Char 10. Then add the and sign. So that's insights. And then we're going to type in equals dash. And then type in and. We're going to go into pivot tables. And then we are going to click on drag and drop. Just make sure we did that properly. We do and was used the most. So the feature that was used the most will be highlighted inside the insights box. And then and char 10. Then we hit enter. Let's try that again. There we go. So let's just space that out a bit. Okay, so let's break into a new line and we're basically repeating a similar process. We can chain all of this into one string. So let me type in the and sign and then just do that again. It is going to be quite long, but it does work, so just go with that. Okay, so we want to highlight how many duplicates appear in the dataset. And then we can say and duplicates values found in the raw data. And then we can say and char 10, then and again, and then we have a dash, and we can highlight how many missing values exist in the data. Values found in the raw datasets. Okay, we hit enter. Right. I think what we should do is we should actually split these into separate fields because that looks quite messy at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I've actually just duplicated what's inside this cell. Now I'm going to remove all of this. Okay, good. And then I want to remove all of, let's say, all of this. Let's see if this works. Okay. And then we can just get rid of the in there. And then should be able to remove all of this. And there we go. So now what we can do is we can merge and center this. Then do the same for that. And do the same for this. And do the same for this. In fact, actually, this makes more sense. Let's do like this. Yeah. This needs to be centered and figure needs to be expanded. So if I zoom out a little bit, that's actually okay. So we now have our insights box. What's next on our wireframe? So the usage by group, and that answers question number 3. So let's go to question number 3. And what we can do is we can now select our values, and then we'll just create a clustered bar chart. We'll just steal that, and then dump it here. And then I'm just going to zoom in a bit. Get rid of the legend, get rid of the line, the grid lines. So that's just to make it visually, so that's just to make this have less visual clutter. I'm going to sort this by smallest to largest, and then we can remove all the field buttons on the chart. We can even get rid of the axis. And then we can add the data labels. So we can add this to the outside end. How users behave by age group. How much time spent. How much amount of time spent by age group. Say average amount of time. Average amount of time spent on each feature. On features by age group. In case it wasn't obvious. So if we zoom out, okay, that does answer our question. Now what's the next question? What user feedback was about? And that was answered by question number 4. Right, so this will turn into a donut chart. I'm going to take that, paste it here. Right, okay, so that fits. Now, let me just get rid of the legends, and I'm going to get rid of the button, the field button. So let's name this what user feedback was about. Let's add like some callouts labels, data callouts. Then we can just drag this away from each slice. And that's that one sorted. Now what's left? Features used the most. And that's going to be a clustered bar chart. And that's going to be answered by question number 1. So let's go to our pivot tables and go back to our first question. We're going to convert this into a clustered bar chart. So let's sort this from smallest to largest. Then I'm just going to grab you, paste you there. We can probably drag that out a bit. And then similar procedure to the others. We get rid of the axis, get rid of the grid lines, get rid of the legend. And then we hide the field buttons. And then we name this what features are clicked on the most. Let's actually, what we can do is we can actually filter this to top 5. I'm going to click on row labels and then value filters. And then perhaps we can actually filter this down to, let's say, the numbers between 179 and 200. What do we have there? Okay. Now, the final one is going to be the heat map, and that's going to be the best performing design tags. And that's going to answer question number 2. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy all of this. And then I'm going to paste, but by transpose. And then I'm going to rename this design label. Then I'm going to select all of these values. And then I'm going to conditional formatting. And then I'm going to go to color scales. And then I'm going to select the very first one, which is green, yellow, red color scale. Then I'm going to just wrap this all in this. So let's see what that looks like if I paste it into here. Interesting. In fact, I'm gonna make a design compromise. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to divert away from what we have in the wireframe. I'm going to move this down here, and I'm going to move this all the way here. We'll see how this plays out. So let's expand this a little bit, and then expand maybe that a bit. So if I just zoom out, okay, I'll accept that. And I'm just going to extend the title to reach in there. And then I'll expand this. And perhaps I'll move this to here. And then let me give this a title so that we know what is going on here. So the question was, let me just scroll to the top again. Okay, let's say, how did each, I'll just zoom in so that you can see. How did each design tag perform with users? We want to direct attention to the insights that may be important to our users. So what I've done is I've selected each of the bars in this clustered bar chart, and then I'm going to right click and then click on Format Data Series. And then I'm going to click on this bucket. So I'm going to change this to light blue, and then click on the top bar, and then I'm going to make that dark blue. So already your attention is being diverted to that first bar. And I'm going to apply the same to this. So give that light blue, and then make that dark blue. I can convert this cell into maybe a light blue fill. What I'll do is I'll round up by clicking on view and then removing the grid lines, removing the formula bar, and then closing that. And then I'll just give this a light blue fill. Let's see what that looks like. Expand the title a little bit, just make it big and bold. Let me change the border for this. So I'm going to click on Format, and then I'm going to click on Shape Outline. Give that a black outline. Do the same for this. So this is our dashboard. We're not looking for perfection here. This is just the first version of it. So what you'll do is you normally send this dashboard to your users, and you let your users operate with it. If they're happy with it, they'll continue using it. If there are any changes that they want made, then you take the feedback and then you iterate those changes to your next version. So that's how it works. So that's the 30-day Excel challenge completed. I know it's a lot to take in. I'm not expecting you to practice every single thing at once. There will be some days in this challenge that'll be tougher than others. So go at your own pace. I've used Excel for over 10 years, and there's still something new I'm learning with this tool. You're not going to learn everything immediately. Come back to the 30-day Excel challenge as often as you can. If you want to refresh your skills, if you want to sharpen maybe a couple of concepts that you may not be familiar with, then come back to these videos and follow at your own pace. The goal is to learn something small every single day. And then eventually you become more confident with Excel.
You've made it to the end of the challenge. If you've managed to complete every single day of this challenge, I'd like to give you a huge congratulations, because it's not been easy. We've managed to cover visualizing data, automating data cleaning with Excel, using Power Query. We even built a data model. So We've learned a lot throughout the 30 days. So if you've been on that ride with us, huge congratulations. You're the star. But keep practicing your skills so that you remain confident with Excel. Otherwise, you may lose them. But if you do want to practice with myself and other data enthusiasts, then join my private data community. Now, let me make this clear. I cannot accept everyone. So I can only prioritize those who apply first. So make sure you apply quickly so that you don't lose your place to somebody else who beats you to it. So add your name to the waitlist. The link is in the video description. Throughout this year, I'm going to start dropping data projects on this channel. So that would include using Excel, SQL, Python, Power BI, Spark, Databricks. Everything will be included this year. So I'm going to walk you through every step of the development process, the design process, and of course, I'm going to walk you through my thought process. And it's going to include testing, analyzing data, visualizing data, of course, and everything in between. So make sure you subscribe to the channel so that you don't miss when I drop these videos. My name's Steven, and we've just completed the 30-day Excel challenge. I hope you stay blessed. Peace.